Chapter 421. At the same time, Li Chuan and Thor slowly fell down, and Tony, Steve, Dr. Banner, Rhodes, Scott, Barton and Rocket also came out of the base with Nebula in 2014. The entire base was under Friday's surveillance, and it was almost impossible for Nebula to secretly take away the Infinity Gauntlet. So not long after the quantum shuttle was blown up, she was surrounded by everyone and took it down together. "My daughter, you can never complete the task I gave you as perfectly as your sister. It seems that I still need to take it myself." Thanos looked at the captured Nebula and showed no concern. Instead, he shook his head with a look of disappointment. The Nebula in 2014 immediately shouted in panic, "Father, believe me, I will definitely help you get all the stones." As she spoke, a gun muzzle suddenly appeared at the shoulder of her mechanically modified arm, and a laser shot out to send Rhodes, who was holding him, flying. Then she pounced on Tony, trying to snatch the metal box containing the Infinity Gauntlet from his hand. This sudden change also made Tony unable to react. Just as the box in his hand was about to be snatched away, a green light hit Nebula first and killed him on the spot. The one who shot was Li Chuan. One of the advanced completions of his main task was to kill all members of Thanos' army from 2014 except Gamora. So Nebula from 2014 was naturally included. He just threw a killing curse. Waste is waste after all. Thanos didn't care about Nebula being killed. He just stared at the box in Tony's hand. Then he waved his hand, and the huge cosmic army behind him immediately rushed towards Li Chuan and his companions. "Bring that box to me." At this time, Dr. Banner suddenly stepped forward and blocked Li Chuan, and Tony quickly handed the box in his hand to Li Chuan. "The thing is here. If it doesn't work for a while, you can run away first. Don't let Thanos get it again." After saying that, his nano-suit immediately condensed another box exactly the same as before, and returned to his original position again as if nothing had happened. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment when he received the box, but then he quickly reacted and threw the box containing the Infinity Gauntlet into his small cloth bag. He didn't expect Tony to give the Infinity Gauntlet to him for safekeeping. It was obvious that the current Avengers had completely trusted him. But it was also good. Although he couldn't use the Infinity Gauntlet according to the mission conditions, at least it wouldn't be snatched away by Thanos. The difference in strength between Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet was not a little bit. Seeing Thanos' army coming towards them in an overwhelming manner, Ant-Man Scott couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Can we really stop them with just a few of us? Although Thanos is the most powerful enemy, he is just one person. No matter how powerful he is, with so many of them, he thinks it shouldn't be a big problem, especially with the extremely powerful Li Chuan. But now it's not just Thanos who is alone. There is also a whole army. There is no chance of winning at all. We have to stop them even if we can't. We work together. Steve pulled out his shield from his back and walked in front. Tony followed closely behind with a fake metal box. Work together. Work together. Rhodes, Ant-Man, Banner and others spoke and entered the battle state, ready to fight the cannon fodder vanguards, who ran to the front like locusts. Although the vanguards are the most numerous cannon fodders in Thanos' army. But in fact, if one is taken out alone, the speed is comparable to that of a cheetah, and the strength is comparable to that of a brown bear. The claws on the 6 arms can easily tear a small car in half. It has no emotions, is not afraid of life and death, and is a deadly killing weapon. Don't worry, just stay here. At this moment, Li Chuan bypassed Dr. Banner and walked in front of everyone, stopping them. "It's been a long time since I had a really enjoyable battle. Leave it to me next." One of his main tasks is to keep all the Avengers safe. If Tony and others go up, if one of them dies accidentally, then his advanced completion will be gone. And he was planning to rely on this battle to comprehend the 7th sense. Naturally, the more enemies there are and the greater the pressure, the better the effect. "But Li Chuan, you are too." Banner was about to say that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and one person is definitely not as good as them together, but he got stuck halfway through his words. Because Li Chuan had already cast a seal to perform the technique of multiple shadow clones. In an instant, 5,000 Li Chuans appeared in front of him. These 5,000 Li Chuans stood in a long row and began to cast magic at the vanguards, who were already close in front. Avada lightning chain. Green light shot at the vanguards, and then bounced to the vanguards behind them like lightning. With just this one move, the most ferocious row of tens of thousands of vanguards in the front were all knocked down on the spot. Such a powerful wizard is rare. Watching rows of vanguards die under Li Chuan's fatal lightning chain, Thanos couldn't help but frown. Suppress from the air. With his order, Leviathan giants and Zatori soldiers on flying vehicles rushed towards Li Chuan's shadow clones from the air. Seeing this, half of Li Chuan's shadow clones continued to suppress the vanguards with the fatal spell, and the other half waved their hands to cast the fiery fire. Suddenly, blue fire dragons rose into the sky and burned towards the Leviathan giants and Zatori soldiers. The characteristic of the fiery fire is that once it is burned, it cannot be extinguished by conventional means unless it is burned to ashes, because it is accursed black magic. So the Leviathan giants ignited by the fire dragons fell from the sky screaming, taking with them a group of vanguards and Zatori soldiers. This is too strong. Seeing that Li Chuan alone stopped the Thanos Legion, which was famous in the universe, Tony and others behind him were so shocked that they could hardly close their mouths. They knew that Li Chuan was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. If the Thanos of 2012 sent people to Earth to grab the Infinity Stones, wouldn't it be a one-for-one kill? You actually managed to resist the death curse, so let's use this trick. Seeing that the Vanguard and Leviathan Giant Kun were basically useless, the more powerful Chitauri Raging Giant Ape appeared and roared at Li Chuan. The individual strength of the Chitauri Raging Giant Ape was obviously not comparable to the cannon fodder Vanguard. After being hit by Li Chuan's death curse lightning chain, it just paused and rushed over again. At this time, the magic power in Li Chuan's shadow clones was basically exhausted, so all the shadow clones put their hands together. Immortal Technique Water Escape Water Break Wave. Chapter 422. Pure Water Ninjutsu has never been known for its power, and is mostly used for auxiliary attacks. There are only a few exceptions, and the water-style water cutting wave technique is one of the exceptions. This move was developed by the inventor of the forbidden technique, the second-generation Hokage Shinjitobarama, a purely offensive water-style ninjutsu. If the second generation uses it himself, its power can easily cut off the sacred tree and cut the hill in half, which can be called the strongest single destructive water-style ninjutsu. And Li Chuan's use is not bad, plus he strengthened it with fairy chakra. The destructive power is even better than the second generation. 5,000 sharp ultra-high-pressure water jets were seen gushing out from the mouth of Li Chuan's shadow clone, and all the Chitauri violent giant apes that entered the attack range were cut into two halves in an instant. Most of the Vanguard guards were lost, the Leviathan Giant Kun was severely damaged, and now even many violent giant apes were killed. Thanos finally couldn't sit still. Fighting stubbornly, follow me to kill. Holding the tyrant double blade, Thanos roared and led the 4 Obsidian generals and all the remaining troops to charge. Just in time. Seeing Thanos leading the charge, Li Chuan's mind moved, and the Sagittarius gold cloth that had been nourished by the true essence in his body was instantly added to his body. Although the output of the shadow clones just now killed many of Thanos' men, compared with the total number of the entire army, it was probably less than 1%. So seeing that Thanos had already taken action himself, he also planned to use a big move. Senjutsu Water-style Big Explosion Water Wave. All the shadow clones gathered all the Senjutsu chakra in their bodies at the same time, used this water-style ninjutsu with the largest water output, and then turned into green smoke and disappeared. The surging water was like a violent wave in the sea, covering all the warriors of the entire Thanos army, including the various spacecraft and high-tech weapons that fell from the temple too. These violent waves were huge, but their power was average, and naturally they could not kill Thanos' subordinates with strong survivability, and I am afraid that even the cannon fodder vanguards could not be killed. However, Li Chuan's purpose was not to rely on this big waterfall to kill the enemy, he just wanted to wrap up all the enemies. The real killer move is here. Burn my little universe. Burning the little universe in his body crazily, with the blessing of the Sagittarius gold cloth, Li Chuan's little universe is infinitely close to the 7th sense of the Gold Saint. Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn. The 7-color aurora-colored absolute zero freezing air burst out from Li Chuan's hands in the shape of a treasure bottle, and all poured into the river formed by the water escape ninjutsu. At this time, he was using the ultimate trick of the Aquarius Gold Saint Camus. As the freezing air and the water flow met, all the warriors of Thanos' army wrapped in the water flow, including the spacecraft launched from the Sky Temple 2, were all frozen in the ice formed by absolute zero. Looking around, it was like 1,000 miles of ice. It's so cold, it's like being in the North Pole. The cold air brought by the huge glacier made the Avengers shiver involuntarily, and Ant-Man couldn't help but utter a burst of exclamation. Have we won? Not that easy. The cold air is strong, but it shouldn't kill Thanos. Tony reached out to test the temperature of the ice, and came to his own conclusion. Sure enough, in a moment, in the center of the ice, a loud noise suddenly broke out. Thanos used the tyrant's double blades to forcibly break the surrounding ice, and jumped out with the 4 black generals. That's enough. At least now, we have hope of victory. Steve saw that only Thanos and his 5 men broke through the ice, and the countless soldiers under him were all frozen to death in the ice. He raised the shield in his hand and rushed towards Thanos. It's our turn, Avengers, charge! The reason why Thanos came here in 2014 was because they created the quantum shuttle to revive half of the human race that had lost 5 years. So they should bear the responsibility themselves. Leech One has helped them a lot, and it's time for them to take the stage. Thanos! As Steve issued the combat order, Fat Thor flew towards Thanos with Stormbreaker in one hand and Thor's hammer in the other. Behind him were Iron Man Tony and War Machine Rhodes. In addition to Captain America Steve, who was at the front, there were also Dr. Banner, who had almost recovered, Rocket Raccoon, Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow Natasha, and Ant-Man Scott, who had transformed into a giant. Then you guys just hold on for a while. Leech One, who had just released all the energy of the microcosm at once and had gained some enlightenment, saw Steve and others take the initiative to meet the 5 people of Thanos, so he simply sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The extreme explosion of the microcosm in his body finally gave him some insights into the 7th sense. If he could calm down and gain some insights now, he might be able to directly break through and advance to become a true gold saint. So when he saw Steve and the others were going to have a decisive battle with Thanos, he did not stop them like before. Thanos' army had been destroyed, and the threat was greatly reduced. Although the Avengers would probably not be able to defeat Thanos together, they should be able to delay for a while. If there was a real danger to his life, he would immediately stop comprehending and go to help. So, the 3 Marvel giants Thor, Tony and Steve faced Thanos, and the rest of the Avengers faced the 4 Black Orders, and the group battle began. Leech One only paid a little attention to the battle outside. Overall, the Avengers were at a disadvantage. Black Dwarf, Proxima Midnight and General Corvus Glaive were actually okay, but the main reason was that Ebony Maw and Thanos were too strong. Ebony Maw once easily defeated Doctor Strange, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Sorcerer King with Black Dwarf, but in the end, Spider-Man and Iron Man outsmarted them and exiled them to the universe before they were killed. Not to mention Thanos, who had extremely high physical, magical and mental resistance, abnormally strong physical strength, the universe's top melee skills, and the powerful tyrant's double blade. Basically, Tony with the nano suit, Thor with the Stormbreaker, and Steve with the Mjolnir, who was blessed by the power of the Mjolnir, were suppressed throughout the fight. There were several times when Leech One almost stopped comprehending the 7th sense and wanted to help. There was no way, although the 7th sense was important, the high-level completion of the main task was definitely more important. Fortunately, the Avengers were really good, and they survived several dangers with tacit cooperation and the spirit of never giving up. And Leech One slowly opened his eyes, after some understanding. Finally, I have the 7th sense. Chapter 423. Not here. Where did you hide the original stone? Thanos used the tyrant's double blades to split the fake metal box, looked at the empty box, and asked Iron Man Tony with cold eyes. Beside him, half of Fat Thor's body was stuck in the ice, blood was coming out of his mouth. Steve's shield was cut off by half, and the Thor hammer in his hand flew out. The other side was also in a bad situation. The giant Ant-Man's head was knocked unconscious by the huge ice controlled by Ebony Maw, and he fell to the ground after returning to his normal size. Banner, whose body had not fully recovered from the snap, could only use one arm, and was tied up tightly by the strong Black Dwarf with an iron chain and could not move. Rhodes, Rocket Raccoon, Hawkeye and Black Widow were also knocked to the ground by the well-coordinated husband and wife team of General Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight. The original stone has been sent back to the original time. Thanos, we will not let you succeed this time. Tony panted and gritted his teeth. Thanos raised the tyrant blade in his hand. You are really a group of stubborn ants, so I have to kill you all, and then slowly look for it. Wait, Thanos, is this what you want? Seeing that the tyrant's double blades were about to pierce Tony to death, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look at Leech One, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed after launching the earth-shattering freezing attack, and what he held in his hand was the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with 6 Infinity Stones. Yes, give it to me, and I can let you go for the time being. Seeing the Infinity Gauntlet in Leech One's hand, Thanos immediately stopped paying attention to Iron Man and turned to look at Leech One. He still paid more attention to the mage, who killed all his troops with magic. It was just that the opponent had obviously run out of energy and was no longer a threat, and his main attention was on the fake box in Iron Man's hand, so he did not attack him while he was recovering. However, in his opinion, The magic used by Li Chuan was indeed useful for the small fish under his command, but it was not a threat to him. With his physical fitness and skin resistance, those magics would not cause much damage to him even if he resisted them. The only thing that can cause fatal damage to him is the power of the Infinity Stones that have the fundamental laws of the universe. Or the three ancient powers of the universe, the power of the Phoenix, the power of Chaos, and the power of the Goblins. Only the purest physical attack that exceeds his power. So he is not really afraid of enemies like Li Chuan. He just wants Li Chuan to escape with the Infinity Gauntlet, so he offers the condition of letting them go. After all, mages have many means, and most of them have strong escape abilities, especially those who can use space magic. If the other party ignores others and directly teleports away with the Infinity Gauntlet, then even if he wants to track him, it will be very troublesome. The key is that most of his subordinates died this time, and only a few were left on the temple 2 above, and there were not so many available people. Mr. Li Chuan, don't worry about us, run away with the Infinity Gauntlet. Steve saw this and picked up the half-shield, summoned Thor's hammer, and stood up with his last bit of strength, and attacked Thanos again. But he was kicked away by Thanos. It doesn't matter. Look, this Infinity Gauntlet is in my small bag. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Li Chuan smiled and put the Infinity Gauntlet into the small bag on his waist, and hooked his finger provocatively at Thanos and others. If he thought that he would win against Thanos before, the winning rate should be around 70%, because Thanos can be immune to almost all of his ninjutsu and magic attacks. Mental and soul attacks are estimated to have no effect on Thanos. He can only rely on his body to cooperate with the Sage Mode, 8 Gates, and the blessing of the small universe to fight in close combat with physical strength. At most, he could use the flying sword wings to assist in the attack. Even if something unexpected happened, Thanos was much stronger than he thought, and he knew that even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose much. And now, after awakening the seventh sense, he had enough confidence to completely defeat Thanos. Before, the physical strength that all his abilities combined could reach the level of the light speed punch of the Gold Saint. But now, he can easily punch with a light speed punch by simply exploding the power of the microcosm. Not only that, while comprehending the seventh sense and evolving his microcosm into the ultimate microcosm, he also comprehended some other abilities, which could further enhance his strength. Sir, let us take back the stone for you. Before Thanos made a move, the 4 black generals had already rushed towards Li Chuan, who dared to challenge their master. The black dwarf, who was twice as big as Banner, jumped up, holding a huge multifunctional metal pickaxe in both hands and splitting Huashan from top to bottom. Just now, he used this move to knock down Banner, who had not yet recovered. General Corvus Glaive and the couple Proxima Midnight drew 2 graceful half-arcs on the ice, one on the left and one on the right, and went directly behind Li Chuan, holding the war blades to launch a sneak attack. Ebony Maw was much more gentlemanly. He put one hand behind his back and floated above Li Chuan. He raised his hand elegantly, and several 100-meter-long ice blocks instantly rose from the ground. Then those huge ice blocks turned into sharp ice cones with Ebony Maw's thoughts and shot straight towards Li Chuan. If you look closely, you can also see that many Vanguard guards and Zatori soldiers are frozen in the huge ice cones. Seeing that Li Chuan had been surrounded by the 4 Black Orders, the hearts of the Avengers suddenly chilled. In their opinion, Li Chuan was indeed powerful and terrifying, not much worse than Thanos. But he first withstood all kinds of bombardments from Temple 2 to protect the base, and then released a huge amount of energy to destroy Thanos' army that swept across the universe. From the fact that he just closed his eyes and sat there motionless after freezing Thanos' army, it can be judged that he must have run out of energy. How can they not worry when they are besieged by the 4 Black Obsidian generals at their weakest moment? Unfortunately, they are not feeling well now, and even if they want to help, they are powerless. However, unlike the other Avengers, Li Chuan's mentality is very good now. When he saw the 4 Black Obsidian generals beating him up, he just smiled with disdain. Because he is much stronger than before. He did not activate the second form, nor did he activate the Sage Mode, nor did he open the 8 gates of Duinjia, opening all 8 gates. He just slightly mobilized the ultimate microcosm that had just reached the 7th sense in his body, and then raised his hand to use the Gold Saint's flat attack move. Lightspeed Punch. Li Chuan, wearing the gold Sagittarius cloth, was surrounded by countless golden fists. The first to bear the brunt of the Black Dwarf flew backwards with his pickaxe, and turned into a ball of meat, and died on the spot. The same was true for Dark Knight Proxima and General Corvus Glaive, who attacked from behind, and they were killed instantly. As for the huge ice cones controlled by Ebony Maw's mind, They were blasted on the spot, turning into ice crystals all over the sky and falling around Li Chuan. The power of 100 million punches per second is so terrifying. Chapter 424. How is it possible? Ebony Maw was floating backwards in a hurry, and Thanos was standing there holding the tyrant blade, and a group of Avengers fell to the ground. At this moment, their hearts were filled with disbelief. They thought Li Chuan was a wizard-like figure like Doctor Strange. After all, from the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo that Li Chuan showed at the beginning, to the clones, the killing curse, and even the waterfall, and the ability to freeze thousands of miles, he didn't look like a warrior at all. But he didn't expect that Li Chuan's melee ability was even stronger than his spell ability. He just killed 3 of the 4 Obsidian generals in an instant, and scared one of them to retreat on the spot. Only Dr. Banner was not so surprised, because he clearly remembered that before he was injured, Li Chuan easily caught his full-strength attack with one hand. Do you think you can run away? Looking at Ebony Maw retreating, Li Chuan pinched the lotus seal with his hand. Buddha Kingdom in the palm. A shadow of Buddha instantly appeared behind Li Chuan, and Ebony Maw also fell into the palm of the Buddha. Next, no matter how fast Ebony Maw flew to escape, he would still end up in the palm of the Buddha's hand, and could not leave. Holy sword. Li Chuan appeared in front of Ebony Maw and chopped down with one hand. Ebony Maw's body was immediately split in 2, and blood was spilled on the spot. He used the Holy Sword, the unique skill of Capricorn Gold Saint Shura. It is said that if it is practiced to the extreme, it can even cut a planet in half. From the joint attack of the 4 Obsidian generals to Li Chuan dismembering Ebony Maw, it actually took less than 2 seconds. In other words, it has only been a few minutes since the missile attack from Temple 2. Even the resurrected Doctor Strange, Spider-Man and others have not arrived yet, and Li Chuan has beaten Thanos to the point where only Thanos is left. As long as I kill you, my main mission will be completed, and I can get a high-level completion. After chopping off Ebony Maw, Li Chuan turned his head to look at Thanos, and couldn't help licking his lips. He looked like Grandma Wolf seeing Little Red Riding Hood. Even the Avengers who had just gotten up from the ground couldn't help but tremble twice. I feel like Mr. Li Chuan is more of a villain than Thanos. Ant-Man, who was rescued, couldn't help but complain. And Rod, who helped him stand up, also nodded. This is the best, because he looks very safe. With such a temperament, I believe no one would dare to bully his wife. It seems that I underestimated humans. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful individual like you on such a backward planet. Very good. In the process of achieving my goals over the years, it was too smooth. I didn't encounter any decent resistance at all, nor did I encounter any opponents that I really value. It seems that today I finally have one. Killing you will only make me feel more accomplished when I complete my goal. Thanos was not sad at all about the death of Ebony Maw and others, because after he gets the Infinity Stones this time, he will kill everyone in the universe and create a new universe and new life. So even his loyal subordinates will die at that time, and now they just died a few minutes earlier. It also helped him test the opponent's strength. Then let's see who kills whom. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he teleported directly behind Thanos, and then he slashed Thanos with a holy sword, trying to kill Thanos like he just killed Ebony Maw. However, as the strongest person on Titan, and one of the most feared existences in the universe, how could Thanos be killed so easily? His nerve reaction speed and his intuition of danger from years of fighting in the universe had already detected the abnormality the moment Li Chuan disappeared, and he directly swung the tyrant's double blades back to block Li Chuan's hand knife. However, he also underestimated the powerful force of Li Chuan's holy sword. Although he blocked the attack, he was also dragged away. But this was nothing to him. He easily resolved it with a twist of his body, and forced Li Chuan back with a horizontal slash. Illusionary Demon King Fist. Similarly, Li Chuan, who was forced back, also counterattacked at the same time, and a Gemini control skill aimed at mental attacks directly hit Thanos. This move is useless to me. Unfortunately, Thanos, whose mental resistance was fully stacked, only took a short break and recovered instantly, and attacked Li Chuan again. It seems that pure physical attacks are still useful. After testing it, he found that Thanos was indeed almost immune to mental and energy attacks. Li Chuan no longer had any luck, burned his small universe, and raised his hand to punch again. Lightning Speed Punch. The purest physical attack skill, Leo Iolia's trick, an upgraded version of the Speed Punch. The original Speed Punch was 100 million punches per second, but just like the Sonic Punch of the Bronze Saint Seiya, the speed reached the speed of sound, but not every punch had the power of the Sonic Punch. Most of the punches are actually deceptive, and only 1 or 2 punches can really reach the power of the speed of sound. And Seiya's Pegasus Meteor Punch is based on the ordinary speed of sound punch, which greatly increases the number of punches that can really reach the power of the speed of sound. The same is true for the Lightning Speed Punch. Unlike the Light Speed Punch that just killed the 3 generals of Obsidian, only 3 of the punches had the power of the speed of Light Punch. Now Li Chuan's Lightning Speed punches to Thanos. Almost half of the punches had the power of the speed of Light Punch. So when Thanos met Li Chuan's fists with the Tyrant's double blade, he could still block and resist at first, but it didn't take long for the Tyrant's double blade in his hand to be directly knocked out by the terrifying speed of Light Punch. Without the Tyrant's double blades, Thanos was left wide open and was blown away. This body is really strong. Li Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Thanos, who was blown away by his lightning speed punch, stand up again without staying on the ground for long. To be honest, even with his current body, if he didn't wear the gold armor and took the lightning speed punch just now, he would definitely be seriously injured. Of course, with his body, he can recover immediately even if he is seriously injured. It can only be said that for now, Thanos is still much stronger than him in terms of physical strength. It's the first time someone can beat me like this. It seems that we have to get serious. Thanos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared, and the purple muscles of his body swelled instantly, and then his body flashed and appeared in front of Li Chuan, punching him. He obviously didn't use all his strength to beat Tony and several Avengers just now. It's time to end it. Li Chuan sneered, and his body turned into the second form, and the Sage Mode and 8 gates of Duanjia were activated at the same time. Thanos didn't use all his strength, and he didn't use all his strength. Just now, he was just trying to understand the power of the 7th sense microcosm. Chapter 425. Lightning Speed Punch. Li Chuan, who was at full strength, once again used the lightning speed punch, but this time the power was incomparable to the previous one. Thanos thought he had seen through Li Chuan's strength in the previous battle, so he would definitely be able to defeat Li Chuan this time with full strength, but he didn't expect that the power of Li Chuan's punch would be several times higher than before. As a result, as soon as he made contact, he didn't even have time to react, and the whole person was blown away, and even the Titan armor on his body was blown into pieces. Unlike the last time when he just had a little blood in his mouth, this time he was really seriously injured. Because it was obvious that his originally strong purple body was now covered with clear fist marks, his body was also twisted a lot, and purple blood was spitting out in large mouthfuls. It is estimated that if he is hit by such an attack again, even he will die on the spot. How can he be so strong? The fallen Thanos was full of disbelief. He didn't believe that there was really someone in this universe who could beat him like this with fists. Even Odin, the king of Asgard, couldn't hurt him with his fists alone. He was afraid of Odin's divine power that could hurt his body. Fire with cannon fire, pick me up. Seeing Li Chuan approaching him step by step to finish him off, Thanos panicked for the first time. He was not afraid of death, but was afraid that his wish for so many years would not come true. So he quickly roared at the Temple 2 in the air and issued an order. After receiving Thanos' order, the huge Temple 2 in the air immediately opened the orbital energy cannon to bring Li Chuan and other Avengers into the attack range, and shot a white light to pick up Thanos. How can you leave at this time? Li Chuan raised his mouth slightly when he saw this, and once again activated the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya. He had to protect the injured Tony and others, and not let them die. Thanos must also be killed, otherwise he would be allowed to enter Temple 2 and run away. Where can he find him in the vast universe? At that time, he would not be able to achieve the advanced completion. The 500-meter-high 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya directly resisted the attack of the energy cannon and protected Tony, Steve and others. And Thanos, who was just hit by the white light and was about to be teleported back, was tied up by the golden rope thrown by the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya, and could not be teleported at all. At the same time, Captain America Steve, who was protected by Li Chuan's 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo, was amazed at the powerful strength of Li Chuan's beating of Thanos just now, and suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Captain, this is Sam, can you hear me? On your left." Then, a series of circular portals opened behind him, and the Avengers who were resurrected by Banner's previous snap of his fingers walked out of those portals one by one with their respective helpers. The King of Wakanda, Black Panther, Princess Shuri, Captain Okoye, and warriors from all the tribes of Wakanda. Sam the Falcon, the Destroyer Mantis, the Treeman, Spider-Man, Star-Lord, and the Marauders team that Star-Lord brought in. Doctor Strange, the current Sorcerer Supreme, and all the mystic mages of Kamartaj. The Stone Man, the Bug Man, and the Valkyrie, as well as the new Asgard army formed by the Valkyrie. In addition, there is the new generation of the Wasp, Pepper Potts, who is injected with the Extremis virus and wears an iron suit, and Wanda, the Scarlet Witch of this world. But when they appeared, they were stunned to see the frozen Thanos army under their feet, and Li Chuan, who was blocking the attack of the Temple 2 orbital energy cannon and tying up Thanos 500 meters in front of him. This was not what they had imagined before they came. Magic, I finally understand which time you said we have a 1 in 14 million chance of winning. It's today. Tony saw Doctor Strange again and couldn't help but sigh. Previously on Titan, Doctor Strange used the Time Stone to see 14,0605 different possibilities of fighting Thanos in the future, and only once did they successfully defeat Thanos and win. He didn't understand at first, since Thanos had snapped his fingers and they had completely lost. How could there be that possibility? Until they came up with the time hijacking plan and brought back 6 gems from different timelines, especially Li Chuan, a terrifying guy who could defeat Thanos and his army alone. It must be said that Strange's predictions were quite accurate. However, Strange was confused at this time, because the current situation was completely different from the future of victory he saw with the Time Stone. He saw that they gathered all the power of the Avengers to fight Thanos, and finally Iron Man Tony Stark sacrificed himself to snap his fingers, and finally succeeded in killing Thanos, and winning the final victory. The key point was that among the more than 14 million possibilities he saw, none of them had the golden guy in front of him. Who is this golden guy? Li Chuan naturally noticed the appearance of Doctor Strange and others, but he ignored them for the time being. Instead, he raised his head and aimed the kaleidoscope in his right eye at the Temple number 2 in the sky. Moonlight reading real world. The yin-yang kaleidoscope in his eyes rotated at high speed, and after connecting to the ultimate microcosmic 7th sense, it suddenly shot a red light at the Temple number 2 in the sky. After the red light hit the Temple number 2, it did not cause any damage to it, but a space distortion, directly sucking the huge Temple number 2 into the distorted space. This is exactly the new ability he gained by realizing the 7th sense and awakening the ultimate microcosm. His Yin-Yang Mangekyo's original Tsukuyomi ability is to suck people into the Tsukuyomi world, where they stay for 2 weeks while only 1 second passes outside, and they will be mentally suppressed and attacked by magic weapons. And now the upgraded Tsukuyomi real world connects the Tsukuyomi world created by the Yin-Yang Mangekyo with his ultimate microcosm. It's like creating a real Tsukuyomi world in the microcosm. At this time, he can not only collect people, but also things, and there is no time limit, because it is already a real world existing in the microcosm. The key is not this point. If it is just like this, then it is no different from the box that he expanded with the traceless extension spell. At most, the space is larger. The biggest function of this real Tsukuyomi world is that once the enemy is collected in it, no matter how many people there are, they will be suppressed by the spirit of the Tsukuyomi world and the microcosm. If the gap between the strength and Li Chuan is slightly larger, then Li Chuan can directly imprison or kill him permanently in the Tsukuyomi world with just a thought. Chapter 426. This is not the most powerful thing. The most powerful thing is that Li Chuan can not only use magic weapons to attack the enemies inside like before, but also directly use the power of the microcosm to attack. All the special moves of the Gold Saints can be used in the Tsukuyomi world, because the Tsukuyomi world is originally in the microcosm, and the enemy in it cannot hurt him at all, unless the opponent is much stronger than him, and can break through the Tsukuyomi world and return to the real world. It is possible to hurt him. At the same time, he can also control the flow of time in the Tsukuyomi world to a certain extent, making it faster or slower. It feels like he is the god of the Tsukuyomi world, and this world is like the domain world extended from him. As long as the enemy is included in it, he can only do whatever he wants. Of course, there are some minor shortcomings. The first is that if the enemy is too far away, like the Temple number 2, he cannot immediately include it in the Tsukuyomi world, and he needs to emit red light to assist. If it is avoided, it cannot be included. Second, if the enemy is proficient in space-related abilities, then if he cannot be killed at the moment of entry, he can also quickly escape with the space ability when the enemy reacts. Third, his own body cannot enter the Tsukuyomi world, and he can only attack with the microcosm, spirit and magic weapons. However, compared with the advantages, these disadvantages are not worth mentioning. Moreover, when his strength becomes stronger, and he has a better understanding of the laws and the world, he can slowly optimize these shortcomings and make the Tsukuyomi world really become a world created by himself. At that time, he might be qualified to fight with those powerful dimensional demons in the Marvel world. It's time to end it. After collecting Temple number 2 with his eyes, Li Chuan pulled with his right hand, and the golden arrow of Sagittarius appeared on his golden bow. At the same time, the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo Dharma image also pulled the golden bow. When the bowstring was fully drawn, the golden arrow with the power of killing gods added by the ultimate microcosm, and the golden arrow with the power of destruction added by the immortal chakra, the two combined like a stream of light, and shot at Thanos, who was tied up by the golden rope, and could not move. Stupid and lowly bugs, you will regret it. Feeling the coming of death, Thanos roared unwillingly, and was completely hit by the 2-in-1 golden arrow. Then he turned into a little light, and disappeared completely from this world. Done! Calling up the panel to see that the main task was completed, and the task reward had been issued, Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction, then put away the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo Dharma image, and returned to his normal form. With so many people here, it seems that the snap really worked. Li Chuan turned around and looked at the entire Avengers army in front of him, smiled, and then suddenly thought of something. Oh, there are these two. The kaleidoscope in his right eye turned, and two figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was Gamora in 2014, and Nebula in 2023. When Li Chuan was fighting Thanos, the sisters also joined forces to attack the remaining subordinates of Thanos in Temple 2, trying to stop them from continuing to launch orbital energy cannon attacks. So when Li Chuan collected Temple 2, they were also collected into the Tsukuyomi world together. Gamora! Seeing Gamora appear, Star-Lord immediately hugged her excitedly. Unfortunately, he was not greeted with the same hug, but a fierce knee. Don't touch me. You didn't kick her the first time, but you killed two birds with one stone the second time. Star-Lord screamed and rolled on the ground, covering his vitals. Gamora looked at Star-Lord with disdain, then frowned and questioned. It's him. No way, I will like him. Besides him, the only thing you can choose is a tree. Nebula teased expressionlessly. In 2014, Gamora had not yet received the mission to Xandar, so naturally she did not know Star-Lord, had never been with Star-Lord, and would not like Star-Lord. And the Gamora who loved Star-Lord in 2023 had been sacrificed to the Soul Stone by Thanos 5 years ago, and had died. So although they are all Gamora, after different timelines and different experiences, they are no longer the same person. This is also why in the end of Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Star-Lord did not get together with Gamora in 2014, and no one brought back a Black Widow from another world after Black Widow died. Similarly, Li Chuan looked at Wanda in 2023 standing over there, and had the same idea. Marvel has countless parallel universes, and countless times, and Wanda basically exists in every parallel universe and every timeline. It's just that some of them became Scarlet Witch, became Scython's pawn, some became ordinary people, married and had children, and some even became zombies, etc. So Li Chuan has always had a very clear understanding that his wife is Wanda, but only the Wanda in his world, the Wanda who met him at the age of 17 and then married him, is his wife. As for the Wanda in other parallel universes and different timelines, they are not his wife. At most, they can only be regarded as the twin sister of his wife Wanda, or a stranger who looks exactly the same. After seeing her, because she looks the same as his wife Wanda, he must be more intimate, but he can't really regard her as Wanda. Not only Wanda, but anyone in the Marvel world may have different experiences, different lovers, and different lives in other parallel universes. Thanks to your help for the success of the plan, otherwise we may not be able to defeat Thanos and his army. At this time, Tony and Steve, the two leaders of the Avengers, walked up to Li Chuan and expressed their gratitude to Li Chuan. And Doctor Strange over there was still struggling with what went wrong. But thinking that the final outcome was good and Tony did not sacrifice, he let it go. Next, Tony introduced Li Chuan's origins to the other Avengers, including Doctor Strange, and Li Chuan greeted everyone one by one. Everyone was very surprised that Li Chuan came from 2012, and that the world in 2012 was different from what they had experienced. In this way, after a round of greetings, except for Tony, Steve, and other Avengers, most people were ready to return to their original places through the portal. At this time, a humanoid creature carrying powerful energy broke through the atmosphere, and came to the sky above the battlefield. Sorry, I was dealing with some things just now, so I'm a little late. Where's Thanos? It turned out to be Captain Marvel, who was far away on another planet. After receiving the notice, she finally rushed over at the speed of light. Well, Carol, you may be a little late. Our plan was successful. Thanos and his army have been killed. Everything is resolved. Banner pointed to the frozen Thanos army in the glacier below, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Chapter 427. At the Avengers base, everyone sat together and began to discuss the next arrangements. The most important thing, of course, was to send all the Infinity Stones back to the original timeline to prevent the loss of the stones in other timelines from affecting the world of that timeline. So next, they needed to build another quantum shuttle. With the experience of the last time, this was not too difficult for the Avengers. As for the consumed Pym particles, since Dr. Pym, who disappeared 5 years ago due to Thanos' snap, has been resurrected, it is natural that as many as they want can be built. So, the next step is for Tony and Banner to rebuild the quantum shuttle, Ant-Man to find Dr. Pym to get the Pym particles, and finally Steve is responsible for sending all the gems back, including Li Chuan. It will take about 2 weeks to complete all this. Therefore, Li Chuan will have to wait for 2 weeks in 2023 before he can return to his own world. Others, like Captain Marvel Carol, will continue to return to the universe to protect those weak planets. Thor decided to find Jane to send information about cancer drugs and see if they can get back together. Valkyrie led the remaining surviving Asgardians to settle in a small Norwegian seaside town. Hawkeye Barton semi-retired and went home to accompany his family, who had disappeared for 5 years. Spider-Man Peter went back to high school. Doctor Strange and Wong returned to Kamartaj. Gamora left the Earth alone and disappeared. Star-Lord took the Guardians of the Galaxy to embark on an interstellar adventure again. Everyone had their own arrangements. When it was Wanda's turn, she said slowly with some sadness, "I'm sorry, I can't stay here either. I'm going to a place called Westview to have a look, because there is a house that Vision and I bought together. We originally planned to live there together." After hearing what Wanda said, everyone showed sadness on their faces. In the Thanos crisis, there were 3 people who actually died: Gamora, who was sacrificed by Thanos, Black Widow, who sacrificed herself, and Vision, who asked Wanda to kill him in order to prevent Thanos from getting the Mind Stone. Among them, Gamora is not familiar to the others except the Guardians of the Galaxy. Black Widow Natasha has been rescued by Li Chuan. Only Vision is the only Avenger who really died in this incident. Everyone was sad about Vision's sacrifice. Ahem, actually. What I want to say is that maybe I can revive Mr. Vision, if his body is really made of vibranium, and the Mind Stone as you said. Just as everyone was silent in sorrow, Li Chuan suddenly spoke. Vision's body is not a normal body, but vibranium, so it can be perfectly repaired with a repair spell. As for the missing Mind Stone, he just planned to leave the Mind Stone in this world to prevent someone in his world from collecting all 6 Infinity Stones. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that when he saw Wanda in this world for the first time, a side quest appeared in his task bar: resurrect Vision and prevent Wanda from turning into Scarlet Witch. Task reward: 1 year in the small world. Is this true, Mr. Li Chuan? Hearing Li Chuan's words, Wanda stood up excitedly on the spot, and others also looked at Li Chuan with expectant eyes. If other people said this, they might not believe it, but Li Chuan was different. He resurrected Natasha, who even the Infinity Stones could not revive, and he killed Thanos and his army by himself. Since he said it was possible to revive Vision, it was really possible. Of course, after all, in the 2012 timeline, we were already married, and I was your husband. So I still hope you can live a happier life, although this may sound a little weird. Li Chuan shrugged and smiled. We are married, and you are still my husband. Wanda's eyes widened when she heard Li Chuan's words, and she froze in place. Then she showed an envious look on her face. She must be living a happy life. Thinking about her own 2012, in order to seek revenge on Tony, she and her brother took the initiative to find Hydra and participate in the experiment of the Mind Scepter, spending every day in the laboratory. What about Pietro? At this time, Wanda thought of her dead brother again. Li Chuan thought for a while and smiled. He is a courier in New York, and he seems to be dating Natasha recently. Date me? Natasha, who was drinking Coke, spat it out when she heard it. Li Chuan was not joking. Ever since Pietro first met Natasha, he had been obsessed with her. Later, he often went to see Natasha and gradually started dating her. Li Chuan did not stop him. Everyone was an adult and had their own choices. Everyone listened to Li Chuan telling the story of his world and suddenly realized that in the world of 2012, it seemed that many things had changed a lot because of the existence of Li Chuan. But if you use the Mind Stone to revive Vision, there will be 1 less stone in your timeline. Will that happen? At the end of the conversation, Tony expressed some concerns. Li Chuan smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. The Infinity Stones are the aggregation of the fundamental laws of the universe. Even if one is missing, it will slowly be reborn in the future. Just like in your world, those Infinity Stones destroyed by Thanos will reappear after thousands of years. And you don't have to worry about Thanos. Since I can deal with him this time, When I return to 2012, if he dares to come to Earth to grab the stones, I can also deal with him." After hearing Li Chuan's explanation, everyone felt relieved. Yes, with Li Chuan here, it seems that there is no need to care whether there are infinity stones or not. Moreover, the 2012 where Li Chuan is located is completely different from the 2012 they have experienced, so there is no question of causing any bad influence. After the meeting, everyone left the Avengers base according to their own plans. As for the subsequent aliens frozen to death in the ice and some spaceships of Thanos' army, Tony has contacted Nick Fury, who was also resurrected, and the government representative General Ross to carry out a series of recovery. Li Chuan didn't interfere. This was not the world he was in 2012. If it was the world he was in 2012, he would definitely destroy these alien bodies and spacecraft weapons directly, and would not let S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government get them. Because their research would not help humans, but would bring about a series of chain reactions and various disasters. But this is 2023, the Avengers here have a set of agreements with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government, so let them handle it themselves. He would first accompany Wanda in 2023 to SWRD to retrieve Vision's body, and then return after completing the side quest. Chapter 428. Because Vision signed the Sokovia Accords, according to the agreement, his body was taken away by the government for research after his death. According to the information given by Fury, who just returned, Vision's body is now in a government department called the Intelligent Weapons Observation and Response Center. But there was a small problem. Maria Rambeau, the person in charge, who had a good relationship with Fury, died of illness 3 years ago. Now the new person in charge named Tyler Hayward seems unwilling to hand over Vision's body. I have already mobilized my connections, and Fury and Ross will also help. It will probably take a few days to get Vision's body back. When everyone dispersed, Tony left Li Chuan and Wanda alone, and said with a somewhat apologetic tone. After the sparkling incident, he, Steve, and Wakanda were actually the most qualified to deal with Vision's body. He was the creator of Vision, and Vision's thoughts mainly came from his former intelligent butler Jarvis. After Wanda disappeared because of Thanos' snap, he should have dealt with Vision's body. But on the one hand, he and Vision had signed the Sokovia Accords, so they could not refuse some of the government's requests, and according to the agreement, the government did have the priority to deal with Vision's body. On the other hand, he had just suffered a huge blow, and he was discouraged and had no energy to argue with the government. The Major Intelligent Weapons Observation and Response Center was not an evil organization. Nick Fury had mentioned it to him before his death. It was an organization similar to S.H.I.E.L.D., so there was no problem. Captain America Steve was no longer wanted after the Spark incident, and returned to the Avengers base to lead the remaining Avengers. He was also qualified to accept the body of Vision as an Avenger. Unfortunately, the original condition for Steve to be released from the wanted list was to obey the government's arrangements to a certain extent, and without Tony, Steve didn't know how to deal with Vision's body. After going to the alien planet to kill Thanos, he did not get Vision's body back from the Intelligent Weapon Observation and Response Center. Finally, there is Wakanda. Vision's body is made of vibranium, and vibranium is produced in Wakanda. After Vision's death, his body made of vibranium should be recycled and disposed of by Wakanda. But Thanos' snap took away the king and princess of Wakanda, as well as half of Wakanda's warriors and people. They were already busy with their own affairs, so how could they have the energy to recover Vision from the government? So now Vision's body has been taken away by the Intelligent Weapon Observation and Response Center for research for 5 years. Wanda's face changed after hearing this. In order to save humanity and prevent Thanos from collecting all 6 gems, Vision was willing to commit suicide, but his body after death was not respected, but was taken by the government for research. How could she not feel chilled? However, Wanda was still kind-hearted at this time. Although she was chilled, she also understood the difficulties of Tony and others, and did not blame them. Okay, we can wait. Tony, tell me where the base of the Intelligent Weapon Observation and Response Center is, and help me make an appointment with their person in charge. We want to talk to him first. I am the best at persuading others. I believe that as long as we talk, he will definitely agree to take back Vision's body now. Wanda was interrupted by Li Chuan when she was halfway through her words. Because he knew that the so-called Intelligent Weapon Observation and Response Center was the full name of SWRD. This department was originally a special department specially formed by the government to observe and fight against aliens when the Skrulls and Kree came to Earth. The original person in charge, Maria Rambeau, was Captain Marvel Carol's best friend when she was a pilot, and also a good friend of Nick Fury. When he died 3 years ago, he planned to pass the position to his daughter Monica Rambeau. However, Monica also disappeared after the spark incident 5 years ago, and finally Tyler Hayward had to serve as the temporary person in charge. Tyler Hayward is not a good person. In the original plot, he slandered Wanda as a terrorist and took away Vision's body. In fact, he wanted to use Wanda's power to resurrect the white Vision he created. He is a complete careerist. How could such a person easily hand over Vision? If we delay now, there might be trouble later, so it is better to be simple and direct. Of course, no problem, but that Tyler Hayward seems to be difficult to talk to, you may be disappointed. Tony had no reason to refuse Li Chuan's request. After giving the address and helping to contact him, he kindly reminded him. But Tony made a mistake. He thought Li Chuan was the same kind of person as the Avengers. After all, in the world of 2012, Li Chuan was a famous philanthropist who saved New York. Now he has revived Black Widow, helped them defeat Thanos, and is willing to give up the Mind Stone to revive Vision. In fact, Li Chuan is not the same kind of person as them, and will not abide by the rules set by ordinary people. It's okay, I like to convince people with virtue, and I will definitely convince him. After getting the address, Li Chuan waved his hand indifferently, then pinched the Taoist formula with his hand, and a white cloud immediately rose under his feet. Dear. Oh, Miss Wanda, come up. He habitually called out the usual name for Wanda, and then realized that this was not his Wanda, and quickly changed his words. Wanda's face flushed slightly, but she quickly jumped onto the white cloud. She was a little embarrassed to face a completely different lover in another timeline. The white cloud rose and disappeared over the Avengers base in the blink of an eye. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chuan and Wanda appeared in front of a building. The two looked at each other and walked into the headquarters building of SWRD, and were soon invited to a room by SWRD agents. After waiting in the room for a full hour, Tyler Hayward finally arrived. Sorry, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. All the people who disappeared 5 years ago have suddenly appeared. Now the whole world is in chaos. I'm really too busy. I still want to thank the Avengers for saving us. As soon as Tyler Hayward, dressed in a suit and tie, came in, he apologized to Li Chuan and Wanda with a big smile on his face. He didn't act like a SWR agent at all, and gave people the impression that he was quite approachable and easy to talk to. But Li Chuan saw the hypocrisy hidden under the smile at a glance. He knew that the other party just wanted to relax their vigilance. So he didn't waste any words, and directly raised his hand and punched him, illusionary demon emperor fist. He didn't have time to waste precious time on such a person. Chapter 429. Hand over Vision's body first, then go to your superiors and confess all the violations you have done over the years. Li Chuan controlled Tyler Hayward's mind with a phantom demon king fist, and stood up and gave him orders. Tyler Hayward was controlled by Li Chuan and nodded respectfully. Yes, I will take you to receive Vision's body now. Wanda, who was standing aside, was also stunned when she saw this. She thought Li Chuan really wanted to convince the other party with his eloquence, but he directly controlled the other party's mind. Sometimes you don't have to be so rigid, especially when dealing with some evil people. You have to be more evil than them to save more good people, understand? Looking at Wanda in a daze, Li Chuan casually reminded her. Wanda's strength is actually at the top of the world. As long as she is more flexible in doing things and doesn't always learn from Steve's pure kindness, she will actually live a better life. Steve's kindness requires absolute faith like him to control it. It is easy for ordinary people to change from extremely good to extremely evil due to external influences. Although Wanda didn't understand Li Chuan's words, she still nodded. Because she could sense that Li Chuan had good intentions towards her, and did so in order to get Vision's body back as soon as possible and revive him. Tyler Hayward, the head of SWRD, was controlled by Li Chuan, and everything went smoothly afterwards. After getting Vision's body, which had been torn into several pieces, and was being studied, Li Chuan took Wanda, who was almost going berserk, and teleported directly back to the Avengers base, and began to prepare for resurrection in the laboratory. And Tony and other Avengers, who had not left yet, also gathered here to watch. Repair it as before. The torn Vision's body was put back together, and then he waved his fingers twice, and the repair spell began to take effect on Vision's body, and those scattered parts immediately began to reassemble together. He had been researching the magic of the repairing spell, because he felt that the essence of the repairing spell was not to repair things, but to reverse time. In other words, it was actually a time reversal magic that only targeted inanimate objects. The principle of the repairing spell is to reverse the time of the object being cast to the time you want. If this magic can be thoroughly studied and extended, it can be used on living creatures in addition to inanimate objects, and it will evolve into a very powerful attack skill, because he can instantly turn back the enemy's time and turn him into a baby, or directly into a sperm or egg. It's very exciting to think about it. Of course, this involves many laws of time. He can't do it alone. He can only hope that the researchers of the Wizard Empire can make a breakthrough in their research. Now Li Chuan is using the repair spell to turn back the time of Vision's body to the moment when Thanos took the Mind Stone 5 years ago. A moment later, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Vision's body has completely recovered to its original appearance, except that there is a Mind Stone missing on his forehead. Li Chuan was not stingy. He took out the Mind Stone and pressed it directly into the small hole on Vision's forehead. A powerful spiritual force immediately burst out from the Mind Stone, and then reacted with Vision's body, and Vision's body floated up and slowly opened his eyes. Vision! Wanda couldn't help but blush when she saw this. After hearing Wanda's voice, Vision immediately fell down, and then said with a confused look, "Wanda, what's going on? Why are you all here? Am I not dead? Where is Thanos?" The side quest has been completed. Please check the task bar for the reward. Hearing the reminder sound in his ear, Li Chuan also showed a smile on his face. After resurrecting Vision and getting the side quest reward, the next step is to wait for the quantum shuttle and PIM particles to be completed, which will take 2 weeks. And Li Chuan was not idle during these 2 weeks. First, he went to kill Agatha in this world and took away the Dark Book to prevent Wanda in this world from being affected in the future and becoming the Scarlet Witch, thereby affecting his wife Wanda in 2012. Secondly, he secretly collected a lot of advanced technologies in this world. For example, Tony's nanosuit manufacturing technology, Dr. Pym's already mature magnification and reduction technology, and the most important quantum shuttle manufacturing technology. As long as the principles of these technologies are obtained and brought back to his subordinates, and the Universe AOG group in 2012, they can all be copied soon. He never underestimated the power of technology. At least he can't rely on his own strength to travel through different timelines now. He can also enlarge and shrink spells, but not as exaggerated as the PIM particle effect. Finally, he tried to enter the wizard and ninja world in the world of 2023, but it didn't have any effect. So no matter which timeline or parallel universe, it doesn't affect his entry into the small world. Just like that, 2 weeks later, on the brand new quantum shuttle at the Avengers base, Li Chuan and Captain America Steve, who was holding Thor's hammer and the box of infinite gems, waved to the Avengers and said their final goodbyes. "See you in 5 seconds, old popsicle." Tony held his daughter, waved to Steve, and then pressed the start button of the quantum machine. A flash of light passed, and Li Chuan and Steve disappeared on the quantum shuttle. In the small farm in New York in 2012, Li Chuan and Steve appeared instantly. In this timeline world, they were actually gone for only 5 seconds. Please give the time stone to Master Ancient One. I will go to 2014 and 1970 to return the remaining Soul Stone, Power Stone, and Space Stone. After opening the box and handing the time stone to Li Chuan, Steve twisted the time starter on his quantum suit, smiled and waved, and disappeared in his timeline. "Goodbye, Mr. Li Chuan. I'm afraid we won't see each other again." Li Chuan held the time stone and murmured as he looked at the disappearing Steve. Because he knew that the Captain America in 2023 finally chose to complete the dance, and he was old when he returned to the main world line. Then go and return the time stone first. With a flash of his figure, he had already brought to the door of the New York sanctuary. Pushing the door open, Gui seemed to know that he would come and had been waiting there for a long time. It seems that their plan was successful. "Master Gui, I really can't hide anything from you." Li Chuan smiled and nodded, then took out the time stone and handed it back to Gui. Chapter 430. Ancient One cast a spell to open the Eye of Agamotto and put the time stone into it. Since you are the one helping, it will be hard for you to fail. By the way, do you want to stay for tea? I recently invented a new way to make black tea, and it tastes great. Looking at Ancient One's gentle smile, Li Chuan shook his head. "Next time, I'm tired from this trip. I want to go back and have a good rest." He was not really tired, but he didn't want to spend too much time with mysterious people like Ancient One and Odin to prevent some of his secrets from being discovered. To be honest, even with his current strength, he still couldn't see through the Ancient One. As the guardian of the Time Stone, he estimated that the Ancient One had already known the principles of different worlds and different timelines, and the existence of the multiverse before Banner came. After all, she could easily take Doctor Strange on a tour of the multiverse. And Odin also knew about Ragnarok a long time ago. Even the Queen of Gods Frigga quickly guessed the origin of Fat Thor, when she saw him traveling from 2023. Maybe these people are not as simple as he imagined before. In mythology, many powerful gods have the saying of true self-unity, that is, no matter the past, present and future, or the self in different worlds, they can be unified into one self after being strong enough. Just like you travel through time to the time when Buddha was weak and want to kill him, it is impossible, because Buddha has already been true self-unity, and when you want to kill him, he will immediately transform into his strongest self. Odin and Ancient One may be in different universes and different timelines, and they are probably the strength of the Father, but in fact they may have already understood their true self. They have already been united in all time and universe. Odin from different universes will go to Valhalla when he dies, and Ancient One from different universes will follow eternity when he dies. So maybe Odin and Ancient One under normal circumstances are at the level of father-in-law, but Odin in Valhalla and Ancient One beside eternity may be more than father-in-law. Of course, these are just some of his guesses. According to his current overall strength, he should actually be considered father-in-law, and the fact that he can easily defeat Thanos without gloves is a proof of this. That's why he had those feelings vaguely. But he didn't worry about anything, because he had a good relationship with Ancient One and Odin, and he didn't plan to destroy the world. As long as they didn't stay in contact for a long time, there would be no problem. However, just as he left the sanctuary and returned home, intending to be intimate with his wife Wanda, a light gate suddenly appeared in his bedroom. Then several humans wearing special uniforms, and holding weapons, like electric batons walked out of the light gate. The leader was an extremely strong black woman. I say, don't you know that it is extremely impolite to break into someone else's bedroom without permission like this? Li Chuan raised his hand, and pulled the quilt up to cover himself and Wanda's body, and said unhappily. He was a little surprised by the appearance of these people in front of him, but not particularly surprised. The strong black female captain raised the metal stick in her hand, and replied expressionlessly, Li Chuan, I arrest you for violating the sacred timeline. Please get out of bed, put on your clothes and follow us. It seems to be the Time Management Bureau. Hearing the black woman's words, Li Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Since he confirmed that the timeline he was in was the branch timeline opened by Tony and his friends, who traveled through time to collect the Infinity Stones. He knew that it would not be long before the people from the Time Management Bureau would come to him after he returned from the sacred timeline. Because he was in a similar situation to Loki in 2012 in the original plot, there was no problem with this newly opened timeline in 2012, because he was the timeline that would inevitably be opened according to the script of the legacy. But the appearance of Li Chuan and the disturbance of this timeline are the biggest problems. So the legacy will not sit idly by. As long as he is cut out of this timeline, everything related to him will automatically return to the original state. Unlike Loki, the Loki in 2012 is the successor prepared by the legacy, but Li Chuan is not. However, he has already thought of ways to deal with the so-called Time Management Bureau and the legacy, and he is not panicked. Is the legacy powerful? If you say he is powerful, he is powerful. But if you say he is not powerful, he is not powerful either. Because in essence, he is just an ordinary person in the future world, who can be killed with a knife. He is powerful because he has mastered the high-tech means of the future, the upgraded version of the quantum shuttle, the secret of time in the multiverse, and can control the alien beast Illos that can devour time and space. If you don't know his secrets, he can easily play with you with his technology and knowledge. But if you know his secret, then it may not be easy to kill him, but it is easy to resist his methods, just like now. I advise you to leave my room immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Hearing that the visitor wanted to arrest Li Chuan, Wanda was already angry before Li Chuan answered. She waved her hand, and dozens of vibranium flying knives appeared at the brows of several time guards. As long as she wanted, these time guards would die on the spot in the next second. But these time guards were obviously prepared for this. The black female captain lightly pressed the metal stick in her hand, and a strange force field immediately emanated from the stick, covering the entire room. Under this stance, Li Chuan and Wanda seemed to be still motionless, while the time guards wearing special uniforms were not affected at all. The small-scale time manipulator can adjust the speed of time flow within a certain range around it. It is specially used to deal with more difficult time aliens. It is the standard weapon of the time guards. Given the strength of Li Chuan and Wanda, the black female captain has slowed down the flow rate of the time controller to the minimum, almost close to the state of time stopping. Take him away, and then reset the time here. The black female captain put a time collar on Li Chuan's neck, and then instructed several time guards behind her. 2 time guards immediately came out from behind, pressed Li Chuan, whose time flow rate was prohibited, and followed the black female captain back to the light gate first. The remaining 3 time guards, after placing the time resetter and turning on the switch, followed back to the light gate. The light gate disappeared, the time flow rate in the bedroom returned to normal, and the time resetter also began to officially start. However, at this moment, 3 flying knives suddenly appeared out of thin air, instantly destroying the 3 time resetters that were being started, and 2 figures also came from the living room to the bedroom. Chapter 431. These 2 people are none other than Li Chuan and Wanda. As for Wanda on the bed, she disappeared into a shadow at this moment. It turned out that Li Chuan discovered the abnormality as soon as the light gate appeared. When the time guards just walked out of the light gate, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to cast an illusion, and then left a shadow clone and teleported Wanda to the living room first. So Wanda on the bed in the bedroom was an illusion, and Li Chuan, who was taken away by the time guards, was just a shadow clone of him. The high-tech weapons used by the Time Guardians, developed by the Legacy, are indeed powerful because they can control time. As long as they are not someone who is proficient in the laws of time, like the Ancient One, even Thanos will be captured instantly if he does not know the intelligence. Unfortunately, Li Chuan not only has a certain research on the laws of time, but also knows the weapons of the Time Guardians very well, so it is naturally impossible to be captured. Dear, who are they? Wanda asked curiously as she looked at the 3 time resetters that were smashed. Li Chuan didn't hide it. They are all from the Time Management Bureau. The Time Management Bureau is. Then, he told Wanda about the Time Management Bureau and the Legacy, including the situation of Tony and others coming here to borrow the Mind Stone in 2023. The person who created the Time Management Bureau called himself the Legacy, that is, Kong. He was originally a person in the future 31st century. Because he invented a more advanced time machine, he began to travel through various timelines, resulting in countless timelines, and also caused many timelines to mutate and move towards different futures. Different Kangs appeared in these different future timelines, some of which had the ambition to conquer the multiverse, thus starting the multiverse war. In the end, the remaining people relied on the alien beast Illos that could devour time and space to defeat all Kangs, isolate the sacred timeline, that is, the timeline he was in, and eliminate all other time differences. In order to ensure that the sacred timeline can continue to operate normally, he created the Time Administration TVA, captured some people from various timelines, modified their memories, and created a scam of the Time Guardian. Then he stayed in the castle of the Void day after day, guarding the sacred timeline. That's very dangerous. They will find that the time here has not been restored when they go back, and they will come to catch you. Otherwise, we should take the initiative to find the Void and kill the people left behind. After figuring out the whole story, Wanda's chaotic power surged, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. She didn't care what would happen to the sacred timeline or the multiverse after the death of the people left behind. Anyway, as long as anyone dared to harm Li Chuan, she would kill the other party without hesitation. Nothing is more important to her than Li Chuan. That's not necessary, don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. They won't come back to me again. Li Chuan smiled and touched Wanda's head to comfort her. It's impossible to kill the Legacy, at least with his current strength. Even with Wanda, it would be difficult for the two to do it together. Without mastering the law of time, the Legacy can avoid all attacks from him, and Wanda with just the time controller in his hand. So killing the survivors is the worst option. Besides, they don't need to kill them, as the survivors have already written their own death scripts. He has been too tired to protect the sacred timeline these years, and has already selected a male and female Loki to inherit his position, or kill him and restart the war in the multiverse. Maybe while sending people to catch him, they have also sent people to catch Loki. It's terrible. I didn't expect that I would like a robot in 2023. Feeling Li Chuan's confidence, Wanda no longer bothered about the Time Management Bureau. She just remembered what Li Chuan said about 2023 and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, the headquarters of the Time Administration Bureau is located in the zero time zone in the time gap. The moment he crossed the light gate, the time flow rate of the shadow clone Li Chuan also returned to normal, and a hall with a very retro style appeared in front of him. At the front desk of the hall, a staff member of the Administration Bureau was chatting with 2 time guards. You have been put on a time collar around your neck. Don't think about resisting or running away, otherwise you will only get a beating from me. The black female captain warned while holding the time annihilation stick. To her surprise, Li Chuan actually smiled and nodded, with no intention of escaping. Generally, powerful time criminals like this will not be so honest after the time control is released. They need to be taught a lesson and face the reality before they will obey. But this is of course the best. Come with me. The black female captain led Li Chuan through the hall, and stopped in front of a door similar to an elevator. Just as she was about to pull down the door switch, a light door appeared in the hall again, and then several time guards came in, with a handsome young man in a suit. Do you know who I am? I am the future king of Asgard. I am a god. If you dare to treat gods like this, I will punish you severely when I get my power back. Li Chuan turned his head and looked at the voice, and immediately recognized the young man. Long time no see, Loki. Li Chuan, how is it possible that you are also caught here? Loki looked at Li Chuan, who was also wearing a time collar in front of him, and his face suddenly showed a surprised look. The reason why he left Thor during this period was because he felt that it was impossible to release the sealed power if he followed Thor, and he was really unhappy watching Thor and Jian show their affection every day. After some searching, he found another possible way to break Odin's seal, which was to find Hela, the goddess of death, who was sealed in Norway and was said to be as powerful as Odin. Just as he finally found the specific location of Hela's seal in Norway and wanted to use the magic knowledge he learned from the Queen of Gods to loosen the seal and release Hela, he was tied up by these guys, who suddenly appeared. Well, I guess so. Li Chuan shrugged. Seeing this, Loki suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to have this day, you really deserve it. If Li Chuan hadn't intervened, he might have sat on the throne of Asgard, and wouldn't have been exiled to Earth with his divine power sealed. So how could he not be happy when he saw the powerful Li Chuan being captured? But then, he couldn't be happy anymore, because a time guard behind him kicked him in the ass. No chatting. Obviously, his situation was not much better than Li Chuan's, as they were both wanderers in the world. Chapter 432. It's time for you to enter. The black female captain pulled down the handle in front of the elevator door, and the elevator slowly opened. Just when Li Chuan was about to step in, a time guard in uniform quickly walked in front of the black female captain. Captain, the machine shows that the time branch in 2012 has not been repaired, and the time reset device left there has also been destroyed. This is impossible. The black female captain frowned immediately after hearing this. Then he quickly took out an instrument and scanned Li Chuan. His face suddenly changed. This is not the mission target. The mission target is still in the original timeline. Have you been discovered? It seems that we have to force our way in. Li Chuan smiled helplessly, then stretched out his hand to his neck, and the time collar immediately opened and fell into his hand. The black female captain saw this, and immediately showed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. This is impossible. No magic power can be used here. Nothing is impossible in this world. It's just that you haven't seen enough. Li Chuan threw the broken time collar to the ground. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible to use magic power in the Time Management Bureau. But Li Chuan is an exception. Because in the Marvel world, all special powers basically have corresponding sources, which means that the power they possess does not come from themselves. The magic power of wizards, like Doctor Strange, comes from Vishanti, and the demons of various dimensions, and the magic of gods like Loki comes from the world tree of the 9 realms. Therefore, in this time gap that can isolate external energy, their power will be directly invalid because they cannot receive the source of power. Even if Wanda comes here, it is the same. Wanda's chaotic power comes from Scython, and she will become an ordinary person here. Even the Infinity Stones will become ordinary stones here, because the Infinity Stones are actually the power carriers of the 6 fundamental laws of the universe. They are just carriers. Once they leave the universe they are in, they will naturally lose their power. The Time Administration has many Infinity Stones that have lost their power, and they are usually used to support table legs. However, there is one exception, that is, the power of technology and the ability that comes from oneself are not affected in any way in the time gap. The power of technology is to use various laws to release different abilities with the help of equipment. As long as the equipment is there, it can continue to be used naturally. The same is true for the power that comes from oneself. The most obvious is the power of the body. The power of the normal body comes from oneself, so people like Captain America and the Hulk can still exert all their abilities even in the Time Administration. However, the Time Management Bureau is generally not afraid of this kind of people, because their weapons that control time are the most restrained against such people. You should know that the female warrior Sif of the Asgard of the God Realm, whose physical strength is not inferior to that of Captain America, was also easily captured and imprisoned by the guards of the Time Management Bureau. The reason why Li Chuan can still use the unlocking spell just now in the Time Management Bureau is that all the power of his shadow clone comes from himself, and he does not need to borrow power from anyone. The magic power in the shadow clone's body is a part of the original body. Half of the chakra is directly taken away, Half of the true essence is also released by the golden elixir, and some of the power of the microcosm is also released. Use as much as you want until all the shadow clones are used up, or the shadow clones are passively eliminated after receiving a certain degree of damage. Similarly, if Li Chuan's real body comes over, he can also use all his abilities normally in the Time Management Bureau. Just to be on the safe side, he first uses the shadow clone to explore the way. Catch him! The black female captain saw this, and immediately sounded the alarm, and then pressed the machine in her hand that could adjust the time again to stop the time around Li Chuan. However, Li Chuan, who had been prepared for this, would never let her succeed. Disarm you. A blue light hit the black female captain accurately, and the time machine in her hand was instantly ejected. The time adjustment machine is indeed a very buggy weapon, but it is a pity that the person using it is just an ordinary person, and how can the nerve reaction speed of ordinary people be comparable to Li Chuan? Even though the black female captain is much stronger than ordinary people, it is still the same. Because of the alarm issued by the black female captain, a large number of time guards began to rush to the hall from all directions. But Li Chuan didn't care. He just clasped his hands together, not giving the time guards any chance to use various high-tech weapons. He threw various ninjutsu, magic and Taoism frequently. These time guards didn't even see Li Chuan's appearance, and they were knocked to the ground. However, Li Chuan was very measured in his actions. He just stunned and injured them, making them lose their ability to move, and didn't really kill them. He didn't want to really fall out with the people left behind, and end up with both sides hurt. Ha ha, I knew these guys couldn't control you. You are worthy of being my big brother Thor's friend. I have been away from my big brother for so long, he must miss me, and I miss him a little too. If it is convenient, can you take me back with you? At this time, Loki saw that Li Chuan was so fierce that he could deal with all these mysterious time guards in a few seconds. He immediately changed his face, and came to Li Chuan in a flattering manner. He is not Thor. As the god of trickery, lying has become an instinct, and moral integrity has long been a passerby. First use Big Brother Thor to ease the embarrassment, then trick Li Chuan into taking him away from here, and when he returns, find time to continue to pry open the seal of the goddess of death Hela, then restore the power, and seek the throne again. However, Li Chuan looked at Loki with a smile on his face, but shook his head. Given your character, I think it's better for you to stay here, and see you again if there is a chance. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in the reception hall of the Time Administration. He would definitely not save Loki. On the one hand, this guy likes to make trouble too much, and on the other hand, he still needs Loki and female Loki to deal with the remaining people. In the trial hall of the Time Administration Bureau, Judge Ravna was judging a time prisoner, but Li Chuan suddenly appeared in front of her. When he was dealing with those time guards, he had already searched the entire Time Administration Bureau with his spiritual sense, and finally found the female judge who was judging the time prisoner. In the entire Time Administration Bureau, except for the 3 time guardians created by the machines of the legacy, the most powerful person is the female Judge Ravna. So if he wants to negotiate with the legacy, he must find Ravna first. Who are you? How dare you break into the trial hall? Ravna was shocked when she saw Li Chuan suddenly appear, and immediately stood up and scolded. Chapter 433. When the time guards in the trial hall saw Li Chuan appear, they reacted quickly and immediately drew out their time weapons and swarmed towards Li Chuan, trying to take him down. Petrified, Li Chuan raised his finger, and several time guards froze on the spot. You must be Judge Ravna, right? I'm Li Chuan, the time criminal you sent people to catch in 2012. I want to talk to the person behind you. Of course, it's not the 3 robots, but the one who established the Time Management Bureau hiding in the castle in the void. I don't understand what you're saying. The female judge showed a little panic on her face, but she soon calmed down. She was the only one in the entire Time Management Bureau who knew the truth, but she never resented the people left behind for taking her out of the original timeline. It was not because of the position of this judge, but because she fully recognized the ideas of the people left behind. This world needs order. Eliminate those redundant time branches, arrest those time criminals who created time branches, and wash away their memories to transform them into time guards. Although the method is a bit cruel. But only in this way can the integrity of the sacred timeline be guaranteed, and the multiverse war will not occur. She felt that there was nothing wrong with sacrificing a small number of people to save a large number of people. So even if she might be killed at any time, she had no intention of leaking the information of the people left behind. Hey, people like you are the most troublesome. I wanted to be more gentlemanly, but now it seems that I can only use force. Li Chuan saw that Ravna's eyes were firm, and knew that he probably couldn't handle it with his mouth-to-mouth skills. There is a kind of people in this world who are very scary, that is, people with firm beliefs. If such people are friends, it would be the best, but if they are enemies, it would be a headache. Just as Li Chuan raised his hand to perform the Gemini's stunt to control the female Judge Ravna, a round clock with hands and feet like a three-dimensional animation suddenly jumped out of thin air. Mr. Li Chuan, there is no need to be so excited. If you have anything to say or opinions, I can help you convey them. The three-dimensional animation-like clock man made a sweet voice and saluted very politely. The female judge also showed a surprised look on her face when she saw the round clock. Miss Minute, why are you here? Your Excellency, please take the guards out for a while. I need to talk to Mr. Li Chuan alone. Miss Minute jumped onto the female judge's desk and said politely. The female judge hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, and left the trial hall with the time guards, who were fixed by Li Chuan. Seeing this, Li Chuan not only did not stop them, but also helped those time guards to remove the whole body binding spell. When only he and the AI Miss Time were left in the trial hall, he sat down and smiled. In that case, I get straight to the point. I know very well about the existence of your time management bureau and the creator behind you, Mr. Kong, so please don't try to cause trouble for me again. Otherwise, the result will definitely not be good for everyone. I know that he can control the monster Illas that can devour time and space, and I really can't stop Illas from eating my time branch. But sorry, I have already obtained the manufacturing technology of the quantum shuttle from Tony in 2023. If he does that, then I will have to kill everyone in your time management bureau. You should know that I have that ability now. Then I will use the quantum shuttle to continuously open new time branches. At that time, it will depend on whether he eliminates them faster or I open them faster. But I also believe that he is a very wise person and understands that there is no need for everyone to lose in this way. After hearing what Li Chuan said, Miss Time paused for a while, as if receiving some information, and then replied, he said he can agree to your conditions, no longer deal with your branch, and will not send anyone to deal with you. However, he also has a condition, that is, you can no longer leave your timeline, and you can no longer use the quantum shuttle to return to the sacred time and interfere with the development of the sacred timeline. Deal. Faced with the conditions proposed by the remaining people, Li Chuan rolled his eyes, and agreed without thinking for long. Anyway, he knew that when Doctor Strange and the Holy Timeline opened the multiverse for Spider-Man, Kong would be stabbed to death by the female Loki, and the agreement would naturally be cancelled. However, because he had been to the Holy Timeline and changed some things, it was hard to say whether the multiverse would be opened again. But it didn't matter. As long as his strength kept improving, he would be able to ignore the people left behind and his alien beast Illas one day. He would master the laws of time and space sooner or later. And now, he has a Tsukuyomi world that is no different from the real world, so he is not completely without a way out. No matter where you are, strength is the most important. The person left behind is the strongest, so he can defeat all other kings and finally define his timeline as the sacred timeline, thereby erasing all other timelines and making everything run according to his script. If he loses and another Kong wins in the end, then the victorious Kong will also define his own timeline as the sacred timeline and erase other timelines. So fundamentally, it is the law of the jungle, and there is no saying that one is greater than another, or one is kinder than another. Kong, the conqueror who was exiled to the quantum realm, also wanted to destroy all other timelines except his own, and there is no difference between him and the people left behind. It is precisely because he failed that he became a bad guy. Similarly, if Li Chuan is strong enough in the future, he can also set the timeline of 2012 as the sacred timeline, and all other timelines are branch timelines. As long as the entire Marvel Universe does not collapse, the multi-level bosses above will not interfere. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li Chuan. Please wait a moment. I will notify the time guard to send you back to your timeline. Miss Minute heard that Li Chuan did not object, and she also politely began to contact the time guard. However, Li Chuan smiled and said, "No, I can go back by myself." After saying that, he made a seal with his hands and his body. Bang! With a sound, he turned into smoke and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Kong, the survivor squatting on the chair in the office of the castle in the void land under the sacred timeline, saw Li Chuan's body disappear through Miss Minute, and couldn't help but touch his chin. What is the origin of this guy? He is an ordinary person in other timelines and multiverses, but he has become so powerful in this branch of timeline. Chapter 434. After experiencing the multiverse chaos and clearing countless time branches, the remaining people can see the future of everyone in the sacred timeline. He is sure that Li Chuan is an ordinary guy. However, Li Chuan, who was branched out in 2012, did not know what kind of power he had obtained. He was not affected by the time cracks, and knew about the existence of the time administration in him. To be honest, he was a little suspicious whether this Li Chuan in the branch world was the product of a multiverse-level dimensional demon god. Only those terrible dimensional demons can change the fate of a predetermined person so easily. Could it be Zithorn? Given the relationship between Li Chuan and Wanda, he guessed that it was most likely related to the demon Zithorn. Considering that even if it was not Zithorn, the strength shown by Li Chuan was enough to affect his subsequent plans. So he agreed to Li Chuan's conditions so simply. What a troublesome guy. Iron Man is not dead, Black Widow and Vision have been resurrected, and now we have to find a way to readjust the sacred timeline, otherwise there will be more branches. Forget it. A new multiverse war is coming soon. Let's wait until I come back victorious and then adjust. The person left behind jumped off the chair, thought for a moment, and then flipped through the virtual images projected in front of him, focusing on Loki, who was imprisoned by the Time Guardian again, and the female Loki who was escaping. The opening of the multiverse is a matter of time, and this little thing is not a big deal. It is better to arrange the script for myself first, so that I can come back again in the next multiverse con war. On the other side, when the Shadow Clone was released, Li Chuan's original body also received all the memories and experiences of the Shadow Clone. It seems that the result is not bad. After staying in the main world for about a month, Li Chuan confirmed that the person left behind did not violate the agreement and sorted out everything he had. In his bedroom at home, he once again opened the new world on the panel. Because he did not know the new world, the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, he could not judge what level of world it was, and whether it would be dangerous if he entered it with his strength. So during this period of time after completing the main mission, he was mainly making some preparations before entering. For example, he consolidated his understanding of the seventh sense, understood the effect of his new ability, Moonlight Reading Real World, prepared various high-tech and powerful lethal weapons, and various materials, etc. There was also work to be done in advance with the Wizard Empire and the Ninja Empire. This time he would not show up for a year, and if he did not use some eye drops in advance, there might be some minor problems. Enter! Clicking the button to enter the new world on the panel, Li Chuan's eyes darkened. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a ruin covered by flames. At the same time, two special forces suddenly surged into his body. One transformed his skin, and the other merged into his soul, not only instantly increasing his soul strength by 1/5, but also giving him some unknown characteristics. Is this the blood of Brighton and the blood of the Dragonborn? Feeling the changes in his body and soul, Li Chuan suddenly remembered the reward for his advanced completion of the main task. His main quest reached advanced completion, and he was given 2 rewards. 1. Specific Brighton Bloodline. Brighton Bloodline has the talent to reduce 1/4 of magic damage, and can use the innate Dragon Skin ability once a day. The Dragon Skin ability can absorb 50% of magic damage, and convert it into its own magic power within 1 minute. 2. It is given Dragon Bloodline, and can quickly learn various dragon roars by absorbing dragon souls. The first energy to transform the skin is naturally Brighton Bloodline, and he already instinctively knows how to activate the Dragon Skin skill. The second force that improves the soul must be the Dragon Bloodline that can learn the dragon roar. However, he really didn't expect that the Dragon Bloodline actually improved his soul strength. You should know that the most important thing for a person is the soul, followed by the body, and the spirit is an extension based on the soul. If the soul is destroyed, it means that the dead cannot die again. In the mythological world, there is no reincarnation. For ordinary practitioners, only when the realm is improved can the soul strength be improved. Therefore, if one can improve the strength of the soul at the very beginning, then this so-called Dragon Bloodline is definitely extraordinary. Even if it only improves the strength of the soul, this Dragon Bloodline is worth it. Even if there is no dragon roar later. After his body and soul adapted, a strange memory also flooded into his mind. Just like entering all other small worlds, the memory that now flooded into his mind was the memory of an aboriginal whose identity he replaced in this world. This native is called Rocker, from the town of Rolik in Skyrim, and a member of the Breton race. Through Rocker's memory, he roughly understood that the world of the Elder Scrolls is a world of high magic and high martial arts similar to the Middle Ages. There are not only powerful warriors and wizards here, but also magical creatures such as vampires, werewolves, trolls, giants, and various powerful holy spirits and demons. Moreover, the intelligent creatures that normally live in this world are not just humans, but also many other races. According to the racial classification here, It is generally divided into 3 categories. The first is the human system, which is divided into Nords, Imperials, Bretons, and Red Guards. The second is the elf system, which is divided into High Elves, Wood Elves, Dark Elves, Orcs, Snow Elves, Varmer, and Dwemer Dwarves. The third category of beasts is divided into Aragonese, Argonians, and Kajites, Tiger people or Cat people. The continent they are on is called Tamriel. It is said that there are many continents outside Tamriel, but whether it is true or not, Rocker, an ordinary person, is not sure. He only knew that there were 9 provinces in Tamriel, and the province he was in was Skyrim. As for how the native Rocker died, that's a long story. The entire Tamriel continent had been in a state of war before, with the Empire, which was mainly human, and the ancestral divine state, which was mainly High Elf, fighting each other. In the end, although the Empire won a short victory, it was unable to fight again, and had to cease fire with the ancestral divine state, and then signed an unequal agreement, the Platinum Agreement. The main content of the Platinum Accord is requiring the Empire to abolish and prohibit the belief in Talos and accept the supervision of the Thalmor. Formally disband the Blade Order, the guard and spy organization affiliated with the Emperor. Cede most of the southern territory of Hammerfall to the Aldmeri. The province of Hammerfall was unwilling to accept the humiliating Platinum Accord, declared independence from the Empire, continued to fight with the Aldmeri, and finally successfully repelled the troops of the Aldmeri invading the province of Hammerfall. On the Empire side, because of the abolition of the belief in Talos, most of the Nords became dissatisfied with the Empire. Because in the Nordic culture, Talos is considered a Nordic hero, a rare great being who became a god as a human being, and a symbol of spirit. Therefore, the belief in Talos is very popular in Skyrim, the home of the Nords. Among them, Ulfric Stormcloak, the Lord of the Eastland, that is, the Lord of Windhelm in Skyrim, is a typical representative figure. In the early 4th era 201, the Emperor Titus made II supported the young Lord Torygg of Solitude as the new High King of Skyrim to rule the entire Skyrim province. Ulfric Stormcloak refused to accept the defeat and had a Nord duel with Torygg, who was also a Nord in Solitude. In the end, Torygg was killed on the spot with a dragon roar. Some of the city lords in Skyrim supported Ulfric to become the new High King and break away from the Empire. Others supported Torygg's wife, the Lonely King, to take over as the High Queen and continue to follow the Empire. A small number of them remained neutral. Thus, the civil war between the Empire and the Stormcloaks in Skyrim broke out. Locker originally wanted to steal a horse and leave Skyrim to make a living in the independent province of Hammerfell, but he was unlucky enough to encounter the ambush of Ulfric by the Imperial General Tullius. He was also captured as a Stormcloak rebel. After that, he followed General Tullius to Solitude for trial with Ulfric, his men, and a Catman, who was equally unlucky as him because he was mistaken for a Stormcloak rebel because he crossed the border. However, the general was afraid of the long night and did not go to Solitude according to the law, but went to the nearest Imperial fortress, Holy Land Town, to privately chop off Ulfric first, and then take Ulfric's head to Solitude for trial. So Locker, who was considered a rebel soldier, was doomed to die. In order to avoid being beheaded, he ran as fast as he could when he got off the bus in Holy Land Town, trying to escape the disaster. As a result, he was shot through the heart by an Imperial soldier and fell to the ground. And then his identity and memory were inherited by Lichuan. But why did the Holy Land Town fortress become like this? Did Ulfric's men come to save him? Lichuan turned his head and looked around, and found that there were charred bodies everywhere, some from the Imperial army and some from the Stormcloaks. It didn't look like they were caused by fighting each other, but rather it seemed that a third party intervened. Forget it, who cares? It doesn't matter to me anyway. Let's leave here and explore this new world. Using transformation magic, he transformed his tattered clothes into the common leather light armor in this world, and picked up an ordinary steel sword and put it on his waist. Lichuan disguised himself as an ordinary adventurer, and came to the north gate of the Holy Land Town. Whiterun should be in this direction. According to Locke's memory, he determined the direction, and set foot on the road to Whiterun. Whiterun is located in the economic center of Skyrim. It is located in the central part of Skyrim, and is an important transportation hub with developed commerce. At the same time, the city has developed agriculture and dense farmland outside the city. It is known as the Granary of Skyrim. When you first arrive in this world, you can go there to inquire about the situation. Although he has the memory of the native rocker, this guy's head is full of stealing and sneaking. Apart from knowing a few words and some basic common sense, he knows nothing else. The scenery of this world is pretty good. Walking on the path, observing the beautiful scenery around him, Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers floating in the air, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh secretly. He didn't ride the cloud or the sword directly, but adopted the most simple way of transportation, that is, walking. Not only because he wanted to appreciate the scenery of this world, but also out of caution. This is a magical world that he doesn't know at all, and there are real gods. If he is so ostentatious at the beginning, it would be bad if he is spotted by the strong and gods of this world. He thought he was strong and had many tricks, but how could he be sure that he could defeat the strong men and gods in this world without really fighting? So it was better to hide for a while at the beginning, to really get in touch with the situation of this world, and then decide how to develop and continue to improve his strength. Anyway, the first time he entered, he was rewarded with a year of small world time, and he also saved a lot of small world time by doing side quests. He walked and looked at the scenery for about half a day, and a 1,000-meter-high mountain appeared vaguely in front of him. The mountain was nothing. When he left the Holy Land town, there was actually a mountain next to him, with an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. There were many mountains nearby. What attracted him was that there was a magnificent building that seemed to be built entirely of stone halfway up the mountain. But just as he was attracted by the building, a sharp arrow suddenly shot towards him from the hillside on the left. It seems that I am unlucky and have encountered robbers. He reached out and easily grabbed the sharp arrow, turned his head, and looked at the 5 people ambushing on the hillside, and his eyebrows raised. Although this magical world has beautiful scenery, it is very dangerous. Most people who go out, especially to distant towns, will hire carriages or mercenaries, adventurers for protection. Otherwise, it is estimated that 80% of them will die on the road. Because there are not only all kinds of ferocious beasts, undead, vampires, werewolves, etc. in the wild, but also a large number of robbers. They guard the roads that must be passed between major towns, ready to kill and rob at any time. Smaller robber groups may have only 3 or 5 people, while larger ones can even develop into hundreds of people. The key is that many races in this world are born with good magic talents and specific racial abilities. As long as they are determined and trained a little, they can show good strength. Just like his bred and bloodline can improve magic resistance and absorb magic power, some races can naturally launch fire to protect themselves and improve self-healing ability. And recently, because of the civil war between the Empire and the Stormcloak, you may encounter a large number of troops from both sides fighting on the road. Then, like this native rocker, he was captured and beheaded as someone from the other side, or he was killed on the spot and his head was cut off to get the credit. However, Li Chuan was not talking about his bad luck, but the bad luck of those thieves. They could have robbed anyone, but they had to rob him. Then I send you to hell. In this world, robbers like this are punishable by everyone. You don't have to worry about any crime after killing them, and you can also make a small profit from them. Swish. Li Chuan threw the arrow casually, and the sharp arrow immediately reflected back at a speed 10 times faster than before, piercing the opponent before he could shoot the second arrow. His 4 companions saw that Li Chuan was so ferocious, knowing that they had met a master, and turned around and ran without saying a word. However, one of the robbers in a black robe fired a fist-sized fireball at Li Chuan before leaving, trying to stop Li Chuan in advance. Chapter 435. Yes, there is another mage. Waving his hand to knock away the fireball, Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he was in front of the thieves who were trying to escape. Swish, swish, swish. The sword flashed continuously, and the leather armor and robes of the remaining 3 men and 1 woman burst into pieces and scattered on the ground. I advise you not to move again, otherwise the next time it will not be your clothes that will be broken, but your bodies. No, I dare not. Seeing that the distance was so far, the other party actually caught up with them in an instant, and cut all the leather armor and robes on their bodies into pieces without them reacting. How could they not know that this must be a high-level warrior that they could not match at all? Facing such an existence, if they don't want to die, they can only obey honestly. Where is your camp? Are there other people besides you? We are just a small team, with only 5 people, no one else, and the camp is over there. The leader of the 5, a middle-aged man with a full beard, picked up a piece of armor fragment to cover his vitals, and pointed to the forest on the right with a trembling voice. He felt like he had seen a ghost today. He had seen a legendary extinct dragon flying over the camp before, which scared them half to death. In the afternoon, he led his men to ambush on the roadside. He finally waited for an adventurer who looked ordinary and had no strength, but was a high-level warrior who was so powerful that he could kill all 5 of them in an instant. At present, he only hoped that this scary guy would let them go for their obedience. If you lead the way well and don't play tricks, I can consider sparing your lives in the end. As if he had seen through the bearded man's thoughts at this moment, Li Chuan said in a light tone. He did see through the bandit leader in front of him, because just when he looked into the eyes of the black-robed wizard, he had already activated the mind reading and read his thoughts. He did not kill these bandits, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to get a better understanding of the world through these bandits. Among these 5 bandits, there are Nord warriors, dark elf wizards, and wood elf archers. They must know much more than an ordinary person like Locke. It was getting late, so we could spend the night in the bandits' camp. While Li Chuan was talking to the 4 bandits, the wood elf that had been shot in the stomach by Li Chuan gritted his teeth and pulled out the iron arrow, then drank a bottle of red medicine. After drinking the red medicine, the wood elf's abdomen actually stopped bleeding and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect is so good. Li Chuan, who had been paying attention to the wood elf, saw this and showed a look of surprise on his face. He knew that there were many herbs with special magic in this world, and through the preparation of pharmacists, they could be made into many different potions, but he didn't expect that these potions would be so effective. The red potion that the wood elf took out just now was obviously the lowest level healing potion, but after taking it, it could heal the wound visibly. Even modern advanced technology could never achieve this level. However, this also made Li Chuan secretly look forward to it. If this world really had nothing to offer, then there would be no point in him coming here. Restored. Li Chuan stretched out his hand and cast a repair spell on the broken leather armor and robes on the ground, and soon the clothes were restored to their original state. Take me to your camp. The robbers looked at the intact clothes on the ground with some surprise. It was the first time they had seen this type of magic. However, considering that their lives might be in danger at the moment, they did not care too much. They quickly put on their clothes and took Li Chuan to the open space in the middle of the forest, where they built a temporary camp. At night, a bonfire was burning in the middle of several simple tents made of animal fur. Above the bonfire, half of a gray wolf was roasted to a scorch. Li Chuan sat next to the bonfire, watching the 5 bandits eating voraciously opposite him, and began to sort out some new information he had just obtained from the 5 bandits. These 5 bandits were not very knowledgeable people, but before they became bandits, they had worked as mercenaries for a period of time and traveled around the Sky Province twice. So in terms of common sense, he is much better than Locker. At least Locker didn't know that there are 9 cities in Skyrim, didn't know the ratings of warriors and mages in Skyrim, and didn't know that there is a wizard academy in Winterhold where you can learn magic. Because the area where Locker lived for the first half of his life was in and around the town of Lorik, and he didn't go to many places at all. Go to Riverwood first, then to Whiterun, and then go to Winterhold from Whiterun. After finishing the arrangement, Li Chuan roughly planned the route for the next move. The nearest town to here is Riverwood Town, which happens to be passed by on the way to Whiterun City. So he planned to go to Riverwood Town first. Maybe he could buy some magic books from the shops in the town. Magic is not a power that is highly valued in this world. At least most warriors have a higher status than mages. Of course, it is not absolute. Those truly powerful mages are still very popular with the lords, and basically every lord will specially hire some powerful mages to be court mages. So apart from some advanced and powerful magic, some basic magic can actually be learned by finding the corresponding magic books in those shops. Just like the black-robed wizard among the 5 bandits, he saved money to buy a destruction magic book about fire arrows from the store, and became a lowest-level combat wizard through self-study. According to the black-robed wizard, there are 5 major categories of mainstream spells in this world: destruction, restoration, transformation, illusion, and summoning. The most common one is the destruction system, commonly known as the battle mage, who can use fire, ice, and lightning to kill the enemy. As for the specific differences, their differences, principles, and these advanced magic knowledge are not something that black-robe mages can know. You have to find a real senior mage to learn, or go to Winterhold College. This is why Li Chuan placed the 3rd stop at Winterhold College. Nothing knows the essence of the world better than a mage who likes to study. Going to Winterhold College can not only understand the magic of this world, but also truly understand this world in more detail. Because it is said that Winterhold College has the largest library in Skyrim Province, which records many secrets of this world. Chapter 436. Fainted. After the 5 people had eaten their fill, Li Chuan raised his hand and cast a stunning lightning chain, knocking them all down. Then he activated the Tsukuyomi in his right eye and sucked all 5 robbers into the Tsukuyomi world. Although he promised the 5 people that he would not kill them, he did not mean to let them continue to rob passers-by here. It just so happened that during the inquiry, he learned that this small group of 5 people had robbed a passing noble near the Whiterun city a few months ago, and had been wanted by the whole city. Sending these people there can earn a bounty. The bounty is secondary. The main thing is to earn some reputation, which will facilitate his actions in Whiterun. A treasure map and an enchanted wizard robe. After searching the tents and hidden boxes of the 5 people, in addition to dozens of septim gold coins and some useless sundries, he also got a treasure map and an enchanted black wizard robe. The coins in all cities in this world can be used interchangeably, and there is only one kind, that is, septim gold coins. There are no silver or copper coins. Of course, a septim gold coin does not have as much purchasing power as imagined. This world is rich in gold mines. Usually, a good piece of white bread is worth 7 septim gold coins, and a bottle of ordinary meat is about 10 septim gold coins. So to have a good meal in a big city, you need to prepare at least 20 septim gold coins. However, the prices in each city are different. In such a medieval-like era, food and drinks are generally more valuable, and human life is not valuable. The incomplete treasure map was found by the 5 robbers from the corpse of the noble, who caused them to be wanted when they were robbing near Whiterun. The location shown on the treasure map is near Riverwood Town, so the 5 people temporarily settled here, while continuing to rob and looking for the treasure recorded on the treasure map. It's just that the location drawn on the treasure map is not accurate, so they haven't found the treasure yet. Li Chuan is not very interested in treasures, and he came here very well prepared this time. His moon-reading world is filled with a lot of gold, gems, and other valuable items that Wanda created with magic, which are basically common in all worlds. What really concerned him was the enchanted black wizard robe in his hand. Enchanting is a very powerful skill in this world. It can add a constant magic effect to an ordinary item and turn it into a magic item. The value of any enchanted product will immediately increase several times. And the effects of enchantment are varied, and there is everything. However, there are not many powerful enchanters in this world, and most of them are low-level enchanters who have just started. Even so, they are still highly respected. Because unlike pure magicians, the things enchanted by enchanters can not only enhance the ability of magicians, but also greatly enhance the combat effectiveness and vitality of warriors. Many powerful warriors work hard to make money just to be able to buy an enchanted equipment that matches their abilities. The black wizard robe in Li Chuan's hand is also a precious enchanted equipment that the dark elf bandit saved for several years before buying. After wearing it, it can increase the magic recovery speed of 1/10 of his magic power. Give it a try. Putting the black wizard robe on himself, he immediately felt the wizard blood, and the efficiency of absorbing the outside world and converting it into magic power was 1/10 faster. It seems that I must learn the enchantment technology of this world if I have the chance. Li Chuan himself can enchant. In the world of fantastic beasts, and where to find them, he often looked for the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who was more than 600 years old, to learn how to make magic items. It's just that the directions of making magic items in these two worlds seem to be quite different. In the world of fantastic beasts, and where to find them, most of the magic items are functional. For example, there are door keys that can travel through space, flying cars, chess pieces with their own consciousness, flying brooms, and the top-level magic stone that can make immortality potions. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, the enchantment effect generally acts on the user himself. For example, it can increase the speed of magic recovery, increase the amount of magic reserves, reduce the amount of magic consumed by the same magic, increase vitality, increase physical strength, increase recovery, etc. Whether the principles between the two are the same, he needs to learn the magic of this world before he can be sure. After finishing everything, Li Chuan sat cross-legged in front of the campfire, tore off a roasted golden wolf leg from the campfire rack, sprinkled it with his own barbecue ingredients, and ate while enjoying the night view of this world. The stars in the sky are no different from those on the earth. The difference is that there is not one moon hanging in the sky, but 2. According to the common myths and legends of this world, it is the flesh of Rakhan, the god who created this world. However, myths and legends are something that different countries and races have their own versions of, so just listen to them. The next day, at dawn, Li Chuan returned to the road he had taken yesterday as planned and continued to move forward. This time, he did not encounter robbers again, but was attacked by a few wild wolves, which he easily killed. He walked leisurely like this, and around noon, he finally walked out of the dense forest area, and after a big turn, he saw 3 standing stones and a beautiful lake. It looks like we're almost there. Seeing the lake and the standing stones, Li Chuan knew that he was not far from Haimu Town, because he learned from the 5 bandits yesterday that Haimu Town was called Haimu Town because it was rich in trees, and was built next to a small river. The small river was connected to the lake in front of him. If nothing goes wrong, he can reach Haimu town by walking along this road for another half an hour. But Li Chuan did not turn forward immediately, but walked to the 3 standing stones engraved with special patterns. He sensed an incomprehensible special power on these 3 standing stones. Is this the stone blessed by the gods? Looking at the 3 standing stones, Li Chuan hesitated for a moment, and finally tried to put a hand on one of them. According to the robbers, these 3 stones not far from Haimu town are said to be magical stones blessed by the gods. As long as you put your hands on them, you can get the blessing of the gods. The one with the mage pattern is called the mage stone. People who touch it will understand faster when learning various magics. The one with the warrior pattern is called the warrior stone. People who touch it will have better results when practicing warrior-related skills. The one with the thief pattern is called the thief stone. People who touch it will be more efficient when learning the skills of thieves when stealth. Chapter 437. It really works. Li Chuan placed his hand on the mage stone, and instantly a strange force was transmitted from the stone into his body. With the blessing of this force, he clearly felt that his mind seemed to have become clearer. Especially when thinking about problems related to magic, it was more obvious. However, his powerful spirit soon discovered that this blessing for thinking was purely an additional effect of external power. This also means that once he leaves this world, returns to the main world and goes to other small worlds, the effect of this blessing will disappear. Because the source of this kind of power to enhance thinking is still in this world. Just like Wanda and Doctor Strange, their magic power comes from the external dimensional demons. If Li Chuan takes them to the small world and isolates them from those dimensional demons, then they can no longer use the power of magic and become no different from ordinary people. After thinking this through, his interest in Li Sure suddenly decreased by half. He has never paid much attention to these external powers. What he really cares about is the power that is not affected by the outside world and can enhance his fundamental strength. So after studying for a while, he left the 3 standing stones. Each person can only choose one of these standing stones. After changing to the next one, the blessing of the previous one will disappear. The thief stone and the warrior stone are almost useless to him, so he naturally won't choose them. Walking down from the stone platform, where the standing stones are located, a clear stream appeared in front of him. This stream is the branch river of the beautiful lake he just saw, and it is also the river leading to Riverwood Town. Following the stream all the way east, he soon saw a town with a very European medieval style, which reminded him of the Hogsmeade village near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The two felt somewhat similar. Stealing chickens. Someone is stealing chickens. Kill him. Let's kill him together. However, just as Li Chuan was about to walk to the entrance of the town, he heard a few roars from inside, followed by the sound of weapons colliding. Stepping into the town, in front of him was a group of villagers holding sharp weapons, and an acquaintance lying on the ground covered in blood, dead beyond death. Yes, he knew the guy who was surrounded and killed by the villagers, or more precisely, Locke knew him. It was the Catman who had sneaked across the border and was escorted to the Holy Land town together with Rocker, who was mistaken for a Stormcloak rebel. Are the people here so tough? After listening for a while, Li Chuan realized that it was a bloody incident caused by a chicken. The cause was that the Catman who had just entered the village might be a little hungry, so he secretly killed a chicken raised by a villager named Hilda with a sword, intending to take it out to roast and eat, but was discovered and surrounded by the villagers. Just because he killed a chicken, all the villagers in the town joined forces to kill him. This Catman died in a very aggrieved way. Shaking his head, Li Chuan didn't bother with his business, and walked into the town, intending to take a look around first. But maybe because of the Catman stealing chickens just now, he was still warned. Outsider, no matter where you come from, I have to warn you that private property is sacred and inviolable here. Even if it's a chicken, if you dare to steal it, then we have the right to execute you on the spot. A middle-aged man among the villagers, who was as strong as an ox and wearing blacksmith's clothes, walked up to Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded when he heard it, but he was not angry. Although he felt that stealing a chicken would not lead to being killed, he should follow the local customs. This is the local law, and there is nothing to say. The main reason is that he is not familiar with the Catman, so there is no need to help him get revenge. Seeing Li Chuan smiling, and in a very good mood, the middle-aged blacksmith was very satisfied. He also gave him some advice before leaving. Outsiders, if you want to find a place to rest, go to the Sleeping Giant Inn, which provides drinks and rooms. If you want to buy or sell something, go to the trade house. If you want weapons and armor, you can go to my blacksmith shop, although, where the prices are favorable, and they are definitely top quality stuff. Finally, he also advertised his blacksmith shop. There was no other way. There were not many people in the town, and most of them asked him for farm tools. Only this kind of outside adventurer could be a big customer. Thank you, Mr. Alvo. Li Chuan smiled and nodded, then walked around the town. Heimu town is not large, and the population is not particularly large. He walked around in just over 10 minutes. Let's change some money first, and then see if we can buy something useful. Finding the trading house in Heimu town, Li Chuan pushed the door and walked in. Well, at least one of us has to do something. No, you are not allowed to take risks. You are not allowed to catch thieves. Stop making trouble, sister. With your strength, going to the ancient tomb of Huangpu Falls is simply a way to die. At this time, a man and a woman were arguing in the store. However, when he saw Li Chuan coming in, the man immediately changed his attitude and put on a classic businessman's smile and said enthusiastically, "Sir, welcome to the store. I am the owner here, Lucan Valerius. No matter what bad rumors you have heard, it doesn't matter. The store is still open for business." "I heard that your store was robbed," Li Chuan asked casually. Just now, when he was strolling in the town, he heard the villagers chatting that a group of robbers robbed the trading company in Heimu town in the dark yesterday. Robbery? Not really. The thieves from the ancient tomb of Huangpu took advantage of my sleep and stole a piece of jewelry from the store, a golden dragon claw, and then I scared them away. To be honest, if I hadn't been watching the store, I would have killed them long ago. Lucan looked confident. The sister next to him showed a disdainful expression, obviously not thinking that her timid brother could kill those fierce bandits. "Okay, I want to sell some things. How much do you think it's worth?" Li Chuan pretended to take out 5 rubies that Wanda had helped transform from his pocket and put them on the table. Lucan's eyes lit up when he saw this. After carefully examining them, he said, "These are very good rubies, but to be honest, few people would buy them in this place. How about 300 gold coins for each one?" "Sure." Li Chuan did not bargain. He knew that 300 gold coins for a ruby was definitely a loss, but it didn't matter. In his Tsukuyami world, these rubies were already piled up into a small mountain, so he didn't care about that at all. "What do you have for sale here?" "Everything, food, drinks, weapons, accessories, etc." Lucan quickly moved aside and introduced the various things on the counter behind him to Li Chuan one by one. Chapter 438. "Can you please show me those books?" After a quick look, Li Chuan found that most of the things in the store seemed useless to him. The only thing that interested him was the dusty books piled up in the lower right corner of the counter. Books are also a good way to understand the world. Lucan was very skillful and quickly brought the books to the table. The God of Creation and the Alien Gods is priced at 10 gold coins. The price of War of Dragons is 9 gold coins. Oh, it's Electric Shock, which is a magic book. You know, magic books are expensive. For 100 gold coins, by the way, I give you a message for free. If you want to learn advanced magic, you can go to the magic school in Winterhold. And the last book is the Energetic Argonian Maid. Haha, this is a spiritual food that every man must have. 30 gold coins. You will never regret it after reading it. He glanced at his sister sitting over there, and made sure that she couldn't hear him, then he whispered, "Okay, thank you." Li Chuan took the 4 thick books in his hand, and then paid 449 gold coins. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, Lucan suddenly asked, "Sir, are you an adventurer?" "Of course." Li Chuan paused, then nodded. Locke was caught stealing horses before, so his identity was naturally unusable. So now, he disguised himself as a fledgling adventurer Chuan, and his appearance was also adjusted. "If you are interested, we can make a deal. As long as you go to the ancient tomb of Huangpu Falls to help me find the golden dragon claw, I am willing to pay you 1,000 gold coins as a reward." Since the golden dragon claw was stolen in the morning, his restless sister Camilla, who has always been an adventurer, has been clamoring to take back the golden dragon claw alone. It just so happens that there is an adventurer from outside the area who can be hired to go. If he succeeds, the 1,000 gold coins to get back the golden dragon claw will be worth it. If he failed and was killed, he would not have to pay the commission, and at the same time, his sister would know the horror of the Huangpu ancient tomb. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Huangpu ancient tomb. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. He had just arrived here, so how could he know what Huangpu ancient tomb was, and where it was? At this time, Camilla ran over, pulled him to the door, pointed to the 1,000-meter-high mountain across the river and said, "That mountain is called Hanlua Mountain, and the building halfway up the mountain is Huangpu ancient tomb, the legendary tomb of the ancient Nords. I really don't understand why those thieves settled there. Following the direction of Camilla's finger, Li Chuan found that the ancient tomb of the wild waterfall he pointed to was the magnificent building on the hillside that he had always been interested in. After thinking for a few seconds, he nodded and said, "Okay, I take this task." He was not very interested in the 1,000 gold coins, nor in the golden dragon claws, but he was a little interested in the magnificent building. Originally, he planned to take a look on the way from Riverwood Town to Whiterun City, and now taking this task was convenient. Seeing Li Chuan agreed, Lu Ken was naturally very happy. His sister Kailami also told Li Chuan about the way to the ancient tomb of Huangpu Falls and some precautions. After leaving the trade house, he first went to the Sleeping Giant Tavern next door to book a room. Unexpectedly, the room in the tavern was very cheap, only 10 gold coins. But he soon realized that the tavern mainly wanted to make money from drinks, food and services. After booking the room, he did not rest, but went directly to the ancient tomb of Huangpu Falls according to the route provided by Kailami. He climbed up the mountain along a small path from the foot of Hanluo Mountain. After killing 2 wild wolves, a brown bear and 3 poisonous snakes that attacked him, he finally saw the old sentry tower that Kailami mentioned. Several thieves who were also entrenched in the old sentry tower also saw him, and rushed towards him without saying a word. Avada lightning chain. He raised his hand, a green light shot out, and the 3 thieves fell to the ground instantly. After searching the corpse and the old sentry tower, he did not find the golden dragon claw, so he turned north and continued to climb the mountain. When he reached the middle of the mountain, the ground was covered by snow and cold wind, and the gate of the Huangpu ancient tomb appeared in front of him. If this is really an ancient tomb, the person buried must be of high status. After dealing with several thieves at the door again, he pushed open the huge stone door and walked in. So we should wait here, and let Abel run in with the golden dragon claw. If the dark elf wants to go first, let him go first. It's just right to use his life to explore the way for us. What's wrong with that? But if Abel dies, we will lose our reward. Since he wants to use the golden dragon claw to enter the ancient tomb, there must be something more valuable than the reward inside. You stupid woman, don't ask so many questions, just listen to me. As soon as he entered the ancient tomb, a conversation entered Li Chuan's ears. He looked up and saw 2 strong Nord robbers, a man and a woman, arguing in front of the bonfire in the passage opposite the entrance hall of the ancient tomb with their backs to him. But soon the 2 were attracted by the sound of Li Chuan opening the stone door, and rushed over with weapons. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and appeared directly in front of the 2 thieves. He then used the Phantom Demon King Fist to temporarily control their will. Tell me, why did you steal the golden dragon claw? From the conversation between the 2 just now, it can be seen that the purpose of this group of thieves stealing the golden dragon claw seems to be not that simple. After being controlled by Li Chuan, the male robber replied respectfully, "It was Abel who found us and hired us to steal the golden dragon claw in Riverwood Town with a large sum of money." It turned out that this group of robbers had been entrenched in the old sentry tower before, specializing in robbing travelers on the road from Riverwood Town to Whiterun City. A few days ago, a dark elf named Abel suddenly found them, and offered them 6,000 gold coins to steal the golden dragon claw from the Riverwood Town trade house. That's why the theft happened last night. But after Abel got the golden dragon claw, he didn't pay and leave immediately. Instead, he asked them to help guard the gate of the Huangpu ancient tomb on the old sentry tower, and walked in himself. The Huangpu ancient tomb hides many deadly mechanisms, and the legendary terrifying corpse ghosts. Even the thieves entrenched in the old sentry tower have never dared to enter. Even before they settled here, countless high-level adventurers entered the ancient tomb and died inside without coming out. So the smart male robber guessed that Abel must use the golden dragon claw to get the treasure of the ancient Nords inside the ancient tomb, and they could just sit back and reap the benefits. Corpse ghost? The treasure of the ancient Nords? Hearing this, Li Chuan was more interested than before. After killing 2 thieves, he continued to walk deeper into the ancient tomb. Chapter 439. Statues, spider webs, shrouds, burial urns, broken human bones, all kinds of miscellaneous things appeared in front of Li Chuan in the dim tomb passage. If ordinary people walked in this passage, they would be scared to death by the atmosphere alone. No wonder this ancient tomb has existed for so many years, but not many people dare to come here. Am I also considered a tomb robber? I just don't know if there are any Zongzi. After walking around for a long time, he finally walked out of the corridor, and came to a bright hall illuminated by torches, and saw a thief again. But before he could go up to say hello, he saw that the thief was shot into a hedgehog because of the triggering mechanism, deader than dead. He went up to search, but did not find the golden dragon claw. Obviously, This thief was not the same Abel. Snake, whale, eagle? Looking at the 3 wheels with animal patterns in the hall, Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. At the end of the hall was a hard fence made of special metal, and the mechanism to open the metal fence was in the center of the hall. Just now, the thief was shot to death by arrows as soon as he opened the mechanism, which means that he did not solve the password of the mechanism. The password of the mechanism is the 3 wheels. The wheels must be turned to the corresponding correct pattern position to use the mechanism to open the iron door. Allaho open. Li Chuan did not use his brain to solve the puzzle, but directly raised his hand and pointed at the iron door, releasing an unlocking spell. After the iron door was hit by the unlocking spell, it was immediately affected by some kind of law power, and then the 3 wheels automatically rotated, turning into 3 patterns of snake, snake, and whale, and the mechanism started again. However, this time, the poison arrow was not shot, but the metal fence was actually opened. With this unlocking spell, I should be able to become the greatest thief in the world. Shaking his head with a smile, Li Chuan passed through the iron gate and continued to move forward. Not long after, a transfer stone staircase leading down appeared in front of him, and next to the stone staircase were a box, a burial urn, and a book. The thief. He picked up the book and looked at the title. He did not open it but put it away first, and put it together with the books he bought from the trade house in the morning. Opening the burial urn, a dozen septim gold coins were revealed. Along the way, he found that these burial urns and boxes basically had some valuables, such as gold coins, gems, rings, and necklaces. Although he was not short of money, he still enjoyed the pleasure of finding valuable items as soon as he opened the box. Hey, what is this? After opening the burial urn, he opened the box again, and inside the box was a strange crystal the size of a palm. If it was just a crystal, it would be nothing. The key is that Li Chuan's strong spirit can clearly perceive that the crystal actually hides the power of the soul. Although the soul power in this crystal is not strong, at most it is similar to the soul of an ordinary small animal, but he has never seen the soul power collected and sealed in the crystal before. He couldn't figure out what this soul crystal was for the time being, so he put it away first. At this moment, 3 evil rats suddenly climbed out from the stone stairs next to them and bit Li Chuan fiercely. Evil rats are a kind of rats that are about the same size as cats. They are very aggressive and carry plague. It is easy to get sick after being bitten. They are one of the most hated creatures in this world. However, their attack power is far less than that of wild wolves. Ordinary people can kill them with iron forks, so they are naturally no threat to Li Chuan. Kill 3 evil rats, go down the stone stairs, and enter a new corridor again. Who is coming? Hackner, Boyle, or Thorin? Come and save me. Not long after walking, a terrified pleading voice came into his ears. Then he found that a large number of spider webs began to appear in the corridor. It was not the kind of spider web that catches flies, but a huge spider web that could cover the whole person. He could even see several corpses tightly wrapped in spider webs, which had sucked away the blood and flesh, leaving only leather armor and dry bones. He released fire magic to burn the spider webs blocking the way, and turned a corner to enter a new hall again. Here, a young man wearing leather armor and carrying an adventure bag was tightly entangled in the spider web and hung in the air. When he saw Li Chuan appear, his cry for help became louder. This also alarmed the owner of the hall, and a 4 or 5 meter tall frost-eating giant spider fell from the hole above the hall. What a big spider! If I get bit, will I become Spider-Man? Looking at such a huge spider, Li Chuan couldn't help but make a joke. The giant frost-eating spider obviously didn't understand Li Chuan's joke. Seeing the prey coming, it directly sprayed a large ball of venom. It's a pity that his venom couldn't hit Li Chuan. Even if Li Chuan didn't use any other power, his body alone could definitely crush the giant frost-eating spider. He drew out the steel sword at his waist, and his figure flashed. He had already passed the giant frost-eating spider, and came to the tied-up young man. Be careful, this spider is not only venomous, but also very fast. The young man saw Li Chuan appear in front of him with his back to the giant frost-eating spider. He was about to remind Li Chuan of the giant frost-eating spider's power, but found that the giant frost-eating spider suddenly stopped moving. Then, the body was split in 2 from the middle, deader than dead. You must be aware, right? I was hired by Liu Kan, the boss of the Heimu Town Trade Company, to recover the golden dragon claw you stole. Please hand it over honestly. Li Chuan used a steel sword to cut off the spider silk that bound a wire, and looked at the golden dragon claw hanging on his waist, and immediately confirmed his identity. When Abel heard that Li Chuan was here to retrieve the golden dragon claw, he immediately took out his dagger and threw it at Li Chuan, then ran deep into the hall. Come back. Li Chuan raised his finger, and Abel, who was running away, was immediately lifted up by an invisible force, and then quickly retreated back to Li Chuan. After a while, Abel, whose mind was controlled, obediently handed over the golden dragon claw and told everything he knew. It turned out that Abel was an adventurer who accidentally got the secret hidden in the ancient tomb of Huangpu Falls. It is said that deep in the barrow of the Wild Falls, there is a secret about the power of the ancient Nordic dragon's roar. If you can get the golden dragon claw, you can enter the depths of the barrow of the Wild Falls and obtain the powerful dragon roar. You should know that not long ago, Ulfric of the Storm Cloak killed the Supreme King with the dragon roar. That's why he spent a lot of money to hire the thieves of the Cold Falls Mountain to help him steal the golden dragon claw, and then enter the barrow of the Wild Falls alone. The power of the ancient Nordic dragon roar. Li Chuan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Because the dragon bloodline, he came to this world as a reward. One of the items is that he can absorb dragon souls, and quickly learn dragon roars. Chapter 440. What kind of power is dragon's roar? Is it a sonic power like lion's roar? As for dragon's roar, since neither Locke nor the people he met had seen it, and they had only heard that Ulfric of the Stormcloaks could use it, Li Chuan didn't know what kind of power it was. He just thought literally whether it was similar to lion's roar. If it was similar to lion's roar, it didn't seem to be that powerful. After all, he cast a sound amplification spell on himself and roared with his own voice, and the effect was no worse than lion's roar. But he felt that it would not be as simple as he thought. Then let's go in and see what the so-called dragon roar of the ancient Nords is like. So after getting the golden dragon claw, he did not return, but continued to move forward along the passage of the ancient tomb. There really is a Zongzi. Is this the so-called corpse ghost? Compared to the front corridor, the corridor behind began to have more corpses wrapped in shrouds, like mummies on both sides. But there was nothing special about this kind of corpse. The real danger was the mummies wearing heavy armor, holding giant swords, axes, long knives and bows and arrows. Because after sensing Li Chuan's appearance, these mummies were controlled by an invisible force, and they woke up and attacked Li Chuan. Compared with those thieves, these resurrected mummies of ancient Nords were obviously much stronger. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they also had no sense of pain and no vital points. To kill them, one had to chop their bodies into dozens of pieces, or use magic to attack them continuously to completely destroy their bodies. What's more terrifying is that among these mummies, there are not only warriors, but also mages who can cast some destruction spells. These corpses obviously belong to the ancient Nords, which are what people here call whites. Because of their different strengths in life, the strengths of whites are also different. Some whites with better equipment obviously have higher status and stronger strength in life. Li Chuan named them white soldiers, white leaders, white mages, etc. Unfortunately, the undead whites met Li Chuan, who threw an Avada lightning chain and directly killed their souls imprisoned in the corpses, making them lie on the ground in groups as corpses again. Green light flashed all the way. After killing a large number of corpse ghosts and violently dismantling countless deadly traps, a stone door engraved with various runes blocked his way. There were 3 circular wheels on the stone door, engraved with moths, bears and owls respectively, with several special round holes in the middle. With a little observation, you can understand that you have to turn the wheel to find the corresponding 3 animals, and then insert the golden dragon claw to open the stone door. But Li Chuan obviously didn't want to use his brain. At this time, Li Chuan suddenly understood Thor. Sometimes when force can easily solve the problem, it seems unnecessary to use your brain. It's not too late to use your brain when you really encounter an enemy that you are serious about. Allaho open. The lock spell was cast again, but unlike the previous ones, the blue light of the unlocking spell hit the stone door this time, but was instantly absorbed by the runes, and did not play any role. Apparently, this stone door was also protected by magic, and the builder only allowed people with golden dragon claws, and who knew the password to enter. Bang! However, this did not stump Li Chuan. He burned his little universe, raised his hand, and punched the stone door. Instantly, cracks appeared on the stone door, and then it turned into rubble and fell to the ground. Since the magic can't be solved, then use pure power to destroy it. Although it seems a bit rude, especially the stone wall in this world, it may be considered a historical relic. But at this time, efficiency is the first priority. Blast open the magic stone door, and what appears in Li Chuan's eyes is a huge space that is much larger than the area of a football field. In this huge space, the most eye-catching thing is a semi-cylindrical dragon-shaped stone wall located inside the space, with strange words carved on it. Faintly, Li Chuan felt that his soul had a faint resonance with those words. Behind the dragon language wall was a hanging waterfall, and the water of the waterfall entered the small river that divided the entire space into two, and flowed to the unknown space inside the ancient tomb. This may be the origin of its name, Huangpu Ancient Tomb. He walked towards the wall. As he got closer to the words on the wall, he felt his soul resonance becoming stronger and stronger. However, just as he crossed the stone bridge over the stream, and was about to reach the wall, the lid of the stone coffin in front of the wall was suddenly pushed open with great force, and a corpse ghost that was obviously much stronger than an ordinary corpse ghost sat up from it. Li Chuan guessed that this might be the most powerful corpse ghost in the ancient tomb, and the owner of this ancient tomb. He temporarily called it the Corpse Ghost Lord. Lorda, Shiva Froda. The Lord of Corpses raised the axe in his hand, and knocked it on the shield demonstratively. He pointed the axe at Li Chuan, and said some strange words. The language spoken by the Lord of Corpses was not any language that Rocker, the body of Li Chuan, knew, but the strange thing was that Li Chuan completely understood what the Lord of Corpses said. It was as if this language had been engraved in his soul in advance. He thought it might be related to the dragon blood that allowed his soul to be elevated when he first entered this world. The words of the Corpse Lord translated to, "Invaders, all must die." Avada Kedavra. Li Chuan raised his hand, and a beam of green light shot towards the Corpse Lord. However, the Corpse Lord was not like the ordinary corpses before, whose souls were directly dispersed by the Cadavra curse. Instead, his body just paused and then returned to normal again. It is obvious that the soul of the Corpse Lord guarding the end is much stronger than that of ordinary corpses, enough to withstand the attack of Li Chuan's Cadavra curse. Bosloda. The Corpse Ghost Lord, who was not killed by the killing curse, was very angry after reacting, and opened his mouth to roar at Li Chuan. This was not an ordinary roar, it sounded like a dragon's roar, and it attacked Li Chuan with a strange power. Li Chuan stood still, thinking that with his physical strength, he would not be affected by this power, but after being hit, his body shook involuntarily. This kind of body shaking did not seem to be affected by external impact, but rather seemed to be the manifestation of some special law power. Just like his unlocking spell, no matter what kind of lock you have, as long as there is no magic power, even a smart lock can be opened. Taking advantage of the short moment when Li Chuan's body was shaking involuntarily, the corpse ghost jumped up, slapped Li Chuan's face with the Nord heavy shield in his left hand, and chopped Li Chuan's shoulder with the axe in his right hand. Chapter 441. Crack, crack, crack. At the moment the axe touched the shoulder, a strong icy force went along the shoulder and froze half of Li Chuan's body in the ice. It turned out that the axe in the hands of the corpse ghost was not an ordinary ancient Nord axe, but a magic axe with added ice magic damage. You are really strong. If it were a weaker mage, he would probably be killed by your combo. Li Chuan moved his facial features that were deformed by the heavy shield, and exerted force on his body, directly shattering the ice. The small wound on his shoulder caused by the axe also healed automatically. The weakness of the ordinary ghouls before made him a little careless about the Ghoul Lord, thinking that the Ghoul Lord was just stronger and had better defense. Unexpectedly, this Ghoul Lord could actually use his roar to force his body out of control for a second. But fortunately, his body was too strong, and even if he stood and let the Ghoul Lord hit him, it would probably not cause much damage. Fuzz. After a set of combos failed to kill Li Chuan, the ghoul opened his mouth again. Come on, Lightspeed Punch. Seeing this, Li Chuan's inner universe burned, and he raised his hand and threw 100 million punches in an instant. The Corpse Ghost Lord was hit by his Lightspeed Punch head-on, and his shield, weapons, and armor all exploded, and his body turned into white bone powder in the blink of an eye, scattered on the ground. The Corpse Ghost Lord is very strong, and it is estimated that even the high-level warriors in this world may not be his opponent, but in front of Li Chuan's Lightspeed Punch, he is still vulnerable. After dealing with the Corpse Ghost Lord, Li Chuan walked to the place where the strange words were engraved on the wall. Suddenly, his soul and the words on the wall began to truly resonate. The same roar as the Corpse Ghost Lord just now sounded again, and the knowledge related to the roar was also deeply imprinted in his mind. Dragon Roar, Unrelenting Power. After the resonance ended, Li Chuan finally knew what a dragon roar was, and what the strange words on the wall meant. It turned out that the roar of the Corpse Ghost Lord just now, that forced his body to lose control, was a kind of dragon roar, called Unrelenting Power, which was also the knowledge recorded on this wall. To put it simply, the dragon roar is dragon magic performed in dragon language, a manifestation of a law. Different dragon roars have different magical effects, which are normally divided into 3 parts. As long as you learn one part, you can barely use it, but only when you learn all 3 parts can you truly exert the full power of a dragon roar. The wall records a dragon roar called Unrelieved Power. After performing it, it can force the enemy's body to lose balance. If you learn all 3 parts, you can even roar the enemy away directly. And the more proficient a person is in dragon roar, the more powerful it can be. Currently, this wall only records the first paragraph of the knowledge of unbreakable power. However, after Li Chuan absorbed the knowledge of the first paragraph of unbreakable power on the wall, he could not use it immediately. It's like a person instantly memorizes all the contents of a book in his mind, but it doesn't mean that he can understand all the knowledge in the book. The resonance of the soul made Li Chuan remember the unbreakable power, the first paragraph of knowledge, but he has to learn how to use it, and he has to spend time to slowly understand it. In my high-level task rewards, the introduction of the Dragonborn bloodline seems to have the effect of quickly learning the dragon roar by absorbing the dragon soul. At this time, he remembered the reward content of the main task. After careful thinking, he roughly understood the role of the Dragonborn bloodline. It allowed him to merge the soul of the dragon clan in this world and become a dragon clan with a human form. So he could understand the dragon language, read the dragon text, and resonate with the dragon text, and instantly remember all the knowledge recorded in the dragon text. And according to the introduction on the reward, he seemed to be able to quickly learn dragon language magic, that is, dragon roar, by killing other dragons in this world and absorbing their souls. As for the dragons, in the memory of Rocker's people, they were legendary creatures that became extinct several eras ago. But from the mouths of the bandits entrenched in the forest, he learned that just a few hours before he came to this world, a terrifying dragon flew away from the direction of the Holy Land town. So he guessed that the fire in the Holy Land town might not be caused by the Storm Cloaks, who came to rescue their leader Ulfric, but because of the legendary dragon. He could also conclude that the dragon existed, but he might have been hiding somewhere for these years. However, even if he couldn't find the dragon to absorb the dragon soul, it wouldn't be a big problem. He had the cheating device of Shadow Clone, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to learn the dragon roar. After figuring this out, he walked around the main tomb hall, and found 2 soul stones, and some burial objects such as gold rings and silver necklaces. There was also an axe enchanted with ice power like the one in the hands of the Corpse Ghost Lord, and a stone that looked like it was engraved with some kind of map. He threw all of them into the moon reading world. At the same time, he also found the secret exit of the main tomb. After opening the mechanism, it leads to a steep mountainside on the side of Hanluo Mountain. Apparition. After confirming that there was nothing valuable, he disappeared from the ancient tomb with a teleportation, appeared at the foot of Hanluo Mountain, and then walked leisurely back to Heimu Town again. At this time, the sky was not completely dark yet, it was dusk. Boss, is this the golden dragon claw you lost? Pushing open the door of the Heimu Town Trade Company, Li Chuan placed the golden dragon claw in front of Lucan. When Lucan saw the golden dragon claw, he immediately showed an expression of surprise and then joy, and his tone was a little respectful. Yes, it is it. I didn't expect you to find it back so quickly. Thank you so much. He was naturally very surprised that Li Chuan climbed to the Huangpu ancient tomb in the Hanluo Mountains in less than half a day, dealt with those robbers, and found the golden dragon claw. Because that meant that Li Chuan was not an ordinary adventurer at all, but a powerful high-level adventurer. This level of adventurer should not be offended easily. Mr. Chuan, this is a reward of 1,000 gold coins. To express my gratitude, I will give you a 20% discount for every 100 gold coins you buy in my store in the future. After placing the golden dragon claws, Lucan immediately handed the bag containing 1,000 gold coins to Li Chuan. Camilla, who was originally sitting and drinking tea, also came over at this time, and looked at Li Chuan with more admiration in her eyes. Thank you, by the way, boss, do you know what this is? Li Chuan accepted the bag of gold coins, and then took out a crystal containing a soul found in an ancient tomb from his pocket, and asked. He felt that since Lucan was the boss of a trading company, he must be well informed and might recognize the thing in his hand. Chapter 442. Without waiting for Lucan to answer, his sister Camilla came over enthusiastically. I know, this is a soul stone. Soul stone? Li Chuan showed a hint of confusion on his face. Camilla immediately explained. Soul stone is a very precious crystal, and it is also one of the indispensable materials for enchanters to make magic items. It can also replenish the power of magic weapons. Yours is a small soul stone full of soul, which is generally worth 80 gold coins. If you can find a super large soul stone, then a single piece can be sold for 1,200 gold coins. Do you sell soul stones here? When Li Chuan heard that it was a necessary material for making magic items, He immediately became interested. The boss Lucan shrugged. This kind of thing is rare and ordinary people can't use it at all, so I usually don't stock it here. If you want to buy it, you have to go to a store in a big city like Whiterun. Or go directly to the Winterhold Mage Academy, where the magicians have a lot of them. Not to mention that ordinary people can't use it, even those adventurers with lower levels can't use it either. Because magic weapons that can be enchanted are not something that low-level adventurers can afford to buy and use, and in his small town, even low-level adventurers are very rare. So naturally, he wouldn't spend a lot of money to buy some soul stones to collect dust on the counter. But soon, he seemed to think of something again, and rummaged in the cabinet under his feet for a few times, and took out a soul stone that was about the same size as the soul stone in Li Chuan's hand, but the color was completely transparent. Oh, I almost forgot. This is a blank soul stone I got from an adventurer a few months ago. If you need it, I can sell it to you for 25 gold coins. Blank soul stone? Li Chuan picked up the soul stone and compared it with the one in his book. The blank soul stone obviously did not have any soul energy. Although Lucan was puzzled that such a powerful adventurer like Li Chuan was not clear about these common sense, he still patiently explained. When the soul stone was mined and manufactured, it was just an ordinary crystal. Only the mage could use a magic called soul trap to extract the soul from the animal and put it into the soul stone. Or if there is a weapon enchanted with the soul trap magic, you could also extract the soul of the animal after killing it and put it into the soul stone. So the price of a blank soul stone is much cheaper. Okay, I buy it. Li Chuan took out 25 gold coins without hesitation and put them on the table. And Camilla next to him quickly took 5 gold coins and stuffed them into Li Chuan's hand and turned his head to stare at Lucan and said, "Brother, you said you would give him a 20% discount." "Okay, then 20% off." Seeing this, Lucan twitched his lips and put the 20 gold coins into the cabinet. This sister is really better off not having it. "Thank you." Li Chuan smiled at Camilla, then picked up the blank soul stone and left the trade house, entering the sleeping giant inn again. He had booked a room in the hotel before, so he could take a rest and read the books in his hands. The God of Creation and the Foreign God. Half leaning on the wooden bed made of soft animal fur, Li Chuan picked up the first book and quickly browsed through it. This is a book about the difference between gods and demons. The general meaning is that ordinary people are easily confused about gods, but in fact there are two kinds of gods. One is the creator god, that is, the God who created this world and participated in the creation of this world. For example, Lorcan, who is considered the main creator god, and most of the gods in the 9 holy spirits, some of them are mortals who ascended to the light world and became holy gods, and they are not creator gods. The other is the foreign gods, that is, the demons, who did not participate in the creation of the world, such as Azura, Bothia, Clavicus Vile and Maroons Dagon, etc. Of course, demons do not mean evil gods. Some of them are very evil, some are kind, and some are in between. The book believes that the gods represent stillness, and the demons represent change, so the gods can be killed, like Lochan's body turned into 2 moons after his death. The demons can only be driven away, not killed. However, what is recorded in the book is not necessarily the truth. Li Chuan thinks it can only be used as a reference. After all, there are too many races in this world, and many things in history and mythology are very controversial. Unfortunately, this book only introduces the difference between the gods and demons, and does not record some of their related deeds and abilities, so he cannot judge the extent of their strength. If he really encounters them, can he handle them? After closing the God of Creation and the Foreign Gods, he opened the War of the Dragons. This book is very interesting, and it also gave him a clearer understanding of the dragons in this world. To sum up, a man named Iskramor and his people fled from a place called Admira to Tamriel. They also brought the beliefs of that continent. It is a kind of worship of animal gods. They worship eagles, wolves, snakes, moths, owls, whales, bears, foxes, and dragons as gods. According to historians, those animals are actually the incarnations of the Holy Spirit today. This reminded Li Chuan of the patterns on the stone walls he saw when he explored the Huangpu ancient tomb during the day. They were indeed pictures of human worship of animals. And the carvings on those mechanisms were also some of these animals. The book says that the most powerful gods are dragons, and later these dragons really appeared in Tamriel. In order to worship the dragons, humans built temples for them and prepared tributes. The dragons also gave part of their power to some humans, who were dragon priests. Originally everything was harmonious, but later a dragon priest was ambitious and wanted to rule and enslave the entire human race by iron and blood means, and was resisted. In the end, the dragons were involved, and it became a war between dragons and humans. At first, humans were unable to compete with the powerful dragons, and suffered heavy casualties, but for some reason some dragons sided with humans and taught them how to use magic. So the balance of victory tilted towards humans, dragon priests, and a large number of dragons were killed, and a small number of dragons were driven away to places far away from humans. The loyal believers of the surviving dragons built dragon tombs for the dead dragons, believing that the dragon race would eventually return. As for why a small number of dragons betrayed their own race and helped humans. According to the priests of the 9 spirits at that time, it was the great time dragon god Akatosh who personally intervened in the matter. The time dragon god Akatosh was not introduced in detail in the book, but Li Chuan also learned from Locke's memory that he was the main god among the 9 holy spirits, the first god, the father of all dragons in the legend, and mastered the most powerful law of time. Chapter 443. Could it be that the dragon that attacked the Holy Land town was one of the few giant dragons that were driven away that year? Li Chuan thought so. It seems that the dragons in this world are very strong. Compared with the fire dragon in Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, he felt that the dragons in this world were simply not a little bit stronger. First of all, in terms of wisdom, the dragons in this world are at least as wise as humans, or even smarter, otherwise they would not have been treated as gods and ruled humans for such a long time, and they also knew how to use humans to manage humans. The dragon in Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them is basically uncivilized, and its intelligence is probably about the same as that of a giant lizard. Secondly, its strength. According to the description of the robbers, the dragon that flew over the Holy Land town was at least several times the size of the dragon in Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, and its physical strength alone may be stronger. Finally, the dragon in Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them seems to have no other abilities to be praised except for its natural ability to breathe fire, and the dragons in this world also know a lot of dragon language magic. Even human magic originated from the dragon race. They are obviously not species of the same level, only their appearance and names are similar. After closing War of the Dragons, Li Chuan opened the 3rd book Thief, which he threw aside after just glancing at it. This is a novel, which tells a story about a thief. After reading it, he can probably learn some tricks of stealing from the story, but this is useless to him. The 4th book is the energetic Argonian maid. Polish my spear. I need to spend the whole night. Li Chuan threw the book aside with a twitch in his mouth after reading only half of it. On the surface, this book is about the daily conversation between a female dragon maid and her master. In fact, any man can tell that the author is driving a car, and the car has already gone out of the sky. No wonder Liu Can's expression was so obscene at that time, and he spoke much more quietly when selling it. But to be honest, the taste of humans in this world is a bit too strong. To put it bluntly, the Yalong people are humanoid lizards. Although their bodies are very similar to human women, they just have a big tail, but their heads are lizard heads. Let a lizard give. Shaking his head, Li Chuan picked up the last and only magic book Electric Shock that records magic. Let me take a look at the magic of this world. 2 hours later, he closed the magic book, and his figure flashed to the river outside Heimu town. He raised his right hand and chanted to the river, Electric Shock. Instantly, a forked lightning bolt as thick as a forearm shot out from his hand. The shooting here did not shoot out, but formed a 3-meter-long electric column. As long as the mana is continuously input, the arm moves, and the electric column moves with it. And by controlling the output of mana, the intensity of the current can be strengthened or weakened. This is the Electric Shock spell, one of the 3 basic magics of the destruction system. The other 2 are the Flame Tongue spell and the Frost spell. The casting methods are similar, but one is to spray out a column of fire, and the other is to spray out cold air. This book Electric Shock is to guide how to mobilize the magic power in the body, and then convert it into electric current output. The content is not profound, especially for Li Chuan, a magic master. Maybe the 2 worlds of the Elder Scrolls and Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them have different research directions for magic, but the essential principles are actually very similar. Therefore, Li Chuan has basically mastered this low-level destruction magic after just reading it a few times. Raising his left hand, another electric pole appeared. 2 electric poles were inserted into the river, and suddenly a large number of small fish in the river flew up. It's a little less powerful, but it's still pretty good. After putting away the electric shock technique, Li Chuan checked the effect and nodded. Although this electric shock technique is much less powerful than the advanced lightning ninjutsu he used to summon thunder and strike people, it is also very convenient to use, and can be released with just a raise of the hand. Mainly, this is the lowest level of destruction spell, and the power of those advanced magics should not be bad. Besides, there are not only the destruction system, but also the other 4 systems. Because he has comprehended the microcosm, his strongest ability now is the ability related to the physical body, followed by the blessing of ninjutsu, and finally magic. The power of magic is his shortcoming at this stage. If he can absorb the magic knowledge of this world, and make up for this shortcoming, it would be a good thing. After the experiment of electric shock, he operated back to his room again. At night, Li Chuan, who had finished reading all the books, pushed the door, and came to the lobby of the hotel. At this time, a red rectangular bonfire was burning in the center of the hall, and a whole deer was roasted on the bonfire, and the tables around the bonfire were full of people. These people were all villagers in the town. They ate barbecue and drank wine. Some sang along with a barred swan, who was standing there playing the lute, and some gathered together to chat loudly. The atmosphere was quite lively. Once upon a time, there was a hero called Ragnar the Red. He came from Lorik and rode to Whiterun. This liar boasted that he had experienced many battles, showing off his gold coins and his sword. "Madam, cut a plate of venison and bring 2 bottles of malt wine." Li Chuan found an empty seat and sat down, shouting to the boss lady Delphine. He didn't come out to eat some delicacies from this world or drink some fine wine. It was really hard to find any delicacies in a tavern like this one in the Middle Ages. But the atmosphere is still quite interesting. The atmosphere is secondary. The main thing is to eavesdrop on the villagers' conversations to get more useful information. 25 gold coins. The slightly muscular proprietress quickly brought the golden roasted venison and 2 bottles of malt liquor to Li Chuan's table. To be honest, when Li Chuan first entered the sleeping giant and saw the proprietress Delphine during the day, he was a little surprised. It's not because Delphine is so beautiful, but he can obviously sense that Delphine's body is extraordinary. The walking posture and the hidden strength in the muscles are definitely a strong warrior. But he did not expose it, because there was no need, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. Li Chuan took out 25 gold coins from his pocket and was about to pay, but was pushed back by Delphine. "Mrs. Goldo will pay for your drinks and food." "Mayor Goldo?" Li Chuan turned his head to look at the woman sitting at a table behind him. It was Goldo, the mayor of Heimu Town, and the owner of the town's largest logging yard. Goldo saw Li Chuan looking at her, and walked over with the wine. "You must be Mr. Chuan, as the mayor. Thank you for clearing the bandits on Hanluo Mountain for the town, so that our villagers can go out without worry." Chapter 444. "You are too polite, madam. I am also employed by Mr. Lucan." Li Chuan poured himself a glass of malt liquor, and said with a smile. The mayor suddenly paid for him, which made him a little confused. He didn't know the mayor. He only knew her name from the villagers, when he was walking around the town during the day. The key point is that the mayor is a married woman with a child. It is not because she has improper thoughts about him that she paid for his meal. When he left the Holy Land town, he made a handsome face that was very consistent with the aesthetics of this world. But before he could think for long, Goldo soon told him his purpose. "I hired a few adventurers before, but not only did they fail to eliminate the bandits, they also lost their lives. Mr. Chuan is very powerful. I wonder if you are interested in taking another mission." It turns out that since Hanluo Mountain became a bandit base, Heimu Town has been affected a lot. Whether it is hunting or logging, they are worried about being caught by the bandits. She did hire a few adventurers to help with the cleanup, but they all ended in failure. Today, she heard from Lucan that an adventurer he hired went to Hanluo Mountain alone to deal with the bandits there, and retrieve the golden dragon claw that was lost in the store. She was immediately delighted. Not only because Riverwood Town has regained its previous stability, but also because she happened to have a very difficult matter, and wanted to find a powerful adventurer to help. This morning, her brother Ralof, who had been helping old Frick and Stormcloaks to resist the Empire, suddenly appeared at home. It turned out that when Lariv and old Frick and others passed through the Blackwater crossing a few days ago, they were ambushed by General Tullius of the Empire with a large army, because someone in the team betrayed and tipped off. Later, they were escorted to the Holy Land town for execution. But when the execution was halfway through, a giant dragon suddenly fell from the sky and turned the entire Holy Land town into a sea of fire, giving them a chance to escape from the Holy Land town. In order to prevent being caught by the Imperial army, Lariv first returned to his hometown, Riverwood Town, and found his sister Goldo. On the one hand, it was to take a rest and bring enough food back to Windhelm, and on the other hand, it was to inform her sister about the dragon, so that they could be careful and prevent being attacked by the dragon. Goldo knew that the defense force of Riverwood Town could never resist the legendary dragon. So she needed to send someone strong enough to go to Whiterun City to ask for help from the city lord Balbrith, so that the city lord could send troops to protect the safety of Riverwood Town. The villagers in the village obviously could not meet her requirements, and Li Chuan, who could kill the bandits of Frostfall Mountain alone, was the best candidate. Sorry, I have to leave for Solitude tomorrow morning, so I'm afraid I can't accept your mission, ma'am. Li Chuan refused without thinking. He is not a real mercenary, who needs to do missions to make money. He went to the ancient tomb of Huangpu in Hanluo Mountain not because of Lucan's reward, but because he was interested in the magnificent ancient tomb and took the mission. However, after hearing Li Chuan's answer, Gurdwa was not angry, but showed a look of surprise. That's great, I just want to ask you to go to Solitude and help me bring a message to the city lord to ask him to send troops to Hangmu Town. Then, Goldo informed Li Chuan of the news of the dragon attacking Riverwood Town. Li Chuan touched his chin after listening, and finally nodded and accepted the task. Since it was on the way, and there was also a chance to meet the lord of Whiterun City, it would naturally not conflict with the previous plan. Balguf is a very wise lord, and he will pay you enough when the time comes. After confirming that Li Chuan accepted the task, Goldo left with satisfaction. As soon as Goldo left, the Camilla of the Riverwood Town trade house came over enthusiastically, causing a wood elf carrying a bow and arrow in the store, and the bard, who was playing the piano on the stage, to glare at them. Obviously, the two guys both have a crush on the young and beautiful Camilla. Through chatting with Camilla, Li Chuan has a deeper understanding of the situation in Sky Province. Although Camilla has been living in this small town, she has been in contact with adventurers and mercenaries who pass by Hangmu Town and come to the store to buy things because of her dream of becoming an adventurer. In addition, her brother runs a trading company, so he is more informed. Brother Chuan, do you have someone you like? At the end of the chat, when everyone was about to leave and go home to sleep, Camilla asked with a slightly red face. She certainly had some good feelings for the mature, steady, and powerful Li Chuan, at least more than the two jealous suitors in the town. Yes, my wife Wanda Maximoff. Li Chuan saw through Camilla's thoughts, and directly cut off her thoughts. For the opposite sex, who has no possibility, the best way is to cut off the good feelings as soon as you have them. Otherwise it will hurt both you and others when the other party falls deeper and deeper. So, Brother Chuan, you're already married. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Camilla's face suddenly showed a look of loss. But she recovered quickly. She had a good impression of Li Chuan, but after all, they had just met, so she was not sad. At most, she felt a little regretful. Okay, Camilla, it's fun to chat with you. Thank you for telling me so much common sense as an adventurer who just came to Skyrim. This is a weapon I got in the ancient tomb of Huangpu. It's not very useful to me, so I give it to you. If you really want to go out on an adventure in the future, this should be helpful to you. When Camilla was about to leave, Li Chuan handed her something in a cloth bag and returned to his room. When Camilla opened the cloth bag at home, her eyes widened. It turned out to be an enchanted ancient Nord hand axe. Yes, what Li Chuan gave Camilla was the axe that could cause freezing damage that he got after killing the Corpse Ghost Lord. For ordinary adventurers in this world, the axe is indeed a very powerful magic weapon, but it is basically useless to him. The freezing damage is not as strong as his fist. So he simply gave it to Camilla, who had taught him a lot of common sense, as a kind of reward. The next day, when the sky was slightly bright, he had a delicious exotic breakfast at the sleeping inn, and then left Riverwood Town and set out on the road to Whiterun. Whiterun is located in the center of Skyrim Province, and is also the middle of the entire territory. Riverwood Town is located in the most remote border area. So it takes about 3 days for a normal person to walk from Riverwood Town to Whiterun City, and this is the case without any accidents. Li Chuan naturally couldn't waste so much time, so when there was no one nearby, he deliberately accelerated his speed to ensure that he could reach Whiterun City in half a day. Chapter 445. Zila, Zila, Zila. Li Chuan raised his hands and released 2 lightning bolts, which turned several wild wolves that jumped out from the roadside into charcoal. He couldn't help but sigh. The wilderness in TNG is really not safe at all. No wonder Goldo didn't dare to ask the villagers for help. On the way from Riverwood Town to Whiterun City, he had encountered 2 attacks by wild wolves and 1 by evil rats. This was still in broad daylight. If it was at night, Camilla said that he might encounter vampires, werewolves and necromancers who like to capture people for human experiments. But this may also be because he was traveling alone. If there were more people, it would probably be much safer. We should be there soon. Seeing a high slope turning left in front of him, Li Chuan knew that he was not far from White Run. According to Camilla, as long as you keep walking along the White River and turn left at a high slope, you can see the beautiful White Run. The White River is the small river passing through Riverwood Town. It flows out from the beautiful Ilantana Lake that Li Chuan saw before, passes through Riverwood Town, and then flows to White Run, all the way down, and finally directly into the Ghost Sea in the north of Skyrim. Sure enough, when Li Chuan turned around the high slope, the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear. If he was in a mountainous area before, then he was entering a plain area in front of him, with large tracts of grassland and farmland, and a huge city faintly visible in the distance. That city was obviously the White Run city he was going to. He also briefly learned about the story of White Run City when he chatted with Camilla in the hotel yesterday. The origin of the construction of White Run City mainly came from the most powerful mercenary organization in Skyrim, the Companions. The legendary pioneer of the Companions, River Ick, led his fleet to Skyrim and discovered the Skyforge, which was built by the eternal fire formed by the falling meteorites on the White Run plains. The Companions built their first base in Skyrim, Munkraswa, around the Skyforge. Later, as more and more people gathered, the prototype of White Run was formed. However, White Run was not a city at that time, because there was no lord, it was just a gathering place. The person who really made White Run a city that was not inferior to other cities was the legendary Nord hero, Olaf the One-Eyed. Legend has it that it was he who defeated the giant dragon Numenix, which ravaged the sky with his terrifying roar, and was worshipped by everyone in White Run as the first generation of White Run lord. The towering dragon's reach where the Lord of White Run now lives is the cage that Olaf used to imprison the giant dragon Numenix. It is said that if you are qualified to enter, you can see the remains of Numenix hanging. Olaf the One-Eyed also became the supreme king of Skyrim at that time with his reputation as a dragon slayer, ending the battle for the throne. For some specific details, Camilla suggested that Li Chuan go to the trade house in White Run and buy a book called Olaf and the Dragon, which contains detailed records. After seeing White Run, Li Chuan's pace became faster. However, not far away, he saw a small group of soldiers wearing Imperial armor. Those Imperial soldiers were escorting prisoners. When they saw Li Chuan, they immediately showed a vigilant look. And Li Chuan had to slow down his pace and wait for the Imperial soldiers to go to other forks before continuing to move forward. For dimension. He reached out and picked up a stone from the roadside and cast a transfiguration spell on it. Soon, the stone turned into a sturdy black horse and appeared in front of Li Chuan. It took him half a day to reach the 3-day journey. If the Lord of White Run asked about it, it would be hard to tell. In addition, there would be more and more people in a while. If he walked too fast, it would be too scary. So it was better to ride a horse. Go! With a loud shout, the black horse immediately galloped towards the direction of White Run. As the magnificent White Run city got closer and closer, the number of pedestrians on the roadside began to increase. Caravans carrying goods to White Run City for trade, adventurers who came to make money, mercenaries, farmers and workers from nearby farms and breweries, all appeared in his sight one after another. Of course, there were also teams of White Run City guards wearing armor and holding shields with white horse patterns. They patrolled nearby to maintain order and protect the safety of the people in the White Run City territory. Boom! Just as Li Chuan passed by a farm, a huge sound suddenly came from inside, accompanied by the shaking of the ground and the dust rising from the farm. When the dust settled, a giant holding a giant club, 7 or 8 meters tall, appeared in Li Chuan's eyes. Giants are also a common large creature in the wild of Skyrim. However, as long as you don't actively approach and attack them, and don't provoke the giant mammoth they raise, they generally won't attack you. At this time, the giant obviously had some problems. He kept destroying the farm with a club, and he was very angry. When the pedestrians on the roadside saw this, they were frightened and fled. The guards in the distance heard the noise, and quickly ran over with their weapons. But before the guards arrived, a sharp arrow had already flown from a big tree near the farm and accurately hit the giant's chest. The powerful force carried by the sharp arrow made the giant's body tremble. Before the giant wanted to pull out the sharp arrow actually quickly extended a large amount of ice, freezing the giant in place. But the giant was obviously not a vegetarian. The ice only froze him for 3 seconds before he was shaken away by his strong physical fitness and strength. However, before he could make another move, a figure appeared behind him. It was a strong Nord man who looked like a bear, wearing a suit of armor that looked like it was made of something special, holding a huge sword as wide as a door panel in both hands. He jumped to a height almost equal to that of the giant, and chopped off the back of the giant's head with the posture of splitting a mountain with force. The giant sword made of unknown material was extremely sharp, and with the Nordman's terrifying strength, it actually split the giant in half with one blow, and it started to burn. Then, a woman with a bow and arrow on her back, and a sturdy figure came out from the hidden tree. It's Farkas and Ella from the companions. Seeing the giant being killed, the passers-by also walked back curiously. When they saw the man and woman who killed the giant, they all raised their hands and applauded. Even the guards came forward to ask about the situation, and their expressions were respectful. Big dark circles under the eyes. Riding on the horse, Li Chuan looked at the pair of mercenaries from the companions who were talking to the guards, sighed, and continued to move towards the gate of White Run. The strength of the two companions' mercenaries was very good, but for Li Chuan now, it was nothing. He just saw that the two had two big dark circles under their eyes, which felt a little strange. Chapter 446. Little Tina, get out of the way. However, just as Li Chuan turned his horse's head, a group of terrified shouts came from the side. It turned out that when the giant was split in half, he instinctively threw away the big club in his hand, and the big club flew high in the sky because of the giant's powerful force, and now it fell down. However, the place where it fell would not hit Li Chuan, but a little farm girl who was watching the excitement next to him. The little girl was confused when she heard the shouts of the crowd, and obviously didn't know that the danger was approaching. Just as the big club was about to hit, it suddenly split into two in midair, perfectly avoiding the little girl and hitting the ground on both sides of the little girl, leaving two big pits. Li Chuan took back his hand on the steel sword at his waist, and rode forward again. Yes, he just drew his sword and chopped the big club in half, but because his speed was too fast, ordinary people didn't see it clearly. Big sister, what's wrong? At the same time, Farkas, who had just cut off the toes from the giant's body, stood up and saw Ella half raising the bow and arrow in her hand, revealing a puzzled look. I found a guy with great strength. Ella put away the bow and arrow in her hand, and pointed at Li Chuan, who was riding a black horse in front of her and gradually going away. As a top archer, her keen perception allowed her to detect the accident outside the farm in advance. But originally she wanted to rely on her superb archery skills to shoot the giant's big club away with one arrow, but she happened to see Li Chuan's lightning-fast sword. If it were an ordinary warrior, he might not have noticed the traces of Li Chuan's attack, but Ella was an archer, and a top-level one. Her eyes have long been trained to be many times more powerful than Hawkeye, and can even slow down the movement of objects to a certain extent. Looking at his low-level leather armor and small body, he doesn't seem to be very strong. Farkas made his own judgment in a daze. Ella reached out and patted the back of his head. Stupid Farkas, you can't just look at the appearance of things. When the giant appeared just now, everyone retreated in fear, but he rode his horse and stopped in place without any fear, which shows that he is very strong inside. And if you look closely at the lines of his muscles, they are full of explosive power, and he is definitely a strong warrior. Now Silverhand has been looking for trouble with us, and the comrades also need to add some excellent talents. After saying that, her eyes turned, and she moved her feet, and chased after him as fast as the wind, leaving Farkas with a confused look. Friend, you look unfamiliar, is this your first time in White Run? Li Chuan was riding a horse and admiring the scenery on both sides, when a voice suddenly came from beside him. He reined in his horse, and turned his head to look. It was Ella from the comrades. Yes, or rather, this is my first time in Skyrim province. What can I do for you? He got off his horse and replied politely. If you are interested, you can go to the Wind District to join the comrades. We accept any outstanding and upright warrior to become our shield mate and fight for honor. Ella made a direct invitation. Li Chuan thought for a while. Thank you, I will consider it, but my strength is average, and I may not be able to join the prestigious comrades. He had no intention of joining the companions, but the companions had a high status in Skyrim, and a direct refusal would be a bit impolite, so he spoke in a more tactful way. As a generous Nord, Ella obviously did not hear the euphemism in Li Chuan's tone, and reached out to pat his shoulder enthusiastically. I think you are quite capable. Come to the House of the Brave when you have time, and I will introduce you to the pioneer Krako. Okay, I go when I have time. Li Chuan nodded helplessly. Ella returned to the farm with satisfaction. When approaching the gate of White Run, Li Chuan first spent a gold coin to deposit the black horse he transformed by transfiguration at a special horse farm, and then walked to the gate. All cities in this world have a rule that horses cannot enter the city except for official ones. So before entering the city, you must first deposit your horse at the horse farm. Stop. Due to the appearance of a giant dragon nearby, the city has been under martial law, and strangers are temporarily not allowed to enter. When Li Chuan came to the entrance of the city gate, and was about to follow other people into the city, he was stopped by the sharp-eyed city gate guard. It seems that someone in Whiterun has also discovered the dragon. Li Chuan paused, then explained, Riverwood Town asked for help, and I was entrusted by Mayor Golda's people to report the news related to the dragon to the city lord. The guard knew the seriousness of the situation and immediately called the captain to report Li Chuan's situation. The captain of the city guard looked Li Chuan up and down, and a serious look appeared on his face. If what you said is true, then please follow me. I will take you to Dragon Castle to meet the lord. So, under the leadership of the captain of the city defense, Li Chuan passed through the city gate and stepped into the first city in this world, Whiterun. Money is not a problem, but the Imperial soldiers need more swords. I can't handle such a large order by myself. Can't you put down your pride and ask Erlingar of the Greymane for help? Ha, I would rather kneel down and beg for help from Ulfric of the Stormcloak than ask for help from the people of the Greymane, and the people of the Greymane will never make weapons for the Legion. Okay, I can only say I do my best, but don't expect a miracle. As soon as he entered the streets of Whiterun, the first shop that appeared in Li Chuan's eyes was the blacksmith shop that specialized in selling and making weapons in the city. At this time, a man and a woman were arguing at the door of the blacksmith shop. Although their voices were not loud, Li Chuan's ears were too sensitive, and he heard all their conversations. He knew that in addition to the famous Comrades group, Whiterun City had two major forces. One was the War-Mad clan, and the other was the Greymane clan. The two clans have always been at odds with each other. Now, because of the civil war in Skyrim, the relationship has become even worse. Although Whiterun is neutral, the War-Crazy supports the Empire, and the Greymane supports the Stormcloaks. The man wearing the armor of an Imperial officer just now should be a member of the War-Crazy clan who joined the Imperial army and returned to Whiterun to ask the blacksmiths here to help forge more swords for the Empire. However, these have nothing to do with Li Chuan, so he didn't care too much. War, especially this kind of civil war, always benefits the top leaders and ambitious people of various forces, but most of the dead are civilians. There is no such thing as who is righteous and who is evil. He came to this world to further improve his strength, but he didn't want to waste his time in these wars of ordinary people. Unless there is enough interest to make him excited. Chapter 447. The entire Whiterun city is divided into three areas: the wilderness area, the windy area, and the cloudy area. The wilderness area is the commercial area of the entire Whiterun city, located at the lowest point and closest to the city gate. There are all kinds of shops here, big and small. The most famous ones are the War Girl blacksmith shop and weapon shop, the Drunken Hunter tavern and hunting supplies shop, Bellator's grocery store, Arcadia's Cauldron alchemy shop, and the Mare Flag Inn. After passing through the bustling wilderness area, you will enter the higher windy area. The windy area is mainly the residential area of Whiterun, and also includes the Temple of Kinnereth and the brave home of the Companions. There are often strong mountain winds here, but the scenery is excellent. Standing by the city wall, you can overlook the nature and vastness of the entire Whiterun territory. In the central area, there is also a huge statue of Talos. At this time, a Talos fanatic under the statue is loudly preaching the benefits of believing in Talos. We are all descendants of humans, and Talos is our true god, born in flesh and blood, and transformed into a god. And there were indeed quite a few Nords in front of him cheering and clapping. In his previous life, Li Chuan had always sneered at the belief in gods, because he thought it was just to seek spiritual comfort, and had no practical use. But this world was different. Listening to everyone chatting in the hotel, he knew that in this world, if you sincerely believe in a Holy Spirit or a demon god, you can get real rewards. First of all, everyone can pray by touching the altar of the Holy Spirit to get the help of the Holy Spirit, dispel some infected diseases, and restore a healthy body. Secondly, each Holy Spirit will give some blessings to his believers. For example, it will make the believers' bodies stronger, their physical fitness stronger, their magic power stronger, their eloquence better, etc. So basically there are no non-believers in the sky. Everyone has their own Holy Spirit or demon god. Li Chuan didn't care too much about the blessings of these Holy Spirits. He couldn't really believe in a Holy Spirit, so naturally he couldn't get the corresponding blessings. Even if he was really blessed, those blessings would not be of much use to him. Just like the red medicine that heals the body, and the blue medicine that restores magic in this world. He got some from the robbers and the ancient tombs, and found that it was indeed effective for him after taking it, but how can we say the effect? The red medicine's ability to restore the body is not as fast as his body's self-healing speed, and the magic restored by the blue medicine is far less than his wizard bloodline that can infinitely transform magic. In the time it takes to take out the bottle and open the bottle to drink the potion, his body would have recovered long ago. Similarly, the blessing given by the gods to ordinary people, the enhanced physical fitness and magic, is too small for him and can be basically ignored. Finally, these external forces cannot be taken away. Once you leave this world, they will be gone. Going through the wind area and walking up the steps, you will arrive at the highest cloud area in Whiterun, which is also the place where the city lord holds meetings and lives, Dragon Castle. Please wait here for a moment. I will report to the lord. The captain of the city guard greeted Li Chuan and pushed the door to Dragon Castle. About 10 minutes later, Li Chuan was also invited in. On the throne in the meeting hall of Dragon Castle, Balgruuf, the lord of Whiterun, looked at Li Chuan standing below with a serious expression, but his eyes revealed a kind of peace. Adventurer, I heard that Goldo sent you to ask for help. Can you tell me in detail what happened? The execution of Stormcloak in the Holy Land. A giant dragon. Li Chuan did not hide anything and basically told Balgruuf everything he knew and the information that Goldo told him. After listening to Balgruuf, he immediately became a little excited. Ismir, Irileth is right. After sighing, he turned to the bald old man standing next to him wearing aristocratic clothes and asked, Proventus, what do you think we should do? Can we really resist the legendary dragon by relying on our city walls to hold on? Lord, we should immediately send troops to Riverwood. If the dragon is lurking in the mountains, now is the most dangerous moment. At this time, a female dark elf wearing high-end armor standing on the other side of Balgruuf interrupted and gave her own suggestions. The bald old man named Proventus immediately objected. Irileth, what are you talking about? Riverwood is right next to the border of Frex. If we station a large number of troops there, the Lord of Frex will think we are provoking. By then, he will think that we have joined Ulfric and are preparing to attack them, which will be a big problem. Hearing this, Li Chuan roughly understood the worries of the old nobleman. The territory of Frex currently belongs to the Empire camp, while Whiterun is a neutral camp. The location of Riverwood is right between the two territories. It is indeed difficult not to be suspicious of the sudden heavy troops on the border. Hearing Proventus's endless opposition, Balgruuf gradually frowned, and then slapped his throne and said angrily, There is a dragon outside burning my territory and slaughtering my people. Do you want me to watch and do nothing because of this possible problem? It is absolutely impossible. I will not let any of my people get hurt. This is my duty as a lord. Proventus, the finance and administration minister of Whiterun, closed his mouth reluctantly when he saw that his lord was angry. In his opinion, even if the small town of Riverwood was really slaughtered by the dragon, it would not have much impact on the entire Whiterun. Sending troops, there would be a loss. After scolding his finance minister, Balgruuf ordered the captain of the guards, Irileth, send a troop to Riverwood to station immediately. Yes, sir. The female dark elf guard leader immediately left the hall. The finance minister had to take his leave and go to deal with other matters. After the two left, Balgruuf once again focused his attention on Li Chuan, with an admiring look in his eyes. Adventurer, thank you for not fearing the dangers and rushing here to report the intelligence. You have made a great contribution to Whiterun City. I want to express my gratitude. You can choose to receive a reward of 4,000 gold coins, or choose an enchanted equipment from my private treasury. It only takes half a day to rush from Riverwood to Whiterun. This is not something that ordinary adventurers can do. I don't want gold coins or enchanted equipment. I prefer reading books. If possible, it would be great if you can give me as many books as possible. Li Chuan said the reward he had thought of long ago. Chapter 448. He can get a lot of money by selling useless things like gold and jewelry. Enchanted equipment is basically useless for his current strength. On the contrary, those inconspicuous books are what he urgently wants now, because he can use them to better understand this world, especially the holy spirits and demons in this world. But in a medieval world like this, books are not so easy to get. Most of the books sold in grocery stores are novels and biographies. The truly valuable books, especially those that reveal the true origin of this world, cannot be bought even if you have money. You need luck. Many of them are in the hands of some nobles, ancient tombs and wizards, and are displayed as collections. And who is the greatest noble in Whiterun? It is naturally Balgruuf, the Lord of Whiterun. That's why he asked to see Balgruuf's collection of books. It seems that you are a very smart adventurer. No problem, I will let the guards take you to find the court wizard Fernaw. My collection of books is all with him, and you can borrow them there. Hearing that Li Chuan changed his reward requirements, Balbrif was not angry, but admired Li Chuan even more. Only people at his level would understand that knowledge is the most important thing. For adventurers, money and weapons can indeed improve their strength. But if you don't have enough knowledge, then the next adventure may be your last adventure. In addition, now that Whiterun is under martial law, the finances are a bit tight, so he is of course willing to spend less money. So, under the guidance of a guard, Li Chuan walked through the meeting hall and saw Fair Na, the royal wizard of Whiterun, in a very spacious room on the left. The Lord is really good at finding trouble for me. Doesn't he know that I am looking for various records about the Dragon Clan now? After listening to the guard's order to convey Balbrif, Fair Na complained, then looked Li Chuan up and down and said, I didn't expect that a barbaric adventurer would have the idea of becoming a thinker and scholar. Since the Lord has agreed, you can read books here. The books are on the shelves in the room behind me. But I have to give you some warnings. First, you are not allowed to take any books out of this room. You can only stay in the room to read. Second, you are not allowed to mess up the location of my books. I am looking for information recently. I will put the books back to where I took them from after reading them. Third, you are absolutely not allowed to damage any books. Otherwise, even if the Lord asks for mercy, I will use magic to burn you into ashes to feed my herbs. My secret fire Faringa's destruction magic can be ranked among the top few among all the mages in Skyrim. No problem. Li Chuan smiled slightly, but he was not angry because of Faringa's attitude. It's good. I can read books and get in touch with this seemingly powerful magician by the way, and really understand the magic of this world. Seeing that Li Chuan's attitude was good, Faringa's attitude was obviously better, and he took him to the back room, filled with rows of bookshelves. Although my collection of books is far less than that of Winterhold, it is definitely more than that of any other city. If you have patience, take a good look at it. It will be very helpful for your future adventures. After leading Li Chuan to the inner room and briefly explaining a few things, Fair Na hurriedly continued to study his plan against the dragon. And Li Chuan also began to browse the catalog on the bookshelf. First Seed, High Sun, Starry Night, Olaf and the Dragon, The Glory of Bothia, A Brief History of the Empire I, A Brief History of the Empire II. The books on several bookshelves added up to several hundred books. And there are indeed many books that can give him a deep understanding of this world. Legend of Creation. Li Chuan took out the book that he was most interested in from the bookshelf, found a chair to sit down, and began to read. He read until very late, and then he left Longland Fort and rented a room in the hotel below the Mare Banner. In the next few days, Li Chuan went back and forth between Longland Fort and Mare Banner almost every day, reading books and understanding the history of this world. Because of his amazing reading speed and terrifying memory, he had read most of the books in Dragon's Reach in just 3 days. At this point, he had a real understanding of the world of the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Different books, especially those written by authors of different races, have different viewpoints in some aspects, but he still summarized some relatively reliable conclusions. The world of the Elder Scrolls is not a round sky and a square earth, but a planet that people call Nairn. Star. In the Dawn era recorded in mythology, time was not linear, but a chaos. Li Chuan understood it as a state similar to that before Panga created the world. Later, a being called Head of God in the chaos had a dream, and then the world split into Anu and Padom. They represent eternity and change respectively. The collision of Anu and Padom gave rise to Orbis. In Li Chuan's understanding, Orbis is probably the meaning of the universe, and it sounds similar to the Big Bang. Anu represents time, and later split into Akatosh, the dragon god of time. Padom represents space, and later split into Lochon, the snake god. Later, different gods were born in this universe, and these gods were collectively called original spirits. For some unknown reason, Lochon began to persuade Akatosh and encourage the original spirits born later to create the world with him. So the original spirit symbolizing eternity turned into Idra, symbolizing change. The original spirits turned into Deidre. Then, there was an extremely powerful being among the original spirits, named Magnus, who was appointed as the chief designer of creation, creating the material form of the mortal world and planning the direction of the major planets in the universe. But when the world was truly created, the original spirits found that the new world was different from what Lorcan said. It was not eternal, but constantly changing, and began to absorb their energy, trying to trap them here. Some of the original spirits, who reacted quickly, broke through the shackles and escaped to the light world under the leadership of Magnus. The gap created by Magnus formed the sun, while the gaps created by other spirits formed the stars in the sky. These gaps also allow the energy of the light world to flow into the mortal world, and the energy used by magicians to cast magic comes from this. However, several books about gods and spirits also introduce that the reason why people can use magic is not because of the teaching of the Dragon Clan, but because of the teaching of the elemental god Junalise, the widow of Lacan. Chapter 449. When the world began to stabilize, all the original spirits who had not left were forced to integrate into this world. Except for powerful beings like Akatosh and Lorcan, who could maintain their infinity, most original spirits could only maintain their existence through constant reproduction, reincarnation and rebirth. Among them, Akatosh was angry about Magnus' escape, so he bit off a piece of his flesh when he was about to leave. This piece of flesh turned into the demon god Mehrunes Dagon, who almost destroyed the continent of Tamriel in history. Because of the escape of Magnus and other Daedra, although the world was created successfully, it could not maintain stability all the time. So Akatosh led the Daedra to judge Lorcan, who had deceived them in the White Gold Tower, tore Lorcan's body in half, and turned it into 2 moons, and took out his heart, and sealed it in the Red Mountain of the Morning Wind continent. Then he took the remaining 7 Daedra, and turned them into 8 planets to orbit Nirn. This allowed Nirn to truly maintain stability over the long river of time without any problems. The future mortals will create different character consciousness for the 8 Daedra of Akatosh according to their own preferences, and they will become the 8 holy spirits now. Talos is a mortal who became a god, and he is not among the 8 Daedra who created the world. Of course, there are actually many disputes about the 8 holy spirits. It is not so accurate whether there are 8, 7, or 6. Just like Akai, the god of reincarnation, funerals and cemeteries, it is recorded in the book Akai, the god of life and death, that he was originally just a mortal. Because he was obsessed with the way of life and death, he prayed to the Holy Spirit Mara when he was about to die, hoping to get more time to study, and finally sublimated into a god. But some people also say that these are just the reincarnations of the Holy Spirit in the mortal world. Of course, these are relevant to Li Chuan. The most important thing is that he understands one thing. That is, the Holy Spirits such as Akatosh cannot directly have any great influence on the Instar. At most, they can pass some orders and blessings to the believers through the altar. They can't come to this world in their true bodies. If they want to come, they must reincarnate. And unless there is an event that really destroys the Instar, they generally won't reincarnate easily in the mortal world. There must be some restrictions that he doesn't know. As for the demons, that is, the Daedara who fled with Magnus, they could have come to Nirn in their true bodies. But now they can't do it either. It's just that compared to the Holy Spirits, they can exert a greater influence on Nirn. After all, their origin has never been damaged. As for why the demons can't come to Nirn in their true bodies, this is also explained in some books. It seems that Akatosh is worried that the demons who like to treat Nirn as a game will go crazy one day and destroy the stability of the whole world. So he set up a dragon fire barrier that can isolate the demon annihilation plane from Nirn. Each Holy Spirit has its own domain, which allows the souls of mortals who believe in them to enter their domain after death. The same is true for each demon god, except that the domain of the demon god is called the annihilation plane. This reminds Li Chuan of his Tsukuyami world, which can actually be regarded as a basic plane world, but it may still be far behind those holy spirits and demon gods. With the dragon fire barrier, the demon god cannot leave his annihilation plane and come to the mortal planet of Neon to stir up trouble. But this is not completely without flaws. According to historical records, the demon god Mehrunes Dagon, who is in charge of destruction, change, revolution, energy and ambition, once descended on the planet Nirn in person and almost dragged the entire Tamriel into his land of the dead Oblivion Plane. This matter has to start from the First Age. After the Dawn Age is the Elven Age, and after the Elven Age is the First Age. Now Li Chuan is in the 4th age of this world. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the Dragon Fire Barrier, Akatosh connected it with the blood of the Dragon Emperor, that is, the first Emperor of the Empire in history, Queen Alessia. As long as the blood of the Dragonborn continues, the Dragon Fire Barrier can always protect Nirn from the threat of the demon god. At this point, Li Chuan realized that the source of his Dragonborn bloodline was Akatosh, not Talos. I had read in the book before that most of the ancient Nords could roar, and Talos, a human who became a god, was even more powerful in the roar. So he thought that his Dragonborn bloodline was related to Talos, a human who became a god. Time developed to the 3rd Age, and all the Dragonborn bloodlines of the royal family of Tamriel were assassinated by the cultists, who believed in Dagon, and all died. No one could wear the amulet of kings given by Akatosh and open the Dragon Fire Barrier. The demon god Dagon took the opportunity to open the Gate of Oblivion in various parts of Tamriel, and personally led a large number of demon warriors and wizards to invade Tamriel. How could mortals be opponents of demon gods? The war was basically one-sided. Later, a man named Martin appeared, claiming to be the Emperor's illegitimate son and also had dragon blood. He transformed into the incarnation of the time dragon god Akatosh, and beat the demon god Dagon and his demons back to the Oblivion Plane. At the same time, he also sacrificed himself and turned into a statue to permanently fix the dragon fire barrier, so that the demons could no longer come to Nain in person. So now, as long as Li Chuan does not do anything and does not destroy the world, he does not have to worry about facing those powerful holy spirits and demons. Maybe he can't beat those demons who have their own planes now, but it's just a projection of some of their power, so he doesn't think it's a big problem. In other words, he doesn't have to deliberately hide his strength anymore. He can fly when he needs to fly and teleport when he needs to teleport, without worrying about being noticed. That morning, when Li Chuan left the Mare Banner and came to the gate of Longin Castle, intending to go in and read a book, a woman in armor and a cloak came out of the gate and passed by him. "Hey, isn't this Delphine, the proprietress of the sleeping inn? Why is she here and so mysterious?" Although the woman was wearing a cloak and covering her face, Li Chuan's eyes could see through the soul. Not to mention that you were covered. Even if you used magic to change your appearance, he could still recognize you instantly. From Riverwood to Whiterun, it is not an easy journey for an innkeeper, especially when the dragon crisis has not been resolved. Delphine, the innkeeper, is indeed not an ordinary person. Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. After a pause, Li Chuan did not reveal the identity of the innkeeper, but pushed the door and walked into Dragon Castle. Chapter 450. Good morning, Fair Na. After entering Longin Castle, Li Chuan greeted Fair Na as usual, and then prepared to go back to read. However, Fair Na, who usually just nodded, suddenly blocked Li Chuan's way today. "I heard that when you were in Heimu Town, did you go to the Huangpu ancient tomb in Hanluo Mountain?" "Yes, at that time, I accepted the commission from Liu Kan, the boss of the trading company, to help him take back the golden dragon claw from the bandits in Hanluo Mountain, so I went in for a tour." Li Chuan nodded, and did not hide it. He was just a little curious about how Fair Na knew about this. After all, when he passed the information to Bao Duff, he did not tell him about his trip to Hanluo Mountain. But when he thought of the proprietress of the sleeping inn who had just left Longling Castle, he felt relieved again. The villagers of Heimu Town knew that he went to Hanluo Mountain to wipe out the bandits there, and the proprietress was no exception. It was probably she who told Fair Na. "I didn't expect these two people to have a relationship. Did you find a strange stone with a map engraved on it?" Hearing that Li Chuan had indeed been to the Huangpu ancient tomb, Farenga's eyes suddenly lit up. Strange stone. Li Chuan thought for a while, and then thought of the stone in the treasure chest guarded by the Ghoul Lord. "Are you talking about this one?" As he said this, he pretended to take out a stone from his adventurer's backpack, but actually took out the stone from the Tsukuyami world. Fair Na picked up the stone and looked at it carefully, then showed a look of surprise. "Yes, this is it. This stone is called Dragon Stone, and the map drawn on it is actually the place where the dragon worshippers buried the dragon's body." Li Chuan knew about the dragon worship. The book Dragon Wars he had read before mentioned the war between humans and dragons. The group of people who worshipped the dragon clan extremely were the so-called dragon worshippers. At that time, the most powerful existence among the dragon clan, and also the leader of the dragon clan, was a dragon named Alduin. Legend has it that he is the first son of Akatosh, the dragon god of time. Some say he is the other side of Akatosh. Akatosh symbolizes the beginning of time, and Alduin symbolizes the end of time. So Alduin is also called World Devourer in mythology. The believers of the dragon worship believe that the world will be devoured and destroyed by Alduin, and then a new world will begin. Only by believing in Alduin, when the second world begins, will Alduin revive them. This dragon stone is very helpful for my research on dragons, and it also has a certain significance for us to resist dragon attacks. I need it very much, so take it. It's useless to me anyway. Li Chuan knew what Fair Na meant before he finished speaking. He had memorized all the dragon burial maps on the dragon stone after just one glance, so there was no need to keep them. Fair Na smiled when he saw that Li Chuan was so reasonable. "Very good, I will report this to the Lord, and he will give you a corresponding reward. The reward doesn't matter, but Master Fair Na, I heard that you have collected a lot of magic books. If possible, can you lend them to me?" Li Chuan smiled. Farenga's face suddenly showed a surprised look. "Why, you still want to learn magic? I'm not a warrior at all, but a magic swordsman, and I've learned a few magic tricks." Li Chuan raised his hand and released the electric shock. Magic swordsmen rarely appear in Skyrim, because most of Skyrim's warriors are very resistant to mages, and it's even more impossible for them to learn magic. And those who really have no prejudice against magic and are willing to learn magic think that those warriors are barbaric and rude, and they are all devoted to the study of magic, and it's even more impossible for them to play with swords. The most important thing is that a person's energy is limited. Warriors have one-handed swords, axes and daggers, two-handed great swords, great axes and great hammers, as well as bows and arrows, shields, etc. If you can master any of them, you are already a rare master. And there are 5 major systems among mages, and there are even more subdivisions. It takes much more time to master them than warriors. To have both, not only must you have ideological awareness and no prejudice against warriors and mages, but you must also have genius wisdom and physical talents far beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, you will end up being mediocre in everything. I didn't expect you to be a magic swordsman. You are quite good at electric shock. Looking at the lightning in Li Chuan's hand, which was obviously much thicker than the normal electric shock, Fernand nodded secretly, and his attitude became much closer. Although Whiterun is open-minded and very tolerant, it is the earliest Nord city after all, and everyone's prejudice against mages and magic is still deeply rooted. So except for Lord Balgruuf, who admires him very much, others don't like him very much. Now that he saw that Li Chuan, a warrior, was willing to put aside his prejudice and learn magic, he could not help but appreciate him more. In fact, Li Chuan's attitude of concentrating on reading books in the house every day these days has made him have a very good impression of Li Chuan. At least he does not think that he is a brainless barbarian. Since you have made contributions to Shuemon before and brought back the Dragon Stone, I can allow you to read some of the magic books in my collection. However, I have been busy recently and have no time to communicate with you, so you can only read by yourself. If you are really interested in magic, I still suggest you go to Winterhold School of Magic. Although people here are prejudiced against Winterhold School of Magic, it is the place where Skyrim can really settle down to learn and study magic. Thank you for the advice from Master Fernand. I am also planning to go to Winterhold School of Magic in a few days to study magic. Li Chuan nodded. He understood what Fernand meant, that is, he was willing to share some magic books, but would not guide him to learn. And these magic books were probably not very advanced magic. But that was enough. He was not a magic novice. He just wanted to understand some basic magic theories in this world. After finishing reading the books here, his next stop was indeed the Winterhold School of Magic. So, Fernand took out some magic books from his private collection and gave them to Li Chuan, and then took the Dragon Stone to find Lord Balgruuf. And Li Chuan also directly split out a shadow clone and started to speed up reading. Before, he was afraid of being noticed by the Holy Spirit and the Demon God, so he didn't dare to use many abilities, and he read books slowly by himself. Now that it has been confirmed to be safe, the cheating learning ability of the Shadow Clone, which can be called a bug, naturally cannot be wasted. Hundreds of Shadow Clones read books at the same time. In less than a day, he finished reading and digesting all the remaining books in the house, and the magic books he had just received. Chapter 451. The magic in this world seems to be really interesting. Li Chuan read until 3 p.m., without even having lunch. He finally finished reading all the books and magic books, took back his shadow clones, and began to summarize the knowledge passed on by the shadow clones. The magic energy in this world comes from the light world through the sun and stars. Magicians absorb this energy into their bodies, and then use it to perform various magic. However, the amount of magic energy that each person can hold in their body is limited. Once it is used up, it must be slowly restored before continuing to perform magic. So later, in order to allow the body to absorb more magic energy, the mages created a meditation technique that can enhance magic power with the help of the Holy Spirit. Mages can increase the total amount of magic power in their bodies through long-term meditation. The more powerful the mage, the more magic power he has in his body, and the more advanced magic he can cast. Some races are born with stronger talents, such as the High Elves of Somerset Island, who have higher magic power than other races at birth. Just like ordinary humans learning magic and meditating for 5 or 6 years, the magic power is equivalent to the magic power of a high elf baby when it is just born. So as long as the high elves are willing to learn magic, they can basically become powerful mages. This is also one of the reasons why the high elves' hometown, Somerset Island, is so small, but it can suppress the entire empire. In addition, mages can also enhance their strength by enchanting some magic items. For example, mage robes, mage headbands, mage rings, mage necklaces, etc. Some of them can store some extra magic power for the mage, And after using up the magic power in the body, the magic power stored in the magic items can be used. Some can help the mage absorb external magic power faster to restore magic power, or cast magic more calmly. Li Chuan doesn't care about those external magic items. What he really cares about is the meditation technique that can increase the total amount of magic power. Because the wizard blood in his body has a super high magic power conversion function, basically as long as he doesn't use up all the magic power in his body at once, he won't be out of magic power. Even if his magic power is completely exhausted, it will be almost full in a few seconds. In this world, his magic power recovery speed has reached the maximum. However, the magic power limit of wizard blood is fixed, which means that the amount of magic power in his body is completely determined after he reaches adulthood. This is also the reason why if he develops a very powerful magic, he will not be able to release it because it consumes too much magic power. For example, if his total magic power is 100, the wizard blood allows him to quickly restore it even if he uses up all the magic power at once, so he can release magic such as the fiery curse and the death curse without restraint. But if one day, he researches a magic that requires 101 magic points to cast, then he will not be able to release it because it has exceeded his upper limit. And now this meditation technique can allow him to break this upper limit through meditation, so that the total amount of magic power fixed by the wizard bloodline can be broken through. In the future, he and his wizard empire will research more powerful magic, or strengthen the original magic, and they will not have to worry about not being able to release it. Unfortunately, in the books given by Farron, there is only an introduction to meditation, but no learning method for meditation. This is also the norm in Skyrim. Because although all cities in Skyrim do not ban magic books, they do not allow the private sale of meditation. If a thief only gets a magic book, it is nothing, because even if he learns it, he can only rely on the little magic power in his body to release magic. A magician of this level can be killed by an archer with one arrow. But if this thief learns meditation, then he may really become a powerful mage and bring disaster to the area. So if you want to learn meditation, you either need to find a real wizard to be his apprentice, or join some wizard academy and wizard organization. In addition, he also finds the magic system of this world very interesting. He had only seen it roughly in other books before, but now he has a more detailed understanding. The magic he learned before was all from the wizard world of fantastic beasts and where to find them, and the magic of the wizard world, except for some black magic, is actually more inclined to daily life. The magic in this world is divided into more detailed categories. According to the book, the magic was originally classified into 7 categories instead of 5. In addition to the destruction, restoration, illusion, transformation and summoning categories, there were also the mystery and magic categories. But later, the mystery and magic categories were separated and divided into the other 5 categories. Now each category has a very complete magic principle, as well as a large number of various magics that have been developed. The magic books that Farron gave him were all the most basic introductory magic books of each category, which were at the same level as his electric shock technique, but even so, they gave him some new inspiration in magic. The magic that he found more interesting was a magic called insight. This was a basic magic of the illusion system, but the effect was quite amazing. After casting it, you thought about the name of the place you wanted to go to. As long as this place really existed in this world, you would naturally know where it was. As for the principle, according to the introduction in the book and Li Chuan's own understanding, after casting this spell, your spirit would resonate with this world, and then touch some basic laws that constitute the world, and thus get corresponding feedback. To put it in a more concrete way, the whole world is like a computer. Various established programs have been set up at the time of creation, and the world operates regularly according to these programs. When humans name a place, the world will generate a special file for it like a computer. When you use Insight, you open the search box of the computer. You don't need to search through files one by one. Just type a name, and it will appear in front of you. Based on this principle, even if he is in other worlds, as long as he makes some adjustments, he can achieve the same effect. Unlike some summoning spells, which can only be used in this world, once you leave this world, they are useless. Because many summoning spells summon the corresponding Daedara from the annihilation plane of the demon god. Like the demon warrior, demon wizard, demon wolf, fire elemental spirit, ice elemental spirit, and storm elemental spirit, etc. When he returns to the main world and other worlds, there is no so-called annihilation plane. However, the method of enslaving Daedara's spirit after summoning him is worth studying. Chapter 452. However, although Insight is the lowest level of illusion magic, there are not many mages who can really learn and use it proficiently. It is not because it is difficult or consumes too much magic power. If it is too difficult to learn and consumes too much magic power, then it is not a basic magic. Insight is easy to learn, but the key is that if you want to use it, you must have a very strong mental power to resonate with the laws of the world. So it is indeed a novice-level illusion magic, but unless you are gifted, generally only the top mages can use it. Li Chuan naturally had no problem. His mental power was originally very strong, and it became even stronger after being strengthened by the soul of the dragon bloodline. It seems that it is time to go to Winterhold. After digesting all the knowledge brought by the Shadow Clone, Li Chuan made a decision in his heart. In the past few days in Whiterun, he read books in Dragon's Reach during the day and spent money at the Mare Banner Inn at night, communicating with some merchants, adventurers and locals to obtain information. Basically, in terms of understanding of this world, he has surpassed most ordinary people. So there was no point in staying any longer. Originally, he wanted to stay for a few more days, but today, through Farengard's magic book, he learned about the practice of meditation that can improve magic power, and he couldn't wait. However, just as he walked out of the bookstore and came to the Hall of Dragon's Landing, he heard the urgent shout of Irileth, the commander of the Whiterun Guards. Farengard! Farengard, come over quickly, the guards found a dragon nearby. A dragon, really? This is so exciting. Where did it appear? What did it do? Farengard, who was originally studying the dragon stone in the house, ran out of the house excitedly after hearing Irileth's call. In addition to studying magic like other mages, his biggest hobby is to study the legendary extinct dragons. He is a typical dragon enthusiast. He agreed to Balgrif's invitation to come to Dragon's Reach as a mage, because he valued the legend of Dragon's Reach about suppressing dragons. But he is different from those believers of the dragon worship. As a dragon lover, he does not worship dragons, but wants to dissect dragons and study the secrets of dragon magic from their bodies. Seeing Farengard so excited about the appearance of the dragon, Irileth showed a hint of displeasure on his face. Farengard, I suggest you take this seriously. If a legendary dragon wants to attack Whiterun, we don't know if we can resist it. Even if we can resist it, how much will it cost? And how many soldiers and civilians will be sacrificed for it? Oh, I know, I just can't control my emotions. Farengard obviously realized that his behavior at this time was somewhat misunderstood. Irileth then relaxed his brows. The guards saw it flying from the mountains in the south and hovering near the western sentry tower. The Lord urgently summoned you to the second floor to discuss how we should deal with it. The two talked as they walked, and then walked to the second floor of Longling Castle. At this time, Li Chuan also stopped and touched his chin involuntarily. A giant dragon is attacking. I can go and see what it is like. He has been reading books these days, and he has not had time to learn the dragon roar that was imprinted in the ancient tomb of the Wild Waterfall. Now that a giant dragon has appeared, he can try out the innate ability in his dragon bloodline to absorb the dragon soul and quickly learn the dragon roar. He also wants to see this world and see what kind of power the giant dragon that was worshipped as a god in ancient times has. Living beings and demons cannot come to Nienstar in their true form, but dragons have always existed in the history of Nienstar. If the dragon was average, he would kill it and absorb its soul. If it was too strong, he would hide and wait until it became stronger before killing it. However, according to the legends about dragons recorded in the book, it seemed that it was just like that for him. At least most dragons were not too strong, otherwise, they would not have been completely defeated after humans learned magic. Perhaps because the situation was urgent, this meeting on dragons ended in less than 10 minutes. Li Chuan also relied on his super hearing to eavesdrop on the general content of the meeting. In fact, the content of the meeting was not much. After understanding the situation, Balgrif gave the following order. First, the guard commander Irileth led the most elite guards in Whiterun to the western watchtower to try to kill the dragon to prevent the dragon from causing a large number of civilian casualties in Whiterun. If the dragon is really as powerful as the legend says, don't hold on, save your life and retreat to Whiterun. Here, Farengard led the remaining guards to deploy on the city wall. If Irileth failed to kill the dragon and retreat, then they would fight to the death to defend the city wall and resist the dragon's attack with all their strength. Balgrif himself would also summon the strong men in the city, especially the powerful comrades, to help defend the city and kill the dragon. His name was not mentioned in the meeting. In the eyes of Balgrif and others, he was just an adventurer with good strength, but only limited to good strength, and might not be as good as some warriors in the comrades. For something like facing the legendary dragon, how could they think of him alone? So after the meeting, Irileth ran past Li Chuan and rushed out of Dragon's Landing Castle to summon the most elite guards in the city, and rushed to the western watchtower. Li Chuan also walked out of Dragon's Landing Castle first, hid his figure, and followed on a cloud. The Western Watchtower is a watchtower in Whiterun City to prevent robbers, wild beasts, and enemy movements. It is stationed by an elite Whiterun guard all year round. When Li Chuan secretly followed Aurelia's and rushed there at full speed, it was basically a ruin. The heavy stone walls had all collapsed, with conspicuous claw marks on them, and there were burning flames and charred guards everywhere. Aurelia's led people to search and finally found a surviving guard in the only remaining watchtower. The guard said that a giant dragon had attacked the sentry tower just now, and it should still be hovering nearby. Sure enough, just after the guards finished reporting, a deafening dragon roar came from the sky, and then they saw the legendary powerful and terrifying dragon. The dragon seemed to have discovered them, and swooped down to the sentry tower again. At this time, Li Chuan, who was hiding in the clouds, frowned. It was not because of how powerful the dragon was. In his perception, the dragon did not give him much of a threat. What really made him frown was the roar of the dragon just now. Maybe in the ears of Irles and others below, it was just a few deafening dragon roars, but in Li Chuan's ears, he could clearly hear the meaning of the dragon roar. If it is true, it is not good news. Chapter 453. In Li Chuan's ears, the dragon's roars translated into, "Ha ha ha, my lord Alduin has returned and resurrected our dragon race. This world will eventually be destroyed. Let me, Merminal, stretch my muscles and teach you ignorant and stupid mortals a lesson." There are 3 pieces of information revealed in the dragon's words. First, this dragon is called Merminal. Second, the world destroyer Alduin has returned. Third, Alduin is resurrecting the dead dragons, and the dragon that attacked the watchtower is one of them. It is recorded in many books that dragons are the children of the dragon god Akatosh, so they can never be really killed. Because even if they are killed by chance, they can be resurrected instantly by Alduin, the world devourer. This is also one of the important reasons why humans were basically one-sided in the war with dragons at the beginning, even if they learned the power of magic. Imagine that everyone sacrificed countless people and finally killed a dragon, and Alduin came over and hit Makabaka a few times, and it was resurrected again. How can we fight? The reason why they were able to win later was recorded in the book, because the 3 epic heroes of the Nords killed Alduin in the World Roar, which made the dragons unable to be resurrected. Now, according to the dragon, Alduin was not killed, and he began to resurrect the dead dragons, preparing to start the war between humans and dragons again and destroy the whole world. If the dragon did not lie, it would be a bit troublesome. Let's take it down first. Just as Li Chuan was thinking for a while, the dragon Milner had already fought with the elites of Whiterun led by Ireleth. This battle was a one-sided victory. It was not that Ireleth and the elite soldiers of Whiterun were not strong, but they could not fly, and could only rely on bows and arrows to hurt the dragon. The dragon flew in the air, opened its mouth and roared, and the terrifying dragon fire gushed out. Except for Ireleth, the dark elf, who was born with strong resistance to fire, and several high-level guards with enchanted shields, who could barely resist the dragon fire. The rest of the ordinary guards basically had a hard time fighting against the powerful dragon fire. The dragon would occasionally come down to tease everyone, making them feel that they had hope of victory, and they would chop with axes and swords. As a result, except for Ireleth and a few high-level guards holding enchanted weapons, who could barely cause some insignificant damage to the dragon's hard dragon skin, the others couldn't even break the defense. And the dragon's tail could easily sweep away a large area. He was still shouting arrogantly, "Ha ha! I didn't expect that mortals nowadays would become so weak, and there is no one who can roar. It seems that I will definitely win this time." In ancient times, the reason why the powerful dragons were defeated, in addition to Alduin's sudden disappearance and some dragons betraying to help humans, was mainly because the ancient Nords also mastered various dragon roars. Under the influence of dense dragon roars, many dragons could not fly at all, and could only fight hand-to-hand on the ground, and were eventually beaten to death. Otherwise, how could mortals kill dragons? Even if they couldn't beat them, dragons would just fly away, and mortals couldn't fly. Moreover, there are strong and weak dragons, high-level dragons, and low-level dragons. Many low-level dragons actually only master one dragon roar, and although it is difficult for mortals to master dragon roars, they are numerous. In a battle to kill a dragon, there may be hundreds of people, and as long as there are dozens of Nords who can master the dragon roar among these hundreds of people, dozens of dragon roars will hit the dragon at the same time. As for why few Nords can still roar now, Li Chuan has learned some information from the books that record history. In fact, the main reason is that the Nords like to fight too much. After solving the dragon crisis, the civil wars in the Nords broke out one after another. Among them, the Nords who can roar the dragon have too strong destructive power, causing the earth to collapse, and the mountains and rivers to break. So when the civil war ended and the continent was unified, the power of the dragon roar was naturally blocked gradually, so that it has basically been lost now. Commander, we are no match for it. What should we do? Several senior guards worked together to use a shield wall to block the dragon's dragon fire, protecting the ordinary guards behind who were struggling to shoot arrows, and shouted to Irileth, who was shooting magic arrows rapidly. After just a few minutes of fighting, half of them had fallen to the ground, and there were only a few insignificant bloodstains on the dragon's body. Retreat, retreat to Whiterun, and use the magic crossbows to attack. Irileth originally wanted to delay the defense of Whiterun for a while, but it was obvious that he could not delay any longer, otherwise there would be too many losses, and by then, there would not be enough manpower for the defense. Taking advantage of the time when the dragon just finished spewing dragon fire and flew through the air, Irileth shouted and immediately turned around and retreated towards Whiterun with everyone who could still move. However, the dragon was obviously unwilling to let them go like this. It turned around and landed directly in front of Irileth and others, blocking their way back to Whiterun. I disagree. Do you think you can escape? Seeing that the retreat was cut off, Irileth's face changed, but soon replaced by fierceness. Everyone listen, fight to the death. As a dark elf, she can be the commander of the guards of Whiterun, and take charge of the military power of Whiterun. She is also a ruthless person. Since there is no way to retreat, fight to the death. Even if the dragon cannot be killed, it must make it lose a few more pieces of meat to reduce the pressure on the defense of Whiterun. Fight to the death. All the guards of Whiterun roared and slapped their shields with their swords. The Nords have no shortage of the spirit of fighting to the death, not to mention that their families are in the city. Once the dragon breaks through, the entire Whiterun will turn into a sea of fire. Looking at Irileth and others who are ready to fight to the death, Myrmidon showed a hint of mockery in his eyes. In his eyes, these mortals who can't roar dragons can't hurt him at all, no matter how many there are, not to mention that he was just playing around before, and didn't use half of his strength. He just roared dragons, disarm. The powerful sound and air waves covered everyone in Irileth. In an instant, the swords, axes, hammers, shields, bows and arrows in everyone's hands all flew out of their hands involuntarily. Obviously, the dragon's roar this time was no longer a scorching flame dragon roar, but another special dragon roar that could disarm weapons. The people who were about to fight were all dumbfounded at this time, and despair surged in their hearts. If their weapons were disarmed, they would really become lambs to be slaughtered in front of the powerful dragon, and they would not even be able to bite off a piece of the other party's meat before they died. Chapter 454. Go to hell. After disarming all the guards of Whiterun, Myrmidon opened his mouth again, ready to transform the disarming dragon roar into a fire-breath dragon roar, killing everyone at once. But at this moment, a huge force suddenly came from his tail, and then his whole body flew into the air and was thrown back fiercely. The prepared fire breath was also sprayed in the air, and no one was hurt. Such a big guy, blocking the road here, will you let people pass? After Lichuan threw Milmanir away, he clapped his hands in disgust. He had a good impression of the city of Whiterun. Lord Balgruuf was a wise and tolerant lord, and Irileth never put on airs when he saw him. So he thought he could still help him. Even if he exposed some of his strength, it was no big deal. He could use it to make a name for himself, and prepare for studying magic in Winterhold. It's you, Adventurer Chuan. When Irileth saw Lichuan appear, she was shocked. She must have known Lichuan, but she didn't expect him to be here, and to throw the dragon away in one fell swoop. How much strength would it take? Even the orc warriors couldn't do it. Similarly, the guards behind her were also frightened by the powerful strength shown by Lichuan. At this time, Milmanir, who was thrown away, quickly stabilized his body in the air with a pair of powerful wings, and turned to look down at the culprit Lichuan. However, his eyes first showed doubt, and then anger. Duiken, you actually help mortals. In Milner's eyes, Lichuan's soul has the characteristics of a dragon soul, so he is naturally a dragon, but this dragon does not have the appearance of a normal dragon. But it doesn't matter. The dragon is a creature formed after the dragon god's soul splits, so whether it is a dragon depends mainly on the soul, not the body. After Lichuan, a fellow dragon, appeared, he actually attacked the humans he protected. Obviously, he was one of the dragons who betrayed his master Alduin during the Dragon War. Lichuan was slightly surprised that the giant dragon in front of him actually regarded him as a fellow dragon. But thinking of his dragon blood, he was relieved. Is what you said before true about Alduin's return and the resurrection of the dragon race? The betrayed Duokin, what are you talking about? Hearing Li Chuan's question, Mermanil showed confusion in his eyes. This Duokin did not communicate with him in dragon language, but in mortal language that he could not understand. At this time, Li Chuan also reacted. He was speaking the Skyrim common language in Locker's memory, and when the dragons were alive, humans spoke Old Nordic. So now the resurrected dragons can only understand dragon language and Old Nordic, and Skyrim common language is naturally incomprehensible. Then try telepathy. He could understand dragon language because of the ability brought by the dragonborn bloodline, but it does not mean that he can communicate normally in dragon language. As for Old Nordic, he doesn't know it even more. Therefore, he can only try telepathy, which does not require language but communicates directly through spiritual contact, and repeat his previous question. Of course it's true. My lord has returned. You, the traitorous Duokin and mortals, will all be destroyed. Milmanir finally understood what Li Chuan said. But he was obviously very angry with Li Chuan. After threatening him, he directly sprayed a mouthful of dragon fire at Li Chuan and all the snowman guards behind him. Crystal Wall. Seeing this, Li Chuan raised his hand and used Ares Mu's defensive skill. The crystal wall uses the power of the microcosm to create a transparent wall composed of countless crystals, which can block all attacks, and even space skills cannot penetrate. So Milner's dragon fire was naturally blocked. Where is Alduin now? What is his plan? After blocking Milner's attack, Li Chuan continued to ask through telepathy. The giant dragon in front of him was no threat to him. What he really feared was Alduin, who was called the World Devourer. According to mythology, Alduin is the two sides of Akatosh. The more mortal souls he eats, the stronger he will be. When Alduin reaches the peak of his strength, he can even swallow the whole world in one bite. Although Li Chuan felt that this statement was a bit exaggerated, it also indirectly reflected the power of Alduin. Unfortunately, Mermanil obviously did not want to answer Li Chuan's words. Seeing that his dragon fire was blocked, he flew directly to the sky to bypass the crystal wall and swooped down to attack Li Chuan from behind. He wanted to use his sharp dragon claws to tear Li Chuan's body directly. Attack with all your strength. At this time, Irileth and others also picked up their fallen weapons again and launched a crazy counterattack against Mermanil, who was swooping down. However, their attacks could not cause much damage to Mermanil. It seems that I still need to let you understand the difference in strength first. Looking at Mermanil swooping down on him amidst countless arrows, Li Chuan's inner universe burned, and when the time was right, he raised his hand and punched out. Lushan Xinglongba. A green giant dragon shadow appeared faintly, and a fist with powerful force soared into the sky, directly hitting Mermanil's dragon chin, knocking him back instantly. Because the power was too strong, even if Mermanil flapped his wings desperately, he still couldn't stop. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, leaving a tunnel of 100 meters, and barely stopped. The armor and weapons made of dragon bones and dragon skin are the most powerful armor and weapons in the world. It is conceivable how strong the dragon's attack and defense are. But even so, Mermanil felt that his whole dragon body was about to fall apart after being hit by Li Chuan's punch. At the same time, he also understood a fact in his heart, that is, the fellow tribesman on the opposite side was obviously much stronger than him, and staying to fight would be a death sentence. He dared to attack the mortal city so swaggeringly, not because he thought the mortal city was vulnerable. You should know that he was killed by the ancient Nords using dragon roars. And before he came, he didn't know that modern Nords no longer knew how to use dragon roars. His biggest reliance was actually the immortality of the dragon clan. Even if he was beaten to death, Alduin could use his dragon roar that was specially used to resurrect the dragon clan to revive him again. But there is one exception. That is, if he was killed by Duvkin, he would be truly dead, a death that even Alduin could not revive. Because his dragon soul would be absorbed by Duvkin. So after confirming that he was no match for the traitorous Duvkin, he immediately endured the pain and frantically flapped his wings to escape. Chapter 455. However, how could Li Chuan let the fat meat in his mouth escape like this? Not to mention that he had not yet asked about Alduin's location and plan, he had to take down the dragon soul. So when Mermanil just struggled to get up and escape, Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he had passed through Irileth and others, and came to Mermanil, and stepped hard on his dragon head. With the blessing of the small universe, this kick directly stepped Mermanil's dragon head into the ground, bursting a big hole. I ask again, where is Alduin now? Why did he come back again, and what is his plan? Milner, who was stepped on by Li Chuan, felt that his skull had been cracked. He desperately scratched the ground with his dragon claws, trying to escape from Li Chuan's suppression. However, Li Chuan, whose microcosm was burning at this time, was able to suppress him as steadily as a mountain even without opening the 8 gates. And this scene has completely shocked Irileth and others over there. The giant dragon that had beaten them so hard that they had no power to fight back and had already fallen into despair was suppressed so easily by Li Chuan, an unknown adventurer. The giant dragon that was digging in the ground and trying to escape now no longer had the majestic aura it had just had. It was like a stray dog that was wailing and trying to escape after its head was stepped on. I don't know where my master is. He woke me up and let me move freely, waiting for his call. I came to attack mortals out of boredom. Feeling that if he continued like this, his skull would really be cracked, Merminal replied hurriedly. Faced with real death and Alduin's loyalty, he chose to save his life first. Li Chuan frowned after hearing this, because Merminal's answer did not provide any valuable content. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. In order to prevent Merminal from lying, Li Chuan raised his hand and punched the dragon head. However, the Gemini's skill that can easily control people's minds failed on Merminal, the dragon. Merminal was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal, and was not controlled by him. Perhaps it was because Merminal's dragon soul was too powerful compared to humans, beyond the control limit of the Phantom Demon King Fist. It is also possible that the Phantom Demon King Fist is a unique skill developed for humans, and has no effect on different creatures such as dragons. Since it is impossible to control Merminal and determine whether he is lying, we can only assume that he did not lie in the face of death. And if this is true, Merminal obviously only has one last value left, which is to contribute the dragon soul. Feeling the killing intent coming from above, Merminal let out a dragon roar, while Li Chuan was thinking about something and his feet were somewhat relaxed. Phantom! Merminal's body suddenly turned into a shadow, and Li Chuan's foot, which was stepping on his dragon's head, passed through the dragon's head and landed on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Although he was crushed by Li Chuan throughout the whole process, he was actually an ancient dragon that could use 3 kinds of dragon roars, and was much stronger than ordinary dragons, green dragons, and ice dragons. This dragon roar that can make the body ethereal and immune to all physical and magical attacks is his life-saving dragon roar. Even though he can only be ethereal for 30 seconds and cannot launch attacks during these 30 seconds, it is enough for him to escape at the critical moment. We can't let him go. Seeing Merminal ethereal escape from Li Chuan's feet, Irileth was shocked and immediately led all archers to attack Merminal in the air. If the dragon is allowed to escape at this time, Whiterun will never have peace. However, whether it was Irileth's magic arrows or the steel arrows of the ordinary guards, they all passed through Merminal's body and could not hurt him at all. After rising to a certain height, the virtualization effect ended, and after confirming that he could not be harmed by the people below, Merminal did not escape immediately, but instead spoke harshly to Li Chuan below in the air. Duakin, your strength is indeed very strong, but it is still far from the strength of my lord. Dare to stand on the side of mortals and betray my lord. There is only one way to go, death. At that time, your soul will also be the most delicious delicacy for my master. I am afraid you will never see your master again. Li Chuan sneered when he heard this, and then his mind moved, and the Sagittarius golden cloth that was nurtured in his dantian instantly appeared to replace the inferior leather armor on his body. God-killing golden arrow. Stretching out his hand, and pulling the golden bow to its full length, a golden arrow appeared out of thin air, and then turned into a golden light, and shot towards Merminal in the sky. At this time, Merminal in the air also felt a crisis of death, and quickly turned around to flap his wings to escape. However, just as his dragon body turned halfway, he was shot through the head by the golden arrow on the spot, and fell towards the sentry tower like a wild goose. Duakin, no! The dragon race's defense is indeed strong, but the Sagittarius golden arrow has the title of God-killing arrow. Maybe it can't kill Alduin, but it's more than enough to shoot an ancient dragon. As Milner was killed and fell to the ground, Li Chuan's body suddenly shook, and he felt the resonance of the soul again. Who? As if the sound of a whistling wind was heard, Merminir's dragon soul flew out of the dragon body, transformed into the purest soul energy, and was completely absorbed by Li Chuan's body. At this time, in Li Chuan's mind, the knowledge about the first part of the dragon roar of unrelieved power that he had learned from the ancient tomb of Huangpu Waterfall was suddenly clear and understood by him thoroughly. He opened his mouth subconsciously, his soul was shaken, and the purest dragon roar burst out of his mouth. Unrelieved power. The special power formed by the dragon roar instantly pushed the huge dragon body of Milminir in front of him away for more than 10 meters. Obviously, he had learned the first dragon roar by directly absorbing the dragon soul, with the special talent of the dragon bloodline. Although the dragon roar can be regarded as dragon language magic, it does not consume magic power, because when Li Chuan performed it, he found that the magic power in his body did not decrease. What really decreased was the mental power brought by the soul power. Fortunately, as a Jin Dan cultivator, his soul, that is, the primordial spirit, is far superior to that of ordinary people. In addition, the small universe has opened up the spiritual field, and the dragon bloodline has strengthened the strength of the primordial spirit. So using the dragon roar didn't seem to be a burden to him, especially since it only had one stage of unrelieved strength. He felt that he could roar hundreds of times continuously without any problem. However, after the 3 stages are collected in the future, it may not be so easy. There are many other dragon roars that may consume more mental energy than unrelieved strength, just like Milmanir's void just now. Chapter 456. Hey my soul. Just when Li Chuan couldn't help but let out a dragon roar, his face suddenly showed a very surprised look. It turned out that after absorbing Milmanir's dragon soul, he found that his soul had been greatly enhanced again, which also made him feel the opportunity for a breakthrough. He had already reached the peak of the golden core before, but the Taoist formula he practiced was more towards the nascent soul, so he also planned to break through to the nascent soul. In the world of the legend of Shushan, the breakthrough of a golden core cultivator can be mainly divided into 2 types. One is the nascent soul, and the other is the soul. In fact, the difference in strength is not that big. For nascent soul, the true essence will be stronger, but the soul will be weaker. For the cultivators in the soul realm, it is just the opposite. The soul will be stronger, and the true essence will be weaker. When both of them reach the peak and pass the 49th heavenly tribulation, it is easier for the nascent soul cultivators to deal with the thunder tribulation, but not so easy to deal with the heavenly demon. It is more difficult for the soul realm cultivators to deal with the thunder tribulation, and then it becomes much easier to deal with the heavenly demon. It mainly depends on personal choice. After passing the 49th heavenly tribulation and achieving the earthly immortal realm, it will become the same again. The true essence and the soul will be very strong. Li Chuan was only 1 step away from breaking through the Dan and becoming an infant, but even with the help of the spiritual energy converter, it would take about 3 or 4 years to truly break through. However, because his microcosm broke through to the 7th sense, his spirit replenished his soul, plus the soul enhancement of the dragon bloodline, and now the absorbed dragon soul. As a result, his Yuanshan, which he did not focus on, actually surpassed him and reached a state where he could retreat and break through at any time. Now, as long as he finds a safe place to retreat for a period of time, he can directly break through to the Yuanshan realm and his strength will be greatly improved. This dragon soul is a good thing. At this time, Li Chuan's eyes were shining, and he looked very scary. Because he thought of another thing. Since absorbing dragon soul can strengthen the soul, when he breaks through to the soul realm, as long as he absorbs enough dragon soul, wouldn't he be able to directly skip the long soul realm practice and directly build the soul to the peak? Of course, such a large-scale strengthening must have disadvantages, because it has deviated from the right path and is close to the devil's way. If it is a normal cultivator, when he passes the 49th heavenly tribulation, he may be directly turned into ashes in the first thunder tribulation because of his unstable foundation. But he is not a normal cultivator. The strength of a cultivator is only a part of his real strength. He also has a body as strong as a demon beast, and has chakra, fairy chakra, microcosm and other means. Just now, he feels that with all his abilities, even if his strength is not as strong as that of a celestial being who has ascended, he is still at the peak of a terrestrial being. He even thinks that if he goes to the world of Shushan now, and fights Yuquan who has not refined Chio's blood, he will have a good chance of winning. So it is only a matter of going through the 49th heavenly tribulation, so there is naturally no danger. Once the 49th heavenly tribulation is over, with the power of the heavenly tribulation to polish the body and the soul, the problem of unstable foundation will no longer exist. It seems that in addition to learning new magic, it is also imperative to find all the resurrected dragons, and kill them all to absorb the dragon souls. Ismir, you are the legendary dragon descendant. No wonder you can kill the dragon. Just as Li Chuan was thinking about his future dragon-killing plan, the guards of Whiterun City saw Li Chuan absorbing the dragon soul, and using the dragon roar, and they were immediately excited. Indeed, I am a dragonborn blessed by the dragon god. Li Chuan admitted his identity directly. The blood of the dragonborn is not unique to him. It is recorded in many historical books. Most of the natives of Whiterun have heard the story of the dragonborn from their ancestors and parents since childhood. Legend has it that the dragonborn are humans blessed by the dragon god. They can kill dragons and absorb the dragon's power. For example, Talos, the most worshipped god by the Nords, and now excluded from the ranks of the Holy Spirit by the Empire, was considered a dragonborn when he was still a mortal Tiber Septim. But the dragons had already been extinct by then. So the identity of the dragonborn was still a relatively noble identity in the eyes of the Nords, and he didn't need to hide it deliberately. Hearing Li Chuan admit his identity, the guards of Whiterun excitedly discussed it one by one, and all looked at Li Chuan with respect. At this time, Irileth also came to Li Chuan and said with gratitude, "Thank you for helping us kill the dragon and relieving the crisis in Whiterun. I will report this to the Lord after I go back, and he will give you a corresponding reward." As a dark elf, Irileth obviously didn't know the story of the Nord Dragonborn, nor did she care. She just knew that the adventurer in front of her had the terrifying power to crush the dragon, and saved all their lives. He was a truly powerful man worthy of respect. "I know some recovery magic. Let's save the injured first." Li Chuan smiled, and didn't care too much, but began to treat the guards of Whiterun, who were seriously injured by the dragon. Seeing that Li Chuan could actually use recovery magic, everyone looked at him with even more respect. Nords hate magicians and magic, but there is one exception, that is, restoration magic. Although in the Mage Guild and many mage organizations, restoration magic has always been in a rather awkward position, because many mages think it should not be classified as a large category. However, most warriors and civilians recognize restoration magic very much, and even think it is a divine art bestowed by the gods. Because restoration magic can heal wounds and cure diseases, it is generally the main ability of the priests of the Holy Spirit Temple. In fact, the red medicine sold in the pharmacy and the altar of the Holy Spirit can also heal wounds and cure diseases. However, the red medicine is expensive and ordinary civilians cannot afford it. Some adventurers and mercenaries buy it to save their lives. When civilians are injured, they go to the temple to spend a few gold coins to find a priest to use recovery magic to treat them. The altar of the Holy Spirit can also not cure all diseases. The altar is mainly for external infectious diseases. For headaches and fevers of the body itself, you also need to find a priest. In fact, Li Chuan does not know the recovery magic that can heal others. The magic book he got from Fairnaw only has some basic recovery magic that can heal himself. The recovery magic that can heal others has exceeded the basic level. But it doesn't matter. He can use the healing magic and medical ninjutsu he learned before as a substitute. Anyway, the effect is not much different. There are many magic effects in this world, even the effect of Dragon Roar. There are similar substitutes in the magic, Taoism and ninjutsu he learned before. The effect of Myrminel's disarming Dragon Roar is the same as his disarming spell. It's just that the attack range of disarming Dragon Roar is larger and more difficult to dodge. Chapter 457. Oh my! Just when Li Chuan had just treated the injured Whiterun guards and put Myrminel's body into the moon-reading world, he was planning to follow Irileth back to Whiterun to see what Balgruuf would give. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that resounded through the sky was heard. The roar was so loud that it pushed all the clouds in the sky away, revealing a cloudless scene. Whose voice is so loud? Li Chuan followed the direction of the sound and headed towards the distant place called the Throat of the World. He looked at the Hogarth Howling Peak. Even he was shocked by the huge sound. Because even if he turned on the amplification spell, it was impossible to make such a loud sound. What's going on? Irileth and others were also startled by the sudden loud sound, but after finding that nothing happened, they didn't care too much. But Li Chuan was thinking in his heart. Others might not notice it, but he could lock the direction of the sound coming from the Howling Peak. According to some information he learned from the residents of Whiterun, there is a monastery on the world's first mountain, Howling Peak, which is 10,000 meters high. A group of people named Greybeard live in the courtyard. And the Greybeards are respected by the entire Skyrim, and even the elves. It is said that they have a powerful force that can destroy the world, but they never participate in worldly disputes, and never leave Howling Peak. So the deafening sound just now is likely to be the voice of the legendary Greybeard. Similarly, he did not care too much about the past. He had two plans at the moment. Kill the dragon to absorb the dragon's soul to strengthen his spirit, and learn meditation and magic to improve his magic power. So he returned to Whiterun with Irileth and others, and met with Lord Balgruuf again in the Hall of Dragon's Reach. After Balgruuf learned about the incident from Irileth, he first thanked Li Chuan solemnly, and then asked with a serious expression, "Mr. Chuan, are you really a dragonborn?" "Yes." Li Chuan nodded. After getting the confirmed answer, he looked at his brother Holunga standing beside him, and then looked at Li Chuan again with envy. "It seems that the person Greybeard just summoned is you. You know, the last time Greybeard summoned like this was to summon Tiber Septim." Next, Balgruuf told Li Chuan about Greybeard. Greybeard has always been a legendary existence in Skyrim, very mysterious, and most people in Skyrim don't know much about Greybeard. The reason why Balgruuf knows Greybeard so well is that when he was young, he climbed the High Howl Peak to find Greybeard to learn from him. At that time, he was with Ulfric, the current leader of the Stormcloaks. What they wanted to learn was the long-lost way of roaring mastered by the ancient Nords in Skyrim, that is, the roar of the dragon. The reason why Greybeard has the power to destroy the earth in the legend is that they have been inheriting the way of roaring, and have been studying and researching the roar of the dragon in the monastery. Tiber Septim, the former Dragonborn, was summoned by Greybeard and learned many powerful dragon roars, and finally unified the entire Tamriel continent and became the first true Nord Emperor. Why did the Thalmor require the current empire not to worship Talos in the Platinum Agreement? It is because Tiber Septim unified the entire continent before becoming a god, and of course destroyed the ancestral Shinjo, which was a humiliating hatred of destroying the country. In addition to historical reasons, Li Chuan thinks it is also to split the empire, because Talos is the belief of the Nords, and the empire abolishing Talos will cause dissatisfaction among the Nords and rebellion. And indeed, their goal was achieved. I suggest you set off for High Howl Peak Monastery as soon as possible. No one can refuse the call of Greybeard, and this is also a great honor. I also have some small thanks for helping us to overcome the crisis in Whiterun this time. Having said this, Balgruuf paused for a moment, then waved his hand down. A female Nord warrior wearing heavy armor and looking heroic immediately came up to Li Chuan and knelt on one knee. Chuan, as a lord, I officially appoint you as the Whiterun Guard. This is the highest honor I can give you. At the same time, I appoint the female warrior Lydia as your personal guard, give you the Sword of Whiterun as a symbol of your status, and give you the right to buy a house in the Whiterun territory. After coming out of Dragon's Reach, standing in the square in the center of the Wind Zone, Li Chuan looked at Lydia, the guard given to him by Balgruuf, and couldn't help asking, Lydia, do you know what the position of the guard is? Sir, Wu Wei is a title that only those who have made great contributions to the territory can get, and they are nobles. Faced with Li Chuan's question, Lydia replied in a very respectful tone. In her heart, being able to become the personal guard of the legendary dragon-slaying dragon is a great honor for a Nord. To sum up Lydia's answer, Wu Wei is an honorary title with no actual rights, but it is a noble, with a title and respected by everyone. In this medieval-like world, it is quite difficult for commoners to cross classes and become nobles. The adventurer that Li Chuan played before was just a commoner. But now that he has become a Wu Wei, he has crossed the class and become a noble recognized by all cities in this world. For ordinary people, it is indeed a very valuable reward. Moreover, an elite warrior was specially selected as the Wu Wei's personal guard, although Li Chuan did not actually need it. So let's buy a house first. After understanding the specific situation of Wu Wei, Li Chuan took Lydia to find the chief steward Proventus, intending to buy a fixed residence in Whiterun City. Except for the locals of Whiterun, outsiders, no matter how rich they are, have no right to buy a house in Whiterun. This is not only true for Whiterun, but also for other cities in Skyrim. This is to prevent too many outsiders from leaving the local population without space to live. Outsiders can do business, take on quests, and stay in hotels, but they cannot buy a house unless authorized by the Lord. Li Chuan now has the right to buy a house in Whiterun. Originally, he did not plan to buy a house, because if there had been no dragon attack, he would have gone to Winterhold to study magic. But now that he is about to break through the Soul Realm after absorbing the dragon soul, he just needs a fixed place to retreat for a while. As for going to Winterhold to learn magic, and going to High Roar Peak to see Greybeard to learn the way of roar, these must be put aside after breaking through the Soul Realm. And the female guard Lydia, who followed him, also needed a place to live. Chapter 458. There are currently 2 good houses available for purchase in the territory. One is Fingjai, located next to the blacksmith shop in the wilderness area, and the price is relatively cheap. The other is Tundra Manor, opposite the farm east of the city, with a large area, but the price is relatively expensive. Finding Proventus, the general manager in charge of housing, Li Chuan got the drawings and related introductions of the 2 houses available for purchase. Because he wanted to retreat and break through, the noisy city was not suitable, so he decisively chose the Tundra Manor, which was larger and quieter outside the city. Although it was a bit expensive, it didn't matter to him who had plenty of money. So after paying the money, he quickly got the deed and key to the Tundra Manor and walked out of the city. At this time, the news that Li Chuan was named a military guard for helping the Whiterun guards kill the dragon had spread throughout the city. After all, in order to prevent the dragon from attacking, Balgruuf had made a lot of noise in the city defense. All the people who saw Li Chuan along the way had more respect in their eyes, not only because Li Chuan slayed the dragon and protected the Whiterun city, but also because of the admiration for the strong. When the guards of Whiterun saw him, they would stop and bow their heads to greet him, calling him Master Wu Wei. As the trade center of Skyrim, Li Chuan estimated that it would not be long before his deeds of slaying dragons and his identity as a dragonborn would spread to all parts of the world through the merchants and adventurers in the city. Sir, this place is more than 20 miles away from Tundra Manor. It's better for us to ride horses. After leaving the city gate and passing by the horse farm, Lydia, as a guard, carefully reminded him. Li Chuan just smiled and said, riding a horse is too slow, let's fly over. Now, he no longer needs to hide his flying ability. Fly? Lydia's eyes widened immediately. She had never heard of people flying, and even those strange magicians couldn't fly. But Li Chuan didn't explain, but just grabbed Lydia's steel armor, and the flying sword wings behind him spread out, turning into an aurora and disappearing on the spot in an instant. In just a few seconds, he flew over farms, and saw the Tundra Manor standing alone on a green plain. This is a very beautiful small manor. In addition to a large house that can be lived in, there is also a complete set of forging equipment and stables, farmland, beehives, and other facilities. It is estimated that even if you don't go out, you can live here for a long time in a self-sufficient manner. After folding the flying sword wings and landing at the door of the manor, Li Chuan said to Lydia, who had not yet recovered, "From now on, you will be the housekeeper of this manor and help me manage this manor." Lydia is a powerful elite warrior in Whiterun City, but she can basically not help Li Chuan. So why not stay in the manor and be his steward in this world? Yes, sir. Lydia nodded stutteringly. She thought that the dragonborn in the story when she was a child could kill the dragon and absorb the dragon's ability was a legend, but she didn't expect it to be true. Look at the dragonborn sir she served. He just had the same flying ability as a dragon. At this time, Lydia thought that Li Chuan could fly because he absorbed the flying ability of the dragon. At her level, she didn't know some information about the real ability of the dragonborn, and she relied on the stories she heard since childhood and her own guesses. He took out Proventus and opened the door of the manor. After telling Lydia a few more words and leaving enough gold coins, Li Chuan entered the retreat to break through the Yuanshan realm. 1 month later, in the master bedroom of Tundra Manor, Li Chuan closed his eyes and pinched the Tao formula with his hands, running the Taoist exercises in his body, concentrating his mind and spirit, and quickly turning the true energy in his body. Break it for me. With his loud shout, cracks appeared in the golden elixir in his body, and it exploded directly. The powerful true energy flowed upstream from the Dantian and rushed straight to the Sea of Consciousness. Or more precisely, the microcosm after the evolution of the Sea of Consciousness merged with the soul, slowly condensing a soul figure that was exactly the same as Li Chuan's body. The soul figure opened his eyes, and the true essence that was 100 times stronger than the previous Jin Dan realm condensed again in the Dantian in Li Chuan's body. At this time, the powerful momentum he burst out when he advanced to the Yuanshan realm also rushed straight to the sky, dispersing all the dark clouds above the snowy territory where it was raining at this time, revealing the warm sunshine. The Yuanying realm is the Jin Dan transformation of the infant, and a physical Yuanying that is the same as the body is condensed in the Dantian. The Yuanshan realm is the transformation of the spirit into an infant, and a physical Yuanshan is condensed in the Sea of Consciousness, which is the same as the body. After passing through the 49th heavenly tribulation, the physical Yuanshan in the Yuanshan realm will be combined with the soul and the body under the influence of the heavenly tribulation, and reach the realm of earthly immortals. Similarly, the Yuanshan realm will also be combined with the true essence in the Dantian and the body after passing the tribulation, and reach the realm of earthly immortals. Therefore, the earthly immortal is the physical body, the soul, and the true essence can be perfectly integrated, and the Yuanshan and Yuanshan are just a fork in the middle realm, and they will eventually come back. The soul leaves the body. As soon as he entered the soul realm, Li Chuan pinched the magic formula with his hands, and the soul sitting cross-legged in the microcosm immediately absorbed the true essence in the Dantian into his body, and flew out from his crown. Sure enough, the soul realm is different. After flying through the roof and over the Tundra Manor, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The cultivators in the Jin Dan stage can also have their souls leave their bodies, but that is simply the soul leaving the body, and the strength will be greatly reduced. It is estimated that even 1% of the usual strength may not be exerted. And you can't leave for too long. Only when you reach the Yuanshan and Yuanying realms can you really leave your body, because at this time, for normal cultivators, the Yuanshan will basically not lose any strength compared to when you have a physical body. And even if you don't use any Taoist magic or magic weapons, the Yuanshan can have some abilities such as flying, passing through walls, and ignoring physical attacks. The only flaw is to protect your physical body. Once the physical body is destroyed, the Yuanshan and Yuaning will have no foundation, and you can only turn into a ghost cultivator, or possess someone else's physical body. How can the possessed body be compared to his own body? His future cultivation will never improve. The soul returns. After turning a few times in the air, and testing the maximum ability brought by the advancement to the soul realm, he re-entered his body, and opened his eyes. When you use the 3 heads and 6 arms in the future, you don't have to worry about not having enough true energy. Feeling the huge true energy in the Dantian, Li Chuan also smiled. Using the 3 heads and 6 arms Susanoo Dharmakaya to fight consumes a lot of fairy chakra, and synthesizing fairy chakra requires normal chakra and true energy. Before, his chakra was always enough, but his true energy was a little lacking. Although he is not in the nascent soul realm now, and is not good at true energy, in fact, compared with the golden core realm, his true energy has still increased by nearly 100 times. Every time a cultivator breaks through a major realm, his strength will change dramatically. Chapter 459. Let's go to High Howell Peak to meet Greybeard first. After stabilizing his realm for a while, Li Chuan left the master bedroom, where he was practicing in seclusion. Going to Winterhold to study magic and running around the world to kill dragons are certainly important, but they are not things that can be achieved in a short time. So why not go to High Howell Peak first to see what Greybeard wants to see him for? After all, he has stood him up for a month. Lai Mei, have you heard any news recently? When he came to the grass in front of the manor, his close bodyguard Lydia was practicing her sword skills. The steel sword weighing dozens of kilograms was like a straw in her hand, and she was dancing with great vigor. She is indeed an elite warrior among the guards of Whiterun City. Lydia is much younger than Li Chuan, so Li Chuan treats her as his sister. After getting to know her, he calls her Lydia. Sir, you are out of retreat. Seeing Li Chuan appear, Lydia's eyes suddenly showed a look of joy. In her mind, Li Chuan, the Dragonborn, was too mysterious. He could stay in the house for a month without food or water. If she hadn't received Li Chuan's voice transmission from time to time, she would have worried that Li Chuan would starve to death. Finally, I can only sigh that he is indeed a legendary Dragonborn, and he is indeed different from ordinary people. There weren't any before, but these few days, I went to the Mare Banner in the city to drink, and I heard that many adventurers and merchants have found the figure of a dragon in the sky, and there are more and more of them. These dragons will attack passers-by from time to time, making the whole sky panic now, and many merchants dare not go out to trade. Before, merchants were most worried about those robbers when they went out to trade, but many robbers, especially those famous large-scale robber gangs, basically rob money, and at most rape people, and rarely hurt people's lives. Because they also focus on sustainable development. If they kill too many people, they will not only be surrounded and suppressed, but also hire mercenaries at a high price to take revenge. And if no one does business, they will have less profit. In addition, many merchants do not want to fight with robbers as long as they are willing to spend more money to hire mercenaries for protection. They can live in peace by paying tolls. But dragons are different. They don't want money or sex, but life. The key is that dragons are legendary creatures, gods worshipped in ancient times, and their strength is not comparable to that of robbers. The only benefit is that the civil war between the Empire and the Stormcloaks has temporarily eased due to the appearance of the dragons, and it is not so intense. Because everyone is afraid of being attacked by dragons. However, so far, there has not been a single dragon attack on a city, which may be related to the fact that the ancient dragon Milner attacked Whiterun and was killed by Li Chuan. The dragons in this world are all intelligent creatures, and their IQ is basically higher than that of most ordinary humans. When they learned that ancient dragons like Milner were completely killed, they naturally did not dare to attack human cities rashly without the order of Alduin. Okay, I got it. I'm going to High Roar Peak to meet Greybeard. Do you want to come with me? Li Chuan was about to ask Lydia to stay at the manor to look after the house, but seeing her expectant eyes, he changed his mind and asked. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to let a young girl in her 20s, who was full of admiration for the future, stay in the manor every day. Besides, there didn't seem to be anything important to look after in this manor. Go, go, go! Lydia nodded immediately like a chicken pecking at rice. That's High Howell Peak, where the legendary Greybeard lived, and where Tiber Septim, the first Nord emperor to unify the continent, once went to study. It's such an honor to be able to go there with Lord Dragonborn. When I go to Whiterun next time and talk about it with my former guard friends, they will be envious to death. Okay, let's go together. Li Chuan smiled when he saw this, and was about to fly directly to the monastery of High Hal Peak with Lydia on the cloud. But suddenly his body froze, and looked at the main road outside the manor. Because Li Chuan broke through the Yuanshan realm, and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, the weather was sunny. But in such a sunny weather, he felt a very strong dark death breath coming from the main road. This dark death breath was somewhat similar to the ancient Nord corpse ghosts he saw when he went to the Huangpu ancient tomb before, but it was much stronger and obviously mixed with other more special energies. "What's wrong, sir?" Seeing Li Chuan suddenly stunned, he turned his gaze to the main road outside the manor, and looked over involuntarily. At this time, on the main road, a strange man in clown costume was riding a horse, pulling a huge coffin, and slowly moving forward past the manor. There seems to be something wrong with that coffin. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes, then strode out of the manor. He felt the thick dark breath of death, which came from the coffin, and he couldn't help but be curious. "My friend in front, what are you pulling?" "Oh, sir, are you talking to Cicero? Cicero's is the poor mother, and she is going to be sent to a new home." No, don't get me wrong, she is dead. I am transporting her body, ha ha ha." Hearing Li Chuan's voice, the clown stopped the carriage, and then explained with his hands and feet. He looked crazy and very weird. If a normal person knew about this situation, he would probably not ask any more questions. But Li Chuan was a little curious about the thick dark death energy in the coffin, so he naturally would not give up. So he asked with a smile, "Is it really just your mother? Then I suggest you open the coffin and check. She may have turned into a white." At this time, Lydia also followed out of the manor. "You have come to the territory of Xuemon territory. This is the Honorable Wu Wei Lord. Please open the coffin immediately for inspection." Since Lord Dragon said there is a white in the coffin, there must be one. A weird clown pulling a white is obviously not normal. "What? That's impossible, you must have made a mistake." The little ugly yin cracked a weird smile, then jumped down. A dagger popped out of his hand, and walked towards Li Chuan with a smile. Obviously, he was planning to kill the witnesses. "My lord, be careful." Seeing this, Lydia immediately drew out the steel sword at her waist, and took out the shield. However, the clown disappeared strangely at this time, as if he had never appeared. It seems that he can also use the invisibility technique, which is really not simple. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. He knew that the clown did not really disappear, but just used the invisibility technique in the illusion magic of this world to hide his body. However, what is rare is that the opponent not only hides his body, but also almost completely hides the sound of movement. Chapter 460. "Sir, it's an assassin. His invisibility won't last long." Seeing the clown disappear, Lydia's pupil shrank, and she quickly retreated to Li Chuan, protecting him with her shield. As a guard, her biggest responsibility is to protect Li Chuan's safety. However, the clown's strength and experience are obviously far superior to Lydia's. He had already predicted Lydia's movements and had already circled behind Li Chuan, raising his dagger and stabbing Li Chuan's waist. As the top assassin of the Dark Brotherhood of Cyrodiil, he once entered the palace and successfully assassinated a minister and escaped unscathed. Even though he has now changed his job to become a guardian, his strength is not comparable to that of some guards. He has mastered the 4 abilities of invisibility, whispering, stealth, and dagger to the master level. The 2 people in front of him dared to check the coffin of the Night Mother, which was simply seeking death. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his every move had already fallen into Li Chuan's eyes. Not to mention that Li Chuan's yin-yang eyes can see through the soul. Any invisibility and transformation skills are invisible in front of him. Li Chuan has now broken through the powerful Yuanshan realm, so this assassination method cannot deceive him. So, when the clown Cicero's dagger was about to touch Li Chuan's lower back, Li Chuan put his right hand behind his back without looking back, and easily caught the dagger with 2 fingers. This is impossible. Seeing that his artistic fatal blow was so easily cracked, Cicero's eyes suddenly showed an unbelievable look. Although he was a hidden assassin, his killing blow after years of training was definitely not weak. But today, he was caught by 2 fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, the dagger seemed to be stuck in the rock, not moving at all. But he reacted quickly, and immediately gave up the first dagger, drew the second dagger from his waist, and stood up to wipe Li Chuan's neck. Petrified. However, before he drew out his dagger, Li Chuan's little finger on his right hand had already raised up, and shot a full-body binding spell at him. How could he dodge at such a close distance? He was just frozen in place with his eyes wide open. He can even perform paralysis. I thought he was a warrior with such great strength, but he turned out to be a mage. And paralysis is not ordinary magic. It is at least a transformation attack spell that can only be used by high-level mages. The effect is that the enemy hit by the spell is paralyzed and unable to move. My lord, are you okay? Only then did Lydia react, and a guilty look appeared on her face. The enemy had already circled behind her, but she hadn't noticed it yet. Don't blame yourself, you're still young. Let's see what's in this coffin. After comforting Lydia casually, Li Chuan set his sights on the coffin again. With a wave of his hand, the large coffin lying on the carriage flew up and landed in the manor, and the lid of the coffin was instantly opened to the side. This is the symbol of the Dark Brotherhood. Lydia turned her head to look inside the coffin. At this time, another coffin appeared in the huge wooden coffin, and this coffin was made entirely of metal, covered with terrible runes, and it looked very unusual. However, this is not the point. The point is that there is a black handprint on the top of the metal coffin. Dark Brotherhood? Li Chuan showed a trace of doubt on his face. He had never seen this in the collection of Dragon's Reach. Dragon's Reach has a lot of books, but not all books are available. At least compared with the library of Winterhold College, it is still far behind. Most of the books in Dragon's Reach are collected by the lords of Whiterun City in successive generations. As the earliest city built by the Nords, the lords of Whiterun City in successive generations are naturally all Nords. Nord barbarians like to wield guns and sticks, but few like to read books quietly. The current collection is because the lord of this generation, Balgruuf, recruited Farengard and collected so many books at Farengard's request. So although Li Chuan's understanding of this world has surpassed many ordinary people, he still has many blind spots. For example, there was no introduction to Wu Wei in the collection before, so he didn't know the meaning of this position. There was no book about the Dark Brotherhood in the collection, so he naturally didn't know the Dark Brotherhood. At this time, Lydia, who was born and raised in the city, played a role. As an elite in solitude, she may not have read as many books as Li Chuan, but she has lived in solitude for many years, where trade is developed. She can still make up for some of Li Chuan's information gaps. The Dark Brotherhood is the most notorious assassin organization in the world. Lydia immediately began to introduce Li Chuan. After a while, he finally had some understanding of the Dark Brotherhood, an assassin organization. The Dark Brotherhood is spread all over the continent and has a very long history. They are not a righteous organization, but very evil. From beggars to the emperor of the empire, no matter whether the opponent is a good person or a bad guy, as long as they receive a mission, they will assassinate the opponent. As for how to hire the Dark Brotherhood, it is said that as long as an evil ceremony is held, you can use the power of the ceremony to contact the Dark Brotherhood to kill for you. Therefore, the Dark Brotherhood organization is currently wanted and encircled by cities in all countries across the continent. Evil ritual? Li Chuan's eyes turned, and he raised his hand and pointed at the metal coffin. Allahu open. A blue light hit the metal coffin, and the locks on the coffin popped out automatically, and the coffin door slowly opened to both sides like a double-door refrigerator. A terrifying female mummy burned by flames appeared in front of him. And the powerful dark death energy he felt came from this female mummy. I found you. Listener. It's you, yes, you are the chosen listener, because you can hear what I say, obey my orders, and convey my will to Cicero. You will become the leader of this generation of the Dark Brotherhood. At the same time, a hoarse old woman's voice suddenly sounded in Li Chuan's mind, which made him raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this mummy could have the same ability as him to transmit telepathy. What are you? Li Chuan approached the metal coffin and asked. The hoarse voice of the female mummy sounded again. I am the Great Night Mother, the patron saint of the Dark Brotherhood, and the mother of all Dark Brotherhood members. When someone makes a wish to me with a ritual, I can convey the order to the members of the Dark Brotherhood through the listener to complete the ritual. And you are the listener chosen by me in this generation, and only you can hear my voice. Chapter 461. So you are also a demon god? Hearing the words of the mummy, Li Chuan showed a trace of caution in his eyes. Because if the female mummy's words are true, then it means that the Dark Brotherhood, which has existed for thousands of years, is actually the mastermind behind the scenes of the Night Mother in front of him. And from the Night Mother's behavior, it can be seen that she is definitely not a holy spirit, but it is in line with the chaotic characteristics of the demon god. No, I am not King Daedara, but my husband is. He is the great Sithiz, a higher being than King Daedara. One day he visited me, an ordinary dark elf, and gave me divine power and responsibility. Let me feel the call from the contractor, and offer the freshest soul to the great Sithiz. But ordinary mortals cannot convey my will. Only the listeners chosen by Sithiz can hear my voice, and you are the chosen listener. Tell Cicero that the day of silence's death is the day of darkness awakening. He will take you to the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, and you will become the leader of this generation of Dark Brotherhood. The Night Mother denied her identity as a demon god, but the existence behind her is more terrifying than a demon god. Cedes? Li Chuan's body trembled, revealing a look of doubt. According to the mythological knowledge he had learned, Cedes was the ancestor of the demon god who symbolized change. In the prehistoric mythology, he was probably in existence at the level of Hongjun Laozu. Would such an existence favor an ordinary mortal dark elf, and then let her set up a dark brotherhood, often hunting mortals to sacrifice fresh souls? Isn't this a joke? If Cedes wanted souls, he would directly swallow the entire Neon Star, and no one would be able to stop him. In fact, according to Night Mother, Li Chuan thought that the one who favored her, gave her the ability, and did all these things should be a certain demon god. Most demon gods regard Neon Star as their playground. It should be very interesting for demon gods to deceive a mortal dark elf, and let him set up an organization to assassinate others every day to create chaos. Deception, murder, and sex, this? Night Mother was first favored, then deceived, and finally set up an organization to assassinate others every day. These characteristics suddenly reminded him of a demon god, with the corresponding functions. The demon Mephala is known as the Web Weaver, the Weaver, and the Spider Devil. His gender is not fixed, and he will change his gender according to the mortals he contacts. What he likes most is to weave an airtight web full of lies, sex, and murder for mortals. He directly participated in the establishment of the Morag Gang, the earliest assassination gang in Tamriel. However, the Morag Gang was later besieged by various forces, and disappeared in history. Well, I still have some things to do at the moment, so I'm afraid I can't go to the Dark Brotherhood's base with you. How about you go first? Li Chuan thought for a moment, then tentatively replied. Whether it was Cedes, the demon Mephala, or other demons behind Night Mother, it was not easy for them to turn against him directly before they posed a threat to him. If it was Cedes, he would definitely not be able to defeat him, and although other demons could not come to Neon Star in their true bodies, it would be troublesome to offend them. Night Mother was silent for 2 seconds, and then a hoarse voice sounded, "Okay, but I hope you can do it as soon as possible." Only the listener selected by Cedes can hear her words, so if Li Chuan is not there, she cannot issue assassination missions to members of the Dark Brotherhood. Okay. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. He would have to be free to do that if he obeyed the orders of Night Mother, and went to kill people everywhere. Keep it for now. If you need to find the demon god in the future, you can contact Night Mother and find out the clues. It's not useless. Besides, if the Dark Brotherhood, an assassination organization that has been active for thousands of years, is accepted by the army, it will probably be useful in the future. Doesn't Night Mother only talk to him? Doesn't that mean that any order he gives can be said to be Night Mother's order? Anyway, no one can tell it from the others. Stop the curse. Reaching out to remove the full-body binding spell on the clown Cicero, Li Chuan said directly without waiting for him to attack again, "When silence dies, it is the day when darkness awakens. Cicero, I am the listener chosen by the Night Mother. This is the word of binding, written on the preservation volume, a code only the Guardian knows." Cicero was stunned when he heard it, and then he began to dance and laugh. "This is true, she is back, our mistress is back, she chose a listener, she chose you, cheer for the listener. Okay, Cicero, tell me about the current situation of the Dark Brotherhood." Li Chuan raised his hand to stop the clown Cicero from going crazy. Cicero also began to formally introduce the Dark Brotherhood to Li Chuan. As the guardian of the Night Mother, and one of the strongest assassins in the Dark Brotherhood, his introduction was much more detailed than that of Lydia, who was still a little confused and didn't know what was going on. In short, the Dark Brotherhood in the entire Tamriel continent is not doing well at present, and many places have been surrounded and destroyed. Even the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood, located in the capital of the Empire, Cyrodiil, could not avoid it. So the clown Cicero had to bring Night Mother to Skyrim. Now only the Dark Brotherhood branch in Falkreath, Skyrim, is still in a relatively active state. However, Astrid, the leader of the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, has rarely contacted the headquarters in recent years, and seems to have become disloyal. Cicero, take Night Mother to the branch first, stay there and do nothing, and don't tell them about me. I will find you after I have dealt with the matter. This is the order of the Night Mother. After finding out the situation of the Dark Brotherhood, Li Chuan thought for a moment and gave the order. First go to High Roar Peak to meet Greybeard, and then use the identity of Listener to subdue the Dark Brotherhood and help him find the resurrected dragons throughout the sky. Since it is an assassination organization that has been active for thousands of years, its intelligence capabilities must not be bad. Yes, Lord Listener. When Cicero heard that it was the order of the Night Mother, he immediately replied respectfully. So, Cicero took the Night Mother's coffin and continued to move towards the Phyrex territory. Li Chuan also took Lydia and flew to the endless howling peak in the distance. But what surprised him was that when he mentioned his identity as a listener to Lydia, Lydia's attitude did not change because he wanted to join the Dark Brotherhood. In Lydia's words, since she decided to be loyal to Li Chuan and become his guard, she would obey Li Chuan's orders, not to mention Li Chuan joining the Dark Brotherhood, even if Li Chuan wanted to attack Whiterun. Chapter 462. We're here. Li Chuan led Lydia to U-Town on the other side of Mount Hogarth, and crossed the countless steps from the bottom of the mountain to the Howling Peak. Soon, Li Chuan saw an ancient building built with huge stones. It was the Howling Peak Monastery where the Greybeards practiced and lived. Why did they take an extra detour instead of entering the Howling Peak directly from the side facing the Tundra Manor? It was mainly because it felt a bit rude. Both Balgruuf and Ulfric climbed up the mountain step by step from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and even Tiber Septim was no exception. It would be fine if he flew up directly, but he didn't go through the front door, but went in through the back door. This was really too much. He had stood him up for a month. He was the Greybeard respected by the whole continent, so he should be given some face. Li Chuan and Lydia came to the gate of the monastery and knocked on the door after releasing the cloud riding technique. I am the Dragonborn, and I am here to visit the respected Greybeard. Soon, the gate was opened, and an old man in a grey-black robe appeared in front of Li Chuan. Times have changed, the Dragonborn has come, and you are a little later than we thought. Ahem. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and there are wild beasts and robbers everywhere, so it took a little time. Li Chuan said casually. Lydia next to him almost laughed out loud when she heard it. What mountains are high and the roads are long? It seems that it took them less than 10 minutes to get here from home. And Greybeard obviously didn't care much, and motioned Li Chuan to follow him, and then took them to the hall of the monastery. At this time, there were already 3 old men wearing the same grey-black robes standing in the hall. I'm Ingale, the oldest Greybeard here, Dragonborn. Can you let me see your dragon roar? After standing still, the first Greybeard said to Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded and roared towards the empty space in the hall. Boss Loda. As a thunderous roar burst out from Li Chuan's mouth, the entire High Howl Peak Monastery was shaken. Even the hard boulders that built the monastery were cracked by the dragon roar. This scene immediately shocked the 4 Greybeards, including Li Chuan himself, because he clearly remembered that the last time he tested this dragon roar in the Western Sentry Tower, it was not so powerful. But he soon thought of the reason. The power of the dragon roar depends on 3 points. First, whether the learned dragon roar is complete. The power of 3 complete dragon roars is naturally much stronger than the power of 1 dragon roar. Second, the soul strength of the person using the dragon roar. The stronger the soul and spirit of the person, the stronger the effect of the dragon roar. Just like the same dragon roar, dragons are generally stronger than humans. Third, the study and understanding of dragon roars is like learning magic. For the same dragon roar, the more deeply one studies it, the more powerful it will be than a beginner. Just like Ulfric's full-strength dragon roar can kill the High King, and according to Balgruuf, Greybeard's full-strength dragon roar can directly smash the entire city. Li Chuan definitely does not have the first and third points, but he is strong in the second point. Originally, because of his powerful soul, when he used the first stage of the unremovable power for the first time, the power was no less than that of a normal person after learning the third stage. Now that he has advanced to the Yuanshan realm, his soul has been greatly strengthened, and the dragon roar he uses has naturally also been strengthened. Dragonborn, this is definitely a Dragonborn, and his talent is stronger than any generation of Dragonborn in the legend. The 4 Greybeards were secretly amazed when they saw the effect of Li Chuan using the power of no release. The opponent has only learned the power of no release for a month, and he can already use it to the same effect as them. This talent is not even comparable to that of Tiber Septim in the past. Fortunately, they didn't let Li Chuan use the dragon roar to attack them for testing, otherwise they would probably lose half their lives. Dragonborn, on behalf of Greybeard, I welcome you to High Roar Peak. We will guide you to learn the dragon roar just like we have guided previous generations of Dragonborn. If you have any questions, we will tell you as long as we know them. After coming back to his senses from the shock, Angel came to Li Chuan again. Then he told Li Chuan a series of things including the origin of Greybeard, and why he summoned Li Chuan. After defeating the Dragon Clan, the Nords fell into a civil war, and the powerful dragon roar also caused great damage to the world, further escalating the war. At that time, there was a Nord named Jorgen Windcaller who felt the guidance of Kyner, the goddess of sky and storm. Kiner was Kinnereth, one of the 8 holy spirits. He meditated in the high Roar peak of the world Roar for 7 years, and realized the way of Roar, a way of life based on meditation and research based on Dragon Roar. He believed that Dragon Roar should not be used for war and violence, but should exist as a way of praying to the Holy Spirit. Then he began to proclaim his philosophy of the way of Roar, which was recognized by many people. However, the most powerful Nords who possessed the power of Dragon Roar still believed that Dragon Roar was the strongest fighting method given to them by the gods, and were unwilling to believe in the way of Roar. Jörgen Windcaller invited these people to the high Roar peak and made a bet with them. If they could defeat him, he would no longer preach the way of Roar. If they lost, they would stay with him on the high Roar peak forever, no longer interfere in the battles in the mortal world, and study the way of Roar. The result was obvious. Jörgen Windcaller won. So the first generation of Greybeards was established, and the Dragon Shout was banned among the Nords and gradually lost. At the same time, in addition to studying the way of Dragon Shout, Greybeard also took the responsibility of guiding the Dragonborn of all generations, teaching them to learn Dragon language and more Dragon Shouts, so that the Dragonborn can fulfill his destiny. The Dragonborn is a gift from the Dragon God Akatosh to mortals, and the appearance of each Dragonborn carries a huge mission. As for what mission, the Greybeards are not clear. After listening to Greybeard's words, Li Chuan fell into deep thought. He didn't care whether it was his mission or not. Now he was considering whether to stay here and learn the Dragon Roar from Greybeard, because he was still thinking about killing dragons everywhere to absorb dragon souls and improve his soul, so that he could improve his soul to the peak as soon as possible. Then he could go to the world of Shushen Zhuan to overcome the 49th heavenly tribulation. How long does it take to learn Dragon language and Dragon Roar? If it were an ordinary person, it would take decades, but you are a dragon descendant, so you can learn it quickly. It will only take a few days. Anger replied kindly. When Li Chuan heard that it would only take a few days, he nodded immediately. Before, he didn't care about the Dragon Roar because he thought it was not very powerful, but now that his soul has been improved, the power of the Dragon Roar has increased significantly in an instant, and he has more expectations. Chapter 463. Dragonborn, stand in the center of the hall first, and let Master Inus teach you the second part of the unremitting power. The first part of the unremitting power is strength, and the second part is balance. After the two are superimposed, the power will become even stronger. After seeing Li Chuan agree to stay and learn, Ingale directly entered the teaching stage. At the same time, another Greybeard also responded and walked to the opposite side of Li Chuan, then wiped his hands on the ground, and a dragon text similar to the dragon language wall of the Huangpu ancient tomb immediately appeared on the rigid board of the ground. Seeing this dragon text, Li Chuan's soul resonated again, and the knowledge of the second part of the corresponding unremovable force was also integrated into his mind. Dragonborn can quickly comprehend the power of Dragon Roar by absorbing Dragon Soul, so we Greybeards can also pass on the Dragon Roar we know to you in a special way. As Angel explained, the Greybeard named Anas also opened his hands. Oh ma! The powerful spiritual power surged out of Anas' body and rushed straight to Li Chuan. Subconsciously, Li Chuan was about to defend himself, but Angel on the other side quickly said, "Relax your body and feel it with your soul." After hearing Angel's reminder, Li Chuan felt that this spiritual power was indeed harmless, so he relaxed his vigilance. When the spiritual power entered his body, the knowledge about the second stage of the unremovable power, balance, in his mind was also quickly understood by him, just like when he absorbed the Dragon Soul before. However, compared to absorbing the Dragon Soul, Greybeard's teaching was just to impart knowledge, which could not make his soul stronger. In just a few seconds, Li Chuan had completely understood the knowledge of the second stage of unrestricted power, and could release it at any time. However, he did not test the power of the second stage in the hall, because he was afraid that the monastery would collapse directly. At the same time, he also found that the Greybeard Inus, who taught him the second stage of unremovable power, shook his body and his breath weakened instantly. Obviously, the method that directly made him comprehend the Dragon Roar just now was also a very harmful thing to the Greybeard's body. Li Chuan was also a little surprised by this. He didn't expect that these Greybeards would go to such lengths to improve his strength after they confirmed that he was a Dragonborn. Master Inus, are you okay? Li Chuan asked with concern, stepping forward to support Inus, who was a little unsteady. But Inus didn't say anything, just shook his head, indicating that he was fine. There are currently 4 Greybeards in the monastery, including me. Except for me, the other 3 cannot talk to you for the time being, so if you have any questions about the Dragon Roar later, you can ask me. At this time, Ingale also came over. They can't speak? Li Chuan showed a surprised look on his face. Ingil explained, their dragon roar is too powerful. Once it opens, it will easily cause great damage and cannot be completely controlled. After hearing what Ingil said, Li Chuan roughly understood what was going on. The 4 great beards in the monastery, it is obvious that the other 3 are following Ingil's lead. At the same time, the other 3 cannot speak and need to control their dragon roar by keeping their mouths shut, but Ingil does not need to. Then, there is only one conclusion: Ingil is actually the leader of the 4 great beards, and also the most powerful great beard. Master Enos taught me the dragon roar. Seems to have some damage to his body? Li Chuan asked. Ingil nodded. It does hurt his spirit a little, and he will probably recover after a half-year rest. This is the responsibility of us great beards. You don't have to have any psychological burden. In the next few days, I will teach you dragon language and dragon script, including more common sense about dragon roar. So, while explaining to Li Chuan, Ingil arranged the corresponding rooms for him and Lydia, and gave a general tour and introduction of the monastery. 3 days later, on the cloud platform in the backyard of the monastery, Ingil and the other 3 great beards stood opposite Li Chuan. Dragonborn, your dragon soul is stronger than we thought, and you are learning dragon language and dragon script very quickly. Today I will let Master Bori teach you a new dragon roar whirlwind sprint. Because of the resonance of the dragon soul of the dragonborn, coupled with Ingil's guidance, Li Chuan has learned all the dragon script and dragon language in just 3 days. Not only could he read and hear it like before, but now he could write and speak it. Moreover, during these 3 days, he also used multiple shadow clones to read all the books in the monastery library. On the one hand, he gained more knowledge about this world, and on the other hand, he truly understood the power of the dragon roar. Originally, he only valued the dragon soul, because absorbing the dragon soul could greatly enhance the strength of his soul. As for the dragon roar, he just held a dispensable attitude. However, in the library of the High Roar Peak Monastery, when he saw a book called Dragon Roar Collection which recorded most of the dragon roars of ancient dragons, he realized the power of dragon roars. Indeed, many dragon roars have similar effects to the magic effects he has learned now. For example, unloading weapons is similar to the disarming spell, and some fire, ice breath, his magic, ninjutsu and Saint Seiya's skills can also achieve the same effect. But there are still some dragon roar abilities that he cannot do now, and many of them are very practical. Similar to the dragon roar that the giant dragon Murmur used to escape, the phantom spirit can make oneself immune to damage caused by multiple attacks such as physical, magical and mental for a certain period of time. There is also vitality absorption, which directly absorbs the enemy's life and energy to replenish oneself. If the power is strong enough, it can directly suck the enemy dry. This is not the most powerful, because he also discovered a timed dragon roar. Delay time. After the dragon roar is issued, the time in a certain area will be delayed. The degree of delay and the length of time are affected by the completeness of the dragon roar and the strength of the soul of the person who casts the dragon roar. If the strength is strong enough, it can even make the time of the surrounding area completely stop. This is very scary. If you don't understand the law of time, once you are hit by this dragon roar, you can only be slaughtered. Unfortunately, the Greybirds don't know these dragon roars, so they can't teach them to him. According to the Greybirds, it is a genius for a normal Nord to learn 1 dragon roar in his lifetime, and the Greybirds, like them, can only learn 2 or 3 dragon roars. Only the Dragonborn can learn the dragon roar quickly and unlock the dragon roar with the dragon soul. Therefore, if he wants to obtain the dragon roars in the book, he must travel around the sky, find ancient Nord ruins like the Wild Falls tomb, and learn the dragon language on the dragon language wall left by the ancient Nords and the dragon worship cult. At the same time, hunt more dragons to absorb dragon souls. Chapter 464. Oh Mama. Carving dragon characters on the ground, Master Borui, like Master Anas before, spent his energy to teach Li Chuan the second dragon roar whirlwind sprint. This is a dragon roar that can wrap the body in a whirlwind and move forward quickly for a distance as if teleporting. For ordinary people, whether it is to close the distance for a surprise attack, to escape, or to use it to jump over some difficult terrain, it is a good choice. But for Li Chuan, it is not so practical because he can teleport and fly. However, nothing is absolute. All dragon roars are based on the soul. If you encounter special circumstances and are restricted in magic and other powers, then launching this dragon roar based on the soul may be a good trump card. Dragonborn, you learn very quickly. Now I will give you a test. If you can go to the Burning Furnace Cemetery, where our Greybeard founder Jürgen Windcaller rests, and retrieve the token wind caller horn stored there. Then we will teach you the third section of the knowledge of the unbreakable power, and you can absorb a dragon soul sealed in the horn through the runes in the cemetery, and learn a new dragon roar from the dragon language wall inside. Seeing Li Chuan quickly learn the whirlwind sprint in a few seconds, Anger couldn't help but marvel at the Dragonborn's talent again. Although he knew from ancient books how fast the Dragonborn learned the dragon roar, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, it takes 10 years for normal people to learn the dragon roar. There is a new dragon soul. Li Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately nodded and agreed to the trial. If you don't want a dragon soul for free, you'd be a fool. But before leaving, he still couldn't help but point to the road leading to the top of the high howling peak from Yutai, and ask the doubts in his mind these days. Master Angel, why is the road to the top of the mountain blocked? During the days of studying in the monastery, he found that there was a road leading to the top of the mountain in Yutai, and there was a warning sign at the entrance that prohibited entry. And he also found that the front of the road was covered by a powerful ice storm similar to the power of the dragon roar. With his strength, he could certainly break the ice storm and climb to the top of the mountain, but that would definitely be a bit impolite. Greybeard taught him the knowledge of dragon roar without asking for anything in return, even at the cost of his own strength. He broke into the forbidden area without even saying hello, which was really a lack of character. Although he was not a kind person, he had his own bottom line. So out of curiosity he asked. Mainly because of his powerful spirit, he could sense that at the end of the road, that is, the top of Hogs, there was a very powerful life, and the characteristics of that life were very similar to the giant dragon Milmaneer he had killed before. Oh, there lives the teacher of all our Greybeards, and also the friend of Greybeard founder Jorgen Windcaller, but he doesn't like to be disturbed. Angel hesitated for a moment, and finally gave the answer. This was originally a secret that only Greybeards could know, but since Li Chuan is a Dragonborn, he should have the right to know about this person. Is that so? Li Chuan nodded, and did not continue to ask. If there really was a giant dragon living on the top of the mountain, then considering that it was the face of several Greybeard teachers, he would not really rush up to hunt it and absorb the dragon soul. Lai Mei, you stay here, I'll be back soon. After instructing Ladia, Li Chuan silently recited the insight navigation in his heart, and the flying sword wings behind him spread out, instantly turning into an aurora and disappearing on the cloud platform in the backyard of the monastery. This scene also made the 4 Greybeards stunned on the spot. He can fly? The Dragonborn is a being born after the dragon god Akatosh gave the mortal dragon soul. It can quickly learn the dragon roar by absorbing the dragon soul and completely kill the dragon clan. But the legend does not mention that the Dragonborn has the ability to fly. In other words, there is no record of mortals being able to fly except for birds and dragons in the entire continent. It is said that a wizard once tried to develop the corresponding flying magic, but ended up falling from the sky and dying, and no one has tried it since then. Our adults can do a lot. Lydia proudly puffed out her chest when she heard this. With the magical navigation of insight, and the extreme speed of the flying sword wings, it took Li Chuan less than 10 minutes to find the Scorching Furnace Cemetery in the northwest of Whiterun City. If this happened to us, it would be considered digging up the tomb of Greybeard's ancestors. It seems that this world really doesn't care much about this. With a sigh, he landed directly at the entrance of the ancient tomb. Who is it? At this time, a dark elf wearing a black wizard robe guarding the entrance of the ancient tomb also discovered Li Chuan falling from the sky. And the moment he discovered it, he immediately waved his hands and chanted a spell, casting undead magic, pulling up the 2 corpses that looked like robbers on the ground, and attacked Li Chuan together. There is actually a necromancer here? Li Chuan showed a surprised look on his face, and then his mind moved, and 2 small flying swords flew out instantly, cutting the bandit's body resurrected by the necromancer into several pieces. Illusionary Demon King Fist. He was too lazy to waste time with such a small shrimp, and under the necromancer's horrified eyes, he directly controlled him with a punch and asked him. After a while, he knew what was going on. A group of shady necromancers in Skyrim accidentally got the map of the cemetery of the first-generation leader of Greybeard, Jorgen Windcaller, from a group of grave robbers. So they killed the bandits, controlled their bodies, and went to the cemetery to see if they could get a lot of wealth and some valuable things from the cemetery. The one in front of them was the one guarding the gate, and the other 6 had already entered the cemetery. No wonder the Nords in Skyrim hate mages. After killing the worthless undead summoner, and taking the magic book in his arms, Li Chuan shook his head, and pushed the door into the ancient tomb. One of the reasons why Skyrim people hate mages is that many mages they see in the wild of Skyrim like to study evil undead magic. Moreover, in order to better study magic, these necromancers often go to graves and even steal the bodies of relatives buried by others for research. When you fight with them, they will also use necromancy to pull up your dead comrades and continue to fight with you. Isn't it disgusting? Therefore, many ordinary people who don't know the truth will regard mages and necromancers as the same category. They don't know that there are so many factions of mages. On the contrary, some decent mages study magic in the academy and are not seen by the world. Chapter 465. Entering the tomb of Jürgen Windcaller and walking along the passage covered by the ancient Nord murals, he soon heard the dragon roar of the whites and the curse of the necromancer from the depths of the tomb. It is obvious that there are also a large number of whites guarding the tomb in Jürgen Windcaller's cemetery. In fact, according to the books he has read, in the continent of Tamriel, basically all the ancient tombs with a certain age have a large number of whites guarding the tomb. And unlike what he had imagined before, when he was in the desolate false tomb, he always thought that the mechanisms in the tomb were actually to prevent outsiders from invading. Just like the tombs of the kings and generals in his previous life, the mechanisms were designed to kill the thieves who dared to rob the tombs. But in fact, most of the mechanisms in the ancient tombs of this world were to lock up the corpse ghosts and prevent them from escaping from the tombs. The real responsible for guarding the tombs were not the mechanisms, but the corpse ghosts. All these chicken wizards are dead. Originally, he thought that the necromancers who dared to rob the tombs were very powerful, but before he walked far, he found the bodies of 6 necromancers one after another. And when they saw him, they came with the ancient Nordic giant swords to cut him into pieces. So I don't know whether these necromancers are too weak, or the necromancers in the cemetery of Jürgen Windcaller, the founder of the Grey Beard, are too strong. It is probably both. Most of the wild necromancers in Skyrim do not have any systematic inheritance, and they are indeed weak, otherwise they would not be looked down upon by the modern Nord barbarians, who can't even roar a dragon. And the necromancers in Jürgen Windcaller's cemetery are indeed powerful. Before, at the end of the Huangpu ancient tomb, the most powerful corpse ghost lord could use the dragon roar, but many corpse ghosts here can actually attack with the dragon roar. Fusey? Looking at the corpse ghosts attacking him with swords, axes, spells, and dragon roars, Li Chuan wanted to use his second stage of unremovable power to directly eliminate all the corpse ghosts. But after thinking about it, he gave up. If his second stage of unremovable power was used here, the entire ancient tomb would probably collapse. After all, it was the tomb of the founder of Greybeard. It was fine if he came here to take things, but it was a bit disrespectful to shake the tomb down. So he finally gave up using the dragon roar, and instead cast the whole body binding spell and unlocking spell, and walked all the way to the depths of the ancient tomb. The corpse ghosts that he had immobilized in the ancient tomb would regain their freedom in about an hour, and they would still be able to protect the safety of the ancient tomb at that time. Dragon Language Wall. When he was about to reach the deepest part of the ancient tomb, Li Chuan also saw a dragon language wall similar to the Huangpu ancient tomb in a huge space. It was just that the dragon characters on the wall were different. When Li Chuan approached the dragon language wall, his soul resonated again, and a new dragon roar appeared in his mind. The phantom becomes ethereal sound. Touching the dark void changes your form, a state of illusion that can neither be harmed nor inflict harm. The dragon roar obtained this time is the same superb dragon roar that Mermanil used when he escaped. Looks like good luck. After obtaining the dragon roar, he continued to go deeper, and soon came to the main chamber of the ancient tomb, where Jürgen Windcaller's coffin was stored. Jürgen Windcaller's coffin is similar to most of the coffins of the ancient Nords, except that the coffin lid has obviously undergone some modifications. There were many magic runes carved on the surface of the coffin lid, and there were 4 dragon heads suppressing the 4 corners, and a big metal hand was made in the middle. The horn of Jürgen Windcaller, which was supposed to be on the big hand, disappeared without a trace, leaving only a note on it. Judging from the dust on the note, it has been at least 2 weeks. Someone got there first. Li Chuan frowned and opened the note. Dragonborn, I need to talk to you, it's urgent. I will meet you in the attic room of the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood Town. Your friend. You're coming for me. When he saw that the person who took the horn actually asked for him, he realized that this was not an accident. Someone had predicted that Greybeard would send him here to get the horn, so he came here in advance to take the horn, just to meet him. It depends on who you are, and what tricks you want to play. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and appeared by the river in Heimu Town. Not far from him, a slender girl in a long skirt was holding an ancient Nord hand axe engraved with runes, attacking the fish jumping in the river, as if she was honing her martial arts. That person was none other than Camilla, the younger sister of the owner of the grocery store in Riverwood Town, a Nord girl who wanted to be an adventurer. Perhaps she was tired of swinging the axe, so she put it away and hung it around her waist, ready to go home. Long time no see, Camilla. Is your axe still in good condition? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Camilla, and she turned her head and immediately showed a look of surprise. Long time no see, I love this axe so much. She immediately recognized the person in front of her, the young and handsome adventurer Chuan who killed the bandit in Honolulu Mountain a month ago, helped his brother find the golden dragon claw, and gave her an enchanted hand axe. Did you receive another mission when you returned to Riverwood? I guess so. A friend asked me to meet him at the Sleeping Giant Inn. The two chatted and walked into Riverwood together. Master Wu Wei. At this time, a soldier patrolling in Riverwood saw Li Chuan and immediately stopped and saluted. In order to prevent the attack of the dragon, Riverwood has been protected by Balgriff's guards in turn. And this patrolling guard had just come from Whiterun City in turn. He was also a survivor who participated in the dragon slaying that day and happened to know Li Chuan. Li Chuan smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Wu Wei, Brother Chuan, are you the legendary dragon slayer, the legendary golden dragonborn? Chimera exclaimed immediately. There are not many Wu Wei in Whiterun, and they are all quite old. She has heard of them all. Li Chuan only came to Skyrim a month ago, so it is impossible for him to be one of them. And now there is only one newly added Wu Wei, and that is the legendary golden dragonborn who helped Whiterun stop the dragon attack a month ago, and kill the dragon with his own hands. Rumor has it that he was wearing a suit of golden armor, young and handsome, and powerful. He shot the evil dragon to death with just one arrow. He is the Prince Charming in the hearts of many young girls in Whiterun, and even Skyrim. Golden Dragonborn, it should be me. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment, but then, he did not deny it. At the same time, several believers wearing strange masks and strange clothes were asking the villagers of Riverwood Town about something. Hearing Camilla's exclamation, she was also startled, and then walked towards the two of them. Damn fake Dragonborn, I finally found you. Chapter 466. I'm talking about you. Are you the Dragonborn that people talk about? The leading cultist came to Li Chuan and Camilla, and interrupted their conversation in a very unfriendly tone. And Li Chuan also noticed the malice emanating from the three guys in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. So what? Deceiver, your lies have no effect on us. The real Dragonborn is about to come. You are just his shadow, a fake. When my Lord Mirek appears, everyone will see it, and no one can stop it. Hearing Li Chuan admit his identity, the three believers suddenly let out a nervous roar, and launched a sneak attack at the same time. Basketball-sized fireballs, ice storms that can tear the body apart, and powerful lightning chains, three different kinds of destructive magic, were simultaneously released from the hands of the three believers and rushed straight towards Li Chuan. Obviously, they wanted to end Li Chuan's life here in one fell swoop. Mirek, is he really a Dragonborn? Li Chuan frowned. He knew from Greybeard that there were many Dragonborns in history, and he was just one of them. But in this era, Greybeard only found him, so he thought he was the only Dragonborn alive. Unexpectedly, there was a second Dragonborn alive. Although they were all Dragonborn, they had no grudges against each other. Wasn't it a bit too much to send someone to attack and kill him right away? You three scumbags want to kill me? Raised his hand and moved forward. The armor shield instantly rose, blocking all three powerful destructive magics. But just as he was about to kill the three people, the guards and villagers of Riverwood Town also reacted. Protect the Lord Wu Wei. A few strong guards roared, drew their long swords from their waists, and rushed towards the three believers like wild bulls with their shields. Others in Riverwood Town were not idle either. The blacksmith who was forging iron picked up the long-handled Nord warhammer. The hunter wood elf jumped onto the roof and drew his bow and arrow, and even the bard of the sleeping giant and took out the small dagger from his waist and squatted down to approach. However, these three believers in strange clothes are obviously not ordinary good guys. If the wild wizards in Skyrim, like the few necromancers that Li Chuan had seen in the ancient tomb before, were to encounter this situation, they would probably be scared and flee immediately. Because the wild wizards don't know much magic and the power is not great, the damage is good when they are at a distance. But once the warriors get close to them, they are basically waiting to die. However, these three believers were very calm when they encountered this situation, and they behaved well trained. They first cast a transformation magic on themselves, making the ordinary wizard robes have the defense power comparable to armor, and then supported the magic shield with one hand, and continued to cast destruction magic attacks with the other hand. The magic shield allowed them to resist the attacks of melee fighters, the armor-like clothes allowed them to resist the ubiquitous arrows, and the destruction magic made them like artillery with continuous output. So in just a moment, the three believers who came to assassinate Li Chuan suppressed the guards and villagers of the entire Heimu town. Many people were injured because of the destructive magic, and even some houses on the street were damaged. Everyone, get out of the way first, let me handle it. Li Chuan shouted immediately. He thanked everyone for protecting his safety, but to be honest, they were a bit of a hindrance. It was the first time for the guards and villagers to encounter such a powerful wizard. After hearing Li Chuan's words and thinking of his ability to kill dragons, they still made way honestly. Seeing this, the three believers immediately used their strongest destructive magic and attacked Li Chuan again. You said I was a fake dragon, so I will use the power of the dragon to teach you a lesson. Li Chuan did not hold up the armor spell defense again, nor did he perform any magic ninjutsu, but just opened his mouth slightly. Boss Loda. A huge dragon roar burst out from his mouth immediately. The terrifying impact brought by the second stage of unrelieved power actually directly dispersed the three destructive magics, and then hit the powerful magic shield held up by the three believers. The magic shield that the guards had been unable to break just now shattered directly when it came into contact with the dragon roar shock wave. Similarly, the robes of the three cultists, which were blessed by the transformation spell and were comparable to armor, also exploded under this impact. How could you, a fake, have such a powerful dragon roar? The three cultists, who were left with nothing but their underwear, stared in disbelief, spurting blood from the corners of their mouths. Their legs softened, and they knelt on the ground, and then fainted. Ordinary dragon roars are naturally not as strong as Li Chuan's, not to mention that he has not yet learned the third stage. But his soul was too strong. With the blessing of his soul, the dragon roar was also strengthened to a certain degree, as expected of a dragon descendant. Seeing Li Chuan open his mouth and instantly kill three powerful mages, everyone exclaimed at the same time, Tsukuyami. Li Chuan put the three cultists who assassinated him into the Tsukuyami world and waved his hand again, restore it as before. Under the effect of the repair spell, time seemed to flow backwards, and the streets and houses destroyed by magic were all restored to their previous intact state. Li Chuan was once again met with amazement. Magic like the repair spell does not exist in this world at present. At least Li Chuan did not find relevant records in the book. So when the villagers saw this kind of magic for the first time, they simply regarded it as divine magic. In fact, the Nord's prejudice against magic mainly comes from their own interests. Naturally, no one likes those destructive magics that set houses on fire at any time, and the evil-looking necromancy magic, because those magics bring disasters. But they are not opposed to the healing magic of the recovery system, because the recovery magic can help them relieve pain and heal injuries. Therefore, the repair spell cast by Li Chuan can repair their streets and houses. In their hearts, it is not evil magic, but a divine art bestowed by the gods. Thank you for your help. After using the recovery magic to heal several injured guards, Li Chuan said hello to everyone and walked towards the sleeping giant inn. After he left, the bard Swan immediately said excitedly, I want to create a song of the golden dragonborn. It will surely resound throughout the continent with the dragonborn lord, and I will become the most famous bard. This is simply great. I have some inspiration. As he said this, he walked towards his home while humming the little tune that had just been born in his mind. Obviously, he planned to record his inspiration as soon as possible. Chapter 467. Our hero, the brave are fearless. I want to tell you, the golden dragonborn has arrived. The powerful roar shocked the world, destroyed the evil dragon, and saved mankind. The handsome golden dragonborn, he used magic to repair the destroyed land and houses. He is a great dragonborn. I believe, the dragonborn has arrived. A song of the golden dragonborn will soon spread from the hotel in Heimu town to the entire sky. At this time, Li Chuan also pushed the door and walked into the sleeping giant inn. Due to the commotion just now, most of the guests in the hotel were still outside. Only the boss and the boss lady were standing at the door and watching, and now they have just returned to the store. Master Wu Wei, what do you need? When the boss lady Delphine saw Li Chuan walking into the hotel, she immediately came up to greet him warmly. And Li Chuan looked at the boss lady meaningfully. I need to rent a loft room. Since the agreed location was set at the sleeping giant inn, he had to doubt this boss lady with an extraordinary identity. As expected, the proprietress Delphine didn't seem surprised. She just smiled and said, sorry, we don't have a loft here. Why don't you come with me, and I take you to a better room? Okay. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows and followed the proprietress, who was twisting her hips, to her own room at the back of the hotel. Please close the door. After entering the room, Delphine stood by the closet and reminded him. Proprietress, you can easily be misunderstood by doing this. I hope the boss won't rush in and beat me up. Li Chuan was joking, but he still closed the door. Delphine also laughed. Don't worry, he doesn't have the courage to enter my room without my permission. She turned the oil lamp next to the closet 2.5 turns. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the closet split from the middle to both sides, revealing a secret passage that one person can pass through. Obviously, there is a hidden mechanism in this room. The landlady Delphine asked him to come here, not to have any special relationship with him. If you want Jürgen Winkler's horn, come with me. Delphine put away her friendly and charming boss lady attitude just now, exuding a cold temperament like a general, and strode into the secret passage. Li Chuan also shrugged and followed closely. After passing through a downward secret passage, a basement filled with various weapons, armor, potions, and strategic materials appeared in front of him. Delphine handed a horn made of dragon horns that was pressed on the map on the table to Li Chuan, who entered the basement. Formally introduced myself, I am Blade Guard Delphine. I took the horn not to be your enemy, but just to confirm your identity and to chat with you. If you are really a Dragonborn, then we are your best helpers. Blade Guard. Li Chuan recalled the introduction of Blade Guard he saw in the library of Gaoho Peak. The predecessor of Blade Guard was called Dragon Guard, which was basically a group of people who specialized in assisting Dragonborn to slay dragons. They respected Dragonborn as the main force and seemed to be very powerful. Later, it was renamed the Blade Guards and became the guards of successive emperors of the empire. Li Chuan understood it as an organization similar to the Jinui. Because all the emperors of the empire before were from the Septim lineage, signed a contract with the Dragon God, and had the blood of the Dragonborn, so they could actually be considered Dragonborn. However, in the Third Age, after the last Dragonborn Emperor Martin Septim expelled the demon Maroons Dagon and saved the Tamriel continent, the Dragonborn bloodline was cut off. The current generation of the Emperor of the Empire is Titus Mede II, who is equivalent to the Emperor, who unified the country in the chaos of warlords. The Blade Guards continued to exist as the Imperial Guards, helping the Empire in the battle with the ancestral divine state, and relying on their powerful strength, they caused great damage to the interior of the ancestral divine state. It was for this reason that when signing the Platinum Agreement, Thalmor asked the Empire to kill all the Blade Guards. And in order to sign the agreement smoothly, Titus Mede II actually agreed to this humiliating request. Since then, the once powerful Blade Guards of the Empire have become wanted dogs by the Empire and Thalmor, and disappeared from the eyes of the world. In Greybeard's book, they hate the Blades more. Because Greybeard doesn't think all dragons are evil. The reason why the Nords were able to defeat the dragons was because some of the dragons betrayed Alduin and helped humans. But the Blades believe that all dragons are evil and should be killed. So, you told Farengar to ask me for the Dragon Stone. At this time, Li Chuan remembered that after seeing Delphine in Dragonfall Castle that day, Farengar found out to go to the Barrows of Wildfall to get the Dragon Stone. Although the Blades are being hunted by the Empire and the Thalmor, they are still rich and should have something. Yes, I went there after you came out of the Barrows of Wildfall and found that the Dragon Stone inside was gone. That's why I went to Whiterun to find Farengar, a wizard who likes to study dragons, and guided him to find you to get the Dragon Stone. The Dragon Stone has a map of all dragon cemeteries. Now that the dragons are resurrected, only if we get the map can we know where they are resurrected and kill them again. Delphine nodded and did not deny it. Li Chuan's eyes turned when he heard this. Of course, I am a Dragonborn. You should have seen me roar just now. As Blades, you should be loyal to me and help me slay dragons, right? He suddenly realized that if these Blades were really like what the book said, it would be nice to have his subordinates help him find dragons. This way he would have another channel to know the whereabouts of the dragons. You can roar, but it doesn't mean you are a Dragonborn. Greybeard can roar, Balgruuf, and Ulfril can roar too. Although Greybeard has already identified you as a Dragonborn, if you want us, the Blade Guard, to recognize your identity, you must prove yourself. If you are really a Dragonborn, then we will naturally help you slay the dragon. Facing Li Chuan, Delphine's tone was very calm. At this time, Li Chuan seemed to have noticed something and narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you want me to prove it? He found that Delphine did not seem to have the same admiration for the Dragonborn as those Blade Guards recorded in the book. Instead, it was more like an attitude of using a tool. She only mentioned that she would help the Dragonborn slay the dragon, but she did not mention loyalty at all. It seems that after experiencing the betrayal of the Empire, The current Blade Guards still stick to the responsibility of slaying dragons, but they no longer have much respect for the Dragonborn. Yes, after all, so many years have passed, and the Dragonborn is only a legend. These Blade Guards have been replaced for so many generations, and they are not doing dragon slaying, but spying and assassination. Chapter 468. People who can roar dragons are not necessarily Dragonborn, but people who can absorb dragon souls are definitely Dragonborn. If you can kill a giant dragon, and let me see you absorb the dragon soul, then it can prove that you are the Dragonborn we have been looking for, Delphine said firmly. Li Chuan sat down on the chair next to him after hearing this. To be honest, I want to kill dragons more than you do. The key is how to find them. If you can find the location of the giant dragon, that would be great. He was very willing to kill the dragon, but it was not easy to find the resurrected dragon in such a large province of Skyrim. Although he had the map of dragon tombs recorded from the dragon stone in his mind, who knew which dragon tombs had been resurrected and which had not? If he went to a dragon tomb to wait for the dragon to be resurrected, but the dragon in that dragon tomb had already resurrected and ran away, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Don't worry about this. Although our Blade Guards are not as good as before, we still have many informants and information channels in various places. I just received a message from an informant this morning that someone spotted a black dragon near the forest of Cana. So if you want, you can go there with me, kill the dragon, and prove your identity as a Dragonborn. Li Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't expect that this Blade Guard was really capable, and had many information channels. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Okay, I changed my armor first. Seeing that Li Chuan agreed so readily, Delphine didn't waste time and immediately tore off her long skirt to reveal the leather underwear hidden inside. Although Delphine is nearly 40 years old, as the current leader of the Blade Guards, a mortal who dares to slay dragons, her body is naturally extraordinary. Years of high-intensity exercise have given her body lines like a cheetah. This reminds Li Chuan of the first female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow. However, according to the natural strong physique of the Nords in this world, Delphine's strength should be far beyond Black Widow, and it is estimated that she is comparable to Sif, the female war goddess of Asgard. After tearing off her camouflage dress, Delphine quickly put on her heavy and solid armor and prepared various weapons to fight the dragons. Ahem. You go ahead, I'll be back soon. Seeing that Delphine would probably take a while, Li Chuan said hello to her and disappeared instantly. He planned to complete the Greybeard's trial first, and then come over to slay the dragon with Delphine. It's actually teleportation magic. Seeing Li Chuan disappear instantly, Delphine's pupil shrank. In Skyrim, teleportation magic does not exist, but Delphine was once the leader of the Imperial Blade Guard. Her vision is not only in Skyrim, but also in the entire Tamriel continent. Although it was her first time seeing teleportation magic, she knew that this kind of magic did exist. Because the Blade Guard's information recorded that the most powerful and oldest wizard organization on the continent, living on the island of Artium in the Somerset Islands, was the Psijic Order with the title of Grey Cloak. The monks in it had demonstrated a series of powerful and mysterious space magic, such as teleportation and teleportation. In addition to being proficient in dragon roars, all generations of Dragonborn are basically powerful warriors. Few Dragonborn have such powerful magical abilities, like this generation. In fact, Delphine believed that Li Chuan was a Dragonborn from the beginning. There were many witnesses to the dragon slaying incident in Whiterun, and Li Chuan was also confirmed as a Dragonborn by Greybeard. The reason why she did this was just that she didn't want the Blade Guard to be completely controlled by the Dragonborn like before. To put it bluntly, the current Blade Guard is her Delphine's Blade Guard, not the Dragonborn's Blade Guard. However, the existence of the Blade Guard is to slay dragons. Now the dragon has appeared, and the Dragonborn has appeared. If she does not take action, and cannot convince the crowd, then she will not be able to be the leader. The key is that as a Blade Guard, who has been instilled with the idea of slaying dragons since childhood, she herself cannot really stay out of it. It's just that she doesn't want to lose the power in her hands because of this. In a flash, Li Chuan has returned to the coffin of Jürgen Windcaller again. Putting the horn taken from Delphine back to the big hand on the coffin, his soul began to resonate instantly, and the dragon soul sealed in the horn was also absorbed into his body. Awesome. The dragon soul entered his body, and his soul was strengthened again. He also successfully unlocked the first stage of the Phantom Dragon Roar that he had learned from the ancient tomb. No wonder those demon cultivators like to absorb souls and refine spirits. This is indeed much more enjoyable than practicing by themselves. At this time, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Whether it is the Yuanshan or Jinyuan of the righteous cultivators, they accumulate them bit by bit, while demon cultivators basically like to take shortcuts. Because once you have experienced the pleasure of rapid strength improvement, it is difficult to calm down and practice slowly. It is just like what ordinary people say. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. However, the foundation of demon cultivators is generally unstable, and it is more difficult for them to survive the heavenly tribulation than the righteous cultivators. The righteous path is to follow the will of heaven, while the demon path is to go against heaven and be full of sins. How can the heavenly path allow you to survive the tribulation so easily? However, Li Chuan didn't care. He was so powerful that even if the heavenly path determined that he was a demon cultivator, it would not have any effect on him if he was struck by a few more heavenly tribulations. After absorbing the dragon soul, he teleported away again. This time, the place where he teleported was the High Howling Peak Monastery. Master Inger, I have retrieved the horn of Jorgen Windcaller. Li Chuan handed the horn to Inger, who was praying to the Holy Spirit Kinnereth in the monastery. Inger was obviously very surprised that Li Chuan could retrieve the horn so quickly and complete the trial. Although he knew that Li Chuan could fly, the strength of the wights in the tomb of Jorgen Windcaller was extraordinary. Duakin, you have completed our Greybeard's trial. Next, Master Wolfgar will teach you the third stage of the unbreakable power. Then we will hold a ceremony for you and officially recognize your identity as a dragon born to the entire continent. Inger summoned the other 3 Greybeards to the hall of the monastery. First, Wolfgar taught Li Chuan the third part of the unbreakable power. Then the 4 surrounded Li Chuan and started the ceremony in dragon language. The storm crown has been lost for a long time because the destined wearer has not appeared. Through our tum, I give you the names of Cana, Shul, and the ancient Admira continent. Remember, you are a smear, you are the new generation of the Dragon of the North. The voices of the 4 Greybeards seemed to resonate with the continent of Tamriel, transmitted from the highest peak of the world to the entire continent, and announced Li Chuan's identity as a dragon to everyone. The new Asmir, the new Dragon of the North, is born. Everyone on the continent of Tamriel heard the declaration of the Greybeards at this moment. Some were happy, some were silent, some were angry, and some were afraid. Chapter 469. Ismir, the Dragon of the North, was the title of the Nord Emperor Tiber Septim, who unified the entire continent. Until now, Nords would involuntarily add an exclamation when speaking. Oh, Ismir! Now Li Chuan, the Dragonborn, has once again inherited this title, and it is recognized and personally bestowed by the Greybeard, who is respected by the entire continent. No one, no force can refute it. Duakin, you are now the Dragon of the North, and you have the most legitimate title to unify the entire continent. However, we Greybeards do not participate in secular wars. Everything depends on you. After the ceremony, Ingale said to Li Chuan. And Li Chuan instantly understood what Ingale meant. Ingale wanted to tell him that as the Dragon of the North recognized by the Greybeards, he was the emperor who unified the entire continent recognized by the gods, and was the legitimate ruler of this continent. Just like Tiber Septim before. As for whether he can unify the entire continent, that is his own business. This is like Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms period. As a relative of the Han dynasty, he fought for the title of supporting the Han dynasty, and then he had the righteousness of competing for the world. Whether you can support the Han dynasty depends on whether you can defeat the various princes. As the new generation of the Northern Dragon, Li Chuan can be said to be the most orthodox successor of the empire, much more orthodox than Liu Bei, the relative of the Han dynasty. Now, if he raises his arm and calls for help after he comes down the mountain, I believe that many Nord warriors will gather under his command immediately. Because he holds the righteousness and the orthodoxy. However, the emperor of the empire, Tusmead II, the ancestor of the Somerset Island, and those independent forces will probably join forces to kill him at the first opportunity. Who wants to have more emperors above their heads? You don't have power, you just have a title, and everyone will worship you wherever you go. If you want to unify the continent, you will be the first to die. So if you don't have the strength, it's useless to be orthodox. Unify Tamriel? Yeah. That's fine. Li Chuan touched his chin and gradually became a little excited. He has done a lot of this kind of thing. The wizard world and the Naruto world have now been unified by him, and he has indeed gained a lot of benefits. If he can unify the entire Tamriel continent, it will naturally be a very beneficial thing for him. Many things don't need to be done by himself, his subordinates can handle them all, he just needs to practice with peace of mind. Anyway, the Holy Spirit and the demon god cannot personally take action, and his current identity is orthodox, recognized by the gods of this world, so it doesn't seem difficult to unify the continent. First kill the dragon and absorb the dragon soul to improve the spirit, then consider unifying the continent. Maybe you can make a fuss in this civil war. After thinking about it, Li Chuan planned to teleport back to the sleeping giant inn and find Delphine to continue killing dragons. But at this time, Angel seemed to have thought of something and stopped Li Chuan again. We just felt the whisper of a rune, which may come from a dragon language wall in the sky. I will tell you the location, and you can go and learn it when you have time. Remember, as a Duokan, the dragon roar is your most powerful skill, so you should spend more time studying and honing your dragon roar. We will continue to sense the runes, and we will tell you in time if we find a new dragon language wall. Master, I understand. Hearing Engel's instructions, Li Chuan's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect that Greybeard could sense the location of the dragon language wall. He was worried that Skyrim was so big, and those dragon language walls were in many cemeteries and remote places. He didn't know where to start looking. Now, as long as he stayed with Greybeard, he could know the location of all the dragon language walls. So, after thinking for a while, he left a shadow clone behind the high roar peak, and then operated back to the sleeping giant inn. It seems that you are ready, so let's go. When Li Chuan appeared in the basement, he saw that Delphine was fully armed, so he gestured to her and led the way out of the basement. Delphine frowned when she saw this, and quickly rushed in front of Li Chuan after walking out of Heimu town. I think it's better for me to lead this way. I have more experience. You just follow me. The matter of slaying the dragon must be led by her. The Dragonborn just needs to be a good fighter and kill the dragon well. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and did not argue, but just spread his hands. I just think it's faster for us to fly over, otherwise it's too late. If the black dragon flies away, it will be a wasted trip. Fly? You can fly? Delphine was surprised. Li Chuan didn't waste words. He raised his hand, and used the technique of flying clouds to lift himself and Delphine directly into the sky. Not only can I fly, but I can also take you with me. Walking is too slow. It only takes a few minutes for us to fly. Without waiting for Delphine to refute, Li Chuan pinched the magic formula with his hands, and the white clouds under his feet immediately burst out with a sound. So fast! Delphine's heart was shocked, and her mood immediately became complicated. This Dragonborn is more powerful and stronger than she thought, and it seems that it is not so easy to control. Li Chuan doesn't care about Delphine's thoughts. He will definitely accept the Blade Club under his command. If Delphine is willing to assist him, that would be the best. It would be easier to have someone to help manage him. If she is not willing, it is also simple. Just use the Phantom Demon Emperor fist to control her. The Dragonborn is the master of all the Blade Guards. The Blade Guards must execute the Dragonborn's orders. This is what the history in the book records. He, the living dragon descendant recognized by Greybeard and the new dragon of the north, can also let the Blade Guard take over and use him as a tool. Taking advantage of the gap on the way to the forest of Kana, Li Chuan separated some of his mind and sank into the Tsukuyomi world in his own small universe, and began to interrogate the three strange believers who attacked him before. In the Tsukuyomi world, 3 believers were tied to the cross, with their eyes open, but unable to move at all. In the Tsukuyomi world, unless the strength is not much different from Li Chuan does not need to do anything at all, and can only rely on the suppression of the rules of the Tsukuyomi world to make the sucked enemies surrender. Even those who are stronger than Li Chuan will be greatly reduced in strength after being suppressed by the rules here. He can even adjust and interfere with the flow of time here. This is the power of having a separate domain of your own. Where are you from? Why did you attack me? And what is the real and fake Dragonborn you said? Tell me everything honestly. With powerful spiritual power, he directly controlled the 3 believers to speak the truth. The 3 believers answered honestly with dull eyes. We are from Sazam, and we are believers of the Dragonborn Mirek. Chapter 470. After some interrogation, Li Chuan finally knew the whole story. The Dragonborn worshipped by the 3 believers was a man named Mirek, who was also the first person to be given a dragon soul by Akatosh, the dragon god of time. He was also a dragon priest who served the dragon. Thousands of years ago, when the dragons ruled humans, Akatosh gave the dragon priest Mirek a dragon soul, hoping that he could take on the mission of defeating the dragon clan and Alduin, the world devourer. After becoming a dragonborn, Mirek betrayed the dragon clan immediately, killed a large number of dragons, and devoured dragon souls to strengthen his own strength. However, he did not complete his mission to kill Alduin and save the world. Even when the 3 Nord heroes invited him to kill Alduin together, he directly refused. Instead, for some unknown reason, he secretly took the 3 most trusted dragon priests to Sasheim, and after conquering there, he enslaved the people there to build his own temple for him. At that time, Sothium and Skyrim were still one, not an isolated island like it is now. Later, Alduin was angry at the betrayal of Mirek, the dragon priest, and sent the leader of the dragon cult, Varek, to lead the dragon priests to Sothium to kill the traitor Mirek. The two sides fought a fierce battle, and Sothium was directly broken, separated from Skyrim, and turned into an isolated island. In the end, the leader of the dragon priests, Varek, was slightly stronger, destroyed the temple, and killed Mirek. As a result, Varek was named jailer by the dragon, suppressing and commanding the entire Soshium island. However, according to the three Mirek believers, Mirek was not really killed that year. At the last moment before being killed, Mirek seemed to be helped by a certain demon god and escaped to other planes. And these believers have always been able to feel Mirek, waiting for Mirek to return generation after generation. Just a while ago, their waiting finally paid off. Mirek's will came to Soshium Island again through the altar they set up, crossing the demon god's plane. In addition to telling them that he would return, he also showed his extremely powerful divine power, controlling many villagers on Soshium Island, and began to repair the damaged temple and some buildings that assisted his arrival. However, at this time, the temple leaders suddenly received a message that another dragon appeared in the sky. The leaders believed that Li Chuan must be an imposter, and Li Chuan's existence would offend the real dragon Mirek. So they took the initiative to send their three believers to the Sky Province by boat to find Li Chuan, and then kill Li Chuan, who dared to pretend to be a dragon. This guy named Mirek is quite powerful. He can even enslave giant dragons. After getting all the information from the three believers, Li Chuan couldn't help but become interested in this first-generation dragonborn. Being able to collapse a piece of land and form an island shows that Mirek is indeed very powerful. But Li Chuan asked himself that he could do it easily after bursting out with all his strength. What interested him was that according to the believers, it was said that Mirek actually had a dragon roar that could directly enslave giant dragons. He had never seen this kind of dragon roar in Greybeard's library, and he had never even heard Greybeard mention it. Forget it, let's kill the dragon first to improve our strength. Although Mirek was strong, he didn't take him seriously. The fact that he was defeated by the dragon priest leader of the dragon worship cult showed that his strength might not be as good as Alduin. He thought it would be better to solve the problems of the dragon and Alduin first, and then go to meet this first-generation dragonborn. So he took back his soul from the moon-reading world, and continued to control the auspicious cloud to accelerate towards the direction of the Cana forest. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chuan and Delphine landed near the Cana forest. There is a small town near the forest of Cana, and the residents make a living from mining. At this time, the town was empty, probably because they were scared of the dragon and hid. According to Li Chuan's perception, the place where they hid was the mine next to the town. According to the map on the dragon stone you found, there is a dragon tomb here. I suspect that the black dragon was resurrected from the dragon tomb here. After landing, Delphine no longer entangled in the issue of power, but her face became solemn. The Blade Guards take slaying dragons as their duty, but this generation is also the first time they face a giant dragon. It is impossible to say that they have no inner fluctuations. Then let's go and take a look. Li Chuan nodded and walked towards the location of the dragon tomb with a relaxed look. He also has a map of the dragon stone in his mind, so he naturally knows that there is a dragon tomb here. I suggest you put on your golden armor. The strength of the giant dragon is also strong and weak. The strength of this black dragon may be stronger than the one you killed. Delphine frowned and reminded Li Chuan when she saw that he was so lazy. Only the dragonborn could really kill the dragon. If Li Chuan died, then the Blade Guards alone would not be able to completely defeat the dragon. Don't worry, I will wear it when I need it. Li Chuan waved his hand without caring. If it was an ordinary dragon, he would not need to wear the golden armor at all with his current strength. If he really encountered a dragon that could rival him, he could wear it instantly if he wanted to. Serenal, I will return your eternal dragon soul and resurrect. At this moment, in the forest not far away, a soul-shaking dragon roar suddenly sounded, and Li Chuan's eyes changed instantly. Because he noticed a life force field that was more than one level stronger than Mermanil before, appearing in the direction of the dragon roar. Did we just happen to encounter the dragon resurrected by Alduin? Sure enough, he heard a conversation in dragon language next. Alduin, my king, is it time to restore your ancient rule? Yes, Selonil, my loyal guard. Li Chuan reached out and picked up the cautious Delphine next to him, opened his flying sword wings behind him, and turned into a sword light with excitement on his face, and flew towards the direction of the dragon roar. My god, ordinary dragon souls are so nutritious, I can't imagine how delicious it would be to swallow this Alduin dragon soul. Alduin is powerful, but he is just a part of Akatosh, without his own territory, and was defeated by 3 Nords. Li Chuan thinks he should be able to do it with his own strength. This time in the High Howl Peak Monastery, he also found a lot of records about the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn was created by Akatosh to deal with Alduin, and he has a certain restraint on Alduin. Besides, if he can't win, he can just teleport away. If he wins and absorbs Alduin's dragon soul, maybe his soul will reach the peak in an instant. Try it, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. In just a few seconds, Li Chuan has appeared above the dragon tomb in the center of the Kina forest with Delphine. And he also saw 2 giant dragons that had just taken off. Chapter 471. One was a giant blue dragon, slightly larger than the mermanil he had killed before, and the life force field it displayed was also much stronger. It was probably a high-level dragon with good strength. The other one was even more amazing, with a metallic black color all over its body, and its size was more than 3 times that of the blue dragon. Of course, the size was not important. What was important was that in Li Chuan's perception, the life force field of this black dragon was not only stronger than that of the blue dragon and mermanil before. It is much more powerful than the gray-bearded teacher, the dragon hiding on the top of Mount Hogarth. Obviously, the blue dragon should be the newly resurrected dragon named Salonir, and the black one should be Alduin, who is called the World Devourer. Similarly, Alduin also noticed Li Chuan with metal wings. You are the Duakin who killed Mermanir. You don't look like a dragon. You are just a lowly mortal who was given some dragon souls by your father. Humph, mere mortals want to kill dragons. Salonil, kill them. After saying this, Alduin flapped his huge wings, and was about to leave here to continue to revive other dragons. Obviously, the arrogant Alduin did not take Li Chuan seriously now. And how could Li Chuan let the fat meat in his hand fly away like this? Delphine, this black dragon is the legendary Alduin, the World Devourer. He is now planning to revive all the dragons to destroy the world. As the leader of the Blades, I believe you should be quite capable. In this way, I will leave the weak Azure Dragon to you, and I will deal with Alduin. He gave an order to Delphine, who was still a little confused, and threw her onto the back of the little Azure Dragon. Then he used his flying sword wings to quickly catch up with Alduin, who was about to leave. Delphine landed on the Azure Dragon's back, looking at the huge dragon in front of her, and couldn't help swallowing. You must be kidding. Originally, she planned to use the power of the Dragonborn to slay the dragon, and at the same time, gather the hearts of the Blades, who were currently somewhat loose under the pursuit of the Empire and Thalmor. I didn't expect that she would have to fight the dragon alone. The key point was that she didn't expect that the huge black dragon above was actually Alduin, who was killed by the 3 Nord warriors in the legend. She thought that the dragon resurrection incident was a conspiracy by the Thalmor to destroy the Empire. How dare you, a lowly mortal, ride on my back, Ceronius? When the little green dragon saw Delphine appearing on his back, he immediately felt insulted. He roared angrily, landed on the ground, twisted his head, and bit towards Delphine. Delphine is indeed the leader of the Blade Guards, and her strength is indeed unmatched by ordinary people. She quickly drew out the Blade Guard shield behind her to block the dragon head, drew out the sharp Blade Guard sword, and began to counterattack Salonil. Just as Delphine and the blue dragon Salonil were fighting, Li Chuan also faced Alduin. Facing Li Chuan, who blocked his way, Alduin was very angry. Weak insect, you think that you can kill me just by killing Mermanil? How arrogant! Then let's try it. Li Chuan doesn't like nonsense, so he directly turns on the Sage mode, merges his huge true essence and chakra, and claps his hands. Sage Technique Super Large Ball Wind Style Rasengan Shuriken. A wind style Rasengan with a diameter of 20 meters, and a sharp cutting attribute, was thrown at Alduin by Li Chuan. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Alduin's tone changed from contempt to a hint of surprise, and then he opened his mouth. Breath of fire. The violent dragon fire gushed out of his mouth and collided with the Rasengan shot by Li Chuan, not only crushing all the energy of the Rasengan, but also burning Li Chuan's body. Sure enough, it's not on the same level as the previous dragon. Li Chuan flapped his sword wings and dodged Alduin's dragon fire. Alduin and Milner were both roaring with the same fire breath, but the power was totally different. Seeing Li Chuan dodged his dragon fire, Alduin did not stop breathing, but swung his dragon head to chase the direction where Li Chuan dodged and continued to spit dragon fire, intending to burn Li Chuan to ashes. Apparition. Li Chuan teleported directly to Alduin's back. Multiple shadow clone technique. He formed 4 clones with hand seals. Senjutsu 5 styles great linking bullet technique. the third Hokage's strongest composite ninjutsu, which combines the 5 attribute chakras of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. With the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, its power is more than 10 times stronger. Boom! Aljuin, who did not expect the opponent to teleport, had no time to react and took the full attack. His body was knocked down from the sky and smashed to the ground. Duokin, I'm going to eat you. However, to Li Chuan's surprise, under such a powerful composite ninjutsu attack, Aljuin's body did not seem to be injured. He just shook his wings and flew up again. Is the magic resistance of dragon skin so high? Li Chuan touched his chin, thinking. He knew that the dragon race itself had high magic resistance, but he didn't expect Aljuin to be so close to him and take all his Immortal Art 5 releases Dalian and ninjutsu without any damage. This means that normal energy attacks are basically difficult to cause harm to Aljuin. Then try soul attacks. Facing Aljuin rushing up, Li Chuan and his 4 shadow clones raised their hands at the same time. Super Avada Kedavra. 5 killing spells thicker than buckets shot out directly. The power of the Yuanshin has greatly enhanced his ability to control magic, which can enhance the effects of some magic. Aljuin saw 5 green lights shooting towards him, but he did not dodge at all, but instead taunted Li Chuan. Soul attack, it's ridiculous, I am the eldest son of the dragon god Akatosh. Symbolizing the end of time, my soul is connected to this world, even my father can't hurt my soul. Sure enough, after those 5 super doubled killing curses hit Aljuin, he couldn't even pause. Delay time. After taking the opportunity to get close enough to Li Chuan, Aljuin suddenly roared. Suddenly, in a certain area with Aljuin as the center, the law of time changed, and everything slowed down. And Li Chuan and his 4 shadow clones were also covered in this area. On the contrary, Aljuin, who was not affected by time, became incredibly fast in this area. He appeared in front of Li Chuan with a flap of his wings, and easily crushed Li Chuan's 4 shadow clones with a claw. But when he finally grabbed Li Chuan's body, he was blocked by Li Chuan, who was already wearing the golden holy clothes. Chapter 472. Time Dragon Roar. It's really a powerful dragon roar. The moment he sensed the changes in the time laws around him, Li Chuan immediately put on the golden armor, then his microcosm exploded to the limit, and his body's 8 gates of escape were fully opened. Although he couldn't control time, he had studied the time laws, and could sense the changes in the surrounding time laws. Even if Aljuin activated the time slowdown, as long as his body speed was fast enough, he could still handle it normally. Lightning Speed Punch. After catching Aljuin's dragon claw with his left hand, Li Chuan immediately raised his microcosm to the limit, and launched the most violent attack with his right hand at the most extreme speed and power. How is it possible? Aljuin's eyes widened when he saw this. You know, his time slowdown can slow down the time in the area by 100 times, which means that normal reactions, movements, punches, etc. are 100 times slower than normal. The action that could be completed in 1 second now takes 100 seconds. With such an area covered, Li Chuan was able to react and catch his dragon claws, and launch such a fast and fierce counterattack. How strong must his body be? What he didn't know was that even after time slowed down 100 times, the speed of Li Chuan's punches could be close to 900 times the speed of sound. Boom, boom, boom! Countless golden fists fell on Aljuin's body, making him scream and fly to the ground again, thus eliminating the time-slowing effect caused by the dragon roar. Shi Huan can only slow down the speed of Li Chuan's punches, but cannot reduce the power of Li Chuan's punches. Therefore, every punch Li Chuan threw at Aljuin had the terrifying damage caused by the full opening of the 8 gates and the full burst of the Golden Saint. However, what surprised Li Chuan was that not long after, Aljuin actually crawled out of the ground where he was blasted without any damage. Except for looking a little embarrassed, his body was not hurt. However, this time Aljuin looked at Li Chuan without the previous arrogance. He panted and said to Li Chuan loudly, "Duo Qin, I admit that you are very powerful, but I am Aljuin, the eldest son of Aktosh, the terminator of time, and a god. I will not be killed in the mortal world, even you. When I have eaten enough souls and recovered my strength, I will fight you again. You can't beat me, I will be the one who survives to the end." After saying that, he flapped his wings and turned his head in the opposite direction of Li Chuan, intending to escape. Obviously, after the test just now, Aljuin already knew that with his current state, he was no match for Li Chuan, the perverted dragonborn, and planned to escape first to recover all his strength before killing Li Chuan. Can't be killed in the mortal world? Li Chuan frowned. Energy, soul and physics, none of them could harm Aljuin. It seemed that he was really a god who could not be killed in the mortal world, as Aljuin said, recalling the creation myth of this world. If Alduin is really the two sides of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, then he also symbolizes the time and the operating principle of this world. Killing Alduin is equivalent to erasing the time of this world, and this world will collapse. So if you want to kill Alduin, you must have at least the power to destroy the entire world. But this is impossible. Even those holy spirits and demons themselves do not have the power to destroy the entire world. But in this case, how can the book describe that the Dragonborn shoulders the mission given by Akatosh and can end Alduin? Is it false? And how did the three Nord heroes kill Alduin back then? And why did Alduin resurrect after thousands of years? Want to escape? How is that possible? Seeing Alduin spread his wings to escape, Lichuan immediately attacked again, Buddha Kingdom in the palm. A huge shadow of the Buddha rose behind him, and the fleeing Alduin fell into the hands of the Buddha. No matter how he flew, he could not fly out of the range of the palm, and was pulled back to Lichuan again. The devil surrenders. Alduin was beaten down again. Indeed, he has not thought of how to kill Alduin yet, but he can't just let Alduin go. Look, Alduin himself said that he would recover his strength and come back to seek revenge. You can't kill me, even if you try 100 times. Alduin climbed up from the ground again, and then roared out the phantom dragon roar, turning himself into a shadow and continuing to escape. How could Lichuan let him escape like this? Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to trap him first. 3 heads and 6 arms. The 800-meter-tall 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma image appeared in this world for the first time. A golden rope was thrown out, directly across the space, and tied up Alduin, who was in a virtual state. It works. Although the phantom can make the body virtual and immune to energy, physical and soul attacks, the golden rope of Lichuan's 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya is a kind of sealing law. Theoretically, even if it is virtual, it cannot escape the restraint of this law. With a strong pull, Alduin was directly pulled back. But this time Lichuan did not attack Alduin again, because he knew it was useless. Susanoo's huge palm grabbed Alduin tied with a golden rope and placed it on the forehead where Lichuan was. Alduin, tell me how many dragons have been resurrected, how many dragons have not been resurrected, and how you were killed back then. I didn't expect that a mortal like you could be so powerful, but even so, you can't kill me, and how long can you maintain this state? I can still escape after it dissipates. Facing the huge 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo, Alduin was also very shocked. He felt that the strength of Lichuan in this form was no worse than that of some Daedara demons, who did not have their own planes. However, relying on his immortal body, he was not afraid of Lichuan. I can't kill you, but from what I just observed, if your body is attacked, you should still feel pain. Lichuan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and immediately controlled the golden spear on the other side of Susanoo, aiming at the position below the tail of Alduin, who was caught in his hand. And Alduin was so scared that he pressed the dragon's tail against his belly to protect the vital position. Wait, let's talk it over, let's talk it over. It was rare that the arrogant Alduin softened his tone for the first time. In fact, even if the golden spear pierced him from the tail to the head, it could not kill him. But just as Lichuan expected, he would still feel pain. If it was inserted in other places, he would be able to bear it, but it was inserted there. He really couldn't bear it. It's not that he couldn't bear the pain, but that kind of humiliation. He is the Lord of Dragons, the end of the world Alduin. If he was attacked back and forth from behind, just think about it. Chapter 473. King, I'm here to save you. At this moment, the blue dragon Salono rushed over. It turned out that although Delphine was powerful, she was no match for the dragon. She was now seriously injured by Salono, and lay on the ground unable to move. If Salono hadn't come to rescue Alduin, Delphine would have died. Delphine, you disappoint me so much. As the leader of the Blade Guards, you can't even kill such a weak dragon. What use are you to me? Lichuan shook his head in disappointment, then turned the direction of the golden spear, and pierced the azure dragon that was trying to rescue Alduin. Then he took the opportunity to absorb the azure dragon's soul into his body. Delphine, lying on the ground covered in blood, tremblingly took out various healing red bottles from the bag on her waist and poured them into her mouth, looking up at Lichuan, who was as tall as a hill, as if she was looking at a god. Is this the Dragonborn that our Blade Guards have been following? It can be so strong. At this moment, she realized that it was not that the Dragonborn needed their Blade Guards to help slay the dragon, but that the Blade Guards needed the Dragonborn. Without the Dragonborn, they would be nothing. Because as long as the Dragonborn needed, there would be countless people willing to become his Blade Guards. It seems that there is no need for force control. Lichuan glanced at Delphine below and knew that the other party had been completely conquered. The phantom demon King Fist can indeed control people's minds, but it is not without side effects. The controlled person can move and fight normally, but his emotions are sometimes unstable, and there is a risk of losing control after being stimulated. So it is more suitable to control and torture for intelligence for a short time, but it is not so safe to control for a long time. Auden, answer my question, or how about I string you and your subordinate together? Raising the golden spear in his hand, the blue dragon on the golden spear was pierced from the head to the tail, looking like a huge string. Seeing this, Alduin's dragon scales stood up, and the anger and frustration in his heart were about to explode. He was the Dragon Lord who once ruled the entire world, and the only god who existed completely in the mortal world. Now he was threatened by a mortal and strung into a string. I have resurrected 120 dragons, and there are still 80 to be resurrected. However, in the end, in front of the slowly approaching golden spear, he still compromised. After Li Chuan got the answer, his mood instantly improved. Because according to his budget, absorbing about 150 dragons would allow the Yuanshin to reach its peak. Even if Alduin really cannot be killed and his dragon soul cannot be absorbed, it is definitely enough to absorb all the resurrected dragons and the unresurrected dragons. Since you said that you cannot be killed in the mortal world, how did you get killed by 3 Nord heroes back then? And why are you resurrected now? Humph, you want to kill me with just those mortals? They just got the Elder Scrolls, and when I was careless, they used the power of the Elder Scrolls to send me into the long river of time. By the time I realized what was happening and broke through the long river of time and returned, I found that thousands of years had passed. Otherwise, as long as I was in the mortal world, no one could kill me, Alduin, and even my father could not stop me from ending this world. Although Alduin was caught in Susanoo's hand at this time, he still raised his head proudly. If he had not stayed in the long river of time for thousands of years, causing his strength to shrink significantly and requiring him to devour enough souls to recover, he would not have fallen to this point. He had already thought it through. The Dragonborn on the other side could not maintain this state forever. Once the Dragonborn relaxed, he would take the opportunity to escape, and then go to Sovngarde and Shul to devour souls to restore his strength, and then come back for revenge. If he had not escaped, he would not be able to be killed. The worst-case scenario would be that he would be exiled again by the Elder Scrolls. The Elder Scrolls. So the Elder Scrolls were used. Hearing this, Li Chuan finally understood what was going on. This world is called the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. So when he was reading in Whiterun and High Howl Peak Monastery, he also specifically read the relevant records. Mortals don't know much about the Elder Scrolls. They only know that they appeared at the beginning of the world. Currently, there are 18 volumes recorded, each of which contains magical power, and it is said that it can see the past, present and future, and even the essence of life. But not everyone can see it after getting it. If someone has not studied the Elder Scrolls, they will only see a blank after opening the Elder Scrolls. And if the research is not in-depth enough, and no corresponding preparations and protective measures are made in advance. Even if you can get some information after reading it, you will become a madman with mental disorder due to the shock to your mind, or at best you will lose your sight and become blind. Only those who have studied the Elder Scrolls in depth, mastered some special methods, and have undergone years of training can truly obtain information from the Elder Scrolls, and use the magical power it contains. So the 3 Nord heroes did not really kill Alduin, but just used a certain Elder Scroll with time power to send Alduin to the future, leaving it to their descendants to solve. However, Li Chuan also noticed a loophole in Alduin's words. That is, although Alduin has been saying that he represents the end of time and cannot be killed in the mortal world, what if he leaves the mortal world? Alduin cannot really be unkillable. Maybe he represents time, and is the 2 sides of Akatosh, but he is just a kind of thought, and was born from the law of time. So there is no need to completely kill Alduin and destroy the time of this world. As long as the will of Alduin is erased, Alduin can be solved. Perhaps this is the purpose of Akatosh creating the Dragonborn to deal with Alduin. And it is impossible to destroy Alduin's will in the mortal world, because the time law of the mortal world is connected to Alduin. Only when Alduin leaves the mortal world and goes to other planes can his will be disconnected from the time law of the world and be wiped out. Coincidentally, there are indeed many other planes in this world. Most of the more powerful demons have their own planes. Even Shul, who is killed by the heart, exists in a plane called Sovngarde. Of course, these are all speculations made by Li Chuan based on the clues in Alduin's words and the knowledge in various books. As for whether this is the case, he still needs to verify it. Chapter 474. How to verify? Of course, he would not take Alduin to any demon god's plane to verify. That would be too stupid. You have to know that those demon gods are already very powerful. If they were in their own plane, their strength would be several times greater. Wouldn't he be the fish waiting to be slaughtered by the demon gods? He would not do such a risky behavior. He was not the real Dragonborn who was given the dragon soul by Akatosh. His dragon soul was the task reward for the main quest. As for the Dragonborn who was given the dragon soul by Akatosh, who knew where he was now. But he also has a safer way, because he himself has a not-so-complete plane. Tsukuyomi. The yin-yang kaleidoscope in Li Chuan's right eye rotated at high speed, looking at Alduin, who was bound by the golden rope. In an instant, Alduin's body disappeared from the real world, and was sucked into the Tsukuyomi world in Li Chuan's microcosm. At this time, Li Chuan also released his 3 heads and 6 arms to find Susanoo, and his soul escaped into the Tsukuyomi world. Where is this? Alduin found himself out of the mortal world and disconnected from the law of time, and suddenly panicked. At this time, Li Chuan's soul also appeared in front of him. This is my plane. I don't know if you still have that kind of immortal body in this plane. Impossible, you are actually Daedara demon god. How could my father give the dragon soul to Daedara demon god? This is impossible. Alduin Dragon's face was full of disbelief. And Li Chuan was too lazy to answer her. He opened the spiritual and energy pressure of the entire moon-reading world and instantly pressed Alduin, who was flying, to the ground. Then he made a Taoist gesture with his hands, and the flying sword wings turned into 2 sharp blades and cut towards Alduin's black dragon skin. This time, Alduin was no longer unscathed, but like a normal dragon, he was cut with a bloody scar, and it did not heal instantly. It seems that I guessed right. Putting away the flying sword wings, Li Chuan walked to the front of Alduin's dragon head. And Alduin was completely silent now. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Li Chuan did not kill him, he said, "What do you want?" Out of the mortal world, he can indeed be killed. At this time, his death will not affect the laws of time in the mortal world, but simply his mind and body will disappear. And his father Akatosh in the light realm can give birth to another dragon of the end of time, an obedient dragon of the end of time. In essence, it is still him, but it is not him anymore. I want you to resurrect all the dragons, and then summon all the dragons you resurrected, Li Chuan said with a smile. Alduin's eyes were full of vigilance. What do you want to do? At this time, Alduin suddenly remembered the dragon priest Mirak, who was once seduced by the demon god Hermias Mora. He guessed that Li Chuan wanted to devour all the dragon souls to strengthen himself. Li Chuan looked at Alduin's dragon eyes. You should know very well that if I kill you now, you will completely disappear from this world. But if you are willing to listen to my proposal, then I will give you a chance. How about bringing all the 200 dragons you resurrected to fight with me for the ultimate decisive battle? If you win, you will be free and continue your plan to destroy the world. If you lose, I will at least promise that I will not kill you again after killing all those dragons. How can I guarantee that you are telling the truth? Alduin was moved. He knew that Li Chuan's ultimate goal was to absorb the dragon souls of all the dragons. But this was his only chance to turn defeat into victory. Even if he really couldn't beat the opponent, he could use those dragon minions to hold the opponent back and then escape. There is no way to guarantee it. You only have these 2 choices now. Either I kill you now, or you accept my terms. Li Chuan had a smile on his face, and the flying sword wings behind him had turned into 2 terrifying sword wheels, and the energy of the small universe in the sky was also gathering. Alduin knew that as long as he said the word no, death would be waiting for him. Okay, I promise you. Sir, is Alduin dead? Seeing Alduin disappear, Li Chuan returned to normal, and fell to the ground, and Delphine asked respectfully. At this time, she had been completely conquered by the strength shown by Li Chuan, and her address and attitude had also changed 360 degrees. No, he is imprisoned by me temporarily. I still need him to lure out other dragons. Li Chuan came to Delphine, and teleported her back to the basement of the Sleeping Giant Inn. I heard that all the blades are being hunted down by the Empire and the Thalmor. Yes, my lord. The despicable Emperor Titus Me too betrayed us to please the High Elves. Delphine's eyes were full of anger when she said this. If it weren't for the blades fighting desperately on Somerset Island, how could the High Elves agree to a ceasefire so easily? For this, the Blade Guard sacrificed a large number of masters. As a result, the short-sighted Titus, fearing the power of the Blade Guards, directly labeled them as traitors and surrounded and killed them in order to please the High Elves. Li Chuan nodded and pulled a chair to sit down. As a Blade Guard, you should know that the Dragonborn is the orthodox ruler of the entire continent, especially now that I have been officially announced by Greybeard to take over the title of the Dragon of the North. And the guy named Titus Mead too is just an ordinary mortal. So Delphine, do you understand what I mean? All of us Blade Guards are willing to follow you to the death and serve you at all times. Delphine's eyes turned, and she immediately understood what Li Chuan meant. And Li Chuan also laughed. Yes, it seems that you have some understanding. Don't worry, when I unify the continent, it will be the day when you Blade Guards will return to the top. For these Blade Guards, relying on strength and coercion can only work temporarily. The correct way to control people is to use a big stick and then feed carrots. They must know that their interests are tied to Li Chuan's interests. Only when Li Chuan unifies the continent can the Blades recover their original status from being wanted by the Empire and the Thalmor. Now I give you one thing. Let all the hidden Blades spread this news in major cities. Say that Alduin, the World Devourer, has returned and is resurrecting the dead dragons in an attempt to devour the world. The Golden Dragonborn has been inspired by the dragon god Akatosh, and will fight Alduin and all the resurrected dragons in the White Plains in 2 months to save the world. If he wants to unify the continent, relying on strength alone will cause too many troubles, and he doesn't have that much time and energy. This dragon-slaying incident can just let everyone in the world see his strength, and at the same time it can greatly increase his reputation. In this way, it will be easy for him to subdue all major forces afterwards, especially the Nordic forces. Chapter 475. In the following days, the entire Skyrim, and even the entire city of Tamriel, all knew the news that the Golden Dragonborn would fight Alduin, the World Devourer, in the plains of Whiterun, because of the spread of those hidden blades. However, not many people completely believed this rumor, because they thought that Alduin, the World Devourer, was killed by the 3 Nord heroes thousands of years ago, and these were recorded in history books. However, many people believed that the Golden Dragonborn would fight the dragon, and many people had begun to rush to Whiterun and Skyrim from all over the continent to witness and confirm this battle. The return of the dragon is a fact, and the Golden Dragonborn has been confirmed by Greybeard. At the same time, Li Chuan also obtained the location of the dragon language wall from Greybeard, and then went to various places in Skyrim to learn new dragon roars. Many stories also happened during this period, and various magical items of this world were obtained. The most important thing is that during this period of time, he went to all the dragon tombs that had not been resurrected by Alduin, and asked Alduin to resurrect the dragons one by one, and receive them all in the moon-reading world. They didn't kill these dragons to absorb the dragon souls for the time being, because the deal between him and Alduin was that he couldn't kill the dragons and had to wait until the final battle, so that Alduin would be willing to revive the remaining dragons. During this period, he went to the Dark Brotherhood. With the identity of listener and absolute strength, he forcibly accepted the assassination organization of the Dark Brotherhood under his command. Only then did he realize that the current Dark Brotherhood did not have any good news channels, and their news basically came from secondhand news from the Thieves Guild. So if someone holds a ceremony, they won't know unless it's a big deal because there's no Night Mother and listeners. However, since they no longer need to look for news about the dragon, it doesn't matter to Li Chuan whether they have intelligence or not. His order to the Dark Brotherhood is very simple. It's to recruit soldiers, expand the scale, and then assassinate all the royal family members of the Empire, especially the Emperor of the Empire, Titus Mead too. Because if he announces the unification of the continent later, the current imperial royal family will be the biggest obstacle. As a Golden Dragonborn, he couldn't do it, so he let the Dark Brotherhood do the killing first. Anyway, no one would think there was anything wrong if they did it. The Dark Brotherhood had no rules for killing people. On the road to unifying the continent in the future, many people who were difficult to kill could be handed over to the Dark Brotherhood. As for what the Night Mother wanted to say, and who she wanted to kill, it was none of his business. Among them, he got some useful information from Alduin. It was information about Mirek, the first-generation Dragonborn who had assassinated him before. It turns out that when Alduin sent the Dragon Priest leader to kill Mirek, Mirek was rescued by the demon god Hermias Mora at the last moment and hid in his own plane. Mirek had reached some kind of cooperation with Mora and obtained Mora's knowledge, so he created the dragon roar that could enslave the dragon clan. In other words, Mirek's return now is actually related to the demon god Mora. Originally, he planned to go to the Sashiam Island to meet the first generation of dragons when he had time. Now that the demon god Mora is involved, he thinks it is more appropriate to wait until he absorbs all the dragon souls before going there for safety. 2 months later, Whiterun Plains. At this time, the whole plain was full of people. They came from all over the continent, all to verify the truth of the rumors, or to witness history. Because Whiterun was in a neutral position in the Skyrim Civil War, people from the Stormcloaks and Solitude Empire forces could also be seen around the plains. It's just that they were on both sides of the Whiterun plains, and did not interfere with each other. Others were like the Argonians of Black Marsh, the Imperials of Cyrodiil, the Khajiit of Elsewhere, the Redguards of Hammerfell, the Bretons of High Rock, the Dark Elves of Morrowind, the High Elves of Somerset Isle, the Wood Elves of Valenwood, etc. People from all countries and cities also came to investigate and watch. The dragons ruled the entire continent at that time, not just Skyrim. If the crisis after the dragons were resurrected could not be resolved, it would definitely spread from Skyrim, the center of the continent, to the surrounding provinces in the later stage. At the same time, above the plains of Whiterun, 10,000 meters above the sky, Lichuan saw that almost all the people below had arrived, so he did not wait any longer and released Alduin and the 80 dragons he resurrected. Alduin, summon them, don't play tricks. Duakin, I must be the one who survives this battle. Alduin glanced at his 80 men, knowing that the chances of winning against Lichuan were too low, so he opened his mouth and began to roar. Odoing, Cardinir, Aluxi, Edver. Alduin called out the names of the dragons one by one, and the powerful dragon roars echoed throughout the sky. Soon, dragon roars sounded from all directions, and began to gradually approach the plains of Whiterun. Master Alduin, we respond to your call. The troops from various provinces surrounding the plains below, listening to the roars of dragons in the air, and gradually seeing giant dragons appearing from all directions and flying towards here, all couldn't help but draw their weapons and become alert. Who wouldn't be afraid of seeing so many legendary dragons? The most frightened among them was Balgruuf, the Lord of Whiterun, who personally led his men here. The Whiterun Plains is closest to Whiterun. If so many dragons attack Whiterun together, the entire Whiterun will be razed to the ground. Now he could only pray that the golden dragon Chuan, whom he had met several times, really had the strength to deal with so many dragons by himself. Otherwise he would have no place to cry. Or if he could deal with most of them, there might be some hope for the rest of them, with so many people on the plain. Yes, it seems that everyone is here. You go down first, and I will be the last to come. Lichuan saw that there were a total of 120 dragons flying over, and he couldn't help licking his lips. These were the best food to improve his Yuanshin. When Alduin saw the 200 men behind him, his momentum was restored. However, he did not go against Lichuan's wishes, because to be honest, he was not sure whether he could kill Lichuan with these 200 men. If he angered Lichuan now, and Lichuan caught him and beat him, and sucked him into that plane again, he would be dead. His plan was to fight to the death if he had an advantage, and try to kill Lichuan to avenge his humiliation. If he did not have an advantage, he would use these men to delay, because he knew that Lichuan wanted to absorb the dragon souls of these men, and he could take the opportunity to escape quickly. Chapter 476. The dragons are really resurrected. Around the snowy plains, everyone looked at the roaring 200 dragons descending from the sky, and the shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Everyone knew that there were dragons in Skyrim before, but they thought there were only a dozen at most, and guessed that they might be the ones that escaped at the end of the Dragon War. A dozen dragons, for the entire continent, is a crisis, but if you take it seriously, it is nothing. However, what appeared before their eyes now was not a dozen, but more than 200 legendary dragons, which was really about the same number as the dragons in the Dragon War. Especially the black dragon in the front, that was particularly large. Some scholars who specialize in studying history have recognized that it is exactly the same as the legendary Alduin, the World Devourer. In other words, the recent rumors are not rumors. Alduin, the World Devourer, has really returned with his dragons, and they are going to end the whole world. Some onlookers, who were not strong enough, felt the pressure from more than 200 dragons, and their legs began to tremble, and some even knelt on the ground. Even the lords and some powerful men from various places looked very solemn at this time, because they knew that with so many powerful dragons, any of their forces would have absolutely no chance of winning. Especially if the legend was true, the dragons could not be killed, and Alduin could revive the dead dragons. Then all the forces in the entire continent would not be able to defeat these dragons even if they united together. Look there. At this moment, everyone found that opposite the more than 200 dragons led by the black dragon Alduin, a man in golden armor slowly descended from the sky. Under the sunlight, the golden armor looked extremely dazzling, making it look like a god descended to the world. It's him, the golden dragonborn, the new northern dragon recognized by Greybeard, Ishmir. Seeing Lichuan appear, everyone suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. But then they became uneasy again. Legend has it that the dragonborn can indeed kill dragons, but this is not just one, but more than 200, and there is also the World Devourer Alduin. Can the dragonborn really be their opponent? Alduin, I will never let you destroy this world. I, Asmir, will end you and these resurrected dragons. Li Chuan's mind moved, and he summoned the flying sword wings in his body, and then reassembled them into a giant sword more than 5 meters long, holding it in his hand. The Sagittarius gold cloth has golden wings that can fly at high speed. Although it is not as fast as the flying sword wings, it is enough for the next battle. The reason for holding the giant sword with the flying sword wings is not because it can exert greater power, but mainly because the shape looks more in line with the world's perception of the image of heroes. Killing dragons and sucking their souls is the main purpose today, and secondly, it is also necessary to lay the groundwork for unifying the entire continent. Alduin looked at Li Chuan opposite him, his eyes full of vigilance, and then he roared to all his brothers behind him, "All dragons, listen up, kill him! Follow the order of the Dragon Lord." Suddenly, more than 200 dragons roared and flapped their wings to attack Li Chuan. But Alduin stood there motionless, with no intention of attacking. Fire breath, frost breath, whirlwind strike, unload weapons, unload strength, storm call, vitality drain, ice freeze, death mark, panic, delay time, soul tear. Each dragon used its best roar. Under the effect of many dragon roars, the entire Whiterun plain seemed to have arrived at the end of the world in an instant. Fire, ice, storm, and many destructive elements filled the entire plain, scaring the onlookers, and making them retreat, fearing that they would be affected. Until this moment, they really realized how powerful the dragons that were regarded as gods in the legend were, and how brave their ancestors who fought against the dragons at that time had. Alduin didn't even need to make a move. Just these 200 dragons could sweep away any country and force on the continent. No one could stop their terrible dragon roar attack. Similarly, they also sentenced the golden dragonborn who was in the center of such a terrible attack to death. No matter how powerful the golden dragonborn was, it was impossible for him to withstand the attack of so many dragons. They even thought that the demon god Maroon's Dagon who invaded Tamriel in history might not be able to survive the joint attack of so many dragons. What is that? Just when everyone was planning to evacuate quickly and return to their respective cities to form an army to deal with these terrible dragons, the situation on the battlefield changed again. 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo Hasho, open. Facing the joint roar of a group of dragons, Li Chuan directly transformed into an 800-meter-tall Susanoo Hasho. Even he didn't dare to take the roar of more than 200 giant dragons with his body. All of you die. He jumped to the center of the giant dragons, and the 3 weapons of golden spear, golden rope and golden bow were fully opened. At the same time, his body at the center of his eyebrows also threw out the giant sword in his hand, which turned into tens of thousands of flying swords and began to harvest. For a while, the roar of the giant dragons turned into a wail, and the dragon blood was scattered all over the sky. The corpses of the giant dragons fell from the sky one by one, and the dragon souls were also sucked into Li Chuan's body. There was no fierce confrontation, no evenly matched. It was a completely one-sided massacre, but it was not the giant dragon slaughtering Li Chuan, but Li Chuan slaughtering the giant dragons. In front of the 800-meter-tall 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo, the huge dragon was no different from a lizard, except that lizards could not fly. The onlookers below, who were originally preparing to evacuate, were all shocked by this bizarre scene. This was too different from what they had imagined. Is the Dragonborn really that strong? This is no different from a god. Even Martin Septim, the Dragonborn who was possessed by the dragon god Akatosh in the legend, is probably only this strong at best. I knew he didn't use his full strength before. Alduin, who had been hiding behind, saw that Li Chuan killed the dragon as easily as killing a chicken, and his strength was even more terrifying than when he fought him before. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. The crowd watching also noticed Alduin's escape, and some of them were so skilled and bold that they were dazzled by the ease of Li Chuan killing the dragon, and wanted to become a dragon slayer, and become famous in one battle and stopped him. You ants want to stop me. Alduin didn't even stop, but just spit out a fire breath that was 100 times more powerful than a normal dragon, and instantly burned all those who dared to stop him into ashes. It also made everyone understand one thing clearly. It's not that the dragon is not powerful, but that Li Chuan is too scary. Chapter 477. Want to escape? Can you escape? Li Chuan, who was slaying the dragon, actually noticed that Alduin was escaping. But he didn't care, because he had secretly printed a Flying Thunder God mark on Alduin's dragon body when he fought with him for the first time. Alduin's strength is not at its peak now. If he is allowed to recover to his peak, he may not be so easy to deal with. So he will definitely not let Alduin escape. It's just that absorbing the dragon soul and strengthening the soul is more important now, so it doesn't matter if he lets him escape for a distance first. The middle stage of the Soul Realm. After absorbing the dragon souls of 30 giant dragons in succession, Li Chuan's soul was upgraded from the early stage to the middle stage. The late stage of the Soul Realm. After absorbing the dragon souls of 50 giant dragons, his soul was upgraded from the middle stage to the late stage again. The peak of the Soul Realm, I can't absorb anymore. Finally, he absorbed the dragon souls of 80 giant dragons again, and his soul was upgraded from the late stage to the peak. A total of 160 dragon souls, 10 more than he expected. He was directly upgraded from the initial stage of the Soul Realm to the peak of the Soul Realm. However, although he has reached the peak of the Yuanshan Realm, he relies entirely on external forces, and his speed of improvement is too terrifying. If he wants to truly stabilize at the peak of the Yuanshan Realm, and reach a state where he can overcome the tribulation, and become a terrestrial immortal, he still needs to spend a few years to completely stabilize his Yuanshan. However, compared to ordinary Yuanshan Realm cultivators, who have to practice hard for hundreds of years to barely reach the peak, his few years seem too insignificant. There are more than 40 left. Should we kill them or not? After killing 160 dragons in a row, he was now at the peak of the Yuanshan Realm, and could not improve by absorbing dragon souls. So he was also considering whether to continue killing the remaining 40 dragons. At this time, the remaining 40 dragons gathered together, and trembled at Li Chuan in front of them. This Duokan was so terrifying, even more terrifying than their dragon lord Alduin. All these dragons joined forces, but had no ability to resist, and could only be slaughtered unilaterally. Seeing Li Chuan stop, they also lost the courage to resist and escape. Your dragon masters have already fled in fear. Now I give you two choices. Either surrender to me, or be completely killed by me, and absorb your dragon souls. After thinking for a moment, Li Chuan decided to give these dragons a chance to live. More than 40 dragons looked at each other, and the last red dragon, which seemed to have the highest status, and was the most powerful among the remaining dragons, took the initiative to fly in front of Li Chuan. Powerful Duokan, please don't kill us. In return, we are willing to submit to you and be at your disposal. Very good, what's your name? Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction. He will have to retreat to stabilize his state in the next period of time. It is estimated that it will be difficult to spare time for the unification of the continent. These dragons can play a significant role. The new Dragon Lord, my name is Ao Daweying. Okay, then I will call you Xiaohong, and you will lead the other dragons in the future. Li Chuan smiled. Adang was silent for a second, and finally said respectfully, I can do anything you want me to do, Dragon Lord. Wait for me here, don't attack those humans, I go and catch the escaped Alduin. The Flying Thunder God mark was imprinted on each dragon, and Li Chuan's figure disappeared instantly. Whirlwind dash, whirlwind dash, whirlwind dash. Alduin, who had already escaped from the plains of Whiterun, flapped his wings with the greatest force, and used the whirlwind dash dragon roar to increase his speed, flying towards the eastern mountains of Skyrim. He knew that Li Chuan's flying speed was also very fast, and his dragon brothers would not be able to hold out for long. So he had to flee to Scutaphan in the eastern mountains as quickly as possible, which was the Temple of Kinnereth, where he would settle down after his return. Why did he choose the Temple of Kinnereth as his base? Because Kinnereth was Shul's wife, and through Kinnereth's temple, he could reach Shul's plane, Somgard. Shul had been killed by the dragon god Akatosh after the creation of the world, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked by Shul after entering Somgard. This way, he could not only avoid the pursuit of the Golden Dragonborn, but also devour the souls of those powerful mortals in Somgard to restore his strength. When he devoured all the souls of Somgard and his strength was restored to the peak, no matter how powerful the Golden Dragonborn was, they would not be his opponent. Because by then, he would have the ability to end the whole world. Except for him and those holy spirits and demons, all creatures of this era would disappear, and a new era would begin. This was the power of rules that could not be violated. Naklin quickly opened the teleportation channel to the resting sanctuary. After landing at the altar at the innermost part of the temple, Alduin immediately ordered a dragon priest holding a staff and wearing a mask. The dragon priest named Naklin was puzzled as to why all the dragons had been called away by Alduin before, but now only Alduin came back, and was in such a hurry to go to the resting sanctuary. But because of his awe of Alduin in his heart, he did not dare to ask, and immediately floated to the altar, inserted the staff into the position that had been prepared long ago, and cast magic to open the teleportation portal to the resting sanctuary. The huge transmission channel opened, and Alduin flapped his wings to rush in. However, at this moment, a golden rope fell from the sky, tied up Alduin, who had half of his body in the transmission channel, and then forcibly pulled him out. Want to escape? Can you escape? It was Li Chuan who performed the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo Dharma image, and appeared above the temple. It turned out that before Alduin flew to the temple, Li Chuan had already located Alduin's position through the Flying Thunder God mark, and teleported to the vicinity of Alduin, quietly restrained his breath, and followed him in stealth. He wanted to see where Alduin was trying to escape to in such a hurry. He couldn't control Alduin's mind, so he didn't know a lot of information unless Alduin told him. When he saw Alduin actually open the portal to hide in the Sanctuary of Rest, he appeared again and tied him up. Tsukuyami. The right eye's kaleidoscope was activated, and Alduin was sucked into the Tsukuyami world by Li Chuan again. He dispersed the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo and landed on the platform. The Sanctuary of Rest, Shul's plane, it would be difficult to deal with him if he escaped in. He would not enter other people's planes casually, even if the legend said Shul was Lok-Han, who had died because of his heart. But there was no absolute in this matter. It was better not to take risks before being sure enough. What did you do to the Dragon Lord? At this time, the Dragon Priest Naklin reacted and immediately attacked Li Chuan angrily. Chapter 478. Being able to become a Dragon Priest, Naklin's Dragon Roar and magic power are at least not much worse than those of a normal dragon. He just waved his hands, and summoned 2 storm elemental elves. Then he rubbed thunder with his hands and spit out dragon roars. He was really powerful. But he met Li Chuan, who could even crush Alduin. Illusionary Demon Emperor Fist. With just one punch, Naklin interrupted all of his magic attacks, and then he floated in front of Li Chuan respectfully. The Phantom Demon King Fist has no effect on dragons, but it is very effective against humans like Naklin. Master, what do you want? Close the transmission channel first, and then take care of this place. Thinking that the matter over at the Snow Plains had not been dealt with yet, Li Chuan gave Naklin an order and teleported away. Many top mages in this world have very strong destructive power, and every dragon priest is considered the top mage. However, they all have a weakness, that is, their physical fitness is very average. Li Chuan returned to the White Plains and once again activated the three-headed, six-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya, released Alduin, tied him up with a golden rope and threw him to the ground, and announced to everyone around him from a high position, Alduin, the World Devourer, has been defeated by me, and the dragon will also surrender to me. As the new generation of the Northern Dragon, I will follow the oracle of the Holy Spirit, end the War of Mortals, and unify the entire Tamriel continent. Warriors who are willing to follow me can come to me and swear allegiance to me, and those who are unwilling to follow me, I will not harm you today, but after today, you will be my enemies. With the help of the amplification spell and some dragon roar skills, his voice resounded throughout the White Plains. Everyone looked at Li Chuan, who was 800 meters tall and looked like a god, and Alduin, who was tied up tightly below him, and more than 40 dragons crawling at his feet, and suddenly they became quiet. Ismir, the dragon of the north. A few seconds later, many Nord warriors began to shout loudly and walk towards Li Chuan. Then more and more people gathered, and even some soldiers from major cities such as the Empire, Stormcloak, and Whiterun also left the team and walked towards Li Chuan. In their eyes, Li Chuan is no different from Talos now. Representatives of other countries, cities, and forces began to hesitate. Considering the truth of rumors and safety issues, in the decisive battle between the Golden Dragonborn and the dragon in the Whiterun Plains, except for Balgruuf, the Lord of Whiterun, all other forces came with representatives. For example, the representative of the Solitude Empire was General Tullius, and the representative of the Stormcloaks of Windhelm was Deputy General Galmar Stonefist. They did not have the right to decide. Irileth, let's go! At this time, Balgruuf made the first decision, riding his horse with Irileth and other Whiterun guards towards Li Chuan. Others could still hesitate, but he couldn't. Because this is the territory of Whiterun, if he doesn't submit to the Golden Dragonborn, then the first place to be sanctioned must be Whiterun. And he clearly understood that even if all the troops in Whiterun were added together, they could not be the opponent of the powerful Golden Dragonborn. Even if there are 2 or 3 dragons under the command of the Golden Dragonborn, it will be enough to make Whiterun City suffer. The key is that the Golden Dragonborn saved the world and is the legitimate successor of the Empire. In the future, people will definitely support him. Sooner or later, they will vote for him. It is better to vote sooner rather than later. The civil war in Skyrim is intensifying. As a neutral party, the Empire and Stormcloak are also forcing him to take sides. Rather than choosing one of these two and becoming an object of use by their men, it is better to choose the Golden Dragonborn who is destined to unify the continent. On this side, Li Chuan saw Balgruuf approaching him as the First Lord, and he was quite satisfied. The empire was corrupt, the Stormcloaks had serious racial discrimination, and the law and order were chaotic, so they were not suitable for him to manage the entire continent. On the contrary, Balgruuf left a very good impression on him, wise and very responsible. Although Whiterun was the oldest Nord city in Skyrim, it did not discriminate against other races. Under Balgruuf's rule, the people lived very happily. Ismir, the Dragon of the North, Balgruuf led the entire Whiterun city, and is willing to be loyal to you and respect you as the emperor of the entire continent. Balgruuf came to Lichuan's feet, dismounted and began to swear allegiance. Lichuan laughed and said, "Very good, Balgruuf. Then I will temporarily appoint you as the supreme king of Skyrim, and Whiterun will be the capital of the new empire after its establishment." Balgruuf's face was immediately surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Lonely City Empire and the Stormcloaks would fight each other, and in the end, he would get the advantage. It was really a win. Lord Dragonborn, you. At this time, General Tullius, who represented the Lonely City Empire, changed his face instantly when he heard this, and stepped forward to refute, but after seeing Lichuan's eyes, he was so scared that he dared not speak immediately. According to the rules of the Empire, the High King of Skyrim should be succeeded by the wife of the deceased Torrig. The old Empire no longer exists. I am the king of the new Empire. Everything will be decided by me. Since you cannot make the decision, hurry back and inform your lord. I will give them a week to consider. If they are willing to surrender, they can come to Whiterun and swear allegiance in person. If it is less than a week, then you will be punished by me, including the High Elves of Somerset Island. Seeing that all those who were determined to pledge their loyalty to him had arrived, Lichuan issued a final ultimatum to the representatives of the major forces who had not come. 1 week later, Lichuan's deeds of slaughtering and conquering the dragon and his declaration of unification spread throughout the continent through the mouths of the onlookers that day. Countless people who wanted to make achievements and follow Lichuan set out from all parts of the continent to Whiterun City and joined the Whiterun City army. They had regular soldiers, mercenaries, adventurers, and even farmers. This is the huge role that reputation can play in a world like the Middle Ages. Back then, Olaf the One-Eyed became the Lord of Whiterun and the High King of Skyrim just because he defeated a dragon and imprisoned it in Dragon's Reach. Lichuan defeated Alduin, the World Devourer, killed 160 dragons, and subdued more than 40 of them. He was also the most orthodox dragonborn. His reputation was enough to attract countless people to follow him. Seeing that the army of Whiterun was getting bigger and bigger, with more than 40 dragons and Lichuan, a golden dragonborn with abnormal strength, many lords of Skyrim also came to Whiterun to swear allegiance to Lichuan. Lord of Riften, Lord of Winterhold, Lord of Markarth, Lord of Falkreath, Lord of Morningstar, and Lord of Morhal. Finally, seeing that the situation was hopeless, even the Queen of Solitude and Ulfric of Windhelm came. At this point, Lichuan took over the entire Tingi province without bloodshed. Chapter 479. But compared to Skyrim, the two major forces, the real Empire and Ancestral Divine State, don't want to have an extra emperor above them. In this week, they have assembled a large army, and even because of the Platinum contract, the two sides have a tendency to join forces. Of course, Lichuan was not polite, and directly ordered the dragons led by Siohong to cooperate with Balgruuf to start the war to unify the entire Tamriel continent. However, because he needed to retreat to stabilize the peak state of his soul, he did not directly participate in the war. Just like that, more than half a year has passed in a flash. Your Majesty, the capital of the Empire has been captured by the army led by Ulfric, and Maid 3 has been captured alive. At present, the only remaining ancestral divine state on the entire continent, which is united by the 3 provinces of Somerset Isle, Valenwood and Elsewhere, is still resisting stubbornly. In the new Empire Palace suspended above Dragon's Reach, Lydia separated a trace of her soul from Lichuan and told him the latest situation on the front line. In the past 6 months, provinces such as Hammerfell, High Rock, and Morningwind have been successively defeated and conquered by Lichuan's new Empire army, and the original Emperor of the Empire, Maid 2, was also assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood on the orders of Lichuan. It has been less than a month since Maid 3 inherited the Empire, but now the capital has been conquered by the brave Avril and his army, and the Empire has been completely eliminated. Now the last enemy of the new Empire is the Ancestral Divine State, which once made the Empire unable to resist. Ancestral Divine State can actually be called the restoration of the Elven dynasty. The current Ancestral Divine State is the third Ancestral Divine State, led by the High Elves of Somerset Island, and also attracted the Wood Elves of Valenwood and the Cat People of Elsewhere Province. Then let Balbrif issue a final notice to the group of High Elves, giving them 1 week to come to Whiterun to swear surrender, otherwise I will personally take action. Li Chuan's soul nodded and replied. He has been in seclusion for more than half a year to stabilize his soul, so the war to unify the continent is all Balbrif's responsibility. Now his soul realm is still not that stable, but because his time in this world has come to an end, he will soon return to the main world. When he returns from the main world, his soul must be completely stable, and may even have broken through the Earth Fairy realm. At that time, he could naturally attack without any scruples. I don't know if I can take you away. If I can, it will be a real surprise. After waiting for Lydia to leave, Li Chuan retracted his soul, opened the panel, and looked at the countdown of the time in the small world above, with a hint of expectation on his face. When he traveled through the small world before, he could carry items freely by relying on the Traceless Stretching spell and Orochimaru's ninjutsu. However, after many experiments, it was proved that he could only carry items, not life. If it carries life, it will be automatically removed by the panel. For example, he once carried a rabbit in a small box expanded by the Traceless Extension spell. After returning to the main world, the rabbit disappeared. When he returned to the small world, the rabbit was where he left. Now, he has developed his own domain in this small universe, the Moon Reading World. He wants to see if the panel can detect and kick out a living thing after crossing into the Moon Reading World. If not, it means that he has broken through the limitations of the panel, and the future operability will be very large. Of course, unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not bring the life of one world to another world, because this may cause great hidden dangers. It is like you carry a species into another realm, which may cause ecological collapse. So at most, he will take out some creatures that he thinks can help him to assist in the battle, and then put them back to the Tsukuyomi world after the battle. For example, Alduin is now trapped in the Tsukuyomi world and has been tamed by him. There are also magical animals with various abilities in the wizard world, which are of some use to him now. Like the ability of Zhou Wu to ignore all space blockades, if he is blocked by a formation, he can be released to take him out of the blockade. The countdown is over. Return to the main world. The scene in front of him changed, and Li Chuan returned to his home in the main world again. As soon as he returned home, Li Chuan hid his soul into the Tsukuyomi world of the microcosm. Ha ha ha, it works. At this time, in a certain area of the Tsukuyomi world, Alduin and the various races of humans, creatures, etc. that he selected in the Elder Scrolls were all intact. This means that the restriction on the panel that he could not carry life through the small universe has been broken by the Tsukuyomi world he created. In order to confirm again, Li Chuan spent 2 days in the small world, and another day in the wizard and ninja worlds. It has been a year since he left these 2 small worlds, and he also needs to show up to deter some villains, and receive the new magic and new ninjutsu developed in the 2 worlds. Returning to the main world again, looking at the magical creatures and ninja creatures brought back from the Tsukuyomi world, he finally confirmed 100% that the restrictions on the panel had been lifted. Wanda, haven't you always wanted to have a pet? How about this one? Li Chuan took out a pink Puff from the Tsukuyomi world and left the bedroom, and came to the living room. Puff is a kind of magical pet that most wizards in the wizarding world like very much. Their bodies are spherical and covered with soft fur in various colors. The Purongrong is gentle and will let you hug it. It is very well behaved. It doesn't care even if it is thrown around like a ball. Moreover, this magical creature is very easy to take care of. It can be fed with a little bit of leftovers. When it is happy, it will hum a few times. You can put it on your shoulder or in your pocket when you go out. Wanda wanted to keep a pet at home before, but if you keep a dog, you have to go out for a walk regularly. If you keep a cat, you are afraid that the cat will be too pretentious. This Purongrong is just right. Next, follow me to do this move. Cat style to open shoulders and beautiful back. Lean forward, hook your feet back, put your hands forward, press your chest down, and lift your hips. In the living room, a female coach was giving instructions on TV, while Wanda was wearing yoga clothes, lying on the yoga mat with her big butt sticking out, doing the corresponding movements according to the video instructions. Oh dear, wait for me a moment, I'll be done soon. Recently, Wanda has been fascinated by yoga. Although Li Chuan told her that dual cultivation can improve her body perfectly, she still believes that yoga movements can make her figure better on this basis. Really, I think we can practice together. I suddenly have some sexual interest in yoga. Li Chuan put Purongrong on the sofa next to him, and then walked up silently from the back. So, various difficult yoga movements began to be performed in the living room. Chapter 480. On top of the Egyptian pyramid sphinx, Wanda and Li Chuan lay on a recliner, drinking drinks they had just bought from the Huagua night market while basking in the hot sun. "Dear, you seem to have a lot more leisure time recently." Wanda put the puffy cat that had climbed onto her belly next to her, drank the cool berry juice, and had a happy smile on her face. Although Li Chuan would often take time to accompany her in the past, he spent most of his time in the closet because he had to practice. But in the past few months, Li Chuan seemed to be completely free all of a sudden. So the two of them also had plenty of time to enjoy life together. They teleported to Hawaii to watch the sunrise in the morning, went to the Maldives to surf in the morning, went to France to eat a big meal at noon, went to Venice to row a boat in the afternoon, went to China to eat at the night market in the evening, occasionally sunbathed in Egypt, and went to Antarctica to see penguins. Anyway, just enjoy it and have fun. Well, I think I will be more free in the next 2 years. Li Chuan took out a bottle of sunscreen from the moon-reading world. Although his soul has tended to be stable now, he no longer needs to go into seclusion. But it will take nearly 2 years for it to be completely stable enough to survive the catastrophe. Therefore, the most important thing for him to do in these 2 years is to calm down and wait patiently. Of course, this does not affect his ability to exert his strength. Mainly, maintaining a stable mentality is conducive to the faster transition of the soul. Most people who practice cultivation also go through this stage through seclusion and meditation, and then they can survive the catastrophe after coming out of seclusion. Li Chuan obviously didn't want to stay in seclusion in the main world, so he might as well take advantage of this rare opportunity to accompany Wanda. "Come on, turn over, I help you apply sunscreen. Didn't you say that our bodies won't get tanned?" Wanda was a little confused, but still turned around. Li Chuan told her that her body has surpassed that of ordinary people because of the blessing of dual cultivation. She will not face a series of problems that ordinary people may face, such as colds, illnesses, getting angry, and skin tanning. Ahem, this sense of ritual. Sense of ritual, if you sunbathe without sunscreen, won't you feel like something is missing? Li Chuan explained seriously, then squeezed a handful of sunscreen into his hands, and came behind Wanda. Wanda lay on the recliner and closed her eyes. "Dear, you are right, then please help me apply it." "No problem." Li Chuan immediately applied a handful of sunscreen on Wanda's white back. 2 hours later, in Paris, France, the most luxurious Silver Tower restaurant. Wanda, wearing a red dress, complained to Li Chuan, who was sitting opposite her, helplessly. "We agreed to just apply sunscreen, but you attacked me from behind." "I can't help it. My wife is so attractive." Li Chuan shrugged, also helpless. Wanda laughed out loud when she heard this. "Okay, I forgive you this time." Just as the two were talking and laughing, Li Chuan's phone suddenly rang. "It's Thor. This guy hasn't contacted me for a while." After answering the phone, Thor's generous voice came immediately. "Brother, I'm going to marry Jane in 3 days. Remember to attend my wedding." "No problem, I will definitely be there." Li Chuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and agreed. It was a bit sudden, but actually understandable. Because of his appearance, the Rainbow Bridge was not broken, and there was no unrest in the 9 realms. In this way, Thor naturally did not need to return to Asgard all the time, and then go to the 9 realms to quell the rebellion, and there would be no conflict with Jane, and finally break up. You know, no matter how good the relationship is, long-distance relationships are easy to break up. Now the two live together in New York. Even if there are some minor conflicts, they are close to each other, and will not turn into major conflicts. Basically, they will reconcile the next day. In this way, after a long time, marriage will be a natural thing. Moreover, the two have no financial pressure, which defeats most couples who want to get married but have concerns. Lastly, Loki, who always likes to make trouble and pit his brother, is now in the Time Management Bureau and is female Loki to deal with Kong, and will not appear to cause trouble. 3 days later, on the lawn outside a cathedral in New York. Iron Man Tony and Pepper, Captain America Steve and Winter Soldier Bucky, Quicksilver Pietro and Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton family, Dr. Banner and Dr. Betty, War Machine Rod and Falcon Sam and other Avengers. All gathered here. Yes, even though Li Chuan's appearance changed a lot of things, it is not known whether it was driven by fate, but in this timeline, the Avengers were still established. The main reason is that S.H.I.E.L.D., led by Nick Fury, won an overwhelming victory in the fight against Hydra, and finally formed the current Avengers with the lobbying of agents such as Coulson. However, Tony and Steve still led the alliance, because everyone did not trust Nick Fury, the insidious old agent. Of course, many stories happened in the middle. It's just that Li Chuan has been busy improving his cultivation, and didn't pay much attention to it. At that time, Nick Fury also wanted to pull Li Chuan and Wanda into the group, but unfortunately, because Li Chuan didn't like him very much, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the community, and was directly stopped outside by Shao San and other guards. Among the members of the Avengers, Quicksilver Pietro is a non-member. He joined the group mainly because of his friendship with Natasha. His main job is to deliver express parcels. In order to ensure the safety of Pietro, the brother-in-law, after he decided to join the Avengers, Li Chuan used the nanotechnology brought back from the future to create a vibranium suit for Pietro. Quicksilver's speed is indeed fast enough, but his defense is too poor. With this vibranium suit, after the defense is greatly improved, his strength is not weak in the Avengers. As for Dr. Banner, after Li Chuan came back from the future, he told his scientist Dr. Banner about Banner's experience of fusing Hulk in 2023, and successfully helped him complete the fusion, so he no longer had to worry about losing control. His girlfriend Betty might suffer a little, but under the strengthening of Li Chuan Group's special pills, she will get used to it after a while. However, even after the fusion, Dr. Banner's appearance is different from that of ordinary people. In order to avoid trouble, he joined the Avengers, transformed into a superhero and fought criminals with everyone, so that humans would recognize his existence. So now even if he walks on the street like this, people will not be surprised, and there will be children who will come over and take pictures with him. Similarly, Dr. Banner's main job is still working with Betty as a cutting-edge scientist at the Lee Group. Like Pietro, the profession of superhero is not permanent but a part-time job. Chapter 481. It seems that everyone has arrived quite early. Where is Thor? Just as everyone was drinking champagne and chatting, Li Chuan and Wanda also teleported in front of them. Hey Chuan, long time no see. You and your wife always appear unexpectedly every time. Everyone was also shocked to see the couple appear out of thin air, but then they all smiled and greeted them. They all knew about Li Chuan and Wanda's teleportation ability. But even if they knew, they would still be scared when they met them. Tony raised his hand and pointed to the wedding makeup lane parked on the side of the road in front of the lawn. Thor is putting on makeup in the dressing room. He looks a little nervous today. And Rod, who was standing next to her, habitually complained, I didn't expect that the legendary god would also be nervous when getting married. It seems that the older he gets, the more mature he becomes. And the god of Norse mythology actually got married in Jesus' church. Wouldn't he feel a little awkward? Could it be that Jane also believes in Jesus? Rod, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. It doesn't matter whether you believe in Jesus or not. What's important is the romantic atmosphere. In the eyes of many girls, swearing marriage in a church is a kind of romance. Over there, Pepper took Wanda's hand and rolled her eyes at Rod. She and Tony didn't believe in Jesus, but when they discussed the place for their future wedding, they actually decided to go to the church. But they hadn't decided on the exact date for their wedding. To be honest, she still envied Wanda and Jane. The men looked at each other, and sure enough, men and women looked at things differently. After a while, Thor, a tough guy wrapped in a black suit and with delicate makeup, came out of the makeup car. When he saw his friends on Earth, he immediately ran over happily. Thor, why didn't you inform His Majesty Odin about your marriage? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Chuan asked curiously. With his powerful divine sense, he did not notice the divine powers of Odin and other Asgardian gods appearing around him. Thor sighed and said, Of course I did, but Father God did not agree with my wedding with Jane. He felt that the lifespan of mortals was too short. As the future king of Asgard, I should not be obsessed with Midgard all the time. The Queen Mother did not object, but she could not go against the Father God's wishes and come down to attend our wedding. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I give you some special pills. Although it won't make Jane live as long as you, it won't be a problem to live a few hundred years longer. And you have to believe that when you and Jane give birth to a baby, your father, the Jedi, will forgive you immediately. Li Chuan patted Thor's shoulder and smiled. He couldn't make the immortality potion yet. But he combined the immortality potion made by the magic stone in the wizard world, some experimental results of Orochimaru in the Naruto world, and the biotechnology of the Lee group and the Aoj group. It is still easy to synthesize a drug that can extend human life and keep young bodies. But he will not sell or promote this kind of thing in the human world. On the one hand, he has no shortage of money, and on the other hand, it is not a good thing to let humans, a race that likes war, gain hundreds of years of life. These longevity drugs, he will only give to friends who have a good relationship with him and some trusted subordinates. However, he helps Thor not only because of his friends, but also because of some selfish reasons. He wanted to wait for Thor to become the Queen of Asgard so that he could take the eternal flame from Odin's treasury. Among the 9 realms connected by the World Tree, There is a world called Muspelheim, which is a kingdom of fire, where various fire demons live. And the king of these demons is called Surtur. In the Battle of the Nine Realms, Surtur led the army of fire demons to fight against Odin's Asgard army, but was defeated by Odin and had his most important energy core taken away by Odin. This energy core, which was made in imitation of the sun, is called the Eternal Flame. Like the sun, it has infinite light and heat, and also infinite energy. Li Chuan felt that this thing would play a significant role in the improvement of his Tsukuyomi world in the future. Really, you can really make a magic medicine to prolong life, Chuan. I love you so much. Sol almost jumped up with excitement when he heard this. The cancer treatment medicine produced by Li Chuan's company just happened to cure Jane's cancer, which made him very grateful. This time, he solved another big problem in his mind. Although he had prepared himself for Jane to leave him in a few decades, wouldn't it be better if Jane could live for hundreds of years to accompany him? The bride is ready, the groom will go to the church to prepare first, and everyone can go in and wait. Following the call of Daisy, Jane's former intern assistant, Thor rushed into the church quickly, and everyone walked in together, talking and laughing. On one side of the church were the man's family and friends, including Li Chuan and his wife, and all the members of the Avengers. On the other side were the bride's family and friends. Jane's parents died early, and she had no relatives. All who came were her colleagues and students from school. But they would occasionally glance at this side. After all, there were superheroes sitting here. The wedding began. Under the guidance of Professor Eric, who was like a father, Jane, wearing a white wedding dress, walked on the red carpet to the front of the church. There stood an excited Thor and an old priest. Looking at the wedding ceremony in front of the church, Wanda hugged Li Chuan's arm and whispered, "Dear, this reminds me of the year when we got married. It was also so romantic and happy." "Yes, it's been a few years." Li Chuan sighed as he patted Wanda's back. In fact, compared to Wanda, the wedding was more than a few years for Li Chuan, who shuttled back and forth in the small world. "Dear, let's have a child." At this time, Wanda suddenly lowered her voice 10 times and said carefully. However, no matter how low she spoke, Li Chuan could hear it clearly. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chuan smiled and touched Wanda's head. "Okay." Li Chuan's answer was obviously beyond Wanda's expectation. She looked up at Li Chuan and said excitedly, "I thought you wouldn't agree." Because Li Chuan had always said that he didn't want to have a child so early, she always thought that Li Chuan might not like children. It's just that she often saw other mothers in the community holding their children, and she was really envious, and she especially wanted to have a love child with Li Chuan. So today she couldn't help but want to test it out. "I didn't expect Li Chuan to agree so easily. How could that be? We were afraid that the child would be in danger before. Now with our strength, we are strong enough to protect the child," Li Chuan explained with a smile. In fact, he wanted to wait until later, and it would be best if his strength could reach the multi-level, so that he could kill Shizong first, which would be the safest. But now that Wanda wants it, and he has the Tsukuyomi world, he can send Wanda and the child to the Tsukuyomi world if there is any danger, so it's not impossible. So he agreed readily. When the little pepper sitting in the back heard that Li Chuan and his wife were discussing having children again, she showed envy in her eyes, and then pinched Tony hard. Chapter 482. 14 days after attending Thor's wedding, Wanda took out the pregnancy test stick she had just bought from the supermarket. "Is it too fast? I heard from Mrs. Ellie and the others that you need to adjust your diet, have a proper work and rest schedule, and then it usually takes a few months to half a year to get pregnant. Are you doubting my efficiency?" Li Chuan leaned against the door frame and smiled. As a cultivator in the Yuanshan realm, he could actually make Wanda pregnant at any time if he wanted. She hadn't gotten pregnant before because he had been deliberately controlling it. On the first night after returning from Thor's wedding, he had already lost control. It was just that the pregnancy test stick normally needed 2 weeks to detect the result. "Then I go try it now." Wanda opened the package of the pregnancy test stick and ran towards the toilet. 5 minutes later. "Oh dear, I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. We're going to have our own child soon." The toilet door disappeared directly, and Wanda rushed out excitedly and jumped onto Li Chuan, hugging him like a koala, and shouting happily. Obviously, Wanda was really happy about the fact that she was going to have a baby soon. And Li Chuan also smiled happily while holding Wanda. Having lived 2 lives, deep in his heart, he also wanted a child. But compared to Wanda, he was more rational. "Then let's celebrate." The two held hands and disappeared instantly. In the evening, when the two returned from the celebration, Li Chuan took Wanda's hand and sat on the bed, his face a little serious, and said, "Wanda, I should have told you the source of your power before, right? You said that my power is the power of chaos, which comes from a demon named Shisung. Wanda nodded. Li Chuan had told her the reason why she was born with magical abilities a long time ago. Li Chuan continued, Shisung is known as the god of black magic. He is an extremely powerful demon, and also a very evil demon. In order to prevent his power of chaos from affecting our child, I will temporarily use a seal to separate the power of chaos from your body. From today until the baby is born, you can no longer cast magic, okay? But don't worry, I will always be with you during this period. The reason why he had been postponing the plan to have a baby was that he had some concerns in his heart. In different Marvel universes, Wanda does have her own children, some of which are normal, but some are not so normal. Just like the main world Marvel universe, Wanda's children are the magical products she created with chaos magic. In other worlds, Wanda's two children are actually soul fragments of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, and some are Sithin's conspiracy. He doesn't want his, and Wanda's children to be affected by the power of these dimensional demons and mutate. Now he readily agrees to have children with Wanda because after breaking through the Yuanshan realm, with his current strength, he is sure to temporarily isolate the power of chaos from Wanda's body. Although Wanda cannot use magic during pregnancy, in fact, because of long-term dual cultivation, Wanda's body has long surpassed normal humans, and there will be no danger of fertility. Before the child is born, he will also protect Wanda closely, so that some dimensional demons with ulterior motives will not have a chance to take advantage of her. After the child is born, although he will no longer inherit Wanda's power of chaos, he does not have to worry about being affected by the subsequent power of Scython. Besides, even if the child cannot inherit Wanda's power of chaos, he will not be bad if he inherits Li Chuan's power. Wizard blood, ninja physique, gene enhancement, and immortal cultivation talent. No matter which one he inherits, he will be a powerful character in the future. If I inherit several things, with his guidance, it won't be much worse than the power of chaos. The power of chaos is still an external force. The power of Zithorn, and any power inherited from Li Chuan belongs to him, so there is no need to worry about being deprived. Will it affect the child? Then seal it quickly. It doesn't matter whether I have magic or not. Wanda immediately became nervous when she heard that her power of chaos might affect the child. To be honest, magic is not a very important thing for her. Even if she really loses it forever, she won't feel much pity. Compared with the child, it is even more incomparable. In fact, she rarely uses magic now. She used to use magic to conjure food and drinks, but later she felt that it was too illusory and unreal. So later she cooked and made desserts at home, and she did it herself. This made her feel more accomplished and more valuable. This is like a normal person playing a game, going up level by level, trying every possible way to get all kinds of equipment to improve themselves, and defeating each level through their own efforts. This is the fun of the game. If you are invincible as soon as you enter the game, even the biggest boss can be killed in one move. It may be interesting at the beginning, but after playing for a few hours, the game becomes boring. The same is true for Wanda using chaos magic. At first, she felt that everything was convenient, but later she found that she was happiest when she did it herself. She is a housewife with no ideals, no ambitions, and no career ambitions. What she loves most is to be with her husband and raise cute children. No need to worry about money, no pressure of life. She really doesn't care about magic. Seeing Wanda agreed, Li Chuan also started to move his hands. Dark Magic Seal. Vajra Seal. Athena's Talisman Seal. Tianyin 36 Divine Bamboo Restriction. Dragon Blood Seal. The sealing technique originated from the wizard world, the sealing technique originated from the ninja world, the sealing technique originated from the Saint Seiya world, the sealing technique originated from the Shushan Taoist school, and the sealing technique originated from the Elder Scrolls. To be on the safe side, Li Chuan used sealing techniques with different principles and energies from 5 worlds to completely separate the chaos magic from Wanda. Li Chuan had already learned the first few sealing techniques, and the last one was something he had only recently learned. In the last half year of the Elder Scrolls world, while Li Chuan was in seclusion in his soul, he also ordered Balgriff to collect all the magic books when he conquered the provinces. At the same time, he sent someone to Winterberg to make a copy of all the books in the Winterberg library. After returning to the main world, he accompanied Wanda during the day, and when Wanda fell asleep at night, he would also take time to read these books and learn some of the various magics in them. The Dragon Blood Seal is a special magic that can only be used by dragon descendants. It requires the blood of dragon descendants to form a seal, and the effect is very powerful. Chapter 483. 5 months later, Wanda's belly had gradually bulged, with very obvious changes. That day, Li Chuan accompanied Wanda for a walk near the community, and happened to meet May Parker with little spider Peter. "Good morning. Oh, Wanda, look, the baby in your belly will be born in a few months. She will definitely be a very cute baby." When May saw Wanda's bulging belly, she immediately said in amazement, "Thank you, May. What are you taking little Peter for?" Wanda touched her bulging belly, her face full of happy smiles. "Go buy the things I need for middle school. I will be promoted to middle school in a few days. My middle school is called N. I heard." Before May answered, the chatterbox Peter started to talk excitedly. As a primary school bully, unlike other children, Peter still likes to study very much. In the end, May had no choice but to interrupt Peter, and then wave goodbye to Li Chuan and Wanda. But before pulling little Peter away, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled and reminded him, "By the way, I have good news for you. There is a new big hospital at the end of this street. I heard that it specializes in pregnant women and infants. The doctors there are all top experts in this field in the world. They just opened today. You can go there if you want to have a checkup in the future." "Okay, thank you, May." Li Chuan also expressed his gratitude politely. After May and Peter left, Wanda said to Li Chuan, "Dear, you don't have to open such a big hospital for me to give birth. If there is really a problem, you can teleport and take me to any hospital." Yes, this so-called newly opened top private hospital was opened by Li Chuan specifically for Wanda. When he decided to give birth, he asked Jack to buy a suitable address nearby and built a top hospital with the most advanced technology. Among them, the world's top experts in pregnant women, childbirth, and children were also invited by him at a high price. In fact, with Wanda's current superhuman physical fitness, theoretically there is no risk at all to give birth to a child. But it's better to be safe than sorry. This is the Marvel Universe, and sometimes some things can't be judged by common sense. In addition, he was worried that his magic, ninjutsu, and Taoism would have some impact on the baby in Wanda's belly, so he thought it would be better to use the most normal reproductive methods of humans on Earth. Even now that he is with Wanda, he will try his best to restrain the energy in his body and make himself like an ordinary person. Maybe he is too cautious, but after all, it is the first child, so it's always better to be cautious. The space energy of apparition still has a certain impact on the body. It is better to be safe and move the hospital closer, so that the residents nearby can also enjoy some benefits, he explained while supporting Wanda. Although the newly opened hospital is private, Li Chuan is not for the purpose of making money. In fact, there is not much difference between it and a welfare hospital. It's just that the entire hospital has a special room and doctors on standby for Wanda 24 hours a day. After walking around outside and taking in the fresh air, the two returned home. "Honey, I want to eat sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour shrimp balls, and sweet and sour fish." As soon as she sat on the sofa, Wanda hugged Li Chuan's arm and blinked her big round eyes. Since she got pregnant, she especially likes to eat sour things, all kinds of sour plums and sour fruits, drinks, and dishes with a sweet and sour taste. In fact, she can do it herself, but since she got pregnant, Li Chuan took the initiative to take over these things. Born in a poor family in his previous life, Li Chuan's cooking skills were naturally not too bad, but the superior living conditions after his rebirth made him no longer need to cook. Of course, in order to ensure the health and safety of the child, he did not use magic to assist. Given his strong body and muscle control, cooking is actually a piece of cake, and because his 5 senses are far superior to ordinary people, even the most ordinary dishes can become surprisingly delicious in his hands. If it is too troublesome, you can also ask the chef to prepare it and send it directly. However, he usually chooses to cook it himself since he has nothing to do. "No problem, wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Sitting up from the sofa, this ruler of the Wizard Empire, the best actor of the Ninja Empire, the Dragon Emperor of the Elder Scrolls world, whose strength is comparable to that of a demon god. He walked into the kitchen happily, picked up a kitchen knife, turned into a house husband, and started to cook lunch. Compared to turning the hand to make clouds and rain in various worlds, compared to fighting and killing, compared to practicing hard, perhaps he is the happiest and happiest at this time. However, there is no way who makes him live in a dangerous world like Marvel. Even if he solved all the problems in his world, there was no guarantee that the superheroes and villains in other timelines would not cause disasters here, and there was no guarantee that the countless parallel universes could live in peace. He remembered that there were many universes where the universe and some neighboring universes collapsed directly just because Doctor Strange read the Dark Book and attracted the power of Scython. There were also many universes that were delicious food in the eyes of those dimensional demons. Without sufficient strength, no matter how happy and joyful you are now, You will feel desperate and regretful when danger strikes in the future. To be honest, if the main world was any safer, he would have been lying down long ago. The kitchen knife in his hand turned into cold light, and all kinds of meat and vegetables were cut in a few seconds. Even without using any magic or ninjutsu, relying only on his strong body, the phantom created when Li Chuan was cooking in the kitchen alone looked like he was using a shadow clone. Soon, a large table of sweet and sour delicious food appeared on the table. And Wanda immediately let go of her stomach and started eating. Recently, Li Chuan has been reading various related books. It says that the richer the nutrition supplemented by pregnant women during pregnancy, the healthier the baby will be. So recently she eats until she is full and stops when she can't eat anymore. Anyway, she won't get fat no matter how much she eats. While Li Chuan and Wanda were eating, an old man wearing a hat and walking stick, who looked very elegant and gentlemanly, appeared at the entrance of the community. He looked up at the building where Li Chuan and Wanda lived, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Sissin's power medium left in this world is actually going to give birth to a child, so can I also mix something in? Chapter 484. At the same time, Li Chuan's powerful soul seemed to sense something, and turned to Wanda, who was full and satisfied, and said with a smile, "Wanda, do you want to see a dragon?" "Dragon?" Wanda blinked. Li Chuan opened his arms, and flapped them twice. "Yes, the kind of dragon you have in the West. His name is Alduin, and he is a very big black dragon. Where can I see it?" Wanda suddenly became interested. Dragon is a creature that they have heard of in mythology since childhood, and they have never seen it even when they travel to the universe. Right in my eyes. Li Chuan's right eye chakra rotated, directly sucking Wanda into the Tsukuyomi world, and separated a trace of his soul into the Tsukuyomi world to accompany Wanda. During Wanda's pregnancy, unless under special circumstances, he was unwilling to use magic and ninjutsu that might affect the baby, let alone send Wanda to the Tsukuyomi world. But now, he had to do this because he encountered a big trouble that even he found very difficult. "Sir, it seems a bit impolite to enter someone else's home without saying hello." Li Chuan turned around and looked at the sofa in the living room. As his voice fell, an old man with a cane gradually appeared on the empty sofa. The old man stood up, took off his hat, and saluted very gentlemanly. "Excuse me for disturbing you. I didn't expect that there are other people who are also eyeing Shisuan's medium. Although he is still sealed, you are in direct contact with him. I'm afraid you will not have an easy time when he is out of the seal in the future." When he just arrived at the gate of the community, he noticed that there was a very powerful existence next to Shisuan's power medium on the earth. But he didn't care much about it. As the Lord of Hell, although his strength was greatly weakened after leaving Hell, he was proficient in various abilities and magic, and ordinary people didn't take him seriously. It wasn't until he saw Li Chuan actually suck Wanda into his eyes, that he looked at him differently. Being able to create his own pocket dimension, even if this pocket dimension is far from the real dimension, and is just a rough model, it has proved that his strength has reached the threshold of the ordinary dimensional demon god. The key is that this guy seems to be unaffected by Vishanti's power, and can exert his full strength on Earth without being restricted. It's just that this idiot actually came into direct contact with Shisong's medium, and became her husband. Shisong is now sealed and has not escaped. If he escapes in the future, this guy will definitely be swallowed by Shisong. Even he, the dignified Lord of Hell, just wanted to secretly use a piece of his soul fragment to replace the soul of the child in the medium's belly, laying a backup for the future. As the demon with the highest IQ, he likes to lay down all kinds of backup plans in advance, so that it doesn't matter if they are not used, but once they are used, they will play a very critical role. "Who are you?" Li Chuan narrowed his eyes. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he still wanted to confirm the identity of the old man in front of him. There are not many people in this world who can have such a powerful and evil soul, bypass Li San's group of superhuman guards to enter the room and know the secret of Shisuan. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, the most honest, kind and helpful demon." The old man had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes were full of cunning. After hearing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was indeed Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, but this guy had nothing to do with honesty and kindness. In the past life, I often saw a joke on the internet. "Something is unclear, Mephisto." "Don't ask, just ask, Mephisto." What does it mean? It means that if you encounter something you don't understand when watching Marvel movies and comics, just blame Mephisto, and 80 to 90% of the time it's okay. Because Mephisto, the Hell Demon, although not the most powerful among the dimensional demons, is the one with the highest IQ and the most cunning. He is insidious and cunning, eloquent, rarely does things himself, and likes to instigate chaos to achieve his own goals. At the same time, when he walks among the people, he always likes to take advantage of the weaknesses of human nature, such as arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony and lust, and finally tricks them into signing a demon contract and selling their souls to himself. Souls in the normal Marvel world do not go to Mephisto's hell dimension after death. Most of them return to eternity, and a small number of them enter some special dimensions according to their beliefs. For example, most Asgardians go to Valhalla Temple after death. It is Mephisto's hobby to tempt the nobler souls to fall into a contract and enter the hell dimension, which is also a way to enhance his power. So he is also the only dimensional demon who is active on Earth all year round. It turns out to be the famous Lord of Hell Mephisto. Wanda is my wife, so I hope you don't do something that makes me unhappy, so that maybe we can become friends. Li Chuan walked to the opposite side of Mephisto, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. If this was the Hell Plane, he would definitely not be Mephisto's opponent, but this was Earth, and he was really not afraid of Mephisto, who could not exert his strength. Besides, he had already considered it, so how could he not prepare a backup plan? Mephisto laughed at this, and then took out a roll of parchment. Of course I, a demon, like to make friends the most. Look, you just need to sign your name on this contract, and I will disappear here immediately, and Jedi will not do anything bad to you and your wife. If he could take the soul of this guy in front of him into the Hell Plane and make him his subordinate, it would be much more cost-effective than leaving a soul fragment in the body of the medium of Scython. It seems that you don't intend to let go? Li Chuan glanced at the parchment, and knew that it would be difficult to get rid of Mephisto without showing some tricks. Mephisto raised his hand and showed a helpless look. It's not that I don't want to let go, it's just that you don't want to be friends with me. It's not convenient here, so come over and talk. Li Chuan's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Mephisto put the hat firmly on his head, and his body disappeared instantly. You can't get rid of me like this. As the Lord of Hell, he is proficient in teleportation, invisibility, illusion, magic, healing and other abilities. On an uninhabited desert island in the Pacific Ocean, Li Chuan and Mephisto stood opposite each other. This body should not be your original body. It seems that after today, you will have to change your body. Li Chuan raised his own small universe to the limit, and put on the Sagittarius gold cloth. In addition to the golden wings that came with the gold cloth, there was also a pair of flying sword wings composed of thousands of flying swords. Chapter 485. It seems that you are more powerful than I thought. Mephisto looked at Li Chuan, who was in full swing at this time, with a surprised look on his face. To be honest, he didn't expect that after the other party's explosion, he actually felt a little oppressive. But then he smiled again. As a gentleman, I don't like to do it myself, so let my other friend communicate with you. He just swiped the scepter to the side, and a flame portal opened immediately. A moment later, a skeleton man wearing a leather jacket and riding a Hellfire Harley motorcycle flew out from inside, slid on the ground in a handsome drift, and then stopped. Mephisto, I hope you can keep your promise. After this time, you will help me remove the demons in my body and let me return to normal. Also, I only kill people who are guilty. The skeleton man got off the motorcycle and put down the iron chain transformed by Hellfire on his back. When Li Chuan saw the skeleton man covered in flames, his brow slightly frowned, because he had recognized his identity. Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze. When he went to Kamartaj before, although he did not learn the magic of Kamartaj, he also read a lot of secret information about the Earth, including ancient gods, dimensional demons, etc. Combined with some of the things he learned, he had a clearer understanding of the Marvel world as a whole. The most important thing is about the Earth. The Earth is far from being as simple as he imagined. As the atrium of the 9 worlds connected by the World Tree, the weak mortal world in the mouth of the gods. Compared with many developed and powerful alien planets and other worlds in the 9 worlds, the Earth seems to be very, very weak, and the life born on it is also very weak. Look at the gods' domain. The average life expectancy of Asgardians is 5,000 years, and their combat power is off the charts. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., an ordinary stonemason in Asgard can easily twist a sharp military dagger into a twist, and can easily defeat the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And the other worlds are not bad either. There are the frost giants who can use ice magic like giants, the fire demons with magma everywhere, the Vanir who use magic, the dwarves who are natural forging masters, the dark elves with highly developed technology, and the undead without bodies, etc. Only the humans on Earth are so weak that they cannot even beat the tigers and lions on Earth without weapons, and their technology is not comparable to others. The only powerful nuclear weapons were made under the guidance of the Eternals. But is this really the case? Of course not. According to what Li Chuan learned, the Earth is the center of the 9 realms, even the center of the universe, the most powerful world. Because more than 4 billion years ago, the Earth gave birth to a group of the strongest lives in the universe. According to the records of Kamartaj, when the Earth was first created, the Creator visited the Earth and planted his life force on the Earth, so that the first batch of ancient gods were born on the Earth. These included Gaia, the goddess of the Earth, Asit, the goddess of light of one of Vishanti, Scython, the god of dark magic, and Set, the snake god. Asit was very interested in the universe outside the Earth, flew away from the Earth, and began to travel the universe. During the travel, he met the ancient god Hogs from the alien planet. The two traveled together, and returned to the Earth countless years later. At this time, under the guidance of Gaia, the mammals on Earth had evolved into intelligent humans. Asit was so happy to see the emergence of humans that he shed a few tears, which later became the first generation of Supreme Mage Agamotto. Hogs, Asit, and Agamotto are the roots of white magic, and they are also the trinity of Vishanti, who has been protecting the Earth from invasion by foreign gods. Not long after Asit went out to travel, an ancient god war broke out on Earth. The cause was that the powerful snake god Set discovered one thing, that is, killing and devouring other ancient gods can enhance his own strength. Therefore, many ancient gods began to demonize, kill and devour other ancient gods in order to enhance their own divine power. The most powerful among them were Scython and Set. In order to end all this, Gaia called on the Creator, and a new ancient god Adam was born with him. The powerful Adam continued to destroy those demonized ancient gods, and later turned into an extremely powerful god-eater. Even Scython and Set had to flee to other dimensions to avoid Adam's pursuit. And those demonized ancient gods killed by Adam, their scattered energy after death returned to the Earth, thus evolving into many second-generation gods later. So in comparison, the Earth is truly powerful. The ancient gods born on Earth are the top existences in the entire multiverse. This is why there are so many planets in the universe. Those powerful demons in some dimensions just like to target the Earth to make trouble. In fact, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, was also a member of the second generation of ancient gods before he seized the Hell plane. And the Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze was created by him in a tricky way in order to have another powerful fighter on Earth. If its power can be fully unleashed, there are indeed few people on Earth who can resist it. The inspiration for the creation of Ghost Rider, or its entire template, comes from God. Legend has it that, after launching several floods to destroy the world, God still could not change the various bad roots in human blood, so he created a special soul creature called the Spirit of Vengeance. He cast these spirits of vengeance into the human world, let them combine with humans, and become messengers of justice who specialize in judging human sins, called Sons of Midnight. Later, these Sons of Midnight fought against a powerful second-generation ancient god who liked to devour human souls and attempted to rule the entire Earth. This second-generation ancient god was an elemental demon named Zatanos. Zatanos was too powerful, causing all the Sons of Midnight to sacrifice themselves, and only with the power of the Spirit of Vengeance created by God was he barely sealed up. However, Zatanos later broke the seal and absorbed the power of the Spirit of Vengeance, but because he was sealed for too long, he needed to recuperate for a period of time before he could recover to his peak. Unfortunately, when he was recuperating, he met Mephisto, who was not yet the Lord of Hell. The cunning Mephisto knew that he was no match for Zatanos, and was worried that Zatanos would take away the Hell plane that he was determined to obtain after regaining his strength. So he used conspiracy and trickery to deceive Zatanos' followers, cleverly designed and killed Zatanos, and made his soul into the most powerful spirit of vengeance in history. The Spirit of Vengeance in Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze was made from Zatanos' soul. Therefore Johnny, the Ghost Rider, possesses the triple power of the demon Zatanos, the Lord of Hell Mephisto, and God. After the full outbreak, it is really difficult for ordinary people to deal with it. As long as you kill the man in front, I will cancel the contract and make you a normal person. And you can rest assured, I can feel that he has killed many people and is full of sins. Mephisto raised his cane and pointed at Li Chuan opposite. Chapter 486. How could the cunning Mephisto let Johnny, such a good fighter, go so easily? He made that condition because Johnny could not fulfill it at all. It was not because he thought that Johnny, the Ghost Rider who could even threaten him, would lose to Li Chuan on the opposite side, but because he had his own plan. If Johnny was about to defeat Li Chuan, he would directly grab the head and kill Li Chuan, absorb the huge energy in Li Chuan's body, and take his soul back to hell. In this way, Johnny would not be considered to have killed Li Chuan, and he would not have to fulfill the contract. If Johnny was really no match for Li Chuan, then with his immortal body, he could also greatly consume Li Chuan's strength, and then he would launch a sneak attack. Just like when he lied to Johnny and asked him to sign a contract to sell his soul to him and become a Ghost Rider in exchange for curing Johnny's father's terminal illness. He did cure Johnny's father's terminal illness, but he created an accident the next day, causing Johnny's father to fall to his death during a performance. Humans are always so greedy and stupid. Even if they are deceived countless times, they still can't resist the temptation and are played by him. In the end, if Johnny really kills Li Chuan, then it's no big deal that he really completes the contract. Anyway, Johnny is just an ordinary person without the spirit of vengeance. If the spirit of vengeance is implanted in him again, he won't be able to resist. He is indeed a guilty person. Johnny turned and looked at Li Chuan, and immediately felt that the anger of the spirit of vengeance in his body had broken through the sky. This shows that the other party has indeed killed many people, and has deep sins. I think you'd better think it over. You should have a deep understanding of the consequences of believing in the devil's words. Li Chuan saw that the Ghost Rider on the opposite side had begun to swing his chains, and gave a friendly reminder. Johnny walked towards Li Chuan step by step, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. I know, but sometimes I can't control it. When I saw you just now, even if I didn't want to do it, it would force me to do it, but this is the first time I feel its anger so much. Most of the time, he can control the spirit of revenge in his body. But sometimes, if the other party's sins are too great, and he has killed too many people, even if he doesn't want to kill the other party, the spirit of revenge will force him to kill the other party. This is the meaning of the existence of the spirit of revenge. Mephisto sometimes often uses this to force him to help him kill people. But he always hopes that one day he can really complete the contract, let Mephisto take back the spirit of revenge, and let him return to a normal life. When he gets the powerful power of the spirit of vengeance, he will also bear the negative effects brought by the spirit of vengeance. He must use his spirit to suppress the anger of the spirit of vengeance all the time, otherwise the spirit of vengeance will go on a killing spree and kill anyone with sin. You should know that some people's sins are not punishable by death, and they have been judged by the law and have reformed. And as a human being who is without sin, we are not saints. If we follow the standards of the spirit of vengeance, few people on the whole earth can survive. At the same time, the spirit of revenge carries a curse, and all his relatives and friends will be affected by the curse, and thus will not have a good end. In the end, he is destined to become a lonely person forever. Well, it seems that we can only fight first. Hearing this, Li Chuan no longer held the hope of solving the opponent by talking, and made a battle note. Compared with using his mouth, he is still better at solving problems with his fists. There is no way. He has experienced so many small worlds, and has been wandering in the universe for a while. When he counts the lives he has killed, he really can't count them. According to the judgment of the spirit of vengeance, it was really a heinous crime. Galaxy Starburst. As he raised his hand, countless golden fists hit the Ghost Rider, as if countless stars were exploding. Boom, boom, boom. Because the punches were too fast, the Ghost Rider had no time to react, and was directly blasted into the island by Li Chuan. Li Chuan did not hold back in this attack. If anyone in the Avengers, including Thor, was hit by his full-strength Galaxy Starburst, they might die immediately. However, it was hard to say for Ghost Rider. Sure enough, a moment later he saw a raging hellfire erupt from the deep pit that was blasted out, and Ghost Rider collapsed from it intact. Your attack is powerful, but you can't kill me because I am immortal. The essence of Ghost Rider is the spirit of vengeance created by God, with the power of the elemental demon Zatanos, and the Lord of Hell Mephisto. So if you want to kill Ghost Rider completely, you must have power similar to the origin of these three, that is, at least close to the multiverse level. Li Chuan has just started to create his own pocket dimension. Although he has many means and strong enough, he is still far from the multiverse level of power. If Wanda bursts out with all her strength, it is possible, because Wanda's chaos power is the power of the multiverse level. However, he was not very surprised about the undead ability of the Ghost Rider, because he actually knows most of the Ghost Rider's abilities. What he is doing now is just testing, and then determining whether its abilities are similar to those he knew in his previous life, and then finding its weaknesses to deal with it. It's my turn. The Ghost Rider swung the Hellfire chain in his hand, and threw it towards Li Chuan in the air. Seeing the Hellfire chain flying towards him, Li Chuan flapped his wings behind him, and dodged at high speed. However, the chain seemed to have self-awareness, and it turned in the air, and attacked Li Chuan again. Obviously, the chain transformed by Hellfire is no longer an ordinary chain, and does not need to follow any physical rules. Is it the chain technique of the Ghost Rider? After dodging several times without success, Li Chuan did not panic, but flew directly into the air, pulling away, hoping that the chain could not hit him due to the length limit. The result was still unsuccessful, because the chain could be infinitely extended. Apparition. He teleported away directly, and the chain actually broke through the space and came back with his teleportation. It's useless. Even if you go to other dimensions, the chain can track you, you can't escape. Mephisto standing over there smiled, as if watching a show. Ghost Rider is so powerful that even his creator is sometimes afraid of him. Because if he doesn't take out the spirit of vengeance, even if he shows up in person, he can't kill Ghost Rider, because this is the strongest Ghost Rider created with the soul of the elemental demon Zatanos. And the elemental demon Zatanos was stronger than him when he was alive. Chapter 487. In that case, Li Chuan opened his mouth directly in the direction of the Ghost Rider below. Unload your weapons. A thunderous dragon roar burst out from Li Chuan's mouth, directly covering the entire island from top to bottom, including the Ghost Rider and Mephisto. The two people who were roared by the dragon, one with a cane in his hand, and the other with a chain in his hand, flew out. Using magic to defeat magic is the best way. Delay time. The first dragon roar took away the weapons of the two people, and the second dragon roar followed closely, and the time law of the island changed immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Chuan teleported behind Ghost Rider and Mephisto. Another dimension. With one punch, the two were instantly sucked into the space crack and exiled to the universe that was unknown how many light years away from the Earth. Since they can't be killed, then exile them. Although Ghost Rider is more difficult to deal with, the more difficult one is actually Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. So Li Chuan seemed to be fighting with Ghost Rider, but he was actually looking for an opportunity to get rid of the two together. I don't know if this will work. Seeing Ghost Rider and Mephisto disappear on the island, Li Chuan stood on the island and did not leave immediately, nor did he release Wanda from the moon reading world, because he was not sure whether this kind of space exile could get rid of the two. Sure enough, his worry was right. After waiting for about a minute, a hellfire circle suddenly appeared on the island, and Ghost Rider and Mephisto walked out of it again. It was a close call. We almost couldn't come back. Fortunately, we went to hell first and then came back from hell. Mephisto patted his chest, looking very scared. In fact, he was not as scared as he looked. He was just mocking Li Chuan. Okay, let's get rid of him, Johnny. The hellfire on Ghost Rider instantly doubled. He looked at Li Chuan opposite and said with difficulty, "You have to be careful with the next attack, because you will die if you are hit." Is it the Eye of Judgment? Li Chuan immediately had a guess in his mind. Ghost Rider's strongest attack is the Eye of Judgment. The Eye of Judgment is an attack method that can use the flames of hell and soul energy to the extreme. It attacks the enemy's soul directly by looking at it, and makes the enemy's soul burn in hell. The more sins the enemy has committed, the greater the power, and the less sins, the less power, and if there is no sin, it is directly immune. Facing the Eye of Judgment, even if Li Chuan asks himself that his soul is strong, it is estimated that it will not be easy. However, after a while, he has already had a way to deal with it. In fact, you know very well that the demon Mephisto is unreliable. Otherwise, I have a way to help you take out the spirit of revenge in your body, as long as you can suppress it for a while and make it not resist. It is really a headache to completely solve the Ghost Rider. So he just thought of a good way. That is to separate the spirit of vengeance from the Ghost Rider's body. Only in this way can the Ghost Rider's immortality be completely broken. Without the spirit of vengeance, Johnny is just an ordinary person, and without a carrier, the spirit of vengeance cannot exert its strength. But it is not easy to separate the spirit of vengeance. First, Johnny's cooperation is required, and second, there is a covetous Mephisto watching over there. Can you really help me separate him from my body? After hearing Li Chuan's words, Johnny, who was originally planning to release the Eye of Judgment to kill Li Chuan, stopped by forcibly controlling the Ghost Rider. He really didn't believe that Mephisto would honestly let him go. But who else could help him get rid of it except Mephisto? So even if he didn't believe it, as long as he killed the evil people every time, he would still hold a little hope to cooperate with Mephisto. And if the person in front of him could help him get rid of it, it seemed to be much more reliable than Mephisto. But the person in front of him had so many sins in his body that he hesitated. Li Chuan also saw Johnny's hesitation and said directly, "Maybe you should have heard of me. I am the chairman of the Li group, and I am also the Dark Wizard who stopped the aliens from invading the Earth. I am a friend of many Avengers. The reason why you see that I am full of sins is not because of how many humans I killed, but because I killed many aliens. The good person character that I worked hard to build before played a role here again. It's you, okay, I believe you. When Johnny heard Li Chuan's identity, he immediately let go of his grudges. When he was not incarnated as the Ghost Rider, he also pretended to be an ordinary person and lived among the crowd. Naturally, he knew the famous charity group Li Group. He developed various treatments and cheap drugs to save many poor people. Chairman Li Chuan is a truly charitable businessman who is well known around the world. And he naturally knew the Dark Wizard who saved the Earth and defeated the aliens, because he was also in New York at the time. Johnny, don't listen to his lies. No one can set you free except me. As long as you obey my orders and kill him, I will definitely set you free. Mephisto heard the conversation between the two and immediately came over with a cane. He didn't believe that Li Chuan could separate the spirit of vengeance, but just in case, it was better not to happen. I'm willing to give it a try. Johnny roared, and forcibly suppressed the will of the spirit of vengeance with his own will, removing the Ghost Rider state and returning to a normal human state. Seeing that Johnny was willing to believe Li Chuan, Mephisto snorted coldly. It seems that the puppet wants to escape from its master's control, which is not a good thing. Mephisto, I know you want to stop it, but unfortunately you can't, because you may be expelled back to hell next. Faced with Mephisto's threat, Li Chuan showed a smile on his face. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto is cunning and powerful. Even if he is not in the Hell plane, he is not sure that he can deal with Mephisto. But if he can't deal with it, there are naturally people who can deal with it. This is also the backup plan he has prepared long ago. The figure flashed, and he disappeared from the island. In another flash, he returned to the island. But this time, he was not alone, and he brought a helper. Master Ancient One, that's the guy, he calls himself Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Yes, Li Chuan's backup plan is none other than the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj, Ancient One. Speaking of which, he and Wanda are allies of Kamartaj. When encountering this kind of dimensional demon invading the Earth, it is of course very reasonable to ask Ancient One for help. Chapter 488. If we talk about who knows the most about how to deal with these dimensional demons on Earth, it must be Ancient One. With the blessing of the 3 sanctuaries and the Time Stone, Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, can repel any dimensional demon that dares to invade on Earth. So it's easy to catch Mephisto. Supreme Sorcerer. Sure enough, after seeing Ancient One, Mephisto's face suddenly changed. He possessed the human body of the Earth instead of coming to the Earth in person, and kept a low profile every day, in fact, to prevent being discovered by Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, and being driven back to the Hell Plane. Unexpectedly, Li Chuan actually knew Ancient One and brought him here directly. Mephisto, I told you long ago that you are not allowed to set foot on Earth. When Ancient One saw Mephisto, his expression became serious. As the Supreme Mage, it is her most important responsibility to protect the Earth from being invaded by the dimensional demon. Seeing this, Mephisto immediately wanted to teleport away, but Ancient One directly activated the power of the sanctuary to suppress him, and then opened the mirror space to suck him in. Now that she has discovered Mephisto, how could she let this Lord of Hell escape and continue to stay on Earth to do evil? This is bad. Seeing himself being sucked into the mirror space, and the power in his body becoming weaker, and weaker due to the suppression of the sanctuary, Mephisto knew that he was in trouble. Okay, without Mephisto's interference, let me help you separate the spirit of revenge. Seeing Mephisto being taken away by Ancient One, Li Chuan knew that he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by Mephisto for the time being, and smiled and turned to Johnny. The spirit of revenge in Johnny's body was made of the soul of the elemental demon Zatanos. In Li Chuan's opinion, the relationship between it and Johnny is similar to the relationship between the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki in the Naruto world. Especially when he fought with Johnny for a while before, he got some verification again. So his method of separating the spirit of revenge is actually the method of separating the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki. Yin Yang Mangekyo. Turning on the Sage mode, Li Chuan first used the unique mental control ability of the Mangekyo on the tailed beast, making it even more difficult for the spirit of revenge suppressed by Johnny's will to resist. Then he clapped his hands. Vidra lock. 8 chains flew out of Li Chuan's body, directly inserted into Johnny's body, and then locked the suppressed spirit of revenge, pulling it out little by little. When the spirit of vengeance was completely pulled out of Johnny's body, Li Chuan's left eye Samsara eye suddenly activated. 9 ceilings of the Phantom Dragon. Then 9 chakra dragons flew out of the Samsara eye, biting the body of the spirit of vengeance respectively, and then dragged it into his own body. Yes, Li Chuan not only wanted to separate the spirit of vengeance from Johnny's body, but also to seal it into his own body like sealing the tailed beast. He wanted to turn himself into the Jinchuriki of the spirit of vengeance. With the spirit of vengeance, he will not be killed unless he encounters a multiverse-level strongman, which greatly improves his ability to save his life. At the same time, the Eye of Judgment, which is specially used by the Spirit of Vengeance to judge sins, is actually a good and powerful skill. It is said that the Ghost Rider, who is completely controlled by Zatannos, can use the Eye of Judgment at full power, and is even powerful enough to directly judge the soul of a planet. When he is strong enough in the future, he can also refine the Spirit of Vengeance and refine and absorb all the soul power of a second-generation ancient god, which will definitely greatly strengthen his own soul. As for the side effects of the Spirit of Vengeance, even an ordinary person like Johnny can suppress the Spirit of Vengeance by willpower, so he has no problem. The curse of doom brought by the Spirit of Vengeance is still effective against ordinary people. As a magic master, he is very proficient in curse magic and can completely break it. Another point is that with the Spirit of Vengeance, he can freely enter and exit the Hell Plane with the Spirit of Vengeance, and even in the Hell Plane, he will not be suppressed by Mephisto. Because the Spirit of Vengeance created by the elemental demon Zatannos originally carries the power of the origin of Hell. If there is a chance in the future, it is possible to directly enter the Hell Plane to kill Mephisto, and take the Hell Plane for oneself. 8. Diagram Seal. After completely absorbing the Spirit of Vengeance, Li Chuan applied another layer of seal to consolidate it. Okay, from today on, you can live like a normal person. I'm finally free. Feeling his heartbeat like a normal human being, and the Spirit of Vengeance that roared all the time disappearing in his mind, Johnny, the tough guy, almost shed tears. He had been tortured by the spirit of revenge for too long, and had been lonely for too long. Thank you, and please send me back. After calming down, Johnny expressed his sincerest gratitude to Li Chuan, and said a little embarrassedly, now that he has become a normal person, he can't return home from this isolated island in an unknown place. Of course, no problem. Feeling that the spirit of revenge in his body had been completely suppressed and sealed, Li Chuan, in a good mood, teleported Johnny back to his home in New York. When Li Chuan returned again, he saw Ancient One standing there waiting for him. I have driven Mephisto back to hell. If nothing unexpected happens, he will not be able to return to Earth for at least 10 years. Thank you for helping me find this cunning guy. For Ancient One, most of the dimensional demons on Earth are not her opponents because of the blessing of the 3 sanctuaries. However, some dimensional demons are very cunning. They use their abilities to avoid the surveillance of the sanctuary, and secretly invade the Earth to do evil. Among them, the most cunning and difficult to find is the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Master Gui, I should thank you. If you hadn't come to help, I might not be his opponent. Li Chuan replied with a smile. Gui looked Li Chuan up and down, and showed a hint of surprise. Your strength is actually not worse than mine. I can easily defeat him, because I know his weaknesses, and can use the power of the 3 holy places. She found that every time she saw Li Chuan's strength would change greatly. This time, her intuition told her that Li Chuan's strength seemed to be no weaker than hers. No, I'm far inferior to you, Master Ancient One. Li Chuan said modestly upon hearing this. Ancient One is good at the law of time. Even without the time stone in his hand, his soul alone can stop time for a period of time after his death. Even if he goes all out now, he is not sure of winning. In this way, the two chatted for a few words and went home. The first thing Li Chuan did after returning was to release Wanda, who was playing with Alduin in the Tsukuyami world. Chapter 489. Wanda is 10 months pregnant. At this time, in order to prevent accidents, Li Chuan has taken Wanda to live in the hospital he opened. What, you are pregnant too? You keep doing this. In the luxurious room on the top floor of the hospital, Wanda was lying on the bed with a big belly. Looking at Li Chuan, who had hung up the phone, he asked curiously, who is pregnant? Jane is also pregnant. Sol has no experience in this area, so he called to ask me some things to pay attention to. Li Chuan smiled and sat on the bedside. Wanda has been pregnant for 10 months, which means Thor and Jane have been married for more than 10 months. After being married for more than 10 months, it is considered slow to get pregnant now. But Thor, as an Asgardian, does not know what women on Earth need to pay attention to when they are pregnant. After all, with the physique of Asgardians, even women, getting pregnant and giving birth is a very simple matter, easier than a chicken laying an egg. It happened that Li Chuan had good experience here, so he called to learn. That's great, little Charlie will have a companion in the future. Wanda laughed when she heard that. The baby was about to be born, so the two of them had already decided on the name. Wanda was watching a family sitcom recently, and liked a baby named Charlie, so she wanted to name her soon-to-be-born daughter Charlie. Li Chuan naturally had no objection, because the name was just a code name for him. So their daughter was named Charlie Li. Why are you sure it's a daughter? With Li Chuan's soul, he only needs to sense it a little bit to know whether the baby in Wanda's belly is a boy or a girl. It's not a couple yet. Tony and Pepper will get married next month. At their speed, Pepper may get pregnant in a few months. Yesterday Tony called to inform that he and Pepper will get married next month. This is actually several years faster than the main timeline. In the main timeline, Tony and Pepper got engaged in 2016, and now it is 2013, 3 years earlier. Li Chuan thought the main reason was that Tony saw that he was about to have a child, Thor was married, and Hawkeye was also a happy family, so he married Pepper in advance. Just as the two were chatting, Wanda suddenly stopped talking, and then she said to Li Chuan uncertainly, "Honey, I feel like I'm about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Li Chuan quickly pressed the button beside the bed, and the piercing alarm sounded throughout the hospital. In less than 10 seconds, a group of doctors and nurses who were on duty 24 hours a day rushed into their room. Then he pushed Wanda's bed out of the room and entered the special delivery room next door. However, when Li Chuan and others were waiting at the door of the delivery room, planning to rush in and cast magic treatment immediately if there was any accident, they soon heard the cry of a baby from inside. Obviously, Wanda's delivery was smoother than he imagined. Yes, they had practiced dual cultivation for such a long time, and as his cultivation level increased, the efficiency of dual cultivation became higher and higher. Wanda's body was nourished by his true essence for a long time, and in fact, it was not much worse than those Asgardians, who could twist a dagger into a muzzle with their bare hands. So giving birth to a child is naturally not as painful as that of an ordinary human woman. Ah, the baby is flying. Just when Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a group of exclamations from inside. Immediately pushing the door and entering the delivery room, he saw a baby wrapped in cotton cloth, crying and floating above the room. It's a magical fluctuation. It seems that he has inherited the blood of a wizard. Children with wizard blood often automatically have some influence on the surroundings because of the magic in their bodies before learning magic. For example, he could suddenly fly up, or make things around him fly up, or make something disappear for a short time, etc. He stretched out his hand and used telekinesis to pull little Charlie back into his arms. He used his spiritual sense to simply check her. The number of cells is twice that of a normal human, and everything else is normal. Soon, he came to a conclusion. In addition to inheriting his wizard bloodline, his daughter also inherited the ninja's chakra physique. Gene enhancement, physical recovery ability, immortal physique and dragon bloodline were not inherited. But he thought it was okay. If his daughter learned all the magic in the wizard world, the ninjutsu of the ninjas, and the magic in the Elder Scrolls, it would be enough for her to protect herself in normal situations in the future. If she really encountered someone like Thanos, he and Wanda would be there. Besides, it was still uncertain whether his daughter would be willing to learn these in the future. Maybe his daughter would be more interested in singing, dancing, cheerleading, etc. After all, this was a modern society, and not everyone liked to be different from ordinary people. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. If Charlie didn't want to learn magic and ninjutsu, she would still be the daughter of the richest company in the world, and would live a happy life. He didn't want to control Charlie's life, and make her become what he wanted. Charlie just wanted to live happily. "Wanda, how is your health?" Holding Charlie to the bedside, Li Chuan raised his hand to remove the various seals on Wanda. Little Charlie has been born, and there is no need to worry about the influence of the power of chaos. Wanda can use magic again. Very good, giving birth is easier than I thought. Let me see little Charlie. Wanda's face is rosy, and she obviously does not feel weak because of giving birth. Instead, she excitedly took little Charlie from Li Chuan's arms, her face full of maternal love. "My little Charlie is so beautiful." "Yeah, you are right." Li Chuan looked at the wrinkled little Charlie, paused for 2 seconds, and nodded. Because the newborn baby has been soaked in amniotic fluid for a long time, its skin is wrinkled and its eyes are swollen. It is not good looking. It will take some time for it to become a cute baby. However, Wanda obviously has a natural maternal filter for little Charlie. New side quest. Stop the Dark Elves from using ether particles to return the 9 realms to darkness. Reward, 1 year of small world time. While handing little Charlie to the nurse and sending her to the incubator for oxygen, Li Chuan's mind rang with a new side quest for the first time in a long time. Is the 9 realms overlap that occurs once every 5,000 years about to happen? After checking the side quests, Li Chuan calculated the time, and it was about the same. When he went to the main timeline before, he checked the specific time and knew that the 9 realms overlap would be on November 15th, 2013. 3 days before that, in an abandoned building in London, the ether particles hidden in the gaps of the 9 realms would appear because of the upcoming 9 realms overlap. And today is November 1st, 2013. Chapter 490. Just right, I can give it to little Charlie as a full moon gift. There are still 12 days before the ether particles appear in the world. He has already found the specific location when he went to the main timeline. So as long as he waits for it in advance, he can get the ether particles smoothly. The difficulty of this side quest is not high for him, who has been prepared. The only thing to note is that when the ether particles are taken out, the dark elves sleeping in the universe will also wake up. The dark elves come from what Alhium, one of the 9 realms, and are one of the oldest races. They existed in the universe before the Celestials created stars. But later they gradually weakened due to the power of light. In 2988 BC, the 9 realms experienced a celestial convergence that occurs once every 5,000 years. The 9 realms overlapped, and Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, attempted to use the power of the ether particles to return the 9 realms to darkness, triggering the first war of the realms. The result of the war was that Odin's father Bor used the Rainbow Bridge to take away the ether particles, causing the Dark Elves to be defeated in the end. Malekith had to lead the last Dark Elves, board a ship-class spaceship, escape from the depths of the universe, fall into a deep sleep, and wait for the next celestial body gathering 5,000 years later. The physical fitness of the Dark Elves is slightly weaker than that of the Asgardians, but their technology is extremely advanced. 5,000 years ago, they were not weaker than some of the most developed planets in the universe. Moreover, they can also use the energy extracted from the ether particles to turn ordinary Dark Elves into cursed warriors, greatly improving their strength. Malekith's strongest guard can even suppress Thor after transforming into a cursed warrior. But that is nothing to him now. He can deal with Thanos, and the strength of the cursed warrior is still far inferior to that of Thanos. As for the leader Malekith, his strength is not bad, mainly because he has studied the ether particles for many years, and is very good at controlling the energy of the ether particles. Once he gets the ether particles, he will become very powerful. But Li Chuan is not stupid. How could he let Malekith get the ether particles? After staying in the hospital for another 2 days, and learning a lot of parenting knowledge, Li Chuan and Wanda returned home with little Charlie. The next few days were the time for the couple to practice taking care of the baby. Compared with many couples who were nervous when taking care of the baby for the first time, Li Chuan and Wanda had a much easier time taking care of the baby. Although little Charlie was much more difficult to take care of than ordinary babies because of her wizard blood, Li Chuan and Wanda both knew magic, so these problems were easy to solve. Li Chuan alone could create a shadow clone to watch little Charlie 24 hours a day to prevent any danger from happening. Sometimes, Wanda can use chaos magic to take good care of Charlie, without Li Chuan's intervention. And Wanda, who is full of maternal love, is very patient when it comes to her daughter Charlie. "Baby, look here." In the bedroom, Wanda is holding a camera and filming the happy Charlie. She is going to record every day of Charlie's life from childhood to adulthood, and all her growth process. Li Chuan uses magic to hold up Charlie, and poses her in various interesting shapes above the bed, such as big characters, flying shapes, and inverted hook shapes. When Wanda puts down the camera, Li Chuan hands Charlie to Wanda, and then operates and leaves temporarily. Today is the 12th, and he is preparing a full moon gift for his daughter. In a semi-abandoned building in London, England, several children are having fun. In their secret base, they discovered a magical phenomenon, that is, if you throw anything from the top of the building to the bottom, the object will disappear strangely after it falls halfway. Then it will fall from the top of the building again, and the cycle will continue. And the big truck parked below will float up as long as they touch it lightly, as if there is no gravity. Just when the few people were having fun, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It seems that this is the space crack that opened before the 9 realms overlapped. This person was none other than Li Chuan, who had teleported over. "Wow, who are you and why did you suddenly appear here?" The children were shocked to see Li Chuan appear out of thin air, but their faces were full of curiosity. Li Chuan looked at the children and smiled. "Me? I am a great wizard from the magic world. I found the entrance from hell to the human world, so I came here to seal it." Since having little Charlie, he has become more sympathetic to these children. Perhaps this is why those bad guys, who are not bad by nature, will choose to reduce killing after having a family and children. Magician, hell! The eyes of several children immediately widened. Li Chuan turned his hand and conjured up a handful of candy and distributed it to several children. "Okay, leave here quickly, it will be dangerous if the devil runs out." After he finished speaking, he moved his mind, and several children floated up, then flew out of the abandoned building and gently landed on the square outside. Although this is not the entrance to hell, the 9 realms will overlap soon, and it is indeed dangerous for the children here. Because if they are not careful, they may be teleported to other worlds. Muzzle shielding. After sending the children out, he cast a muzzle shielding spell on the entire building. Within a month, ordinary people will subconsciously leave this place when approaching this building. Wow, it's really a magician. When the children appeared outside the square, they realized that Li Chuan was not fooling them, but was a real magician. Out of curiosity, the brave ones wanted to enter the building again to see the battle between the magician and the devil, but they found that no matter how hard they looked, they could not find the building anymore. And this magical experience has become the most unforgettable memory in their future life. They were lucky enough to find the entrance to hell, and they also met a magician and received candy from the magician. At the same time, inside the building, after sensing the space fluctuations, Li Chuan directly passed through the space gap and came to the place where Bor sealed the ether particles. At this time, the ether particles were extremely active due to the influence of the celestial bodies. There was already a hint of energy that was about to burst through the seal. Li Chuan saw this and did not waste time. He directly took out a collector, inserted it into the seal, and pressed the switch. This was the machine that he asked Tony for in the main world timeline, which could absorb ether particles and transform them into reality gems. After a while, the liquid ether particles, like blood, were all sucked into it by the machine. Clicking the conversion button, the liquid ether particles were quickly transformed and restored to their original appearance, a beautiful ruby. What a beautiful ruby! As a gift for little Charlie's full moon, it should be okay. After taking out the reality gem, Li Chuan smiled and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 491. In the depths of the vast universe, in the center of countless meteorites, a huge black spaceship disguised as a meteorite was suddenly activated, emitting a scarlet energy light. The celestial bodies are about to converge, and the energy fluctuations of ether particles are found. The recovery program is activated. The electronic dark elves broadcast sounded in the spacecraft, and then countless dormant chambers were opened. One by one, the dark elves gradually opened their eyes and walked out. We have been asleep for 5,000 years, and finally waited for this opportunity again. In the main control room, the leader of the dark elves, Malekith, also woke up from the hibernation chamber. 5,000 years of shame, this time I must make Asgard pay it back twice. Leader, the energy fluctuations of the ether particles detected are not in Asgard, but in Midgard. At this time, an unusually tall dark elf walked into the main control room. He was the strongest warrior among the dark elves, Agrin. Malekith's face suddenly showed a surprised look. In Midgard? He originally thought that after Bor stole the ether particles, he would hide them in the treasure house of Asgard, but he didn't expect that they would be placed in Midgard. But it seems understandable when you think about it. After all, 5,000 years have passed, and anything can happen. It's good this way. We don't know the situation of Asgard at present. It's hard to snatch the ether particles if we confront them rashly. And the weak mortal world of Midgard has almost no power to resist us. As long as we act quickly enough, we can snatch the ether particles before Asgard reacts, and then take advantage of the celestial bodies to gather and immediately use the ether particles to return the universe to darkness. Agrin showed a look of joy on his face. Malekith thought for a moment, and showed a look of approval on his face. You are right. When the universe returns to darkness, and the power of our dark elves is restored, it will not be too late to take revenge. The most important thing now is to get the ether particles, and put an end to this corrupted universe. Start the spacecraft and go to Midgard immediately. Yes, leader. Agrin immediately turned around and left the main control room, conveying Malekith's order to the cockpit. Soon, the dark elf warship turned into an aurora and disappeared in the meteorite group. 3 days later, a huge warship slowly appeared in the space outside the Earth. It seems that after 5,000 years, the mortals in Midgard have also developed some technology. Malekith looked at the satellites and space stations orbiting the Earth, and a scornful smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that it is still at the lowest level of technology and basically poses no threat. In order to prevent the Asgard from discovering, we can't be too high profile. Agrin reminded. Malekith nodded. Order the warship to enter stealth mode, lock the location of the ether particles, and then we will go directly there. There is not much time left before the celestial bodies converge. If the Asgard discovers them in advance and sends troops to Midgard to help, it will be much more difficult for them to snatch the ether particles. If they cannot get the ether particles before the end of the celestial bodies converge, then even if they can defeat the troops sent by the Asgard, they will not be able to achieve the goal of returning the universe to darkness. So the most important thing to do now is to sneak into Midgard and send a small force to snatch the ether particles. Then go to the 9 realms of Midgard and release the power of the ether particles. Just in case, let me become a cursed warrior. Agrin took out a stone full of red energy. The speed of snatching the ether particles this time must be fast. The stronger his strength, the less accidents there will be. Malekith was silent for a moment, and finally took out the dagger at his waist and stabbed it directly into Agrin's abdomen. You will become the most heroic dark elf, cursed by this world until you are completely assimilated. Mumbling a spell, he stuffed the blood-red stone into the wound on Agrin's abdomen. Although the cursed warrior is powerful, as time goes by, he will eventually lose his mind, turn into a monster, and finally die. Agrin is his most trusted subordinate, but now it concerns the survival of the entire dark elf race, and he can only acquiesce to Agrin's sacrifice. I will crush all enemies and create a brand new universe for you. Agrin roared, his body expanded rapidly, and finally turned into a 4-meter-tall humanoid monster. It was the cursed warrior unique to the Dark Elves. Queens, New York. Li Chuan sat on the sofa in the living room holding Wanda, and used magic to control little Charlie to fly in the living room, making her giggle. Normal babies sleep in the first month after birth, start crying in the second month, and only raise their heads and giggle in the third month. But because little Charlie inherited Li Chuan's powerful genes, in just half a month, she has grown to what an ordinary baby can do in 3 months. And they are surprisingly brave, never afraid of flying in the air. Look at how cute the baby's smile is. Wanda hugged Li Chuan's arm, looking at the giggling little Charlie. Her eyes were about to melt. Li Chuan also smiled and nodded. The smile of a baby can sometimes really heal people. Of course, when they are older, they are depressing, especially when they are 7 or 8 years old. Wanda, take care of little Charlie. I'm going out to do something and will be back soon. Suddenly, Li Chuan seemed to have noticed something, turned around and said something to Wanda, then disappeared. At the same time, the Dark Elf space battleship had already flown invisible above the Queens. 3 black spaceships, like blades, flew out of the battleship and landed directly on the main road in front of Li Chuan's community. Dozens of Dark Elf warriors, holding energy guns, led by the cursed warrior Agrin, walked towards the residential building where Li Chuan was in the community. Their strange and terrifying appearance immediately frightened pedestrians and residents of the community, and they fled in all directions. However, just as they walked to the gate of the community, countless bullets immediately rushed towards them like a storm. It was Li San and others from the escort team who found that this group of people were not friendly and directly launched the attack mode. Such a primitive attack weapon, you also want to cause harm to our Dark Elves. Agrin faced the machine gun bullets hitting his body, as if facing raindrops, without any damage, but still with a face full of sarcasm. The Dark Elf warriors also activated their energy shields to block the bullets. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person. Change weapons. Li San, who was in charge of commanding the battle in the community, saw that ordinary weapons could not cause any harm to the newcomers, and gave new orders with a sneer. The guards in security uniforms immediately put their submachine guns and machine guns into the small cloth bags on their waists, and took out brand new and most advanced energy guns in the universe. Chapter 492. As Li Chuan's most loyal guards, how could Li Chuan not think of them if there was anything good? Everyone in the guards was injected with the best gene enhancer available, and each of them could transform into a 3 or 4 meter tall strongman. Although not as strong as the Hulk, they were much stronger than ordinary Asgardian warriors. Among them, Li San, Li Wu and Li Lu were injected with the optimized Extremis virus, and the general injuries of missing arms and legs were basically not affected. Similarly, Li Chuan also gave each of them a small cloth bag expanded by the Traceless Extension spell, which contained various advanced technological weapons and magic weapons. The technological weapons came from the AOG group he had previously taken over, the largest biotechnology company in the universe, and naturally there were various advanced energy weapons. The magic weapons came from the Elder Scrolls world. As a dragon emperor, precious enchanted weapons and armor were nothing to him. When encountering ordinary enemies, the guards can easily solve them by taking out the weapons of the earth. If they encounter special enemies, they can naturally keep up with various energy guns, energy cannons, enchanted magic weapons, and magic armor. So in terms of actual combat power, Li Chuan's guards are not weaker than the current Avengers. Bio! 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 Suddenly, the da-da-da sound in front of the community stopped abruptly, and blue lasers shot towards Agrin and other Dark Elves. No, get out of the way! Seeing that ordinary physical attacks suddenly turned into powerful energy attacks, Glinton felt bad. Although he was not afraid of these energy attacks with his body, other Dark Elf warriors could not resist them. However, his reminder was still a step too late. In just a moment, all the Dark Elf warriors except him were shot through the energy shields and bodies by the humans hiding in various secret corners and attacking crazily, and fell to the ground. "You bold mortals!" Agron roared when he saw this, jumped over the gate of the community, and rushed towards a security guard who was hiding in the corner and shooting. "Ha ha ha, let me meet you." At this moment, a human with high-temperature flames all over his body, whose body was as strong as Agron, the most powerful curse warrior, jumped down from the 6th floor of a residential building next to him and kicked Agron in midair. Bang! With a loud bang, Agron was kicked down by this sudden kick, and hit hard on the concrete ground of the community, smashing a big hole. However, a moment later, he stood up from the pit as if nothing had happened. "I didn't expect that a mere mortal could have such a strong strength. If I wasn't in this state, I really wouldn't be your opponent. It seems that you took the ether particles away." In his eyes, the strength of this human strongman has exceeded his understanding of the mortals of Midgard. To have such strength, he must be the leader of these people, and most likely the holder of the ether particles. "I don't know what you were talking about, but if you dare to break in here, you can only be sent to death." Seeing that Agron didn't suffer much damage and stood up again, Lee Sen's face changed slightly. The kick he just made with full strength, using the height, could be said to be his strongest attack. It was a sneak attack, but it didn't cause much damage to the opponent. Obviously, this guy who looked like a monster was much stronger than he expected. Fortunately, I'm not alone. This was not a martial arts competition, and he was not a martial artist who emphasized a one-on-one fair duel. He is a guard, and his biggest goal is to protect the boss's safety. As long as he dares to go against the boss, he will do everything he can to kill the other party. "Everyone listen up, attack together." With his roar, two flaming figures jumped down from the floor where he was just now, and they were Li Lu and Li Wu. The surrounding security guards also threw down their energy guns, and their muscles swelled, turning into 4-meter-tall giants. They surrounded Agron, and then opened the small cloth bags on their waists, and took out enchanted magic weapons one by one. A giant hammer with fire attack, a giant axe with lightning attack, a giant sword with frost attack, a long knife that can paralyze, a dagger that can suck blood, a hand axe that can weaken the body, etc. Since energy weapons can't break the defense, use magic weapons to fight in close combat and kill the guy in front of you. Take him down. Yes, Brother San. Everyone cooperated very well and attacked Agron together. How is it possible? Seeing this, Agron's face changed drastically. If it was just Li San, he wouldn't take it seriously, but the humans here are so strong. 5,000 years have passed. Have the mortals of Midgard become so terrible? For the rise of the Dark Elves, kill! Even so, Agron did not retreat, because he was determined to snatch the ether particles. So, the melee began. Boom, 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 boom! At this time, the residents in the community were attracted by the movement outside. They leaned out of their windows one by one, and looked at the crazy battle at the entrance of the community. They were immediately shocked. They didn't expect that the security guards, who usually looked very simple and easy to talk to, were so fierce. To be honest, if it weren't for the frequent bizarre events in recent years, such as alien invasions, magicians, and superheroes from the Avengers, their acceptance ability would have been greatly improved. At this time, seeing the security guards in the community turn into giants 4 or 5 meters tall and fight a monster, they probably fainted from fear. The cursed warrior Agron, who could beat Thor to the point where he had almost no power to fight back, was indeed very powerful. Even if Li San and others had already used all their strength to beat him up, they still couldn't take him down. Besides, except for Li San, Li Lu and Li Wu, because of the desperate virus, the other guards could hardly withstand several consecutive attacks from Agron. Soon, many guards were injured and lying on the ground. Ha ha ha, you are not my opponent. Seeing this, Agron laughed, because he found that except for the 3 guys with flames, the others were not bad, but not as strong as he thought, but the weapons in their hands were a bit troublesome. As long as we find opportunities to eliminate those humans who can't emit flames one by one, only the 3 who emit flames will be left. Without assistance, there is no need to worry. Humph, it's too early to laugh, drink medicine. Li San shouted, and the injured guards took out red and green bottles and poured them into their stomachs. Chapter 493. After a while, they recovered from their injuries and joined the battle again with full vigor. How could this happen? Agron was stunned. Yes, These red and green medicine bottles were also what Li Chuan brought from the Elder Scrolls. They were commonly used by warriors. They were life potions and physical potions that could quickly heal physical injuries and restore physical strength. So, even though Agron was so powerful, he gradually began to get hurt under the beating of the guards led by Li San, Li Lu and Li Wu, and some of them could not hold on. If the fight lasted a few more minutes, he would have been beaten to death. Go to hell. Agron obviously noticed this, and he swung the bone spurs on his bone armor to block all attacks. He endured the injuries on his body, jumped out of the encirclement, took out something like a grenade from his waist, pulled it open, and threw it at Li San and the others. Get out of the way! Li San's heart trembled, and he intuitively felt that the grenade was not ordinary. He quickly jumped back to dodge, and reminded others. However, there were still a few people who reacted a little slower, or who underestimated the grenade and didn't have time to dodge. Boom! The grenade exploded, but it was not a normal explosion, but a special space crack, generating an extremely strong suction force to suck the guards, who didn't dodge, sucking them in and crushing them directly. This violent space energy, let alone the bodies of the guards, even Agron himself would not be spared if he was sucked into it. However, just as several guards were sucked to death, a figure appeared next to the two of them. Galaxy Starburst. It turned out that Li Chuan, who had appeared earlier but did not take action in the air, found that the guards were in danger, and appeared and smoothed the crack in the space with a punch. Next time, be more careful with such unclear things. Boss, I disappoint you. Seeing Li Chuan appear, Li San, Li Lu, and Li Wusan brothers and sisters immediately stepped forward, with guilty looks on their faces. The foreign enemy invaded, and the boss had to do it himself. This was the failure of these men. It's okay, just pay more attention next time. Li Chuan waved his hand, and didn't care too much. Since the opponent was a cursed warrior who could suppress Thor, it was good enough to be able to beat him like this. Even if he didn't show up, Li San and others would still be able to take down the cursed warrior in the end, but they would sacrifice a few. With his current strength, Li San and others can't really help much, they can just handle some chores. Then, isn't that Mr. Li? At this time, the residents in the community saw Li Chuan suddenly appear, and seemed to have become the boss of these powerful security guards, and their eyes widened. This kind couple is a celebrity in the community. Seeing this, Li Chuan kindly waved to the residents of the community, and said hello, don't worry, things here will be handled in a while, and it won't delay your rest. In view of the fact that Charlie has a wizard talent, and will cause some magical phenomena from time to time, Li Chuan and Wanda have decided to move out of this community in a few days and live somewhere else. They can ignore other people's strange looks, but they have to consider the growth of little Charlie. In this world, people with special abilities are easily regarded as different. In fact, this is a big blow to the immature psychology of children. So at this time, he doesn't have to care about his neighbors knowing his true identity. And the place they are going to move to is the beautiful farm where Hawkeye's family lives. The place where Hawkeye lives was chosen because, on the one hand, it was originally a secluded place carefully selected by Nick Fury for Hawkeye. It is far away from the city, has a beautiful environment, and is suitable for living. On the other hand, it is also the place he discussed and selected with several other superheroes. Yes, in addition to his family, Tony and Pepper, Thor and Jane, Banner and Betty, they will also move in together. Because they have the same consideration as Li Chuan. Jane is already pregnant, and the child born will be a hybrid of Earth humans and Asgardians, and will definitely not be an ordinary child. After Tony and Pepper get married, they will have children soon. If they are interested in the battle suit, it may be the second generation of Iron Man. Not to mention Banner and Betty, the children born will definitely have the Hulk gene. So everyone moved in together. We were friends, and now we are neighbors. In the future, everyone's children will have a companion, and will not be isolated because they are different from ordinary children. Of course, there are some inconveniences, that is, the problem of everyone going to work. The place where Hawkeye lives in seclusion is quite far from the city, and it is not in New York. But this problem is not a big deal for Li Chuan. It happened that he went to the wizard world some time ago, and the magic research laboratory of the Empire had developed a new magic space door based on the door key. Its effect is to cast space magic on the two doors. As long as this door is opened, you can appear behind the door of another place. Unlike the door key that limits the number of people and requires preset space coordinates, the body will be squeezed by space when using it, which is quite uncomfortable. Once the space door is opened, you can enter and exit without restrictions, and there will be no problems. Ordinary human babies can enter and exit, and the comfort level is greatly improved. It is somewhat similar to the space doors in the New York sanctuary. Therefore, Jane can directly appear in a room in the staff dormitory of the New York school and go to school as long as she opens the door of her house, and Thor can directly enter the Avengers base. The door of Tony and Pepper's house can lead to Stark Tower, and the door of Banner and Betty's house can lead to the Lee Group, etc. Leader, the opponent is very powerful, I am no match for him. Start the final plan. Seeing Li Chuan appear, he instantly flattened the cracks caused by the space grenade with one punch, and Agron's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and pressed the communication button on the helmet. At the same time, Malekith, who had seen the situation below in the main control room of the spacecraft, heard what Agron said, slowly closed his eyes, sighed, and ordered his men, remove the stealth, enter the full output attack mode of the battleship, and raise the entire city below to the ground. Since the small combat force led by Agron failed, the next step is to use the large-scale destructive weapons carried on the battleship to directly destroy the city below and all life. As long as the ether particles are obtained before the Asgard discovers the situation here, the plan can also succeed. So, a huge black space battleship, after removing the invisible disguise, suddenly appeared in the sky above New York. Chapter 494. When all the citizens of New York saw the black space battleship appear, they couldn't help but have the same thought in their hearts. Could it be that aliens have invaded the Earth again? The huge size and style of the Dark Elves space-class battleship are not something that can be made by current Earth technology. Instead, it is very similar to the last time that Chitauri invaded the Earth. It is difficult for New York citizens who have experienced it to not associate it with it. And the fact is indeed so. But last time it was Thanos' Chitauri army who wanted to seize the Space Stone and occupy the Earth. This time it was the Dark Elves who wanted to seize the Reality Stone and return the 9 realms to darkness. As the Dark Elves space battleships removed their cloaking camouflage, the super energy cannons on them also began to move, quickly replenishing red energy and aimed at the entire New York below. The energy cannons washed the ground, destroying all life, and then went down to recycle the ether particles. You mortals are indeed very powerful, but the final result has long been determined. Seeing this, a grin burst into laughter. Li Chuan, on the other hand, looked nonchalant. You won't survive if you launch an attack like this, right? For the future of the Dark Elves, I have long disregarded life and death, just like my compatriots 5,000 years ago. Agrin didn't care about his own death at all. The moment he took the initiative to transform into a cursed warrior, he was destined to die. I admire your determination, but unfortunately I can't let you do what you want. Just before the Dark Elf warship finished charging and was about to launch an attack, Li Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and then came to the sky above the Black Elf warship. Tsukuyami World. The kaleidoscope in his right eye was activated, and the powerful spiritual power enveloped the entire Dark Elf warship, and it was forcibly sucked into the Tsukuyami world in his own small universe. If it were before, even if there was a Tsukuyami world, he would never be able to suck such a large ship-level spaceship into it. However, in the Elder Scrolls world, he absorbed a large amount of dragon souls, and directly broke through to the peak of the Yuanshan realm. His soul strength was greatly enhanced, and even the power of the Mangekyo was greatly improved. The power of the Sharingan mainly comes from spiritual power, and spiritual power mainly comes from the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the power of the Sharingan will naturally become. In the future, if his soul is strong enough, even if he absorbs a planet into the Tsukuyami world, it is not impossible. By that time, he might be able to truly fight those powerful dimensional demons head-on. Instead of dealing with a dimensional demon Mephisto of average strength, or a Mephisto whose projection possessed the human world on Earth, and whose strength was greatly weakened, as before. He had to ask Ancient One for help, and use the restraint of the Earth Sanctuary to drive him back to the Hell Dimension. The danger is over. After sucking the entire Dark Elf battleship into the Tsukuyami world, Li Chuan teleported back to the community again. This is impossible. Seeing that Li Chuan used some unknown method to make the Dark Elf warship disappear, Agron below was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe that the revenge and plan that had been dormant for 5,000 years had failed so easily. Nothing is impossible, because your plan is doomed to fail. To be honest, Li Chuan still admired the spirit of the Dark Elves, who sacrificed themselves to save their own race. But he was ruthless when it came to dealing with the problem. Because of their different positions, the Dark Elves hoped that the universe would return to darkness, so that their race could rise. But in that case, most of the life in the 9 realms would disappear, especially the fragile humans on Earth. It's like a wolf wants to eat a sheep. If it doesn't eat the sheep, the wolf will starve to death, and the sheep will die if it doesn't escape. There is no right or wrong, just different positions. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, I don't want to get bloody recently, so let you deal with him. After returning to the community, Li Chuan gave Li San and others an order, and then teleported back in a phantom alien form. Without the space grenade, Agrin could not stop the beating of Li San and others. As for why Li Chuan did not directly take action to deal with Agrin, it was not because he admired him, but to let Li San and others practice their skills. It was rare to meet such a strong opponent. And as he just said, he didn't want to get bloody recently. He just had a daughter, Charlie, and he didn't want to get bloody on his hands now, otherwise he would feel bad when holding his daughter. So he decided to let his subordinates handle it. Just like those dark elves, who were sucked into the Tsukuyomi world. He did not directly kill them all in the Tsukuyomi world, but put them on the head of Alduin after sucking them into the Tsukuyomi world. Alduin lay in the Tsukuyomi world every day, looking half dead, and losing the meaning of life, just right for him to stretch his muscles. Yes, boss. Seeing the boss leave, Li San was stunned for a moment and responded. He thought the boss said he didn't want to be stained with blood and let this guy go, but he didn't expect that he just didn't do it himself and let them kill him. Sure enough, the boss is still the boss, and he never acts on emotion. At this time, in the Tsukuyomi world, a giant black space battleship suddenly appeared above the head of Alduin, who was lying down and sleeping, and countless energy cannons that were originally used to destroy the city directly hit him. You are looking for death. Alduin, who was directly hit by the energy cannon, felt severe pain all over his body, and sprayed a mouthful of dragon blood, was immediately furious. After receiving Li Chuan's voice transmission, he immediately spread his wings, roared a slow dragon roar, and began to vent his countless frustrations and anger that had accumulated during this period of time to the huge Dark Elf battleship. Shortly after the Dark Elf warship disappeared and Agrin was beaten to death by Li San and others, Tony and other Avengers members also rushed over after hearing the news. A large alien spaceship appeared in the sky over New York, and some citizens called the police to report that aliens had broken into the community. These were definitely not incidents that ordinary police could handle. So the matter quickly turned to the Avengers base, and the Avengers also rushed over as soon as they got the news. The fastest one was Tony, who flew directly from Stark Tower in his Iron Man suit. Next came Steve, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, and others who basically lived in the Avengers base. They took the Quinjet together. Finally, there were Dr. Banner and Thor. Dr. Banner jumped over the rooftops of various buildings. Thor had to take good care of Jane because she was pregnant. Xiao Lu, what's going on here? Tony led everyone into the community that was hit and full of big holes. He happened to see Li Chuan's secretary Xiao Lu, so he stepped forward and asked. Chapter 495. Before Xiao could explain, Li Chuan had already come over with Wanda holding little Charlie. Okay, I tell you later. The alien invasion was such a big event, he knew Tony and the others would definitely come, so after returning, he told Wanda about the situation in general, put away the things at home, and then walked out together. Since it has been exposed, it's just right to move directly. Repair as before. He used magic to restore the damaged community to its original state. He first explained a few words to Xiao Lu and others, and then said to Tony and others, "Leave here first, many reporters have come." Everyone nodded as they looked at the reporters outside the community who were brave enough to rush over here, and the TV station helicopters that appeared faintly in the sky. It was also a troublesome thing to be surrounded by reporters and asked questions. So Steve, Banner and others entered the Quinjet and took off, followed by Thor and Tony, and Li Chuan also waved his hand to raise a cloud, taking Wanda and Charlie, and taking off side by side with them. Watching the Avengers flying away, the reporters and onlookers below exclaimed again, picking up their cameras and mobile phones to take pictures. Among them, the residents of the community were the most surprised. Their good neighbors, Li Chuan and his wife, actually knew the Avengers and could cast magic. And some people with a keen eye have gradually guessed the identities of Li Chuan and Wanda. The Avengers have such a good relationship and can cast magic, and they can easily solve the alien invasion. With a little thought, they can roughly lock the target. The one who meets all these conditions, and whose real identity is still unknown to everyone, is called the most powerful superhero Dark Wizard. Oh, now everyone has renamed him the Mysterious Wizard King. The reason is that Dark Wizard sounds like a villain's title, but in fact Li Chuan did a lot of good things in New York, and defeated aliens, and saved mankind. Everyone thinks this title does not fit the reality. So after a discussion among a group of fans, he was renamed the Mysterious Wizard King. Mystery means that compared to all the Avengers, no one knows what Li Chuan looks like, and what kind of person he is in reality, which is very mysterious. And the Witch King refers to the power of his magic, just like the Emperor among magicians. Of course, Li Chuan doesn't care about this. He doesn't care about these titles, and those fans who worship him. Because he doesn't really do those things for good deeds, but just to complete the task and improve his strength. If that is the mysterious Witch King, then the one next to him is Scarlet, which, oh my god, they already have children. The reporters' eyes lit up instantly, and their heartbeats quickened. At this point, they felt that alien invasions were no longer important. After all, they had already invaded once before. And this time was even worse than the last time, when the mysterious Wizard King was killed in seconds without causing any damage, and there was no discussion. It would be better to focus on revealing the true identity of the mysterious Wizard King. Therefore, these sharp-minded reporters immediately rushed into the community and interviewed the residents in the community about all the information about Li Chuan and Wanda. Excuse me, do you know the couple who just flew away with the Avengers on the White Cloud? Of course, Mr. Li Chuan and Mrs. Wanda, they are the most loving couple in the community. Mrs. Wanda likes to make desserts, and often shares them with us. I know them best, you know. Mr. Li Chuan is a man among men. He can do it 108 times a night. So fierce. Wanda, oh, I taught her the skills of making desserts, but she has surpassed me. In this way, as the reporters interviewed the residents in the community, a lot of details about Li Chuan and Wanda's life were revealed. Many of them, if taken separately, could make the headlines of any newspaper. The reporters became more and more excited as they asked questions. They felt that tomorrow's newspaper would definitely sell out, and their bonuses this month would definitely increase by more than 10 times. At this time, a reporter who used to specialize in reporting on biotechnology research and development news looked at the photo of Li Chuan taken by the camera, and for some reason, he always felt a very familiar feeling in his mind. But he couldn't remember it for a while. He felt that this was very important. If he could remember it, he might be able to stand out among the many reporters this time. Why does he look so familiar? Li Chuan. Li Chuan is the chairman of the Li Group, who rarely shows up. Suddenly, the reporter was stunned. He remembered it. He finally remembered it. Once, when the Li Group just entered New York and held its first press conference, he had the honor of meeting the real chairman of the Li Group, Li Chuan, as a reporter. Although there are some changes now compared to then, it is definitely correct. Even the name is the same. Hurry up, let's go back. After thinking of this, the reporter immediately pulled his camera and ran madly towards his van parked outside the community, making the cameraman look confused. Now everyone is scrambling to interview residents in the community, hoping to dig out more revelations about the mysterious Witch King and Scarlet Witch. His own reporter is running back. I found a top melon, and I'm going back now, and report it before all the reporters react. The chairman of the Li Group has only appeared in public once, so no one is particularly clear about his appearance. But as reporters, people of the level of the chairman of the Li Group will actually deliberately remember him. It's just that Li Chuan's appearance now is a little different from the photo of the chairman of the Li Group in their memory, and now is the time to expose the daily life of the mysterious wizard, so they didn't think in that direction. After a while, some sharp reporters will definitely notice the connection between the two, and then they will have no advantage. The three elements of news are authenticity, timeliness, and accuracy. The legendary mysterious Wizard King turned out to be Li Chuan, the chairman of the world's largest charity company, Li Group. If he was the first to report this news, he would definitely get a promotion and a raise. This is much better than those who are still in the community, pursuing the true and false unverified revelations of the mysterious Wizard King and the Scarlet Witch's daily life. There are countless patients and poor people in this world, because the medicine invented and produced by the Li Group has been saved. Li Chuan, the chairman of the Li Group, already has countless admirers, and even many people living in poor areas have already worshipped him as a god. If he is really the powerful mysterious Wizard King, then this revelation will shock the entire Earth. Chapter 496. Inside the Avengers base. That's basically it. In order to prevent the Dark Elves from using ether particles to return the 9 realms to darkness, I had to get rid of them all. Li Chuan told the whole story, while teasing little Charlie. Of course, some details were changed. For example, he went to get the ether particles not because he was preparing a full-month gift for his daughter Charlie, but because he sensed a special power, and then went to check and accidentally got the ether particles. The Dark Elves came to attack him specifically in order to steal the ether particles. As for why he knew that the Dark Elves snatched the ether particles in order to return the 9 realms to darkness, it was because he read the memories of several Dark Elves. The Dark Elves wanted to steal the light, and then start a war. My mother told me these stories when I was a child. In the story, the Dark Elves and the ether particles were destroyed by my grandfather. I didn't expect that they still exist. At this time, Thor also sighed, confirming the authenticity of Li Chuan's words. In fact, everyone did not doubt what Li Chuan said, but in principle, the Avengers organization is still supervised by governments around the world to a certain extent. Although there is no Sokovia Accord in the main timeline, something as big as an alien invasion also needs to be reported in the later stage. If these reports only contain Li Chuan's one-sided statement, it will be difficult to satisfy those annoying officials. If these brain-dead officials go to Li Chuan to confirm, it will be troublesome. It's not Li Chuan who is in trouble, it's those officials, and the government, who are in trouble. At this point, Tony and others are not stupid. They still have some understanding of some of the things Li Chuan has done, especially Nick Fury often reminds them. Li Chuan is a good person, there is no doubt about it. With his strong strength, he has protected the safety of the Earth many times. And his Li group is also making the human beings on the whole Earth, especially the lower-level humans, live better. From the perspective of the safety and development of the whole Earth, Li Chuan's existence is definitely of positive significance. However, Li Chuan is not a superhero like them. When facing some guys who provoke him, he sometimes acts ruthlessly. So including Nick Fury and the superheroes of the Avengers, they all know that if possible, they should try not to let those stupid officials who want to control everything to cause trouble for Li Chuan. This time, Li Chuan alone solved the powerful Dark Elves and the Dark Elves space battleships, which further proved the correctness of their approach. In fact, Nick Fury is similar to officials from various countries, and they all like to keep control in their own hands. It's just that Nick Fury is much more sober than those governments. He knows Li Chuan's character and strength, and he won't be stupid enough to provoke him without any means of containment. If one day he is sure that he can take down Li Chuan, his attitude towards Li Chuan will naturally become tougher. But this is no longer possible. Even if his last trump card Captain Marvel comes to Earth, he is no match for Li Chuan now. The Avengers are more because of their friendship with Li Chuan. For example, Thor basically stands on Li Chuan's side, unless Li Chuan suddenly turns evil and starts killing people. Similarly, Li Chuan will sit here and slightly modify the situation to say what he just said. It's not that he is afraid of the Avengers and the government of the Earth. At present, except for the Supreme Sorcerer Gu-Yi, there are really few people on the whole Earth who can be taken seriously by him. And Gu-Yi has a lazy personality. As long as you don't destroy the world, she won't care about you. He just got along well with the Avengers, and they were considered his friends in this world, so he didn't want them to make things difficult for him. The Avengers were different from him. He could ignore the governments and the public, but they couldn't. Another point was that Li Chuan felt that it was not a bad thing for the governments of various countries to cooperate with the Avengers. At least it could keep the Earth in a more peaceful state. This was good for his and Wanda's lives, as well as the growth of little Charlie. If all governments were abolished, the entire Earth would fall into chaos, which would not be a good thing for everyone. He had never thought of ruling the main world like ruling other small worlds. Marvel was too deep, and it would be dangerous to be the first to do so. The key point was that there was no great benefit. The ether particle is too dangerous. I have sealed it and saved it. I don't have to worry about it being used by bad guys in the future. Finally, Li Chuan directly confirmed the situation of the ether particle, which made the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. and other departments completely give up. It looks good here. Li Chuan and Wanda, who was holding little Charlie, looked at the very warm two-story house in front of them, as well as the green lawns, lakes and forests around them, and smiled with satisfaction. After the meeting, everyone went directly through the space gate opened by Li Chuan in the Avengers base, and came to Hawkeye Barton's secret residence. Several new houses similar to Hawkeye's house were built here, which were specially prepared for Li Chuan and Tony's family. At present, Li Chuan's family of 3 is the first to move in, and Thor, Tony and others will move in soon. Dear. At the door of Hawkeye's house, a slender middle-aged woman was sitting on a chair in the yard with her 2 children, reading a book. When Hawkeye and others found that the door of the house next door was opened, they came out together, and stood up and waved happily to Patton. Dad. And the 2 children, a boy and a girl, also pushed open the fence of the yard and ran over happily. The boy was about 8 or 9 years old, and the girl was about 4 or 5 years old. My baby? Hawkeye picked up his daughter, touched his son's head, and introduced to everyone, that's my wife Laura, and these are my 2 children Cooper and Lila. This is little Charlie, you should get along well in the future. Wanda hugged little Charlie, and looked at Lila and Cooper and laughed. Next, Hawkeye introduced Li Chuan and his wife, and everyone in the Avengers to his wife Laura, And then, they stayed together at Hawkeye's house for dinner. Because they didn't expect so many people to come at once, Laura's family didn't have enough food, but this didn't bother Wanda. She used chaos magic to create a large table of delicious food out of nothing. In the evening, the dinner ended and everyone went their separate ways. Li Chuan and Wanda also used magic to quickly change the furnishings in the new house to what they were familiar with. Except that the outside was no longer a community, the inside looked the same as before. After Wanda coaxed little Charlie to sleep, Li Chuan also had some free time and sank his soul into the world of Tsukuyami. Chapter 497. You are too cruel. You didn't leave a single person alive. The soul entered the Tsukuyami world. Looking at the broken dark elf warships and the floating souls of the dark elves, Li Chuan joked to Alduin, who was lying there. Alduin looked up at Li Chuan, looking like he didn't want to pay attention to him, and then closed his eyes again. He couldn't fight, couldn't escape, and didn't want to bow his head. So when facing Li Chuan, he didn't want to talk at all, and could only rely on sleeping to pass the time. Li Chuan didn't care. He summoned the great Shumishianin cauldron, sucked all the souls of the dark elves into it, and began to refine them. The Tsukuyami world is already equivalent to the prototype of an independent dimensional world. Although it is not perfect yet, it also has many properties unique to dimensional worlds. For example, the souls of people who died in the Tsukuyami world will be bound to the Tsukuyami world. He had experimented in the Elder Scrolls world before, and people who died normally would go to the realm of their respective holy spirits, or the realm of the demon gods they believed in. But as long as they are killed in the Tsukuyami world, they can only stay in the Tsukuyami world. Now the same is true in the main world of Marvel. After the death of these dark elves, their souls were originally supposed to return to the embrace of the five gods, but they were also left in the Tsukuyami world. In fact, this is similar to the principle that Mephisto took human souls to hell, and Dormammu absorbed the souls of his believers into the dark dimension. As long as you have your own domain, you can introduce souls into it. Therefore, if his Tsukuyami world can develop into a mature dimension in the future, it is entirely possible to absorb the souls of people who died in the real world into his Tsukuyami world. Then let him be resurrected in the Tsukuyami world. This can also be regarded as a high-level resurrection method and longevity method. However, the premise is that he cannot die. Once he dies, the Tsukuyami world will collapse, and all the creatures in it will naturally be difficult to survive. Sure enough, the soul quality of these ancient lives is really quite good. As ancient life forms that have existed since the birth of the universe, the Dark Elves have a much longer lifespan than the Asgardians under normal circumstances. The remaining Dark Elves, like Malekith, are all of the same generation as Odin's father Bor, and each of them has a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. Their strength may not be strong enough, but the quality of their souls is definitely very high. After absorbing the souls of these Dark Elves, the great Shumishianin cauldron clearly felt that it had been sublimated in essence. Li Chuan estimated that if it was completely refined and absorbed, the great Shumishianin cauldron of the demon sect might directly evolve into a top-grade magic weapon. Maybe it is not as good as the Thunder Twin swords, but it is likely to be barely at the level of the Sun and Moon Sutra Wheel and the Haotian Mirror. The magic weapons of the magic are not like the magic weapons of the righteous way. They are mainly strong by their own true essence. Most of them rely on crooked means such as refining souls and absorbing the essence of blood and flesh. The same is true for the great Shumishianin cauldron. It was originally the top magic weapon of the Xianin sect, and it has been passed down for thousands of years. It is reasonable that it has absorbed so many high-quality souls at once and sublimated to a higher level. It seems that it is almost time to go through the tribulation. After more than a year of stabilization, Li Chuan's soul has completely turned into a physical body, reaching the peak of the current soul realm, and can go through the tribulation at any time. This is a little earlier than he expected. So he decided to enter the Shushan world in advance to overcome the tribulation and achieve the earthly immortal realm. And by the way, he dealt with the blood demon, and then moved the blood spring to his own Tsukuyami world. The blood spring was transformed from Chiyo's blood essence, and contained infinite vitality. And if the Tsukuyami world wants to be perfected into a real dimensional world, vitality is an indispensable item. Move the blood spring to the Tsukuyami world, and then refine it, and merge it with the Tsukuyami world, then the Tsukuyami world will definitely be further improved. The more perfect the Tsukuyami world is, the stronger his own strength will become. At his point, the improvement of the main body's strength is certainly important, but the construction of the dimensional world is more important than the improvement of the main body's strength. The stronger the dimensional world is, the harder it is to kill him. There are so many dimensional demons in the Marvel world, and they often cause destruction, but it is difficult to kill them completely. This is because the main bodies of these dimensional demons usually hide in their own dimensional worlds. In the dimensional world, their strength will be increased geometrically, unless the gap in strength is really a world of difference. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill a demon in a demon's dimension. Gui can defeat most of the demons that invade the earth with the blessing of the 3 holy places, but if he dares to enter the dimension of any demon directly, he will be killed easily. If Li Chuan can complete his own dimension, even if he encounters a being of Shisung's level in the later stage, as long as he hides in his own Tsukuyami world, the other party will not dare to follow him. Fighting with a person and fighting with a world are 2 completely different concepts. After his soul returned to his body, he glanced at Wanda next to him, opened the panel, and selected the Shushan small world. It's not the time to completely relax and immerse in happiness. Compared with Shisuyen, his strength is still far behind. After more than a year, he has rested enough and can continue to charge towards a higher realm. The scene changed, and he returned to the Panluo Valley in the Shushan Mountains again. At this time, the heavenly Tao of this world seemed to sense the breath of Li Chuan's peak soul realm, and dense clouds of disasters appeared above Li Chuan's head in an instant. Someone is going through the tribulation. Dan Shinzi, who was practicing cross-legged next to Li Chuan, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the tribulation cloud that had already formed in the sky. As a cultivator in the earthly immortal realm, he certainly knew that the tribulation cloud that suddenly formed above his head was the thunder tribulation that the cultivators were going through to become earthly immortals. But there should be no one else around except him and junior brother Chi Feng, who was going to go through the tribulation and become an earthly immortal. However, the next second, he looked at Li Chuan next to him with an incredible look. Junior brother Chi Feng, it's you who is going to go through the tribulation. At this time, he had already sensed the powerful Yuanshan that only the peak of Yuanshan realm could have after Li Chuan released his full strength. However, junior brother Chi Feng had only formed the elixir a few years ago. How could he suddenly become the peak of Yuanshan realm and cross the tribulation to become a terrestrial immortal? Even though he had already reached the terrestrial immortal realm, he had never encountered or heard of such a situation. Senior brother Dan Shinzi, I just suddenly realized something in my heart, and realized the great way of the world. My Yuanshan was nourished and instantly broke through to the peak of Yuanshan realm. Li Chuan said nonsense with a calm face. This kind of thing can't be explained anyway, so it's better to talk about it in a mysterious way. That works. Danshan was stunned on the spot when he heard it. Chapter 498. The heavenly tribulation is dangerous. I hope you can be careful and successfully pass the tribulation and become an immortal. Although he couldn't understand how he could achieve enlightenment and then pass the tribulation, Dan Shinzi immediately flew out of the coverage of the heavenly tribulation and sincerely wished him well. It is not so easy to pass the tribulation and become an immortal. Even he had a very difficult time passing it. Many cultivators at the peak of the Yuanshan and Yuaning realms would rather lower their cultivation than pass the tribulation easily if they were not fully prepared. Because if they don't pass it, they can live for a long time. If they can't pass it, they will really die. Li Chuan suddenly realized the truth and jumped directly from the golden core to the peak of the Yuanshan realm. He was not prepared at all for the tribulation. He was really worried that Li Chuan would fail. At the same time, the cultivators of Mount Ame were also attracted by the sudden appearance of the tribulation cloud in Panluo Valley. Becoming an immortal after tribulation is something that may not happen for hundreds of years. Except for some disciples who stayed behind to guard Mount Ame, most of the Ame's sword cultivators flew over here on their swords. The leader was the Kunlun Shiatian sect, who was now temporarily taking over the position of the head. It's junior brother Qin Feng who is going through the tribulation. Seeing Li Chuan flying in the air and standing with his hands behind his back under the tribulation cloud, all the Ame's sword cultivators exclaimed, Dan Shinzi, what's going on? Xian Tianzong brought Li Yingqi, Lian Xing, Duan Lei and others to Dan Shinzi and asked in confusion. Dan Shinzi told the story of Li Chuan's sudden enlightenment, and then his breakthrough from the golden elixir to the peak of the soul. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Finally, he could only sigh that he was indeed worthy of being in the Jinden stage, comparable to the earthly immortal realm, and could even hurt the Nether Spring Blood Demon. Even the cultivation and advancement were different from those of ordinary cultivators. But in this case, wouldn't it be a bit too hasty? Li Yingqi showed a trace of worry on his face. Everyone knew how dangerous the tribulation was. Xian Tianzong looked up at Li Chuan in the air and said solemnly, it is a bit hasty, but since it has already begun, now he can only rely on himself. In this world, you must not ask for help when you are going through the tribulation and become a terrestrial immortal. If you dare to help a cultivator who is going through the tribulation, or want to attack him while he is going through the tribulation, then a second heavenly tribulation will find you immediately. And this second heavenly tribulation is not the first heavenly tribulation of the nature of the test, but a heavenly tribulation of the nature of pure punishment from the way of heaven. It means that the heavenly thunder will strike you to death, and will not stop until you are killed. Even if your strength has reached the point where you can ascend to the upper realm at any time, it is difficult to withstand such a powerful heavenly tribulation that attacks for several months continuously. There was a record in the cultivation world that a cultivator, who was about to ascend to heaven, relied on his high level of cultivation to help his sect disciples overcome the heavenly tribulation, but he was chased and struck by the heavenly tribulation for a whole year and died alive. So if you see someone going through the tribulation, don't get close, just watch from the outside. Although junior brother Qingfeng's breakthrough was a bit hasty, his strength is far beyond that of his peers. I believe that even if there are some dangers, he can still get through it safely in the end. You don't have to worry too much. Seeing that everyone's faces were solemn, Dan Shenzi spoke to comfort them. Boom boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the calamity cloud had completely formed, emitting thunderous sounds, and was about to brew the first thunderbolts. Why didn't junior brother Qifeng use his Taoist magic or send out magic weapons to resist? At this time, everyone suddenly exclaimed. Seeing that the thunderbolt was about to strike, Li Chuan was just floating in the air, without any resistance at all. Is he trying to purify his body? Xiantian sect instantly guessed Li Chuan's intention. Purify his body? The 7 sons of the cloud who flew over at this time showed doubts on their faces. Dan Shenzi of the earthly immortal realm explained, you should all know that the heavenly tribulation is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the thunder tribulation, which has 9 levels in total. Each level is more powerful than the previous one. If you can't survive it, you will die. The second part is the hard demon tribulation. At that time, the outer demon will invade the sea of consciousness and disturb the soul. If you can't break it, the soul will be destroyed, and you will also die. Big brother, we all know this. Shang Guanqian, the 7th of the 7 sons of the cloud, looked more anxious than the others. Dan Shenzi shook his head and continued to explain, when we normal cultivators go through thunder tribulation, we usually set up a defensive formation in advance, and then put out magic weapons to try our best to block or disperse the thunder tribulation. After each thunder tribulation, the heavenly way will produce immortal spirit energy to strengthen our physical body and increase our cultivation. But in fact, this cannot maximize the benefits of going through the tribulation. If we can give up using formations and magic weapons to resist, and rely purely on the physical body to withstand the heavenly tribulation, the purple heavenly thunder from the heavenly tribulation can cleanse the physical body and make it stronger. But we cultivators are not monsters, so we don't care how strong our bodies are. It's okay if they are just about right. Our most powerful thing is our magic weapon. And it's already extremely difficult to resist the attacks of the 9 heavenly tribulations with all our strength. Who would really want to die by using their bodies to resist them? Even monsters, who are going through the tribulation, must first use their inner elixir to resist the heavenly tribulation. In the end, when their inner elixir can't bear it anymore, they will use their bodies to resist it. So now many people don't know that the thunder of the heavenly tribulation has the effect of refining the body. When junior brother Qifeng asked me about the details of the tribulation, I mentioned it to him again. At that time, I saw that he was very interested and asked many related questions. I think he just wants to resist the heavenly tribulation and refine his body to the greatest extent. This is too dangerous. I have never heard of anyone who can resist the heavenly tribulation with their body. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Using their body to resist the terrifying heavenly tribulation is too crazy. Seeing this, Xian Tianzong raised his hand. Junior brother Qifeng is not a reckless person. His body is far superior to that of a normal cultivator. If he really feels that he can't bear it, he will definitely use magic weapons and spells to resist it. At this time, everyone also remembered that Li Chuan did have a terrifying body comparable to that of a demon beast. Boom! At this moment, the first thunderbolt finally struck down from the calamity cloud. This first thunderbolt was different from ordinary lightning. It was purple, and only as thick as chopsticks. However, don't underestimate its power just because it was only as thick as chopsticks. Even if it didn't strike at them, the surrounding Amei monks could feel the terrifying aura it exuded. If this purple thunderbolt struck at them, I'm afraid that except for Liangqi and other Yuaning who could block it, the others would be taken away directly. Come on! At this time, Li Chuan, who was floating in the air, looked at the purple thunderbolt striking at his forehead and let out an excited roar. Yes, he was just as Dan Shenzi said, He wanted to take this opportunity to cross the calamity to cleanse his body. Chapter 499. His body is strong, but the source of his power is very complex. There are the effects of his own martial arts training, the effects of ointments and pills, the effects of genetic drugs, the effects of the Hulk gene, and the effects of the desperate virus, etc. These are piled up, and nothing can be seen now, but there is always a vague feeling that there may be hidden dangers in the future, because it is too complex and too chaotic. Without the superposition of any technology, the body is indeed getting stronger and stronger, but one day it may not be able to bear it and collapse. Although he has lost his physical body, he can still survive with only his soul. But the physical body is the foundation. After losing it, his future cultivation will be at a low level, and it will be difficult to achieve too high a level. So he took advantage of this opportunity to cross the tribulation, cleanse his physical body with heavenly thunder, and use the way of heaven to completely remove all impurities from his physical body, just like steel is forged 100 times, so that while strengthening his physical body, all hidden dangers are eliminated. Strong enough. Being completely hit by the first purple thunder tribulation, Li Chuan's eyes widened, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Come again! With his current physical strength, he could easily take on the first purple thunderbolt. And he did feel that after the thunderbolt hit his body, it did not completely destroy it, but fundamentally stimulated his life source and purified the impurities in his body. However, after the first thunderbolt was struck, the calamity cloud did not immediately strike the second one, but began to brew again. At the same time, it also released a special fairy spirit into Li Chuan's body, causing the true essence in his body to undergo a qualitative change immediately, and the life source also grew stronger. The heavenly thunder stimulates the origin to cleanse the body, and the immortal spirit strengthens the origin and thus strengthens the body. The two complement each other, which is the essence of overcoming the tribulation. And this change is just the beginning. There are still 8 heavenly thunders to come. He dared not think about how strong his body would be after being cleansed by 8 heavenly thunders. Boom! The second purple heavenly tribulation struck, and this time the purple heavenly thunder was as thick as a thumb. Great, come again! The second time, Li Chuan took it hard again. With his original body, if he had not transformed, he would have felt exhausted when receiving the second purple thunder. The thunder of the cultivator's tribulation is extraordinary. It was only because his body had been strengthened after the first thunder that it became much easier for him to receive the second thunder. Therefore, perhaps as long as the cultivators pay more attention to the cultivation of the physical body, and dare to accept the baptism of thunder when they are undergoing the tribulation, the success rate of the tribulation may be higher. Every time you endure the thunder, your physical body will be improved, and in the end, it can further reduce the possibility of being killed by the thunder. Otherwise, the spells and magic weapons cannot stop it. If you only rely on the immortal spirit to improve your body, when the ninefold divine thunder comes, your body can't stop it at all, and you will die. Of course, the reason why he has formed this habit of crossing the tribulation now is that he thinks that in the daily battles between cultivators, magic weapons account for too much, and they subconsciously ignore the cultivation of the body. Those who survived in the end are all powerful magic weapons. Isn't it that Ame can become the first major sect of the righteous way because their flying sword magic weapons are extremely sharp and unmatched? Therefore, everyone dared not use their fragile bodies to resist the thunderbolts, and could not be baptized by the thunderbolts, which led to the current situation. However, this was just his guess, and it was impossible to confirm whether it was true or not. Anyway, he took the second thunderbolt very well. Similarly, the Shushan disciples who were watching over there were also stunned. They saw that Li Chuan did not defend at all, but directly resisted the thunderbolt with his body. After resisting it, he did not show any pain, and looked very happy. Those who don't know may think he has some strange special fetish. Boom! The third thunder came, and this time the thunder was as thick as an arm. Hiss! This time, even with the blessing of the previous thunder and the spirit of the immortal, he felt that his body began to struggle. Why does it feel like the strength of the thunder has increased so much all of a sudden? Well, the more powerful the thunder is, the better the cleansing effect will be. The second thunder was only as thick as a thumb, and the third thunder was as thick as an arm, which made him feel that the power instantly increased by several levels. I remember that when Dan Chinzi told him about the tribulation, the third thunder tribulation didn't seem so strong. Did he remember it wrong? But on second thought, this is not a bad thing. The more powerful the thunder is, the better the effect on the body. As long as it doesn't kill him, he hopes that the heavenly tribulation can kill him. In fact, the heavenly tribulation may not kill him. After all, he has too many hidden cards to save his life. Xuanianzong, when you were going through the heavenly tribulation, was the third thunder tribulation so strong? Dan Shinzi, who was on the periphery, looked at the third thunder and asked Xuanianzong next to him in a daze. Xiantianzong was silent for a moment. This power of thunder tribulation has already caught up with the strength of my sixth thunder tribulation. My strength is about the same. Why is junior brother Qingfeng's thunder tribulation so much stronger? Dan Shinzi was puzzled. At this time, they heard Li Chuan's roar again. Ha ha ha, it's so cool. It's not enough. Come again, I want thicker and bigger. Boom. The fourth thunder tribulation came crashing down, and its thickness was comparable to a water tank. Second form. Li Chuan knew that he would probably get hurt with his current body, so he activated his second form and immediately transformed into a muscular man to welcome the baptism of the heavenly thunder. This is as powerful as my 9th level heavenly thunder. Xiantianzong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Dan Shinzi did the same. I know why junior brother Qingfeng's heavenly thunder is so powerful. So before the tribulation, Master told me to have all of the heavenly tribulation, which can increase the chance of success. That's what he meant. He felt that it was Li Chuan's arrogant attitude that made the heavenly Tao somewhat unhappy, and deliberately increased the difficulty of his tribulation. Basically, all cultivators had a narrow escape when they went through the tribulation, and everyone wished that the power of the heavenly thunder would be weaker so that they could succeed in the tribulation earlier. How could someone like Li Chuan not only look excited, but also dare to say that the power of the heavenly thunder was not strong enough? Junior brother Qifeng, you are indeed an extraordinary person. Xiantianzong couldn't help but sigh. Because Li Chuan took the fourth heavenly thunder again. Li Chuan's fourth heavenly thunderbolt is equivalent to the 9th heavenly thunderbolt of a normal cultivator. Most cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul realm and the spiritual realm usually die because they cannot withstand the 9th strongest heavenly thunderbolt. Li Chuan not only took it, but also took it with his flesh without using any magic weapons or spells. Even except for his clothes being chopped off, his flesh was not hurt at all. You should know that even a demon beast in the earthly immortal realm that has survived the catastrophe probably cannot withstand the heavenly thunderbolt of this intensity without any damage like Li Chuan did with his flesh alone. Chapter 500. After the fourth thunderbolt, the brewing time of the fifth thunderbolt was obviously longer. Boom! This time, the thickness of the heavenly tribulation was still as thick as a water tank, but the color was much darker. If the initial thunderbolt was light purple, it would be normal purple now. I take it. Li Chuan gritted his teeth, and his physical strength burst out with all his strength, and he took the fifth thunderbolt again. But this time it was not as easy as last time. His body shook in the air for a few times before he stabilized in the air again. Keep going, it's not enough. After stabilizing his body, he felt the evolution of the origin of life. In order to get a stronger baptism of thunder, he shouted at Jiayun again. Jiayun did not disappoint him. The sixth thunder was already dark purple. Boom! This time, Li Chuan's body could no longer bear it. He was directly blasted to the ground from midair, and half of his body turned into charcoal. This scene also shocked the disciples who were watching, but they could not go up to help. Brother Qifeng, don't resist, it's almost over. Dan Shinzi hurriedly shouted to Li Chuan on the ground. It was obvious that his body could no longer bear it, so the right thing to do was to use the magic weapon. But then, they were stunned again. Because at this time, the healing effect of the desperate virus in Li Chuan's body had already started, and high-temperature flames were emanating from his body. The carbonized half of his body actually recovered to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let the thunder come more violently. After recovering, Li Chuan felt that his body had been forged to be as pure and flawless as jade, and his life source was even more powerful and terrifying. So he flew into the air again. This also made the Amei disciples, who were watching, heaved a sigh of relief. Now the heavenly tribulation has passed 5 times, and it will be over after 4 more times. But when everyone was speculating whether the 6th heavenly tribulation would be more exaggerated than the 5th, the tribulation cloud had passed for a full half an hour, and still did not move. Is it broken? Just when Li Chuan was puzzled, the 6th thunderbolt appeared. Boom! The purple and black thunderbolt, with a diameter of 10 meters, burst out from the calamity cloud and smashed straight towards Li Chuan. Li Chuan's eyes widened when he saw this, and his body immediately entered the immortal mode. Immortal technique, all 8 gates open. His intuition told him that if he resisted the 6th thunderbolt, his body would not be saved even with the recovery effect of the desperate virus, and would be directly blasted into ashes. So he quickly combined his true essence and chakra, and used immortal techniques to instantly open the 8 gates, stimulating all the potential of his physical body. Fuck, It hurts. I'm not overstimulated, am I? Feeling the black thunder hitting him, it didn't end like before, but kept on continuing as a thunder column. Li Chuan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Even if all 8 gates were opened and his body was stimulated to the limit, he could only barely keep his body from collapsing. At this time, even the repairability of the desperate virus lost its effect. If the black thunder hadn't been destroying him while madly stimulating the origin of life to strengthen his body, he really couldn't hold on. It was just that the extreme pain of the body hovering between collapse and recovery made him feel a little depressed. In fact, he was not stupid. If he had not seen that the black sky thunder far exceeded the strengthening effect of the previous sky thunder, he would have worn the golden holy clothes, exploded the small universe, and used the immortality of the spirit of revenge to resist the sky thunder. Anyway, it is impossible to die by being struck to death. Every extra second of persistence is a benefit. Is the sky thunder so terrifying? The Amay disciples who were watching the tribulation outside were all scared by the black sky thunder. They knew that the tribulation was difficult and the sky thunder was very scary, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. This is only the 6th one. How can it be so powerful? It is still continuously striking. Who can survive this? Dan Chenzi saw that his fellow disciples were not in a good state, and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow disciples, don't be afraid. Junior brother Qingfeng's thunder tribulation was an accident. Normal thunder tribulations are far less powerful than this. The strongest is only about the same as junior brother Qingfeng's 3rd thunder tribulation." He was afraid that his fellow disciples would be affected by Li Chuan's thunder tribulation, and become afraid of cultivation, thus stopping their cultivation. I see. The Shu Shen disciples breathed a sigh of relief. The 3rd thunder tribulation was indeed powerful, but it was far inferior to the 6th thunder tribulation. This comparison made them feel that it was not so difficult to pass the tribulation normally. As time went by, Li Chuan's body became stronger and stronger under the cover of the black thunder, and the power of the black thunder remained unchanged. So he gradually felt that it was no longer so strenuous. After being covered by the thunder for 10 minutes, he could stand up normally. He thought that if the black thunder continued to strike for a few days and nights, it would be good. His body would definitely be elevated to a unique level. He would not need anything else. His body alone would be comparable to an ascended immortal. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality does not allow it. As if realizing that the black thunder could no longer have much impact on Li Chuan's body, the robbery cloud directly dispersed the thunder. Why are you in such a hurry? It would be better if it strikes for a while longer. Seeing the black thunder disappear, Li Chuan showed a look of unsatisfied desire on his face. It's okay, there are still 3, keep going. After being baptized by the black thunder, he found that not only his body was greatly strengthened, but even the 8 gates in his body that originally needed to be opened by the 8 gates of ninjutsu were completely opened. In other words, even if he did not use the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and did not need chakra to maintain it, his body would have all 8 gates open in normal conditions. This also gave him greater confidence to continue to survive stronger thunder without using other means. Unfortunately, when he was ready to face the 7th thunderbolt, the calamity cloud, which had shrunk by half, shook and dissipated. It seemed to mean, go and have fun. Then a large group of immortal spirit appeared and entered Li Chuan's body. There was a faint sound of the avenue in the air, and all the plants around seemed to be nourished and began to grow and bloom. This scene was exactly the scene when the first part of the 9 thunderbolts of the heavenly tribulation was passed. Isn't it 9? It's only 6 paths and it's over? Realizing that there were no more thunder tribulations, Li Chuan sighed with regret, and then closed his eyes, while absorbing the spirit energy. 6 paths is 6 paths, anyway, it is much stronger than the normal 9 paths of heavenly tribulations, and it is definitely a win overall. Next, he will face the second part of the tribulation, the spiritual invasion of the extraterritorial demon. The extraterritorial demon came very quickly. When the large group of spirit energy entered Li Chuan's body, a black smoke also passed through the void and appeared directly above Li Chuan's head, sinking into his body. Chapter 501. Xiao Yang, don't sleep anymore, it's time to get up and practice. Li Chuan was woken up by someone while he was drowsy. He opened his eyes, and a boy of about 14 or 15 years old appeared in front of him. Big brother? Li Chuan looked at the boy in front of him, and his memories of his past life suddenly came to him. This boy was none other than his big brother when he practiced martial arts in his past life, and his name in his past life was Wang Yang. He turned his head and looked around, and it was indeed the room where he lived when he practiced martial arts as a child. Why are you in a daze? If you don't get up, you will be in trouble if the master gets angry. The young man saw that Li Chuan did not move, so he directly lifted him up from the bed and pulled him to the yard outside with a laugh. At this time, in the yard, 7 or 8 teenagers aged 11 or 12 were standing in the stance meticulously, and in front of the teenagers sat a middle-aged strong man in his 40s. The middle-aged strong man noticed Li Chuan's arrival, turned his head, and said in a slightly stern tone, "Xiaoyang, why did you get up so late today? Go and stand in the stance." As expected of an illusion created by an extraterritorial demon, there is really no flaw at all. Unfortunately, this level cannot disturb my mind. Li Chuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, with a complicated look in his eyes, then smiled, raised his microcosm to the limit, and closed his eyes again. The powerful spiritual energy instantly shattered everything around him, and turned it into darkness. After experiencing rebirth and so many worlds, in terms of inner strength, he is much stronger than those monks who have been practicing in the mountains. In addition, his soul essence was blessed in all aspects, far surpassing the average strongman of the same realm, and would not be affected by illusions. "Dear, wake up. We agreed to take little Charlie to the park today." When he opened his eyes again, the scene around him changed again. Wanda was sitting on the bed holding little Charlie, looking at him expectantly. "First it was the master and fellow apprentices, and now it's my wife and daughter. It seems that you have really found some of the people I value most." Li Chuan sat up, and his soul was revived again, once again shattering all these illusions. "I want to see what tricks you can come up with." With his loud shout, the surrounding scene changed for the third time. All the darkness gathered together, and finally turned into a monster that was so huge that Li Chuan couldn't look directly at it, a ball of red energy. The monster exuded a devastating pressure, and looked down at him. "I am Shisong, the god of black magic. You, a weak mortal, dare to touch my medium. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? First it's temptation, then it's deterrence. If I kneel down today, I guess my soul will become weaker and weaker, and finally be swallowed by you." Li Chuan looked at Shisong in front of him, without any fear on his face. According to Dan Chenzi's previous statement, the invasion of the extraterritorial demons in the second part of the tribulation is to arouse the most vulnerable part of your heart, and then let you sink into it. The deeper you sink, the harder it is to wake up, because you have already regarded the illusion as reality, and regarded the false image created by your heart as your family and friends. In the end, your soul becomes weaker and weaker, and the extraterritorial demons can take the opportunity to devour your soul. If temptation fails, then intimidation can be used. Find someone you respect the most or fear the most in your heart, intimidate you, make you feel scared, and then bow your head. This can also weaken your soul over time, and become an opportunity to take advantage of. Dan Chenzi said that he saw through the temptation at that time, and almost bowed his head in intimidation, because the outer demon was his most respected master, Bai Meishenren. If he hadn't woken up in time, he would have almost failed to cross the tribulation. Li Chuan was most worried about Shisong, because Wanda's chaotic power came from Shisong, and Shisong was one of Marvel's strongest demons, a multiverse-level existence. Even if it has been sealed, using the Dark Book can cause collisions and destruction between several universes. With his current strength, compared with Shisong, it is like an ant and an elephant. Sometimes he is really worried that in the future, Shisong will escape from the seal and take Wanda away, and he is powerless to stop it because of his lack of strength. The extraterritorial demon peeked into this weakness in his heart, and constructed a Shisong to deter him. "It's a pity that you are just a fake. Since you come to stop me from crossing the tribulation, then go to hell." Li Chuan looked at the extraterritorial demon Zisoan in front of him, and directly opened the kaleidoscope of his right eye to rotate. Tsukuyami. The Tsukuyami world opened, and forcibly sucked the extraterritorial demon Zisoan into the Tsukuyami world. Although he was at the peak of the Yuanshan realm, and had passed the heavenly tribulation, he was not just an ordinary Yuanshan realm cultivator. He had the prototype of the dimension, and even surpassed the real celestial being. Ordinary celestial beings could not build their own dimensions. So the extraterritorial demon used to test the peak of the Yuanshan realm to test him. It would be like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth, and there would be no return. Sure enough, when Li Chuan swallowed the extraterritorial demon and suppressed it in the Tsukuyami world, all illusions disappeared, and Li Chuan really opened his eyes in reality. Congratulations, junior brother Qifeng, you have successfully passed the tribulation and achieved the realm of earthly immortals. Dan Chenzi and others who surrounded Li Chuan saw him open his eyes, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to congratulate him. When the tribulation clouds dissipated, the tribulation passer would face the invasion of the extraterritorial demon. If he could pass it, he would be an earthly immortal when he opened his eyes. If he could not pass it, his soul would be swallowed by the extraterritorial demon, leaving only a body of earthly immortals in the human world. Li Chuan opened his eyes, which meant that he had successfully passed the tribulation and had become a true earthly immortal. The righteous path had added another earthly immortal, which was naturally a cause for celebration. I'm sorry to have worried you, brothers. Li Chuan stood up and bowed to Dan Chenzi and others. At this time, Li Chuan's master Taoist Qingju also squeezed in, looking at Li Chuan with excitement. Ha ha, my Xiaoyu mountain has also produced an earthly immortal. My Xiaoyu mountain also has an earthly immortal cultivator. My Xiaoyu mountain is really going to rise. Earthly immortals, there are not many cultivators with this level of cultivation in the entire cultivation world. His disciple Li Chuan has passed the tribulation and become an earthly immortal. Zaya's Hushan will be directly promoted to the top sects from now on. Although it is not as good as Amei and Wutai Mountain, it is second only to that sect. Although it is good to live in Amei now, it is not his own sect. If Li Chuan is promoted to an earthly immortal, he can move some new mountains with rich spiritual energy for the sect and create a similar magnificent scene as Amei. In the future, he will be able to obtain some high-level natural treasures and spiritual medicines, allowing the sect disciples to break through more easily. It can be said that when one person achieves enlightenment, all the chickens and dogs will rise to heaven. Master, don't worry, Zaya's Hushan will rise. Li Chuan smiled when he saw this. As a sect from his own world, he is still willing to spend some time to help. Chapter 502. Since you have advanced to the earthly immortal realm, today we will break the blood spring and destroy the nether spring. Waving his hand and putting on the Sagittarius gold saint armor, Li Chuan turned and looked at the blood cave in Panluo Valley. But Dan Chenzi frowned when he heard this. Junior brother, the blood spring seal cannot be broken even by master. Although you have advanced to the earthly immortal realm, it is still difficult to break it. If you are injured by its rebound and your soul is injured, it will be troublesome. He knew that Li Chuan was powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, he could not be more powerful than his master Baimei, who was about to ascend. Thinking of this, he suddenly froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Zuanianzong, Liang Qiong and others. Where is master? As the head of Amei, master should come out to see the major event of Li Qingfeng's transcendence and becoming an immortal. Hearing Dan Chenzi's question, Liang Qiong and Duan Lei turned their heads to look at Zuanianzong. Master has been in seclusion since he came back, and only ordered us to obey senior brother Zuanianzong, and he will temporarily take over the position of head. Only senior brother Zuanianzong can go to see him. This. Master Baimei is in a critical moment of retreat, and cannot come out. Zuanianzong rolled his eyes when he heard this, and immediately explained. Out of trust in Zuanianzong, everyone did not ask any more questions. Only Li Chuan could see from Zuanianzong's eyes that he was lying. Li Chuan immediately understood that Master Baimei had probably ascended to the upper realm, and was trying to find the legendary Nanmingli sword made by Bodhidharma, and send it to the lower realm. It was a magic weapon more powerful than the Tianlei twin swords. This Nanmingli sword was made by Bodhidharma, who took the real gold from the west, and the essence of the southern Lihua, and it contains the wonderful mutual generation and mutual restraint of the innate and acquired. When it is fired, it is like 100-foot-long red rainbow. It is not only infinitely useful, but also specializes in breaking all evil demons and strange treasures, and can revive the dead. In the original work, after the Tianlei twin swords merged, they could only kill the soul of the Yuquan blood demon, who had absorbed the power of the blood cave, weakening its power, and finally completely killing the Yuquan blood demon, still relying on the Nanmingli sword. The key is that the Tianlei twin swords need a man and a woman to communicate with each other before they can be combined to exert the strongest power, and they cannot last long. As long as the individual strength is sufficient, the Nanmingli sword can exert its power. Don't worry, senior brother Dan Chenzi. I just found some memories of my past life, when I comprehended the great Tao, and advanced to the peak of the soul. I already know how to break the seal of the blood spring. While the Yuquan blood demon was seriously injured by my previous ancient secret treasure, and his strength is not at its peak, we can break the seal, and kill him in one fell swoop. If it takes too long, it will be too late when it recovers and absorbs the power of the blood spring. Li Chuan said with a serious face. Dan Chenzi frowned upon hearing this, and fell into deep thought. Because if Li Chuan really knew how to break the seal, then now is indeed the best time to kill Yuquan. Xiantian sect, please go see master and report the situation here to master. Please come out of seclusion temporarily, and kill the old demon Yuquan together. After spending so much time with Li Chuan, he knew that Li Chuan was not an unreliable person. Since he was confident that he could break the seal, it was highly likely that he could really break the seal. However, he felt that it was still not safe to rely on them alone. He invited Master Baimei to come and take charge, so that he could 100% guarantee to kill the Yukon old demon and prevent him from escaping. Xian Tianzong's mouth twitched. Where could he invite Baimei? Baimei had ascended. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, only he knew about Baimei's ascension, so he could not invite Baimei out at all. However, he also felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was not certain whether Baimei could find a way to kill the Yukon blood demon in the upper realm, but the probability that Li Chuan could break the seal was extremely high. Even if the seal cannot be broken, we can wait for the news from Baimei. The two are not contradictory. So, he paused for a moment, and then sent a telepathic message to Li Chuan and Dan Chenzi to explain the reason. The immortal has ascended to the upper realm to find a way to kill the old demon Yukon. Dan Chenzi was stunned for a moment after hearing the message from Xiatian sect, and then hesitated. He did not expect that the master was no longer in the lower realm. Without the immortal Baimei, if the seal is opened and they cannot solve the Yukon blood demon, or completely kill the Yukon blood demon, there will be great hidden dangers in the later stage. Brother Dan Chenzi, believe me. Li Chuan looked at Dan Chenzi with a firm face. With his current strength, he is confident that he can deal with the severely injured Nether Spring blood demon, even the Nether Spring blood demon in its prime. Okay, Brother Chi Feng, it's up to you, but for safety, we still have to have a foolproof plan. Dan Chenzi nodded solemnly, turned his head, and instructed Duan Lei. Duan Lei, go to Mount Wutai and inform Master Zuinqing of the situation here, and ask him to bring the masters of Mount Wutai to help. Master Zuinqing is also in the earthly immortal realm, and he is at the peak of the earthly immortal realm. He has the magic weapon Golden Dragon Buddha Seal, and the magic Daluo Buddha Hand, and his strength is stronger than him and Xiatian sect. With the cooperation of Master Zuinqing and the masters of Mount Wutai, he can be more confident. Yes, big brother. Duan Lei pinched the magic formula, and the flying sword was unsheathed, taking him with him into a sword light, and disappeared in Panluo Valley. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lei flew back, and followed him, Master Zuinqing of the earthly immortal realm, and most of the disciples of Mount Wutai. Thank you, Master Zuinqing. Dan Chenzi bowed to Master Zuinqing. Master Zuinqing looked kind. No need to be polite. Master Baimei talked to me before he went into seclusion. It is our duty to eliminate demons, and defend the way. Moreover, once the old demon Yukon absorbs the power of the blood spring, our Wutai mountain will not be spared. Since young friend Chi Feng can break the seal of the blood spring, Wutai mountain is willing to help. Master Zuinqing is the only person who knows about Baimei's ascension except Xiantian sect. Okay, junior brother Chi Feng, how do you think we can break the seal of the blood spring? Is there anything we can help with? After greeting Master Zuinqing, Dan Chenzi set his sights on Li Chuan again. And everyone else also looked at Li Chuan. They wanted to know how Li Chuan would use the exquisite Taoist method in his past life to break the blood spring seal that even Baimei Zhenren was helpless against. Li Chuan smiled when he saw this. It is also very simple to break the blood spring seal, that is, to break the method with force. As long as you use a force stronger than the blood spring seal, you can naturally break it by force. No matter how powerful the seal and Taoist method are, there is a limit. As long as you exceed this limit, you can definitely break it. This is also the simplest and most brutal way to break the seal that everyone knows. However, a seal of the level of blood spring cannot be broken violently even by Baimei, who is about to ascend to the heavenly immortal realm. So how can Li Chuan, a cultivator who has just been promoted to the earthly immortal realm, do it? And then, they knew they were wrong. Three-headed and six-armed Susano Dharmakaya. Li Chuan shouted loudly, and the three-headed and six-armed golden body rose from the ground, and this time it reached a terrifying height of 2,000 meters. Chapter 503. After advancing to the earthly immortal realm, not only did his physical body become greatly enhanced, but all 8 gates were opened and opened normally. Even the true essence in his body was further transformed into more condensed energy, and a chain reaction occurred with the physical body forged by the heavenly thunder, and it was completely integrated with the chakra. In other words, the normalized energy in his body is neither true essence nor chakra, but has become the chakra after the fusion of chakra and true essence. But in fact, it is different from the original chakra of chakra. Not only does it have all the properties of chakra, it seems to have been further sublimated. So he simply called it immortal essence. The power of Taoism and ninjutsu performed with immortal essence is much stronger than that of immortal chakra. Originally, his three-headed and six-armed Susanoo could only reach 800 meters, but now it can reach 2,000 meters. This is the bonus of immortal essence. Moreover, even if the huge immortal essence stored in the body is used up, what is extracted from the body is no longer chakra, but immortal essence. Even the wizard blood in his body seemed to be affected to a certain extent when he was promoted to earthly immortal, and the efficiency of converting magic power was greatly enhanced. At the same time, because of the breakthrough of the Yuanshan, the soul turned into a fairy soul, the mental power increased significantly, the magic power and control were further strengthened, and the meditation effect was improved. Finally, his microcosm also expanded a lot because of the strength of the soul. For the Saint Seiya, the same awakening of the seventh sense also has a big difference in strength, not only because of the special moves, but also because of the size of the microcosm. Just like Doko and Aphrodite both comprehended the seventh sense, Doko's microcosm must be much stronger than Aphrodite. Therefore, the strength of Tonghu's Cosmo burned to the limit is not comparable to Aphrodite. You should know that the first Pisces Aphrodite used the same moves as Aphrodite, but he defeated one of the three giants of the underworld, Tianguix and Griffin Minus, in a single fight. At this time, even if Li Chuan threw away all other powers, just looking at the size of his Cosmo, he has reached the top level of the Gold Saint. Everyone retreat. Controlling the 2-kilometer-tall 3-headed and 6-armed Susano Dharmakaya, he pulled the golden bow, and at the same time, he also burned his Cosmo to the limit at the center of his eyebrows, pulling the Sagittarius's own god-killing arrow. All disciples, listen up, retreat 10 miles away. Danshinzi, Xiantian Zong and Master Zuinxing, 3 earthly immortals, sensed the huge and terrifying energy that Li Chuan had gathered, and were the first to react. He turned his head and shouted at the monks from Amei sect, Wutai Mountain and Xiaoyu Mountain behind him, awakening them from their dazed state. Everyone hurriedly summoned their magic weapons and flying swords, turning into rays of light, and moving away to the air 10 miles away from Panluo Valley. Li Chuan saw that everyone had retreated to a safe distance, and he had accumulated enough energy to the limit, and suddenly shouted, "Break it for me!" The big golden arrow, which gathered infinite immortal essence and the power of the microcosm, was wrapped around the small golden arrow. With such powerful force that it could penetrate the space, it appeared at the entrance of the blood spring in the blink of an eye. Boom! The powerful blood-colored seal energy based on the blood spring collided with the golden arrow shot by Li Chuan, like a needle against a wheat spike, and a huge explosion immediately broke out. The confrontation between the two energies seemed to break even the space barrier, and a black hole appeared faintly. All the stones and plants near Panluo Valley were sucked in and crushed by the black hole, disappearing into the endless darkness. The people watching from 10 miles away were secretly thankful that they ran far enough, otherwise they would be sucked into the black hole and would be dead in an instant. Even the 3 most powerful earthly immortals, Danshinzi, Zuanianzong and Master Zuinxing, could not help swallowing their saliva. Maybe ordinary disciples just thought that Li Chuan's attack was very powerful, but they had no idea how powerful it was. But the 3 earthly immortals knew very well how powerful the attack was. For example, if the 3 of them used their strongest magic weapons to catch the 2 golden arrows that Li Chuan had just shot, they would probably be unable to block them, and would be forcibly wiped out in the end. They even felt that even if someone like Bai Meijianren, whose strength was no less than that of a celestial being, could not catch this arrow. At this time, they had only one question in their minds. What kind of existence was Li Qifeng in his previous life, who could actually launch such a terrifying attack? Since he was so powerful, how could he reincarnate? Shouldn't such an existence directly ascend to the upper realm? The seal is about to break. At this moment, all the disciples suddenly shouted excitedly. It turned out that after a stalemate, everyone saw that the golden energy of the golden arrow had the upper hand, and the blood energy was suppressed, and then gradually collapsed and dissipated. At the same time, the Nether Spring Blood Demon, who was absorbing the power of the blood spring in the blood spring, was also awakened from his retreat. What's going on? The seal is about to break. Last time, the secret treasure of who knows what the hell blew him up and seriously injured him. He finally recovered some of his injuries through the blood spring, but was shocked by the abnormal movement of the blood spring seal. This is impossible. You have to know that the blood spring seal was a seal he imposed with the power of the blood spring as the energy source. If he did not take the initiative to open it, even if a celestial being came, he would definitely not be able to enter. Although the blood spring was only a drop of Qiyu's blood essence, Qiyu was a great god from ancient times, and was not at the same level as them. Even a drop of blood essence had infinite power. However, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the blood spring seal was indeed weakening, and was about to break. In that case, Let's fight directly." The eyes of the dark spring blood demon were full of hostility. With a wave of his hands, the blood of the blood spring immediately rose and appeared behind him. Indeed, his injuries had not recovered yet, but after this period of time, he had learned more about the blood spring and could fight with the power of the blood spring. In comparison, his strength in fighting with the blood spring was no worse than his peak period before. Boom! The seal of the blood spring was completely broken by the golden arrow, and the remaining energy directly blasted a large hole with a diameter of several dozen meters in Panluo Valley. Blood demon of Yuquan, prepare to die. Putting away the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo Dharmakaya, Li Chuan spread the flying sword wings behind him and turned into an aurora and flew into the cave. Master Zuinshan, please lead all the disciples to set up a formation outside the cave to prevent the old demon of Yuquan from escaping. Zuantianzong, let's go into the blood cave to help junior brother Qifeng kill the old demon of Yuquan. When Dan Chenzi saw Li Chuan flying in, he immediately said to Master Zuinshan, and he and Zuantianzong turned into two auroras and followed. Master Zuinshan clasped his hands together when he saw this. Disciples of Mount Wutai, set up the great formation of subduing dragons and demons. Disciples of Ame, set up the great formation of killing demons with the heavenly and earthly energies. Lingqi and Duan Lei also gave orders to the disciples of Ame. Chapter 504. Yuquan, we meet again! Rushing into the blood cave, Li Chuan soon saw the floating Yuquan blood demon in the huge blood pit. When the Yuquan blood demon saw Li Chuan, he roared angrily, "It's you who plotted against me." At the beginning, he didn't pay attention to the little cultivator in the Jindan realm in front of him, so he was seriously injured by the secret treasure left by him. So when they met now, he was naturally very angry. But he didn't launch an attack immediately, because he soon discovered something that shocked him. "You are in the fairyland. Are you kidding? How long has it been since the last time? A year? A year?" In such a short time, the other party actually crossed from the Jindan realm to the Yuanying and Yuanshan realms, and directly passed the tribulation to become a terrestrial immortal. Even if they are demon cultivators, it is impossible to improve their cultivation so quickly. "It's true, so I came here today to finish you off completely." Li Chuan put his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. The Yuquan blood demon laughed loudly upon hearing this, with a face full of sarcasm. "With you, if I hadn't been careless last time, how could I have been injured? You are a junior who has just entered the terrestrial immortal, and you still want to kill me. It's ridiculous. Bai Mei, come out quickly. Don't do these little tricks. Let the younger generation come to die. It turns out that you are still so insidious." After laughing, he used all his strength to release his spiritual sense and search for Bai Mei's figure. Even though Li Chuan had been promoted to the earthly immortal, he did not take Li Chuan seriously at all. The only person he could pay attention to was Bai Mei. He even thought that the secret treasure that seriously injured him before was given to Li Chuan by Bai Mei. If it was something left by Bai Mei, he would definitely be cautious, but if it was something left by Li Chuan, a Jindan realm, he would certainly not be on guard. Including the destruction of the blood spring seal today, it must be Bai Mei's work. However, Bai Mei did not show up directly, which means that he did not break the blood spring seal without any injuries. Now, he just needs to confirm Bai Mei's situation before deciding whether to fight or flee. No need to look for him. Master Bai Mei has ascended to the upper realm. Today I will deal with you. And us. At this time, Dan Chenzi, who controls the Tianlong Zhan, and Xian Tianzong, who controls the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, also landed next to Li Chuan. "You three youngsters want to kill me, Yuquan. Well, I kill you first and suck your blood and flesh essence. See if Bai Mei can still hold back." Seeing this, Yuquan narrowed his eyes and waved his hands violently. The blood spring behind him suddenly rose up and rolled towards Li Chuan, and the other two like a giant beast. Feeling the powerful energy in the blood spring, Dan Chenzi and Xian Tian Sek did not dare to be careless. Tianlong Zhan. Sun Jinluan. The Tianlong Zhan behind Dan Chenzi turned into a knife wheel to break the blood, and Xian Tian Sek's Sun Jinluan turned into a circular shield to cover himself. However, their power was obviously far behind that of the Nether Spring Blood Demon, because once their magic weapons came into contact with blood, they began to be somewhat difficult to control. Facing the blood spring that was coming towards him, Li Chuan did not use any magic weapons, but just opened his mouth. Delay time. A powerful dragon roar burst out. In an instant, everyone and everything in the blood spring, except Li Chuan, entered a slow motion state. The power of the dragon roar mainly comes from the strength of the soul. After surviving the tribulation and becoming a terrestrial immortal, Li Chuan's soul sublimated, and the power of all dragon roars also increased significantly. Although his time slowing down cannot completely stop time, it has already surpassed the time slowing down effect of Alduin. Unrelieved power. In the time slowing down state, Li Chuan immediately let out a second dragon roar. The invisible force forcibly pushed away all the blood in front of him, exposing the Nether Spring Blood Demon to him for a short time. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Chuan also rushed to the front of the Nether Spring Blood Demon at the fastest speed, and his body was instantly wrapped in blue flames, turning into the skeleton form of the Ghost Rider. Eye of Judgment. The Eye of Judgment, Ghost Rider's strongest skill, can directly judge the enemy's soul. The more sins a person has committed, the greater the damage will be. Unless one's own strength exceeds that of the vengeful spirit that combines the power of elemental demons, the power of hell, and the power of God, one cannot escape the judgment of the soul by the Eye of Judgment. Ah! After being judged by the Eye of Judgment, the Nether Spring Blood Demon immediately let out a shrill scream. He felt that his original soul was being burned by an inexplicably powerful force, and no matter what magic he used to defend himself, it was difficult to stop the invasion of that force. If this continues, when his soul is burned out, he will die. Blood Demon disintegrate. In desperation, Yuquan had to use the life-saving method that damaged his origin, forcibly turning into a blood mist, and then relying on the power in the blood spring, he barely expelled the power. Who are you? Yuquan, who had recondensed his body, looked at Li Chuan, and there was no more contempt in his eyes, but a strong fear. If it weren't for the power of the blood spring, even if he used the blood demon disintegration method just now, it is estimated that he might not be able to expel the special power that attacked his origin. The cultivator in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. Chiyo's blood essence is really powerful. Li Chuan saw that Yuquan escaped the judgment of the Eye of Judgment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, but after thinking about it, he had guessed the reason. Indeed, the power of Yuquan Blood Demon is definitely not higher than the spirit of vengeance created by the dimensional demon god, but the power level of Chiyo's blood essence must be far higher than that of the spirit of vengeance. So the Yuquan Blood Demon can make good use of the power of the blood spring, and barely drive away the hellfire caused by the Eye of Judgment. Brother Qingfeng seized the opportunity to pursue the enemy. At this time, Dan Qinzi and Xian Tianzong also realized that their magic weapons were restrained by the blood spring. Apart from protecting themselves, they had no time to launch a counterattack against the old demon Yuquan. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Li Chuan not only repelled the power of the blood spring, but also used an unknown spell to seriously injure Yuquan again. Fearing that Yuquan would escape, the two of them quickly sacrificed their magic weapons, and were about to kill Yuquan. Blood escape. But Yuquan did not fight hard when he saw this, but immediately turned into a pool of blood, avoiding the combined attack of Tianlong Zhan and Yujin Lun, and fled to the direction of the blood eye below. If it was just Dan Qinzi and Zuanianzong, he would not take them seriously, but there was also Li Chuan, whose strength was hard to figure out, and Bai Mei, who was hiding somewhere unknown, and he was hit hard again. So he should not fight again at this time, but quickly enter the blood spring, and try to escape from here from the underground with more blood spring origin. If you want to run, come back. Li Chuan's microcosm exploded, and he raised his right palm, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. The shadow of the Buddha appeared behind him, and Yuquan, who had already escaped and was about to approach the blood spring, was instantly pulled back and appeared in the palm of the Buddha created by Li Chuan. Chapter 505. How could this happen? Yuquan found that no matter how fast he increased his blood escape speed, no matter which direction he went, he could not escape Li Chuan's Buddha's palm, and was always pulled back again and again. It's time to send you off, and the devil will surrender. Li Chuan's face turned cold when he saw this, and his moves changed again. The Buddha's palm disappeared, and the four kinds of divine scenes, the Eastern Heaven, the Western Heaven Great Thunder Sound Ancient Temple, the 24 Heavens, and the Jehovah's Heaven, fixed Yuquan in the middle, and made him unable to move. Then countless fists carrying microcosmic energy and immortal essence, reaching the speed of light, attacked from all directions, and all hit him without any error. How could I, Yuquan, die here? With reluctance and anger, the old demon Yuquan was worn away by countless fists bit by bit, and finally turned into nothingness. The current Li Chuan is not the first Li Chuan to enter this world. What a terrifying attack! Junior brother Qingfeng's strength has reached this point. Seeing that the spirit of the old demon Yuquan completely disappeared under Li Chuan's moves, Dan Qinzi and Xian Tianzong looked at each other, and their faces had no expression in the continuous surprise. There were too many things that were beyond their understanding today. Because of the power of Li Chuan's arrow, They thought they could definitely defeat the Yuquan old demon today, but they didn't expect it to be so easy. The two had already made preparations. Even if they sacrificed themselves, they had to create an opportunity to drag out Yuquan, so that Li Chuan could burst out with an attack as devastating as that golden arrow and completely kill Yuquan. After all, the blood spring seal was fixed there, and did not move. The insidious and cunning Yuquan old demon would not stand there, and not move. However, Li Chuan's strength and means were far beyond their imagination. From the time he came in until now, excluding the time of conversation, it was only a few breaths, and the old demon Yuquan was completely solved. Yuquan is dead. If this blood eye is left here, and used by other demon monks in the future, it will definitely breed a second Yuquan, so I plan to completely wipe it out. Do you two brothers have any objections? After solving Yuquan, Li Chuan said to Dan Chenzi and Zuanianzong. In fact, under normal circumstances, even if Yuquan was seriously injured by the nuclear bomb before, with the help of the blood spring, he would not be killed so easily. Unfortunately, Yuquan underestimated his means at the beginning, and was severely injured by the Eye of Judgment for the second time. He also used the life-saving method of blood demon disintegration, which was extremely damaging to the origin, resulting in that in the end, even the power of blood spring could not be easily borrowed. Yuquan, who just wanted to escape into the blood eye, may actually be inferior to the ordinary demon cultivators in the earthly immortal realm. Even if Li Chuan did not take action, Dan Chenzi and Xian Tianzong would have a great chance of defeating him together, but if they wanted to kill him completely, they might still be a little bit behind. The old demon Yuquan still has many ways to save his life. If junior brother Qi Feng can completely wipe out this blood spring, it will be a good thing, and we have no objection. This blood spring brewed by Chiyo's blood can be said to be the top-level natural treasure, and it is also the kind that is large in quantity, and sufficient for the righteous cultivators. But to be honest, it is not of much use to the righteous cultivators. The righteous cultivators mainly rely on themselves for cultivation, and even if they use elixirs, they will not use this kind of evil elixir made from blood. Only the demon cultivators will use blood to refine elixirs and magic weapons to improve their cultivation. If the blood spring is left here, it will definitely be coveted by demon cultivators in the future. At that time, not only will powerful righteous cultivators be sent to guard it. If something goes wrong, a large number of powerful demon cultivators will definitely be bred, and the best strategy is to completely eliminate them. However, with their current strength in the earthly immortal realm, they really can't cause much damage to the blood spring formed by Qi Yu's blood essence. So Li Chuan can completely wipe out the blood spring, and they naturally have no objection. And Li Chuan also expected this result, so he deliberately asked that question. In fact, Bai ascended to the Shushan lower realm, and his strength is the strongest. He doesn't care what others think about what he wants to do. However, he has friendship with Dan Chenzi and others. Dan Chenzi also taught him how to refine flying sword wings. There is no need to be unhappy in the end. Mood reading. Standing above the blood eye, Li Chuan used all his strength to operate the kaleidoscope in his right eye. The dimensional vortex opened, and the blood spring in the blood eye was immediately sucked into the vortex by the powerful force in the dimension. The dark spring blood demon is dead, and the blood spring is uncontrolled, so the resistance is much smaller. Even so, it took Li Chuan a full quarter of an hour to absorb all the blood springs into the dimensional world. Although the blood eye is not big, it is actually unfathomable. If the blood spring inside is taken out separately, it can even form a large lake. In the original work, Yuquan pumped the blood spring into the air, but it blocked the sun and covered the entire Shushan mountains. Put it aside first, and study it slowly when you have time later. A space was specially opened up in the Tsukuyami world to store the blood spring, and Li Chuan didn't care about it for the time being. The blood spring contains infinite vitality. He wants to see if the Tsukuyami dimension can absorb it, so that it can develop life in the future and form a truly complete world. But in fact, he doesn't know how to let the Tsukuyami world absorb the power of the blood spring. After all, it is his first time, and he has no experience. He needs to spend time to explore it later. Creating a complete world and creating life are not things that can be taken for granted. It is not that simple. Even if his Tsukuyami dimension is not as big as Marvel, Elder Scrolls, and Shushan. The main hall of Mount Ame. After Master Zuinshan led the disciples of Mount Wutai away, Zuanianzong glanced at Liangqi next to Dan Chenzi, and said goodbye to Dan Chenzi, Li Chuan and others. Now that Yuquan has been eliminated, I have also avenged my master. When I left Kunlun, I promised my master that I would return to Kunlun Mountain to rebuild Kunlun. It is time to go back. The heavenly Tao and the righteous Tao are one family, take care. Guyu was killed by the Yukon blood demon that year, and he was determined to take revenge. Because he was afraid that he would think of his master when he returned to Kunlun Mountain, he had been wandering outside, eliminating demons, and defending the Tao, and practicing hard. Now that the Yukon blood demon has been killed by Li Chuan, his revenge has been taken. And during this time in Ame, he also realized that Liangqi is Liangqi, no longer his master Guyu. So he plans to return to Kunlun Mountain and revive the Kunlun sect according to his master's last wish. Take care. Dan Shenzi and Li Chuan nodded at the same time. Xuantianzong's soared into the air, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Kunlun. Not long after Xuantianzong left, the fire left by Baimei in the Ame Hall suddenly soared into the air, passed through the hall, and flew high into the sky. At the same time, a crack appeared in the sky above Ame Mountain, and a strange long sword wrapped in blue flames broke through the void and flew down, entwined with the fire. It's the fire left by the master. Dan Shenzi saw the blue long sword and fire in the sky, and immediately guessed what was going on. It seems that the master found a magic weapon that can deal with the blood demon in the upper realm, and sent it down with the fire left in advance. Chapter 506. Collect. His body turned into a sword light. Dan Shenzi flew into the air, pinched the Ame magic formula with his hands, and relying on the slight connection with his master in the fire, he received the Nanming Lihua's sword in his hand, and then came to Li Chuan. Junior brother Qi Feng, the purpose of the master sending this magic weapon is to deal with the old demon Yuquan, and the old demon Yuquan has been eliminated by you. I have never known how to thank you for all you have done for the righteous way, and for our Ame, so I will give you this magic weapon as a thank you gift. This is not good. Li Chuan stared at the Nanming Lihua's sword, saying no, but his eyes were almost tearing. When the Nanming Lihua's sword came out just now, he wanted to take it, but considering that it was a magic weapon sent to the lower world by the former head of Ame, it was really unreasonable for him to take it, so he didn't move. Now Dan Shenzi actually took the initiative to give it to him. How could he not be tempted? This is the Nanming Lihua's sword, a real top-level magic weapon. Even if it is placed in other mythological worlds, it is not weak. The key is that the Nanming Lihua's sword is specifically designed to defeat all kinds of evil demons and heretics. It is a real weapon to deal with those evil dimensional demons. Its ability to bring back the dead to life, as long as the soul and body are still there, the two can be reconnected and resurrected, which is also very useful. Junior brother, there is no need to be humble. Just use this magic weapon to kill evil demons and heretics more in the future, and that will be the best. Dan Shenzi directly put the Nanming Lihua's sword in Li Chuan's hand. Shushen already has the Tianlei twin swords. It is really unreasonable to take the Nanming Lihua's sword at this time, but let Li Chuan, who really killed the Yukon blood demon, be empty-handed. Dan Shenzi couldn't do such a thing. If it got out, it would make many righteous sects laugh at him. I believe that even Master Baimei would approve of his current approach. Since senior brother has said so, it would be too hypocritical for me to refuse. Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely use this magic weapon well to safeguard the righteous path, kill the evil path, and make the evil sect monks disappear from the world. Li Chuan took the Nanming Lihua's sword directly into his body, and while refining it, he said to Dan Shenzi righteously. In fact, he said these words not out of politeness, because in the next period of time, he did plan to sweep all the demon sects around the world while helping Zaya's Hushan rise. However, he was not doing it for justice. His target was all valuable things such as the natural treasures, cultivation methods, spells and magic weapons of those sects. Subduing demons was just a side effect. The reason why the demon sects could not be wiped out was mainly because most of the righteous monks also had to practice, and they could not spare much time to work together to wipe out the demon sects distributed in various places. In addition, there are also many masters among the demon sections. If the righteous monks are unlucky, they will be killed by the demon sects instead of destroying the demons, and then they will refine their souls and spirits to improve their cultivation, or directly use them as raw materials for refining magic weapons. If masters like Baimei are really dispatched, the demon sects are not stupid, and they all know how to escape, so it is difficult to catch them. The most important thing is that if you destroy a demon sect, the demon sect masters will also retaliate by killing mortals and other righteous sects. So as long as you don't go too far, the righteous masters will not take action. But now it is different. The strongest Nether Spring Blood demon has been killed, and there are not many decent cultivators in the demonic path now. And Li Chuan's real combat power has exceeded that of a normal celestial being, and he can also split into tens of thousands of clones, and perform various magic, ninjutsu and dragon roars. Basically, as long as he targets a demonic sect, the opponent will definitely not be able to escape, and the speed of destroying the sect is so fast that the opponent will probably be gone before he can react. And because the strength of the existing demonic sects is too different from his, he can easily extract souls to interrogate intelligence, and can use the soul-taking curse and the Phantom Demon Emperor Fist to control the demonic monks. If we catch one, we can follow the clues and wipe out all the evil sects. If the speed is fast enough, it should take only a few days to wipe out all the evil sects in the world. In the end, only those small shrimps are left, and they are not a big deal. 3 days later, Dan Shenzi, as the eldest brother of Shushan and the person with the highest cultivation, took over the position of the head of Amei. And Li Chuan also left Amei's sect with Xiao Zhushan and others, and returned to the sect to start his own series of plans. First, he used the formation to send Xiao Mountain into the air, and move the spiritual energy from other small mountains, which greatly increased the spiritual energy concentration of Xiao Mountain. Generally, people in the nascent soul realm and the soul realm have the ability to use the formation to send the mountain of the sect into the air. When you reach the earthly immortal realm, you can move the ground veins and increase the spiritual energy concentration of your own mountain. Secondly, he began to destroy the demon sect according to the plan. First, destroy those well-known demon sects with names and mountains one by one, and then use soul-stealing torture to find out the addresses of those demon sects that are hidden deeper, and kill them all. Gather all the skills, spells, secret books, magic weapons, herbs and other resources, and bring them back to Xiao Mountain. Use the useful ones for yourself, and fill the sect's treasure house with the useless ones. Finally, he specially invited the alchemy master Lotus Fairy, who had returned to his own mountain, and offered various generous conditions to win her over to become the sect elder, and refine the natural materials and treasures he collected into various elixirs. Because of the previous training in Amei, and now with the assistance of sufficient elixirs, the cultivation of everyone in Xiao Mountain has broken through one after another. Taoist Qinju succeeded in transforming into a baby and advanced to the nascent soul stage, and several foundation-building uncles also successfully formed golden elixirs. From then on, even without Li Chuan, who was in the earthly immortal realm, Xiaozhu Mountain's foundation could already be considered a first-class sect. Then, the sect was open to the public, and the uncles went down the mountain to find children with good talents to take them as disciples, and bring them back to the mountain to practice and strengthen the sect. 3 months later, Li Chuan handed over all the sect affairs to Taoist Qinju on the pretext of consolidating his cultivation in seclusion. He himself, like other small worlds, started the synchronization time and returned to the main world. In the Shushan world, he might come in a few years in the future to see if there are any new gains, or wait until he reaches the peak of earthly immortals to see if he can be promoted to heavenly immortals and go to the upper realm. However, that thing does not look at strength, but the state of mind, which requires a thorough understanding of life, which is very mysterious. Therefore, he is not very sure whether he can break through to the heavenly immortal realm and ascend to the upper realm in the Shushan world. In fact, he does not care much about whether he can ascend to the upper realm. There are many ways to improve strength, and the Shushan world is not a very powerful fairy world. At best, it is the heavenly immortal realm. In the later stage, as long as his panel opens a mythological world with heaven, it will be much easier to be promoted to heavenly immortals, and there is no need to follow the laws of heaven in the Shushan world. For example, in mythological worlds such as Fengshan and Journey to the West, heavenly immortals are only at the average middle level. Chapter 507. It seems that it is not that easy to merge the blood spring into the Tsukuyami world. After returning to the main world, looking at Wanda coaxing little Charlie to sleep beside the bed, Li Chuan separated a trace of his soul and entered the Tsukuyami world, observing the blood spring as big as a lake, and couldn't help but sigh. It took a total of 3 months from the destruction of the Nether Spring Blood Demon to returning to the main world. During these 3 months, he has been controlling the full operation of the Tsukuyami world with his soul, but he has only merged a small part of the blood spring. If he keeps this speed, it will take thousands of years for him to completely integrate the blood spring into the moon-reading world and start nurturing life. How can I speed up? After lying on the bed and thinking for a while, he gradually had some ideas in his mind. He didn't know much about the blood spring, but Yuquan could easily use the power of the blood spring, so he must know a lot about the blood spring. It's just that Yuquan has been completely killed by him. But it doesn't matter, he has already destroyed the demon sect where Yuquan is, and emptied all the martial arts books in it. As long as he spends some time, he will surely be able to find some clues. In addition, the slow speed of refining the blood spring is also related to his strength. The stronger his strength is, the greater the bonus to the Tsukuyami world, and the faster the speed of refining the blood spring will naturally be. But now, he is only advanced to the early stage of earthly immortals. If he wants to quickly improve his cultivation and advance to the middle and peak stages of earthly immortals, he will not have to think about it for 100 years. I almost forgot. Calculate the time. The three-tailed beast will be resurrected in a few months. At this time, Li Chuan suddenly slapped his head and remembered that he had a method to improve his strength that he had prepared long ago. That was the previous plan to plant the sacred tree. Because the three-tail was not resurrected before, the ten-tail was incomplete and could not be transformed into a complete sacred tree. After he established the ninja empire, he occasionally went in to see if anyone had developed new ninjutsu that would be useful to him. After that, he went to the Elder Scrolls world and relaxed in the main world for so long that he almost forgot about it. In the final analysis, his Mangekyo and Samsara eyes were transplanted from others, not his own eyes. Due to the strength of his physical body and his own means, it did not prevent him from using and developing them, but there was still some estrangement in it. The Tsukuyomi world is a dimensional world developed based on the kaleidoscope Tsukuyomi. Perhaps the fruit of the sacred tree can help him solve this problem. July 2014, a sunny afternoon in the secret residence. In the yard, 8-month-old Charlie is already much older than other children of the same age and can run around on the lawn. And what she is waving in her hand is the necklace made by Li Chuan with real gemstones. Playing with her is the little daughter of the Barton family. Under the eaves of the yard, Wanda is drinking tea and chatting with 4 pregnant women, discussing the experience of raising children. Yes, there are 4 pregnant women here at this moment. The first one is Jane Foster, who is already more than 8 months pregnant and will give birth soon. The second one is Pepper Potts, who married Tony last Christmas and is now more than 6 months pregnant. The third one is Dr. Betty, the wife of Dr. Banner, who is 3 months pregnant. The last one is Laura, the wife of Hawkeye Barton, who has just been tested pregnant and already has 2 children. At the same time, their husbands were also chatting in the room. And their topic was also related to the dolls. Since Li Chuan's family moved in, Tony and others also moved in one after another. So in the past 6 months, everyone's relationship has become better and better as they get along, and they often get together to eat and chat. During this period, in addition to using the Shadow Clone to conquer various classics brought from Shushin and increase the speed of absorbing blood springs in the moon reading world, Li Chuan's main body is also using the upgraded version of the spiritual energy collector to practice and improve his strength. The effect is very good. Now the speed of absorbing and fusing blood springs in the moon reading world has greatly increased. Occasionally, he would come out like he is now, to accompany Wanda, Charlie, and chat with everyone. I hope my child is a daughter. I have already picked a name for her, Morgan, the name of an uncle that Pepper likes very much. Tony said, as he drank red wine, and looked at Pepper, who was bulging with a big belly. Sol, who was standing next to Tony, nodded in agreement. I also hope it's a daughter as cute as Charlie, and her name is Soren. After saying that, he turned his head, and looked at Banner next to him. What about you, Banner? Do you want a son or a daughter? I don't really care. Of course, daughters are more obedient. Banner said after a pause. At this time, Barton laughed and said, since you all have daughters, I will have a son, and he will not lack girlfriends in the future. Oh, then your son must find Tony's daughter. If it's our daughter, I'm afraid that your son will be You should understand. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. Barton's face froze when he heard this. This is really no joke. Li Chuan's daughter Charlie has already shown amazing magical abilities. She will definitely be a magician in the future. If Thor and Banner had daughters, one would inherit the blood of the Asgard royal family, and the other would inherit the blood of the Hulk. They would be strong enough to easily crush ordinary people. His son is just an ordinary person. He really can't beat anyone at that time. Don't worry, I will build the most powerful steel suit for my little Morgan. I won't let her be bullied. Tony also looked unwilling to give in. Well, then why don't I have another daughter, and let them be good sisters? Barton spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't afford it. I say, do you really not need me to help you check whether it is a boy or a girl? At this time, Li Chuan smiled. If Tony and the others were willing, he would release his spiritual sense to scan the stomachs of the 4 pregnant women and immediately know whether it was a boy or a girl. Of course not. Knowing it now will reduce our expectations. We still hope to know this when the child is born. Otherwise the hospital's machine can also check it out now. The 4 of them waved their hands at the same time. At this moment, Jarvis' voice suddenly rang from Tony's watch on his right hand. Sir, an alien spaceship that seems to be not from Earth appeared over New York and quickly disappeared. Secretary of State Ross hopes to send the Avengers to investigate. Then a virtual image of an alien spaceship shot over New York was projected. Hey, isn't this the Milan? Li Chuan looked at the alien spaceship and immediately recognized it as the Milan he gave to Star-Lord. Didn't Star-Lord and his guys tell them to be low-key when they come to Earth? Tony looked at Li Chuan and said, "Do you know this alien spaceship?" "Yes, there are some of my alien friends inside." As soon as Li Chuan finished speaking, the special mobile phone rang, and the caller ID was Star-Lord. Chapter 508. A few minutes ago, one of the most advanced spaceships of the Xander Nova Corps passed through the Earth's atmosphere and landed above New York. "Drax, why are they staring at us?" Mantis, who was driving the spaceship, looked through the glass in front of the spaceship at the Earth humans on the road below who were taking pictures in their direction with their mobile phones, and looked at Drax the destroyer next to her with a puzzled look on her face. "Did you turn on the spaceship's cloaking device as you said?" "Of course, I opened it a long time ago." Drax's hand, which was stuffing Zago into his mouth, suddenly stopped in the air, and then he quietly moved his other hand and pressed the invisible button of the spaceship next to him, making the spaceship enter the invisible state. Mantis saw this and said unhappily, "I clearly saw you open it in front of me just now." "I didn't." Drax looked guilty. "You did." Mantis glared at Drax. "By the way, I asked you to contact the captain in advance. Did you contact him?" "Well, I forgot." "You must think I'm stupid, right?" Drax put down the Zago in his hand, with a look of loss on his face. Mantis set the spacecraft to autopilot mode, then stood up and looked at Drax angrily and said, "Yes, I think you are hopelessly stupid. The captain told us to come to Earth to find him, try not to make any noise, and contact him in advance." "Okay." Drax's face looked even more lost. "Forget it, every time I see you so stupid, it's quite pitiful." Mantis's anger suddenly disappeared when she saw this, and then she raised her hand and placed it on Drax's head to activate her ability. "Forget everything I just said, you are smart, not stupid." After a while, when she withdrew her hand, the disappointment on Drax's face had completely disappeared, and he happily ate the Zag fruit again. Mantis also smiled. "Drax, contact our former Captain Li Chuan immediately, and tell him that we have something urgent to find him." "Leave it to me. Although Quill and the others have been captured, you still have me." Drax put down the Zago and patted his chest, then turned around and went to the room inside the spaceship and began to look for the communicator that Li Chuan had left for them. In his eyes, Mantis was too ugly, and it was difficult for him to make friends, so he had to take care of him more. "Okay, I got it. I send you a location, and you can drive the spaceship here directly." After sending the location of the residence to Drax, Li Chuan hung up the phone. It turned out that Drax and Mantis drove the spaceship to Earth at this time because Star-Lord, Gamora, Nebula, Rocket and Groot were all captured by Thanos, and they came here to ask Li Chuan for help to rescue them. As for the specific details, Drax couldn't explain it clearly, so he had to wait until the spaceship arrived to ask Mantis. "Chuan, can you tell us what happened?" Seeing Li Chuan hang up the phone, Tony showed a confused expression on his face. And Li Chuan did not hide it, and told the general situation. "Remember the previous Chitauri invasion of the Earth? At that time, I captured 2 leaders, and then Wanda, and I used the spaceship made by alien technology to leave the Earth. Later, we established the Guardians of the Galaxy." I didn't tell Tony and the others about his trip to the universe before, because although his strength was good at that time, he couldn't say that he had no worries on Earth. Now, his strength has been greatly improved. Basically, as long as he doesn't go to the dimensions of those dimensional demons, there will be no problem. If he meets Mephisto again like last time, he thinks he can deal with it easily and doesn't need to ask Ancient One for help. So there is no need to hide many things. It turns out that there are so many planets in the universe, and Thanos is so crazy. Tony and Hawkeye were both quite shocked about Li Chuan's experience in the universe. Thor and Banner were fine. As the Prince of Asgard and the future King of Asgard, Thor naturally knew about the existence of the universe outside the 9 realms, but he rarely went out and had no contact with it. Not to mention Banner, who was originally the chief scientist of the Li group and had been to Li Chuan's base outside the Earth and had academic exchanges with scientists from the AOG company. It was just because of the confidentiality agreement that he did not tell the other Avengers about this. "They are coming." Just as Li Chuan explained the situation clearly, a spaceship appeared in the air outside, then lifted its cloak and slowly landed. It was Mantis who flew here from New York based on the position given by Li Chuan. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Mantis the Mantis and Drax the Destroyer, a pair of good friends, ran down from inside. "Wanda!" Seeing Wanda sitting at the door, Mantis immediately hugged her. Long time no see, Mantis. Wanda was also surprised to see Mantis. At this time, Li Chuan and Tony and the other four came out of the house. Mantis, tell me what happened. Why were Quill and the others captured by Thanos? Captain, this is what happened. That day we bought equipment in the void and prepared to go to the next planet to complete the mission. Then, Mantis told the whole process of Star-Lord and the others being captured by Thanos. That day, they received a commission to go to the famous black market void for supplies, but they happened to encounter Thanos and his army attacking the void. Originally, they didn't want to intervene. After all, the ruler of the void, the Collector, was not a good person anyway, and the two of them would bite each other. As a result, just as they were about to escape from the void with others, they unexpectedly discovered that Thanos attacked the void because the Collector hired plunderers to go to Morak to get the Cosmic Orb. As for the Cosmic Orb, they heard from Li Chuan that it was the Power Stone. The Power Stone has a powerful force that can destroy a planet. If Thanos gets it, it will definitely be a disaster for the Milky Way. So several people plan to steal the Cosmic Orb before Thanos. In this way, under Star-Lord's strategy, they really got the Cosmic Orb before Thanos completely defeated the guards of the Void. Unfortunately, when they were about to escape from the Void with the Cosmic Orb, they were discovered and stopped by Thanos. The two sides immediately started a war. Even though Star-Lord could skillfully use the power of the gods at this time, he was still defeated by Thanos in the end, because Thanos was not alone, but also had 4 black generals and countless soldiers. Star-Lord and Gamora had no choice but to make a fake Cosmic Orb to lure Thanos and others away, and let Mantis and Drax secretly go to Earth with a real Cosmic Orb to ask Li Chuan for help. Chapter 509. New side quest. Destroy Thanos and his space fleet, and reward the small world with 2 years of time. Open the panel and check the side quests. Sure enough, a new side quest has been refreshed. It seems that it is time to deal with Thanos in this world. Looking at the side quests, Li Chuan smiled. He didn't deal with Thanos before, first because he was busy with his own affairs, and Thanos was no longer a threat to him. Second, Thanos was conquering everywhere in the universe, and it would be a waste of time to find him. Third, and most importantly, wait for the relevant tasks to be refreshed. Go to another timeline to kill Thanos, and get the main task reward. Then killing Thanos in your own timeline should be a good side task even if it is not a main task. Sure enough, the reward of 2 years of small world time is not bad. After all, with his strength, Thanos is really not dangerous at all. Do you have the Cosmic Spirit Ball? Li Chuan asked Mantis. In the past, he was afraid that taking too many Infinity Stones would attract the attention of some powerful people, but now, he doesn't have to worry so much. Besides, he also sent a Mind Stone to another timeline, so there will be no situation where all the stones are collected. Here with me. Mantis took out the Cosmic Spirit Ball and handed it to Li Chuan. Li Chuan put away the Cosmic Spirit Ball, looked at Mantis with a worried face and smiled. Don't worry, Thanos didn't get the Cosmic Spirit Ball, so he won't kill Quill and the others. We will set off now and rescue them soon. Honey, I'm with you. At this time, Wanda came over with some concern. Li Chuan kissed Wanda on the forehead, then picked up little Charlie and handed her to Wanda. Don't worry, I can kill him once, and I can kill him a second time. You stay at home and look after your daughter. I will be back soon. Then be careful. Hearing what Li Chuan said, Wanda remembered that he had indeed been to other timelines before and killed Thanos once, so she was no longer so worried and nodded. Chuan, since Thanos is so dangerous, let's go and help him. At this time, Thor reached out his hand to summon Thor's hammer and put on Thor's armor. Tony pressed the nano device on his chest and changed into the nano steel suit. Banner and Barton also came over. Li Chuan saw this and waved his hand. No, don't bother so much. These are just small problems, and they need you now. Taking the Avengers at this stage over, to put it bluntly, is of no help and is still a burden. The efficiency is not as high as is alone. Sol and the other 4 looked back at Jane, Pepper, Betty and Laura, who were pregnant, and saw that they were worried and reluctant, and finally nodded without persistence. In fact, they knew very well that if Li Chuan couldn't handle it, they would be even more unable to handle it. Okay, let's go! Jian said goodbye to everyone, and Li Chuan took Mantis and Drax to board the Milan spacecraft. On the spacecraft, he contacted the person in charge of the AOG group and released a message. That is, the Cosmic Spirit Ball is in his hands. If Thanos wants it, he can take Star-Lord, Nebula, Gamora, Groot and Rocket to the Void to trade. He did not set the location on Earth. Odin and Ancient One are alive, and he is afraid that Thanos will not dare to come. 2 days later, on the Milan. Captain, we are in the void. Hearing the knock on the door outside, Li Chuan put away the aura collector and walked out of the room. What a big head. Looking at the void formed by the head as big as the moon outside, Li Chuan's face also showed a little surprise. You have to know that even if he uses the 3-headed and 6-armed Susano Dharmakaya, it is only more than 2,000 meters. It seems that the strength of the celestial gods is even stronger than I expected. As far as he knows, the head of this void land is the head of a certain ancient celestial god. The celestial gods are known as the gardeners of the universe, and are one of the earliest races in the universe. The meaning of their existence is to continuously create stars in the universe, and create one planet after another with life. The strong ones can reach the multiverse level, and the weak ones are also at the single universe level. The way the Celestials reproduce is to place the embryos of the Celestials into a planet that they feel is no longer necessary. When the number of lives on this planet reaches a certain level, they will break out of the ball, absorb all the energy of the entire planet, and grow into a new Celestial. The Earth is one of the chosen planets, and the embryos of the Celestials are also hidden underground. As for who chopped off the heads of such a powerful Celestial, it involves a legend. Legend has it that when the universe was still empty, the first group of ancient gods created the first sun, bringing light to the universe, which happened to wake up the sleeping god of symbiotes, Null. Symbiotes refer to the race of Venom in the Marvel parallel universe, and the god of their race is Null. The powerful Null hated light, so he drew a long sword from the darkness and fought against the gods. Although he was defeated and fled in the end, he also killed an ancient god. The heads of the slain ancient gods were discovered by the cosmic collectors, which led to the formation of the current void. The long sword that NAR used to chop off the heads of the ancient gods was the Black Death sword. Yes, it was the magic sword that the future god slayer Goel used to fight Thor. The spaceship passed through the eye socket of the void and entered its interior. At this time, after the attack of Thanos, the void no longer had the prosperity of the former largest black market in the universe, and was full of the wreckage of spaceships and machines. Except for some orphans, who were forced to be born here, most of the black market bosses ran away with the collectors. Hey, it seems that Thanos came earlier than us. Not long after entering the void, Li Chuan saw Thanos' huge Temple 2 spaceship and densely packed small spaceships in front of him. After seeing the Milan, those spaceships quickly surrounded it. Captain? Seeing this, Mantis' eyes flashed with a trace of worry, and Drax directly drew his dagger. Li Chuan just smiled. Don't be nervous. Tell them we brought the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and let them take us to see Thanos. A moment later, Milan, escorted by a group of spaceships, landed on the large platform in the center of the void. At this time, on the large platform, Thanos was wearing armor and sitting on a floating throne, with the 4 obsidian generals and the Chitauri elders standing on both sides, and a large number of cosmic armies standing neatly behind him. In the 5 translucent metal boxes in the air, there were 5 imprisoned Star Lords. Chapter 510. See you again, Thanos. The hatch of the Milan spacecraft slowly opened, and Li Chuan walked down with Mantis and Drax, raised his hand, and greeted Thanos over there in a friendly manner. And Thanos put his hand on his big purple face, and looked at Li Chuan with a puzzled look. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time we meet. He had heard the name of the Earthling opposite him, and knew that he had some skills, killed Ronan, and seemed to have a deep relationship with the Aoj group. He was the former captain of the so-called Guardians of the Galaxy. However, this was the first time they actually met. But the way the other party looked at him, and the tone of his voice seemed to indicate that it was not the first time. No, we met 9 years later, and I killed you once more. Li Chuan shrugged. Thanos narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and his brain began to work rapidly. As the most gifted scientist on Titan, he was not only a powerful warrior, but also had a very high IQ. You know, the Thanos army, which was famous throughout the universe, was actually created by him using Titan technology. So he quickly understood what Li Chuan meant. You made a time shuttle machine? No, it was the future Earthlings who made the time shuttle machine, and I just went there to help. Li Chuan replied without hiding anything. Thanos sat up, with an interested look in his eyes. If that's the case, you should know my plan. 9 years later, did my plan succeed? It succeeded. You got all the Infinity Stones, made the Infinity Gauntlet, made half of the universe's population disappear, and finally destroyed all the Infinity Stones. Li Chuan walked to the opposite side of Thanos, saw a smile on Thanos' face, and then continued. Unfortunately, the superheroes on Earth created a time travel machine, borrowed the Infinity Stones from various time and space, and resurrected everyone. It seems that my plan is still not perfect. Thank you for telling me this, which gave me new ideas. It is a mistake to kill half of the population. As long as there are people alive, there will be people who will resist. Maybe I should turn the entire universe into dust, and then use the Infinity Stones to create new life. They will not hate me, but will only be grateful to me. Thanos picked up his helmet and stood up from the throne. Maybe he didn't believe what Li Chuan said at first, but when he heard Li Chuan tell him all his plans, he knew it was probably true. However, as for the fact that Li Chuan had killed him, he thought that Li Chuan might have killed him when he was weak after using the Infinity Gauntlet and destroying the Infinity Stones. He didn't believe that Li Chuan could defeat himself and his cosmic army at his peak. Hand over the Cosmic Spirit Ball, otherwise you and all your team members will die today. The Cosmic Orb is in my hand, but you don't have the ability to take it. As for the life and death of me and my teammates, it is not up to you to decide. Li Chuan reached out and took out the Cosmic Orb, shook it, and then put it away. Then he hooked his finger, and the metal box containing Star-Lord and the other 5 people immediately flew towards Li Chuan. Disrespectful. Ebony Maw, who was floating next to Thanos, saw this and immediately shouted angrily, using telekinesis to suspend the 5 metal boxes in midair. Get in the way. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. Nanming Lihua's sword, go. He stretched out his hand, and the Nanming Lihua's sword with blue flames instantly appeared in his palm, and then turned into a blue light, and shot towards Ebony Maw. Thanos wanted to rescue Ebony Maw, but unfortunately his speed was not as fast as the Nanming Lihua's sword controlled by Li Chuan, the Earth Immortal. He had just raised the weapon in his hand, and the Nanming Lihua's sword had pierced through Ebony Maw directly, and returned to Li Chuan's hand. Ebony Maw, who was pierced by the Nanming Lihua's sword, was like a broken ceramic, and the whole body was completely burned, turning into thin pieces of debris and dissipating in the air. This is the power of the Nanming Lihua's sword. It can bring people back to life and turn bones into flesh and bones when used to save people. It can burn enemies into nothingness in an instant when used to kill people. It is much more powerful than Li Chuan's fiery fire and hellfire. Without the interference of Ebony Maw, the metal box containing Star-Lord and the other 5 people landed smoothly beside Li Chuan. Allaho open. With a stretch of his hand, the 5 metal boxes made of Titan technology that can confine energy were all opened, and Star-Lord and the other 5 people were also released. On the other side, Thanos looked at Ebony Maw, who had turned into powder, and his face finally became serious. Because at this moment, he truly realized that the human Li Chuan on the opposite side was really very powerful, and could really threaten him. So, he made a very rational gesture. And the moment he made this gesture, the giant Temple 2 floating in the sky immediately activated all its weapon systems, and aimed at Li Chuan below. At the same time, all the nearby spacecraft, and all the soldiers of the army also aimed their weapons at Li Chuan. Perhaps, Li Chuan has a strong strength that can compete with him, but he does not believe that Li Chuan can compete with him and his entire space fleet. You are still not giving up? Then try my new ability. Li Chuan was not afraid at all, and said something to Star-Lord, and the whole person disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already next to the huge Temple 2. Ghost Rider. Releasing the power of the spirit of revenge in his body immediately turned into a skeleton wrapped in hellfire. Then he put his hands on Temple 2. Become my mount. With a loud shout, he used all his strength to drive the hellfire of the spirit of vengeance, which began to spread to the entire Temple 2 with his hands as the center. Yes, he wanted to turn the entire Temple 2 into his mount. Ghost Rider can transform transportation tools through hellfire and turn them into his own exclusive mount. Some people transform mammoths, horses, motorcycles, and cars, but those are too insignificant for Li Chuan, and none of them can fly as fast as he can. Therefore, his goal is the most powerful ship-class spaceship in the universe, Thanos' Temple 2. If the Temple 2, which can travel in the universe, is transformed into a mount, it will be of some use to him now. He is not an ordinary Ghost Rider, who can only exert a small part of the power of the spirit of vengeance. With his strength, he can basically exert most of the power of the spirit of vengeance. Even the huge size of the Temple 2 can be transformed by him. Ghost Rider, no, I am the Ghost Captain. As Li Chuan exerted the power of the spirit of vengeance with all his strength, the entire Temple 2 was soon completely wrapped in hellfire and changed its appearance. As for the pilots and soldiers of Thanos inside, they were naturally all turned into ashes by the hellfire. Chapter 511. My Temple 2. Thanos looked at the Temple 2 in the sky, which had been transformed by hellfire and became extremely ferocious, and he was in a daze. He had worked hard for so many years, destroyed so many planets, and collected countless resources to build the Temple too, but it was taken away so easily. However, before he could react from his daze, Li Chuan had already launched an attack. Come on, let me show you my Hellfire Cannon. Li Chuan stood on the top of Temple number 2, controlling the cannons that had turned into mechanical skeletons, and redirected them all to aim at the countless armies behind Thanos. Fire! 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 Pillars of hellfire shot out from the hideous cannon barrels, like the Milky Way pouring down, sweeping towards Thanos' army. Compared to the fierce fire curse that Li Chuan himself cast, the hellfire of Temple number 2 was more than 100 times stronger in terms of attack range and flame power. All the space warriors swept by the hellfire column were turned into powder, and all the other spaceships of Thanos were also vaporized and disappeared. As for those who launched a counterattack against Temple 2, except for a few that caused damage to Temple 2, most of them were purified when they encountered the hellfire outside Temple 2. But that little damage had no effect on Temple 2 at all, because the Ghost Rider's mount had the ability to repair itself after being modified. No matter how big the damage is, it can be quickly repaired as long as there is hellfire. In just a few minutes, Thanos' proud army that dominated the universe was all turned into ashes by the spray of the hellfire cannon. During this period, Thanos did not fight back. He took the remaining 3 Obsidian generals to take a flying vehicle to go around the top of Temple 2 to attack Li Chuan. Unfortunately, before they flew up, they were all knocked down by the fire column controlled by Li Chuan. Thanos relied on his strong physical resistance and did not suffer any injuries, but the other 3 generals were not so good. They were seriously injured by the Hellfire column in one round and lost their combat effectiveness. The strength of the Hellfire of the Spirit of Vengeance inspired by Li Chuan's earthly immortal strength is not comparable to the strength of the Hellfire of the Spirit of Vengeance inspired by ordinary humans. Without the strength close to the Father level, you will only be killed instantly. It looks good. Seeing that the originally crowded below suddenly became open, Li Chuan activated the moon reading, and put away the Temple number 2 mount transformed by his Hellfire, and landed in front of Thanos. Die! Thanos thought he had an opportunity, and immediately burst out all his strength, waving his weapon to slash at Li Chuan. However, his full-strength attack was easily blocked by Li Chuan with his left hand. Even in terms of physical strength, Li Chuan has now far surpassed Thanos. Eye of Judgment. Ghost Rider's skill is activated. It doesn't work. It seems that you really think you are doing a righteous thing. Facing the Eye of Judgment, Thanos did not have his soul burned by the Hellfire, as he expected, but was unscathed. There are only 2 situations in which one can be immune to the judgment of the Eye of Judgment. First, the strength must surpass the class of the Spirit of Vengeance, which at least requires the strength of a single universe. Second, there is no sin in the person, or although he has killed many people and committed many crimes, he firmly believes that he is righteous and has no sin. Thanos, who does not have the blessing of the Infinity Gauntlet, obviously does not belong to the former, nor does he belong to the first case of the latter. So he really believes that everything he does is righteous, without a trace of sin. It doesn't matter. Seeing that the Eye of Judgment did not work, Li Chuan controlled Thanos' weapon with his left hand, and waved his right hand. The Nanming Lihua's sword appeared instantly, splitting Thanos' body in 2. Thanos' body could block the Hellfire, but it could not block the Nanming Lihua's sword. Li Chuan was not interested in whether Thanos was just or unjust. Since the positions were different, it was unjust to oppose him. The fight is over. After killing Thanos, Li Chuan returned to normal, and turned his head to look at the 7 Star-Lords behind him. At this time, all 7 people were frozen there, and they didn't even have time to close their mouths. They knew that Li Chuan was strong, and they knew it very well when they fought Ronan before, but this time, they were still shocked. Because this time, Li Chuan dealt with Thanos, who was much stronger than Ronan, but he was much more relaxed than when he dealt with Ronan before. Okay, since you are all fine, I should go back. Come to Earth to play when you have time, but remember to turn on the invisible in advance. After chatting with Star-Lord and others for a while, Li Chuan turned into Ghost Rider again, took his own Temple 2, left the void, and returned to Earth. Because the Temple 2 has been transformed by the Hellfire, it naturally does not need a driver to drive it, and can be controlled by mind. In fact, such a Temple 2 feels somewhat similar to a magic weapon. A week later, Li Chuan opened the panel again. Calculating the time, the 3-tailed beast should be resurrected today. The resurrection of the 3-tailed beast, the complete gathering of the 9-tailed beasts, can be resynthesized into the complete 10-tailed beast, transformed into a sacred tree, and produce the sacred tree fruit. And at present, He is confident enough to deal with Ishiki. Confirm. Click the confirmation button, the scene in front of him changes, and he enters the world of Naruto again. With a flash of his figure, he leaves the secluded room and comes to the palace hall. At this time, in the hall, the Imperial Regent, Nagato, is reviewing piles of memorials under the lamp, while Xiaonan stands quietly beside him, pouring tea and water for him from time to time. Thank you for your hard work, Nagato. Li Chuan is very satisfied with this. Now the empire can be so prosperous, harmonious, and well-organized, and most of the credit lies with Nagato. This is something that any other village shadow cannot do. Your Majesty, you are back. This is what I should do and my ideal. When Nagato saw Li Chuan appear, he smiled and stood up with Xiaonan to pay respect to Li Chuan. His dream is world peace and no more wars. Although the empire is not perfect now, it is much better than before. He believes that through his efforts, the world will become better and better. Especially after the establishment of the empire, Li Chuan did not interfere with any of his decisions, allowing him to let go and fulfill his original promise. Very good. Do you have any clues about what I asked you to do before? Li Chuan nodded and asked. Nagato showed a trace of solemnity on his face. We have found his location, but according to your instructions, we did not act rashly, but only let the best reconnaissance ninjas track and monitor him from a distance. Chapter 512. I told you not to act rashly, because you are no match for him. Tell me his current location, and I will deal with him. Li Chuan explained briefly, and then got a coordinate from Nagato. In addition to absorbing the energy of the planet, the flesh of the Otsutsuki clan is also needed to plant the sacred tree. So long before, he ordered Nagato to send people to find the trace of Monk Jigen. Monk Jigen was a wedge that Otsutsuki Ishiki found temporarily after being attacked by Otsutsuki Kagaya 1,000 years ago. Because it was a flesh body that was found in a hurry, Jigen's body did not meet the standards for the resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan. If Jigen's body is used to revive him completely, he can only last for a few days before he collapses due to the powerful chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, Jigen has been looking for a body that meets his requirements and can be completely resurrected as a wedge all over the world. Now that the ninja world is unified and everything is under the control of the empire, it is not difficult to find such a monk who meets the requirements. Your Majesty, your safety involves the stability of the entire empire. I suggest that it is best to mobilize all the ninjas above the level of Kage in the empire to accompany you. Nagato showed a trace of worry on his face. Li Chuan had told him about the Otsutsuki clan. The strength of this Otsutsuki Ishiki might be stronger than the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya. As the movie star of the empire, if Li Chuan made a mistake, the empire would fall into chaos. He knew very well that the reason why the empire was so stable now was that his governance was only a small part of the reason. The real source was everyone's recognition and trust in Li Chuan's strength. Nagato, the meaning of the movie star's existence is not to be protected by the empire, but to be able to protect the empire. Only those who are qualified to be the movie star are qualified to be the movie star. So you just focus on managing the empire, and I will deal with all the powerful enemies from outside for the empire. Patting Nagato's shoulder, Li Chuan disappeared on the spot. Nagato was stunned, and then a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. Your Majesty, so this is the reason why you have been practicing and making the empire research more powerful ninjutsu. When the empire was established, Li Chuan was already the most powerful ninja in the world, but he was still practicing outside and only came back once in a long time. And he always let me allocate a lot of funds for the research and development of ninjutsu when I was managing the empire. Nagato didn't understand it at first, but now he finally understood Li Chuan's good intentions. Li Chuan's strength is not for himself, but to defend against powerful enemies outside the world and to protect the stability and prosperity of the entire empire. Great, really great. While Nagato was still moved by Li Chuan's casual words, Li Chuan himself had appeared by a lake on the island of the original water country, found and easily took away the newly resurrected and confused three-tailed beast. The next morning, in a prosperous town in the south of the empire, a monk with hair gathered on top of his head, wearing a white feather and a black cloak, was on the second floor of a high-end restaurant, sipping wine and admiring the scenery outside. There is no body in this town that meets the conditions for my resurrection. It seems that I have to think of other ways. Just as he was thinking about how to find a wedge to perfectly resurrect himself, a figure suddenly appeared on the opposite side, causing him to frown. It's not polite to come here uninvited. Then you came to this planet without an invitation? Is that also considered uninvited? Li Chuan looked at Cixian in front of him and smiled. Cixian was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ruler of the human empire, it seems that you know some secrets about God, but I have no intention of opposing you, nor do I intend to destroy your empire. There is no need for us to be enemies, and you don't need to send people to monitor me anymore. His current goal is to find a wedge that can perfectly revive him. Before that, he does not intend to fight against any human forces, because that is meaningless. He does not need to snatch the tailed beast to synthesize the 10 tails, because there is a second 10 tails in his Daikoku space. As a high-ranking Otsutsuki, he and Kagaya came to this planet to plant the sacred tree, bringing a total of 2 10 tails. The original plan was to feed Kagaya Otsutsuki to the 10 tails first, let the 10 tails transform into the sacred tree to extract the energy of this planet and bear fruit, and then wait for Kagaya to revive before going to the next planet. However, he was seriously injured by Kagaya's sneak attack, and had no choice but to escape with the remaining 10 tails and parasitize in Jigen's body. So after he found a new wedge to parasitize, he could directly sacrifice Jigen's body, which had been transformed into an Otsutsuki, to the 10 tails, allowing it to transform into a sacred tree and absorb the life and energy of the entire planet. He would indeed not conflict with the humans on this planet, because when he succeeded, the humans on the entire planet would become feed for the growth of the sacred tree's fruit. That won't work, because I'm going to use your body to feed the 10 tails. Li Chuan sat opposite Sishian and smiled coldly. Sishian looked up at Li Chuan. He thought Li Chuan only knew a little about the Otsutsuki clan, but he didn't expect that he knew so much about the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, he had the same goal. Both wanted to plant the sacred tree and get the sacred tree fruit. It seems that I have to kill you first. Sishian raised his hand, and 5 black chakra sticks suddenly appeared in front of Li Chuan as if they were teleporting, and stabbed into the major vital points of his body. This is the effect of the cooperation of 2 ninjutsu of Ishiki Otsutsuki, Xiaoming Biguna and Daikokuden. Xiaoming Biguna can make any non-living object shrink and recover instantly, and can also make your own body shrink and recover instantly. Daikokuden creates a different dimension where time is completely still, and you can put items in it, and use them at any time. Just now, Jigen quickly took out 5 chakra sticks from Daikokuden's space, and then used Xiaoming Biguna's ability to shrink them instantly, and shoot them towards Li Chuan, and suddenly restored them when he was about to get close. Under normal circumstances, even a super shadow level warrior would not be able to dodge his move. He did not want to clash with Li Chuan, because he did not want to waste meaningless time, not because he was really afraid of him. When Li Chuan and Nagato were fighting, he was also watching from a distance, and asked himself that he was not his opponent with the strength shown by the two. However, the next second, his face changed. This kind of child's play can't do anything to me, so I'd better transform directly into the complete body state. Li Chuan crushed the 5 chakra sticks in his hand into powder, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Not to mention that he originally knew all the abilities of Ishiki Otsutsuki and had already taken precautions, even if he didn't know it at all. With his current physical strength, the 5 chakra sticks could not hurt him. Chapter 513. Complete form, you are not worthy. Seeing that Li Chuan had taken his moves with physical skills alone, black lines suddenly appeared on Jishian's body and face. State 1 is enough. After transforming into the complete form of Otsutsuki, his body can only last for a few days before it collapses. Before that, he can still transform into State 1 by releasing a small part of his power, and transform into State 2 by releasing half of his power. These 2 states will not cause any bad effects on his body afterwards. According to the strength of the opponent he observed during the last Ninja World War, the first state of liberation should be enough to deal with it. Taking out the black chakra stick from Daikokuden as a weapon, Jishian changed his body to the size of an ant, quickly went behind Li Chuan, and then became bigger and stabbed Li Chuan's back. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Li Chuan raised the corner of his mouth, kicked back with a whip kick, and kicked Jishian in the stomach, kicking him out of the restaurant like a cannonball. In such a short time, he has become so much stronger. 100 meters above the town, Jigen relied on the flying ability of the Otsutsuki clan to force his body to stop, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, he looked down at the town, which was empty. Obviously, when Li Chuan appeared, all the residents of the town had been sent away by the Empire using time and space ninja tools. It seems that you came here with the intention of killing me today, so we have to destroy your empire together. Turning his head to look at a small hill in the distance, Nagato, Conan, and all the powerful people above the level of Kage and the Empire gathered there, seemingly ready to come to support at any time. So he resolutely changed into the second state, with a curved horn on his head. Li Chuan also teleported in front of Jigen at this time. It seems that these guys are still not reassuring. He discovered the chakra of Nagato, and others earlier than Jigen. His order was to let Nagato send people to take away all the civilians in the town with the door key he made to avoid accidental injury. Now it seems that Nagato was worried about his safety, so he summoned all the Empire Masters in private. Go to hell. Jigen rushed towards Li Chuan with a black chakra stick, and this time his speed was obviously much faster than before. On the other side, Nagato and others on the hill watched Jigen rush towards Li Chuan, and all of them showed solemn expressions on their faces. With their strength, they couldn't see Jigen's speed and movements clearly, and could only barely see some afterimages. If they were to fight against him, they might not even be able to use ninjutsu, and would be killed. Especially Nagato, he felt that even in his previous incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki state, his speed was not as fast as Jigen's current speed. It can be seen how powerful Jigen, the hidden Otsutsuki clan, is. No wonder Li Chuan didn't let them take action. Even if they all went to help now, they might not be able to touch the opponent. Not to mention that they couldn't help, they might even become a burden to Li Chuan. However, they soon put their minds at ease, because they found that even if Jigen's speed was so fast, Li Chuan still dealt with it easily. He just floated in the air. No matter which direction Sishian attacked from, he easily blocked them all with just one hand. I said, if you don't become a complete form, you don't even have the qualifications for me to take you seriously. Easily avoiding Sishian's attack again, Li Chuan instantly appeared behind him, and kicked him down from the air. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Boom! This time, because Li Chuan deliberately increased some strength, Sishian smashed a large pit with a diameter of several hundred meters on the ground after landing, and most of the town disappeared instantly. Ahem, I didn't expect you to be so strong. After Li Chuan landed, Jishian walked out of the pit with some difficulty. It was hard for him to believe that the other party, a mere human, could train his body to this level. As a high-ranking member of the Otsutsuki clan, even if he just used the second state, he was actually stronger than 90% of the Otsutsuki clan. Things have come to this point. If he doesn't transform into a complete body, he might really die here. In this case, I can only sleep for a while longer. Jishian roared, and the power in his body was completely released. The human form of his whole body completely disappeared, and he was completely transformed into a pale-skinned Otsutsuki clan member. One of his eyes turned into a white eye, and the other turned into a golden eye with 8 black stripes. Without finding a suitable wedge, he could only live for a few days in his complete incarnation, and during these few days, he had to eliminate Li Chuan and the entire high-level officials of the Ninja Empire. After that, as long as he finds a body to parasitize before his body collapses, he can survive. However, in this way, he will have to sleep for a long time before he wakes up, but in the future, he can still slowly find a suitable wedge to complete the plan of planting the sacred tree. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is very cruel. Because just when he was about to explode, he suddenly felt a pain in his right eye, and the golden eye that could activate the divine arts of the little Biguna and Mahakala disappeared. After that, before he could react to what was going on, his abdomen was pierced by a blue long sword, and his soul was completely burned into nothingness by the flames. Sorry, even if you become a perfect form, I still can't take you seriously. Li Chuan held the golden right eye, put away the Naming Lihua sword, and said indifferently to the body of Otsutsuki Ashiki. In fact, with his strength, he can kill Ashiki instantly. The reason why it was not so obvious before was to allow Ashiki to completely transform his body into the body of the Otsutsuki clan. In this way, it can be absorbed by the 10 tails and transformed into a higher quality sacred tree, producing higher quality fruits. Similarly, he had to wait until Jigen became Otsutsuki Ashiki before he could seize the golden eye that possessed the rare Biguna and Mahakala magic. He was not interested in these two magics. He could use the magic of enlargement and reduction to achieve the ability to enlarge and reduce. As for the space, he had his own dimensional space. Seizing the golden eye was entirely for the second 10 tails hidden in Mahakala. If he killed Otsutsuki Ashiki directly, he would not be able to obtain the second 10 tails. Originally, he had not planned to get the second 10 tails, because his previous strength was not enough to easily kill the perfect form of Otsutsuki Ashiki. That's why he had been planning to wait for the 3 tails to revive, use the 9 tails to combine the 10 tails, and then plant the divine tree. That would be much safer. Now that his strength has greatly increased after the tribulation, far exceeding his original expected strength, he can naturally use the second 10 tails to plant the divine tree, and leave the first 10 tails to Nagato. In this way, even if he doesn't return to this world for a long time, there will be no big problems. Chapter 514. Finally, we can plant the sacred tree. In the Tsukuyomi world, the place where the brain of the god ego is stored, Li Chuan placed the 10 tails on top of it, and then threw in the body of Ishiki Otsutsuki. The 10 tails swallowed the body of Ishiki Otsutsuki in one gulp, and then began to transform into the form of a sacred tree, spreading its roots to wrap around Ego's brain, piercing into it, and began to absorb the huge power of the gods inside, nurturing the fruit of the sacred tree. Ego is a planetary life that was born when the universe first opened, and its age is more than 1 million years. Since he was able to spread his godly power seeds throughout the universe, and then assimilate all planets into his clones, it can be seen that his godly power is stronger than the vitality of normal planets. It is also because of this that the fruit produced by the sacred tree absorbing Ego's energy may be more powerful and more unique than the fruit produced by absorbing a simple planet. The efficiency of the sacred tree in absorbing energy is very high, and the fruit is bred very quickly. In just less than a day, a silver fruit with a strange glow was produced from the sacred tree. The source of divine power in Ego's brain was almost exhausted, and it would take a long time to recover. I hope it can meet my expectations. He picked the fruit of the silver sacred tree, took it out of the Tsukuyomi world, arranged the corresponding formation for protection, and swallowed the whole fruit into his stomach. The fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a special energy that began to merge into Li Chuan's body. Perhaps because of the tribulation in body refining, his body was too strong. After this energy merged into his body, it did not greatly strengthen his body like ordinary Otsutsuki. But this was also within his expectations. After all, with his current body, beating the complete form of Otsutsuki Ishiki is as easy as beating a dog, so the effect of the fruit strengthening the body is naturally not that good. And the main purpose of eating the fruit is not to strengthen the body, but something more important. Sure enough, after the energy merged into his body, the strengthening of his body was not obvious, but it caused some special changes in his body at the fundamental level. This special change is exactly the same as Otsutsuki Kagaya, eternal life and immortality. Although he is now an earthly immortal, the lifespan of an earthly immortal is not eternal. The lifespan of an earthly immortal is only 3,000 years. Once 3,000 years are up, he will also die and reincarnate. Although his body has extremely strong recovery ability, and can recover as long as his brain is not knocked out, it is not immortal. But after eating the fruit of the sacred tree, the fruit absorbed some characteristics of the god Ego, and was transformed through the sacred tree, so that his lifespan is no longer limited. Even if the body and soul are beaten to ashes, as long as a trace of the origin is not destroyed, he can be resurrected. Unless he is sealed like Kagaya Otsutsuki, he is an immortal being. This is what he values most about the fruit of the sacred tree. Of course, the effect of the fruit of the sacred tree is more than that. Li Chuan felt that his transplanted eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Samsara I gradually melted into two forces, and the power of the fruit under the effect of the fruit, and gathered at the center of his eyebrows. After the Sharingan and Samsara I disappeared, his two eye sockets quickly grew eyes belonging to his body. And at the center of his eyebrows, after the incubation and catalysis of the immortal essence in his body, it finally produced results. Open! Li Chuan opened his eyes and shouted, and a crack immediately appeared at the center of his eyebrows, and then opened the third eye that stood up. This eye was golden, with a yin-yang tai chi pattern in the middle, and 9 Magatama circling around the outer circle, which can be called the 9 Magatama yin-yang Samsara Sharingan. The moment he opened his eyes, he already knew all the functions of the eyes. First of all, the 9 Magatama yin-yang Samsara Sharingan, which combines the power of 7 attributes of chakra and immortal essence, also has all the abilities of the previous Mangekyo Sharingan and Samsara Eye. It can release all 7 attributes of chakra, or compound chakra ninjutsu. In other words, in addition to the previous Sharingan and Samsara Eye ninjutsu, such as compound wood escape, melting escape, boiling escape, magnetic escape, etc., he can also easily release them as long as he learns them. The same is true for the yin-yang escape and the seeking truth jade of the 6 paths mode. As long as he is willing to learn ninjutsu in the entire ninja world, he can learn it, and there is no longer any barrier. This naturally includes the most terrifying and powerful ninjutsu that can make everyone in a world fall into illusion, infinite Tsukuyomi. There is also the advent of the God Tree realm that cooperates with infinite Tsukuyomi. Secondly, and this is a point that he attaches great importance to, the Tsukuyomi dimensional world extended by Tsukuyomi has also become more perfect. Not only has the speed of absorbing the blood spring been greatly accelerated, but also based on the original world, 5 real spaces have been extended: lava, ice and snow, supergravity, sand and acid. The current Tsukuyomi world is a bit like Kagaya's ancestral space, connecting 5 special environments. Unlike Kagaya, who will also be affected by the environment of each space, when entering each space, Li Chuan will not. Because he has absolute control over his own dimensional world, he can not only be unaffected, but also manipulate these spaces to a certain extent. For example, in the supergravity space, he can bring the enemy in, and then continuously increase the gravity of the entire space, while he can fight the enemy without being affected. The effect of the fruit has made the Tsukuyomi dimension take a big step towards the real world. Now it mainly lacks a real sun and extended life. He plans to go to Odin's treasury to get the eternal fire to support the sun, and life should be able to slowly grow after absorbing the blood spring. However, if you want to really create a complete world, these are definitely not enough, because a complete world still has many details, and this is just a rough framework. Just like the creation legend of the Elder Scrolls world, it was also designed and perfected by Magnus, one of the most powerful original spirits for a long time. Finally, he can finally enter the Tsukuyomi world in his physical body. Before, he could use Tsukuyomi to pull people into the Tsukuyomi world, but if he wanted to enter, he could only enter with his soul, and his physical body had to be left outside. But now it is different. Just like Kagaya can bring her enemies into the 5 spaces created by the Samsara Sharingan, he can now do the same thing. And when he enters his own Tsukuyomi world, the enemies outside who want to attack him must first be able to discover his Tsukuyomi dimension, and then have the ability to cross space and enter the Tsukuyomi dimension. Otherwise, they can't find him. His Tsukuyomi dimension has changed from a weapon to attack the enemy, to a weapon to escape and save his life. Some enemies have very powerful abilities and destructive power, but they don't know much about the dimension, so they can't do anything to him. Chapter 515. This sacred tree fruit is even better than I expected. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan keeps sending people to the universe to find planets with life to plant. After putting away the 9 Magatama Yin-Yang Samsara Sharingan and experiencing the changes in his body, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. The life and energy of a planet are condensed into a fruit, and then transformed into the body. The effect is of course extraordinary. And this kind of fruit is not useless after eating one, but the effect can be stacked. The more you eat, the stronger it will become. That's why the high-ranking officials of the Otsutsuki clan constantly sent their people to search for planets with life in the universe, and then planted fruits to bring back for enjoyment. Li Chuan did have the opportunity to plant a lot of fruits. After all, there were too many planets with life in the Marvel universe, and there were many different timelines and parallel universes. But he also had his own bottom line. He couldn't refine all the life on a planet into fruits, eat them into his stomach, and improve his strength. But it didn't matter, he also had some ideas of his own. In fact, after implementing and observing the method invented by the Otsutsuki clan to plant sacred trees on planets and produce fruits, he has gained some experience. The role of the sacred tree is equivalent to a converter, which converts the origin and life force of the planet into fruits that can be absorbed, and the Otsutsuki body is like a catalyst and medicine that must be added in the conversion process. So even if it is not a planet, as long as it is a powerful enough existence, it can be controlled a little bit, and a similar conversion can be carried out. The God Ego is an example. It is a planet, but not entirely. If you plant a God tree on it, it will produce silver God tree fruits, which are better than ordinary God tree fruits. It's just that your ego's origin is strong and has its own consciousness. After the fruit is produced, it will not collapse like a normal planet, but will recover slowly instinctively. But this time is too long, not so fast, otherwise you can really use bugs repeatedly to use ego to produce fruit. Similarly, he thought that if those dimensional demons could be captured, they could also be used to plant sacred trees, and then transform the fruits of the sacred trees to improve their own strength. The embryo of the celestial god group that is still incubating on Earth has probably accumulated a lot of life energy over the years. There are also the gods in the Saint Seiya, the demons and holy spirits in the Elder Scrolls, all of which meet the requirements. As for the Otsutsuki clan used as medicine, it is also easy to deal with. After a dozen years, there should be 3 more Otsutsuki sent by the high-level officials. If a demon suitable for absorption is caught at that time, it can be used. If he is strong enough in the future, he can even go directly to the Otsutsuki clan's lair and grab as many medicines as he wants. Let's absorb the blood spring first. After staying in the Naruto world for a few more days, Li Chuan returned to the main world again when the time was up. The fruit of the sacred tree greatly strengthened the entire Tsukuyomi world and also improved the speed of blood spring absorption. According to the current situation, he felt that in 3 to 5 years, he should be able to completely absorb the blood spring and initially give birth to life. August 2015, in the master bedroom of the house. Wanda, you have been learning chakra refining for almost a year, and you have mastered some basic ninjutsu knowledge and low-level ninjutsu. Today I will teach you a new ninjutsu. A high-level ninjutsu. Sitting on the bed, Li Chuan said to Wanda solemnly. After returning from the Naruto world, he ate a sacred tree fruit and mastered the use of the sacred tree. So he also planted the chakra seed in Wanda's body, allowing her to have the ninja talent of refining spiritual and physical energy and synthesizing chakra. After that, apart from refining the blood spring and cultivating spiritual energy, Li Chuan would guide Wanda to learn the seal method of ninjutsu and refine chakra in his spare time. Chaos magic originated from Scython and belonged to external power. Once Scython lifted the seal, Wanda's chaos magic would be easily taken back. But ninjutsu is different. This is your own power, and no one can take it away. However, compared to learning magic from the wizard world, Wanda's learning of ninjutsu was not so smooth. When she first learned magic from the wizard world, Wanda actually imitated the magic effects of the wizard world through the characteristics of chaos magic, so she didn't need a wand or a spell, and could use it easily. The current ninjutsu is a completely different power system, which needs to be learned by oneself bit by bit. Otherwise, if it is imitation, it is not ninjutsu, but magic. For example, if a fireball is released by ninjutsu, Wanda can also release the same fireball by imitating it with chaos magic, but it is still chaos magic. Once the chaos magic is lost, the fireball cannot be released. Only when you really learn ninjutsu, you can still release fireballs by using seals and chakra without chaos magic. Fortunately, although she was a little slow in learning hand seals and ninjutsu, Wanda was very talented in refining chakra. Because she often practiced with Li Chuan, Wanda's physical fitness was not only far superior to that of humans on Earth, but also that of humans in the Naruto world. So she was also very relaxed when refining chakra. What ninjutsu? Wanda showed a curious look. Li Chuan smiled. In fact, I often use it. That is the B-level ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. After you learn the shadow clone technique and refine more chakra in the future, I will teach you the multiple shadow clone technique. Then, let's start. Wanda blushed and nodded quickly without exposing Li Chuan. How could she not know the shadow clone technique? They are also an old couple, and as a wife, she certainly understands Li Chuan's thoughts very well. The seal of the shadow clone technique is very simple. You follow me and do this first. Then do this. So under Li Chuan's careful teaching, Wanda began to have more and more experience in the shadow clone technique. Half an hour later, Wanda formed seals with her hands, shadow clone technique. Suddenly, an identical physical Wanda shadow clone appeared beside Wanda. Great! Li Chuan's eyes lit up immediately. The two Wandas looked at each other, and suddenly raised their lips, and rushed towards Li Chuan together. You can't use the shadow clone 2 against 1. See if you still surrender this time? 5 minutes later, one of the Wandas disappeared with a bang. Wanda stiffened instantly, and Li Chuan took the opportunity to tease. When you first learned the shadow clone, you couldn't maintain it for a few days like me. Also, if you want to disarm me, the shadow clone is not enough. At least you have to learn multiple shadow clones. Chapter 516. After accepting the memories and feelings after the disappearance of the shadow clone, Wanda, who had recovered, seemed to have discovered a new world, and was about to release the shadow clone again. The essence of the shadow clone is to split a trace of soul power, and then fill it with chakra energy to build a physical clone. When the clone disappears, the soul power will return to the main body, and at the same time bring all the memories and feelings of the clone. Therefore, the disappearance of the clone will not hurt the soul, but there are too many splits, and so many memories and feelings return to the main body at the same time, most people's spirits cannot bear it, and will collapse, so it is listed as a forbidden technique. In fact, as long as the spirit is strong enough, the shortcomings of the shadow clone can be completely ignored. Wanda, as the medium chosen by Zithorn, naturally has no problem under the blessing of chaos magic, and she has only split a clone. And her feeling just now is like eating a piece of her favorite cake, and the happiness brought by the cake is instantly doubled. No wonder Li Chuan liked to use the shadow clone before. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the two immediately cast magic to put on pajamas, sat up from the bed, and showed the same kind smile. The door was pushed open, and Charlie, who was almost 2 years old, held a doll in one hand and rubbed her eyes with the other hand and said, "Dad, Mom, I don't want to sleep in a room alone, I want to sleep with you." Because Charlie inherited Li Chuan's blood, her body growth rate is obviously much faster than other children of the same age. Now she can run and jump, and can speak fluently. So in order to train the child's independence, Li Chuan and Wanda resolutely gave Charlie an independent room. But now it seems that little Charlie doesn't want to live alone. The magic brought by the wizard blood was activated, and little Charlie floated up and landed between Li Chuan and Wanda. The couple looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and finally fell asleep together with little Charlie. The next day, the sun was shining. Li Chuan sat in the yard, drinking tea, and clicked the smart watch on his wrist to enter the state of cultivation. The smart watch on his wrist is the latest portable nano-multifunctional aura-gathering device developed by his scientific team. Because of the mature nanotechnology developed by Tony in 2023, his scientific team has finally shrunk the bulky aura aggregation instrument after several years of research. Now, by clicking on the smartwatch, a large amount of aura can be converted for Li Chuan to absorb and practice to improve his cultivation. At the same time, in addition to gathering aura, this smartwatch also has various high-tech functions. Li Chuan even asked his scientific team to add the function of quantum time and space shuttle to this smartwatch. If he wants, he can travel through time and space to other timelines at any time. Of course, he won't do that easily. Excessive interference in other timelines will trigger a series of chain reactions, and he is not sure whether the male and female Loki have killed the remaining people. In the yard, Wanda, Laura, Betty, Pepper and Jane are also playing with their children. In the past year or so, several mothers have given birth to their own children. Thor and Jane's child, Thor, is a boy who is more than 1 year old and has inherited Thor's power of thunder and the strong body of the Asgardians. Now one hand can easily lift 100 pounds of things. Tony and Pepper's daughter Morgan, 10 months old, is a normal and cute little girl from Earth. Banner and Betty have a son, 7 months old, who inherited Banner's Hulk bloodline. He was born with green skin and is stronger than Sauron, who has Asgard bloodline. But he is an unusually gentle baby. Finally, there is Laura, who also gave birth to a son, a normal boy from Earth. Besides the mothers and children, there were also many magical animals that Li Chuan had released to play with the children. They were gentle, and had no aggressive power. For example, the ball escape bird that would teleport from time to time, the cute Poorongrong, the naughty Sniff, the cute Bowtruckle, etc. I'm back. Is there any problem at the base? Li Chuan, who was distracted by his cultivation, saw the doors of several houses nearby opened, and Tony and Barton appeared through the space door he made, so he smiled and asked. Just now, a few people received a notification from Captain America at the base and rushed over. It's not a big deal. A guy named Scott, who can shrink his body, sneaked into the base to steal things, and was caught by Rogers. Tony told Li Chuan what happened at the base. After listening, Li Chuan also knew that Ant-Man Scott was born among the Avengers. Scott was originally an electronics expert. He sneaked into his own black-hearted company at night, and used his technology to return all the money in the company to the deceived customers. As a result, he was too reckless when leaving and drove his boss's car into the swimming pool, and was arrested by the police and imprisoned. After being released from prison, he was unable to find a job to pay child support to his ex-wife because of his experience in prison, so as to obtain visitation rights to his daughter Kathy Lang. Under the temptation of money, Scott was recruited by the first-generation Ant-Man Hank Pym as the new generation Ant-Man to destroy the conspiracy of Hank's old student Darren Cross. The reason for sneaking into the Avengers base is that the Avengers base was converted by Tony using his father's abandoned factory, and there was a signal camouflage machine of the first-generation Ant-Man Dr. Pym. So you let him go in the end? Li Chuan laughed. Tony shrugged. Yeah, after all, he didn't mean any harm, he just took back what belonged to them. And Rogers thought the guy had some talent, and wanted to recruit him to the Avengers. That guy also admired Rogers, and promised to join us after completing his own work. Side quests. 1. Help Ant-Man Scott defeat Klaus the Yellow Jacket, and reward him with 1 month of small world time. 2. Help Dr. Pym save his wife Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, and defeat the exiled Conqueror Kong, and reward him with 1 year of small world time. As he chatted with Tony, Li Chuan found that he had triggered a new side quest. 1 year and 1 month, I can do it. Seeing the new side quest triggered, Li Chuan smiled. Since his strength has been greatly improved, the daily side quests that he could not finish have disappeared. So if he wants to get the time of the small world now, he can only wait for some side quests related to the plot to be triggered. Although he has accumulated a lot of time in the small world because of his previous efforts, he has to go into each world to take a look after a period of time, and time is constantly being consumed. Moreover, there will be new worlds in the future. If the time in the small world is not recorded, it will be consumed sooner or later. The time in the small world is now a necessity for him, and the more the better. Xiao Lu, asked Daisy to check Dr. Pim's house and send the address. After chatting with Tony and others, Li Chuan instructed Lu with his smartwatch. In just less than a minute, after the world's top hacker Daisy searched, he received the detailed address of Dr. Pim's house, and even the architectural structure diagram of the house. Chapter 517. In the evening, after greeting Wanda, Li Chuan teleported to Dr. Pim's door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. An old man with glasses and white hair opened the door. Who are you looking for? Looking for you, Dr. Pim. A smile appeared on Li Chuan's face. Dr. Pim looked Li Chuan up and down. He felt that this person was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. I didn't expect that you, teacher, would have friends visiting you so late at night. At this time, a bald middle-aged man in a suit walked out from behind Dr. Pim with a gloomy face. When he saw Li Chuan's appearance, his body was shocked. You are Mr. Li Chuan from the Li Group. As the actual person in charge of the Pim Technology Group, how could Klaus not know the Li Group, the most profitable enterprise in the world, and Li Chuan, the boss behind it? Especially 2 years ago, it was revealed that Li Chuan was the superhero who saved New York and the strongest Avenger Witch King. His current goal is to make Pim Technology the most powerful and profitable company on Earth that surpasses the Li Group. To this end, he has officially cooperated with the government and plans to sell combat uniforms and weapons made with Pim particle technology to the military. But then his face changed, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He thought that Li Chuan came to find his teacher because he must be jealous of the teacher's Pim particle technology. If the Li Group gets the Pim particle technology and develops it, he will have nothing to do. Teacher, how come I didn't know that you actually knew Mr. Li Chuan? Who I know should be none of your business. I will attend a press conference in 3 days. You can leave now. At this time, Klaus's words also reminded Pim Particles of Li Chuan's identity. But the first thing he thought of was that Scott must have gone to the Avengers base to steal things today, so he provoked the strongest Avenger. But it didn't matter. Klaus' sudden visit made him unprepared. What if Klaus found out that they were plotting to steal the company's wasp suit and destroy all the company's data about Pim Particles? Then Klaus would definitely kill them without hesitation. And now that Li Chuan, the strongest Avenger, is here, at least Klaus dare not act rashly. Sure enough, after hearing what Dr. Pim said, Klaus's forehead suddenly became blue, but after looking at Li Chuan, he forcibly suppressed his anger. Very good, sometimes people should not be so greedy, otherwise there will be no good results. Klaus looked at Li Chuan with a hint of meaning, turned his head, and left the room, walking towards his car on the street outside the door. He has copied the manufacturing technology of Pim Particles, so the purpose of coming here today was to humiliate Pim and then brutally kill him. He has a Pim weapon in his pocket that can instantly shrink a person into meat paste. However, just after entering the house, he found that the woman he trusted most, Pim's daughter Hope, who had always stood on his side and supported him, made him feel a little confused. Now he met the strongest Avenger, the chairman of the Li Group. So he planned to give up killing Teacher Pim and go back to make a long-term plan. This sentence should be the most suitable for you. Li Chuan glanced at Klaus, not taking him seriously at all, but smiled at Dr. Pim. Don't you want to invite me in to sit down? Come in. Pim stepped aside and invited Li Chuan in. Seeing Klaus leave, Scott and Hope, who were hiding in the bedroom, also breathed a sigh of relief and came over. Thank you for helping to scare Klaus away. Did the captain ask you to come to me? Scott expressed his gratitude to Li Chuan as soon as he came out. During the day, he was lucky enough to meet his idol Captain America and was invited to join the Avengers. He also agreed to attend the interview. You know, being an Avenger means you get paid and become a celebrity. Although it may be a little dangerous, it will at least allow him to hold his head up in front of his daughter in the future. Originally, he planned to wait until he helped Dr. Pim complete the task before participating in the test and training. He didn't expect that Captain America would pay so much attention to him and send the famous Witch King over. Scott, right? I heard Tony mention you, but I'm not here to see you. You know after you join the Avengers that I don't actually belong to the Avengers, but I have a good relationship with them. I came here today to see Dr. Pim. Li Chuan explained, and then looked at Dr. Pim, who was a little surprised. On behalf of the Li Group, I want to invite Dr. Pim to become a scientist in our group. The main purpose is to complete the side quest, and by the way, he also plans to recruit Dr. Pim to his own group. Although she had obtained the relevant technology about Pim Particles when she went to 2023, she still needed Dr. Pim, a scientific genius, to further develop it. He never underestimated the power of technology. If he didn't have the portable aura collector in his hand, he wouldn't be able to practice in the main world now. including the multiverse-level existences such as the celestial group that created stars and life. They are also using the power of technology. Mr. Li Chuan, I am very grateful for your help just now. I'm sorry that I can't join your company. Dr. Pym directly refused Li Chuan's invitation. He knew very well the terrible technology of Pym particles. If it was mastered by others, like Klaus, it would become a disaster for mankind. He left S.H.I.E.L.D. because he realized that some unscrupulous people in S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to use his technology to make weapons. I know you want to steal Daring Klaus's wasp suit and erase all his data. As long as you agree to join my company, I can help you solve these problems. Li Chuan was not surprised at all by Pym's answer. Hank Pym's character was originally quite stubborn. Otherwise, he would not have had such a bad relationship with Howard Stark. But he also had his own trump card. Forget it, we can solve this problem ourselves. After hearing the conditions offered by Li Chuan, Dr. Pym thought about it and refused. But Li Chuan just smiled, then add one more thing. I will help you rescue your wife Janet Van Dyne from the quantum space. What? What did you say? Hank Pym was instantly excited when he heard Li Chuan's words. In 1987, he was still working at S.H.I.E.L.D. and was on a mission with his wife. His wife entered the subatomic quantum world in order to intercept an intercontinental missile launched to the United States. He always believed that his wife was still alive, and was committed to studying how to enter the quantum world to rescue his wife. But there has not been much progress so far. Chapter 518. Father, calm down. Hope saw that his father was too excited and his whole body was shaking. He hurried over to support him, and then looked at Li Chuan expectantly. Are you serious? Well, if you don't believe me, I can complete the conditions first, and then Dr. Pym can join my group. Li Chuan spread his hands. Dr. Pym, who had calmed down, looked at Li Chuan firmly and said, If you can really save Janet, I can join your company and hand over the Pym formula. Very good, then we will verify the first promise, which should be solved now. Li Chuan pressed his smart watch, and a virtual projection appeared in the air. Xiao San, how is the matter going? Boss, all relevant data has been deleted, but the wasp suit is not placed in the exhibition hall. On the video projection, the sturdy Li San reported respectfully. And behind him was the Pym Technology Building. At the same time, through the video projection, you could also see that a group of burly men skillfully lifted the security guards in the building like chicks, tied them up with ropes, stuffed them with cloth strips, and threw them aside. Then they took out small round pieces, and threw them at the building. In a blink of an eye, the building shrank to the size of a suitcase, and was moved into the car. Okay, you guys can retreat after you have done the cleanup. Li Chuan nodded. Since the wasp suit is not in the building exhibition hall, it must be on Klaus. How do you have my technology? Dr. Pym stared at Li Chuan. The small round piece that could shrink a building just now used the Pym particle technology, which is also the standard weapon on Ant-Man's equipment. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain, but roughly speaking, it was brought back from the future. Let's discuss these slowly after we rescue Ms. Janet. Li Chuan smiled and didn't explain too much. As for the timeline, Janet had come into contact with the memory of the Conqueror Kong, so she naturally knew what was going on. After she was rescued, he didn't need to explain it. Yes, save Janet first. Dr. Pym nodded immediately. Nothing is important now. The most important thing is to rescue his wife. They have been separated for more than 20 years. Wait a moment. Li Chuan's figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already on a highway. Below was the angry Klaus driving the car. When he saw Klaus just now, he left a flying thunder god mark on him. With a hook of his finger, the wasp suit and the molecular gun that could destroy the human body in Klaus' pocket flew out and fell into Li Chuan's hands. Then he teleported back to Dr. Pym's home again. Not long after Li Chuan left, Klaus also drove to the door of Pym Technology Company. He wanted to strengthen the company's security by more than 3 times to prevent problems when showing the suits and weapons to the military 3 days later. But when he looked at his company building, he was stunned. Where is my company? Where is my big company? If it weren't for the tied security guards on the ground and the sign in front of the company's gate, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. At this time, several police cars also stopped at the company's gate, and several plainclothes officers in suits got off. But they were not here to deal with the disappearance of his company as Klaus imagined. Instead, the leader took out handcuffs and said to him, Daring Klaus, I am Jimmy Woo from the FBI, and I am arresting you for murdering senior government official Frank. What? Claude's expression suddenly changed. Frank was a senior government official. He was killed by him in the company with a molecular gun because he opposed his wasp suit entering the army. He handled it very cleanly. How could the FBI find out that he did it? Unwilling to be caught, he immediately took out his wasp suit and molecular gun, but he touched nothing. Are you sure you want to enter the quantum field with me? After returning to Dr. Pim's house, Li Chuan asked in surprise. It turned out that just when he was about to use the smart watch to enter the quantum realm, Dr. Pim and the other two made a request, wanting to enter with him. Yes, I want to find her myself. Dr. Pim nodded firmly. It's not a big problem, then you come over. Li Chuan did not object. In terms of rescuing Janet and defeating Conqueror Kong, Pim and the other two actually played no role, but were a burden. But with Li Chuan's strength, to be honest, he really didn't care about this burden. The main reason was that letting Pim and his daughter see the real quantum world might be of great help to their future research on quantum technology. Tsukuyami. He directly put the three people into the Tsukuyami dimension, and then pressed the shrink button on the smart watch. His body shrank to the quantum level, passed through the gap of the dimension, and entered the small universe in the quantum field from the big universe outside. After a while, he landed in a quantum forest composed of strange plants. Li Chuan opened his third eye, and released Dr. Pim and the other two. Oh God, is this the quantum realm? It's so amazing. After the three of them came out, they looked at the sky and the magical environment wrapped in quantum energy, as if they were in a fantasy magic world, and they all couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention them, even Li Chuan himself felt quite novel. When his Tsukuyami dimension can develop such a quantum realm, it may be called a truly first-class dimensional world. Where is Janet? After reacting to the magical environment around him, Pim immediately asked Li Chuan. Quantum space is a molecular universe, and there are also indigenous people in it. Ms. Janet has been here for more than 20 years, and now she is probably living with them. So we can ask the indigenous people here. Li Chuan raised his hand, and a white cloud rose up, carrying 4 people slowly into the air and flew towards the nearby area. After Janet entered the quantum field, she lived with the indigenous people here, and later met the exiled conqueror Kong. She thought Kong was a good person, so she used her understanding of quantum technology to help Kong repair his spaceship and find energy to restart the spaceship. Kong promised that as long as she could repair the spaceship, he would take her out of the quantum realm and back to the outside universe. Later, after the efforts of the two, they really synthesized energy in the quantum world that could start the spaceship. However, in the last step of the spaceship startup, Janet saw the scene of Kong destroying the universe and many timelines through the spaceship's nervous system, and resolutely gave up the opportunity to leave, used the quantum weapon of the battle suit to directly amplify the energy core of the spaceship, and escaped. Without the energy core, Conqueror Kong could not start the spacecraft, so he used his own technology and battle suit to build his own war fortress at the energy core, creating a large number of high-tech spacecraft and semi-mechanized life forms. He had to rule the entire quantum space first, find Janet to repair the energy core, and then lead his army back to the outside universe. So at this time, Janet should be uniting the local indigenous people to resist the tyranny of Conqueror Kong. Chapter 519. Mr. Chuan, the sun seems to be moving towards us. Just as Li Chuan was flying on the cloud and using his spiritual sense to search for the traces of the local indigenous people, Ant-Man Scott, who was sitting in the back, suddenly found that the sun-like thing above his head was actually approaching them. Oh my God, that's not the sun, it's going to eat us. Hope, who was next to him, had better eyesight. After Scott reminded her, she looked up and found that it was not the sun at all, but a giant strange creature floating in the air like a jellyfish, and it had a huge mouth part underneath. The giant creature flew towards them with its huge mouth open. It was obviously not a friendly greeting, but treating them as prey. Don't worry, it can't hurt you. Li Chuan raised his hand and pointed upwards. A purple lightning flashed out instantly, directly blasting the giant creature into a light spot, which scattered all over the sky. After the last lightning strike, combined with his own understanding of lightning and ninjutsu, magic and Taoism, he can now also emit that kind of powerful purple lightning. Although it was much less powerful than the real purple divine thunder during the tribulation, it was much stronger than the thunder used in the previous thunder escape. Found it. While destroying the giant creature, Li Chuan's huge spiritual consciousness also found a place where the natives gathered. Quick! Pinching the Tao formula, Bai Yun's speed immediately increased, turning into a white light and rushing towards a village under a cliff in the distance. Are they at war? When they arrived above the cliff, they found that 2 forces were fighting in the village below. On one side are strange-looking intelligent creatures, some of them are similar to humans, while others are completely different, with searchlights on their heads and bodies like jelly, etc. Their houses are also very strange. They are actually large living creatures that can fire energy cannons, run and fly. On the other side, they look exactly the same. Their heads are like crystal balls filled with energy, and their bodies are like a combination of some kind of machinery and flesh. And they also have very advanced spaceships. Obviously, those who look weird should be the natives of the quantum world, and those with highly developed technology are the semi-mechanized troops made by Conqueror Kong to defeat other Kangs. Retreat, retreat, retreat immediately. The leader of the natives is a strong woman who looks like a human. She waved her weapons to knock down the mechanical soldiers one by one, and then commanded the combatants to help the non-combatants enter the house and retreat. In the years of fighting with Conqueror Kong, they have already experienced the power of these mechanical soldiers. Fighting all the time will only lead to death. The only way is to evacuate as much as possible and find a new hiding place. Although they have to pay a heavy price every time they evacuate, it is better than being wiped out. What's going on here? Scott looked at the bizarre battle below and was also confused. Li Chuan turned his head and said to the three people, "Stay here and don't move. I go down to help." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he appeared next to a high-tech spaceship in the air that was bombarding below, and then flicked his finger lightly. Under Li Chuan's terrifying power, the spaceship disappeared into the sky in an instant, as if it was hit by a planet. As expected of scientists from the future, the technological content and destructive power of these spaceships are much more powerful than the latest spaceships on Xander. He sighed, but his body did not pause at all, and continued to teleport and snap his fingers. In just a few seconds, all the spaceships in the sky disappeared. This also stopped the battle between the two sides instantly. They all stood there in a daze, as they looked at Li Chuan floating in the air. Although these cyborg soldiers made by Conqueror Kong did not have real emotions like humans, their high-tech intelligent programs were smarter than ordinary humans. However, now that they saw Li Chuan appear and solved all their spaceships in a few moves, the programs in their minds could not run a suitable action plan for a while. Lightning chain. He stretched out his hand and pointed downwards, and a purple lightning shot out. After hitting the first mechanical soldier, it immediately passed to the next one like a chain, and in the blink of an eye, all the soldiers present were solved. Landing lightly in front of the female leader, who hadn't reacted yet, Li Chuan used his spiritual sense to transmit the message. "Do you know where Janet Van Dyne is?" After the female leader came to her senses, she looked at Li Chuan with horror, but in the end, when she saw the broken bodies of the mechanical soldiers on the ground, she still showed a grateful look. "Thank you for helping us. If you are asking about the rebel Janet, she should be in the dungeon with the city lord Kira to fight against the conquerors." "Dungeon? Okay, I got it." Li Chuan nodded, and then turned to fly upwards. But at the end, he thought of something, and said to the female leader below with a smile, "You can prepare to return home, and the conquerors will disappear from this world soon." After saying that, his figure flashed, and he was already back above the clouds. Dr. Pym became nervous when he saw Li Chuan appear. "Did you ask about Janet?" "Don't worry, I did. She is still alive, in a city where the natives of this world gather, the underground city." Li Chuan pinched the Tao formula to speed up the flying of Bai Yun, and then silently chanted the spell. Insight, underground city. The soul resonated with the laws of the quantum universe, and a route directly to the underground city instantly appeared in his mind. Dr. Pym and his daughter Hope, when they confirmed that Janet was really alive, couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. For more than 20 years, although the father and daughter have always believed that Janet is not dead, who can fully guarantee whether the facts are really as they expected? Now that they heard that Janet was indeed alive, they were truly relieved. As long as they found Janet, their family would be truly reunited. With the blessing of Li Chuan's cloud driving technique, they arrived at the underground city mentioned by the female leader in less than 10 minutes. The underground city is located deep underground, but it is not really appropriate to describe it as underground, because the entire quantum world is like the universe, with countless huge lands floating in it, and the underground city is actually built on the side of a large piece of land. Flying down along the side of the land, you can see all kinds of strange buildings and natives riding various biological machines. Of course, compared to the natives riding various creatures, Li Chuan and his 4 people flying on white clouds actually made the natives feel more strange. Who would use clouds as mounts? Chapter 520. How can we find Janet in such a big city? The white cloud stopped in the air. Dr. Pym looked at the densely packed buildings and the numerous natives in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. This underground city is not much smaller than any other city on Earth, and it is even bigger. In such a city, it seems not so easy to find someone blindly. We don't need to go find her, just let her find us. Li Chuan cleared his throat and shouted towards the dungeon. Ms. Janet, Dr. Pym and Miss Hope are looking for you. Please come out. A powerful voice burst out from his mouth, resonating with the entire continent connected to the dungeon, and in an instant, it spread to all corners of the dungeon. This is exactly how Greybeard used a skill of Dragon Roar. After shouting 3 times in a row, the 4 people were surrounded by the dungeon guards, who came. These guards stood on the back of a giant flying bat-winged creature, holding some modified weapons similar to energy guns in their hands. Jiligwala, Jiligwala. A completely incomprehensible voice came from the mouths of the guards. What are they saying? Scott was confused. Li Chuan smiled and said, he told us not to move before the city lord Kayla comes, otherwise he will kill us immediately. You also understand the language of the natives here? Hope's tone was full of surprise. In fact, she was curious before, since Li Chuan said that he was also in the quantum world for the first time. Why could he ask the natives for information? She originally thought that the natives here also spoke English, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. The natives here have their own unique language system. Scott and Dr. Pym also looked over after hearing this. They were also curious about this question. Li Chuan spread his hands and shook his head. In fact, I don't understand what they say. I use magic to directly read their brains, and I talk to them through spiritual consciousness, that is, telepathy, so I don't need to understand their language. He did not understand the language system of the quantum world, but his soul was too powerful. With the help of legilimency, he could directly and accurately receive what the other party wanted to express. Read the brain, so you can also read our brains? Scott immediately covered his head. Of course, for example, you are thinking in your mind that you want to be in the car with Hope after returning this time. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Scott hurriedly interrupted Li Chuan. Then he was kicked on the butt by Dr. Pym and fell on the cloud. Don't let your imagination run wild, or I kick your butt. Dad, don't do this to Scott. What if he falls? Hope quickly helped Scott up, looking worried. Dr. Pym was a little confused. He looked at Hope with incredible eyes. When did it start? The experienced man had already noticed that something was wrong between Hope and Scott. The two immediately looked to the left and right, pretending not to hear anything. I was just joking. Unless under special circumstances, I usually don't read other people's thoughts. Li Chuan smiled and changed the subject, then pointed to the front and said to Dr. Pym, Ms. Janet is here. Pym immediately turned his head to look at where Li Chuan pointed. Sure enough, a group of huge bat-winged flying creatures in front flew towards this side quickly, and standing at the front was his wife Janet, who had been out of contact for more than 20 years. But next to Janet, there was a white-haired old man in luxurious clothes. Pym. Janet. Li Chuan waved his hand to expand the range of the white cloud, wrapping all the bat-winged creatures together. Pym and Janet immediately shouted each other's names, ran towards each other excitedly, and then hugged each other. The old man in luxurious clothes over there saw this, and showed a complicated expression on his face. Why do I feel that your mother and that person have? Scott seemed to have seen something, and then he gossiped to Hope next to him. Hope glanced at him and gritted his teeth and replied, Don't let me slap you when I'm most touched. Oh no, I don't mean that. Scott immediately shrank his head. Most of the time, Hope taught him how to use his Ant-Man suit, fighting skills, and ant control skills. So Hope is half his master. If Hope really gets angry, he can't beat Hope. It's nothing, actually. Ms. Janet has been in this world for more than 20 years. She may think she can never get out. It's normal for her to have new feelings. Li Chuan interrupted, which helped Scott out, and Scott showed a grateful look on his face. This is also true. Janet not only had a relationship with Conqueror Kong in the quantum world, but also had a relationship with the Dungeon Lord Kira. The physical and psychological needs of being in a desperate situation are not difficult to understand. Even Dr. Pym himself had a relationship in the 20 years after his wife Janet disappeared, but in the end, he couldn't let go of Janet and didn't get married. I know, I just don't want to hear this. Hope curled her lips. From the perspective of a child, she didn't want to know about her parents' extra love history, which would make people uncomfortable. Normal people are like this, unless they are aliens like Drax who have special customs. After all, on Drax's planet, it is a very beautiful thing for a father to describe his and his mother's sex life to his children, and their planet has always adhered to the principle of frankness. Hope. After hugging Janet, Pym calmed down a bit and pointed to Hope behind him. Hope also stepped forward immediately, and the three of them hugged each other again. Janet, go to the cloud platform first. Let's sit down and have a drink and talk slowly. King Kira over there put away the slight disappointment on his face, and then said to Janet with a smile. He had heard Janet talk about her husband and daughter many times, and knew Janet's feelings for them. So he understood that he and Janet were over at this time. Although Janet had never officially acknowledged her relationship with him, at most they had had a few crazy and exciting nights together. Kayla, you're right, thank you. Janet finally realized what was happening and thanked Kayla awkwardly. So, under the leadership of Kayla, the Dungeon Lord, they officially entered the dungeon, passed through the strange style road, and headed for the Unitai, the most beautiful scenery in the dungeon.